Satoshi Nakamoto is the pseudonym used by the unknown person or group who developed Bitcoin. They introduced the concept of cryptocurrency and authored the white paper Bitcoin, a peer-to-peer electronic cash system, in 2008. Bitcoin is the world's first decentralized cryptocurrency based on blockchain technology, which Nakamoto also devised. This blockchain system ensures the security and verification of transactions through a consensus mechanism called proof of work. Nakamoto's involvement in Bitcoin's development included writing the original code, developing the initial software, and making significant contributions to the code base. Nakamoto completely disappeared from public view in 2011 and has remained silent since. This sudden departure coincided with regulatory scrutiny and may have been a strategic move to protect their identity and ensure Bitcoin's decentralized nature. Several theories and speculations have emerged regarding Nakamoto's true identity. Some prominent figures often mentioned include Hal Finney, Dorian Nakamoto, Nick Szabo, and Craig Wright. Hal Finney was a notable cryptographic pioneer and the first person to use Bitcoin software, report bugs, and receive a Bitcoin transaction from Nakamoto. Some speculated Finney might be Nakamoto due to his close proximity to another candidate, Dorian Nakamoto, and writing analysis that showed similarities between their writings. However, Finney denied being Nakamoto and provided email correspondences with Nakamoto to support his claim. Dorian Nakamoto, a Japanese-American physicist living in California, was identified by journalist Leah McGrath Goodman in a 2014 Newsweek article. Goodman pointed to his name, background in classified projects, and libertarian views as potential indicators. Dorian Nakamoto, however, ultimately ended up denying any connection to Bitcoin. Nick Szabo, a computer scientist known for his work on digital currency and smart contracts, was linked to Bitcoin through stylometric analysis of his writings. Szabo had previously conceptualized a precursor to Bitcoin called BitGold, sharing many similarities with Bitcoin. Despite these links, Szabo has repeatedly denied being Nakamoto. Craig Wright, an Australian computer scientist, publicly claimed to be Satoshi Nakamoto in 2016 and has provided some evidence to support his claim. However, his assertion has been met with skepticism within the cryptocurrency community due to inconsistencies and lack of definitive proof. In March 2024, a justice of the High Court of England found definitively that there was no proof whatsoever that Wright was Nakamoto. Other theories suggest that Nakamoto could be a collective effort by a group of cryptographers or even an entity like the NSA or CIA, but none of these theories have been substantiated. Notably, a declassified NSA paper from 1996 has been said to contain an outline of Bitcoin. Notably, the wallet associated with Nakamoto contains around 1 million Bitcoins. If Nakamoto is an individual person, this places him amongst the wealthiest people in the world. However, this Bitcoin wallet has long been completely inactive. The disappearance of boss Jan Ader. Ader was a Dutch conceptual and performance artist known for his minimalist works and the mysterious circumstances surrounding his disappearance in 1975. Born on April 19, 1942, in the Netherlands, Ader's artistic career, though brief, left a lasting impact on the art world. Ader's work often explored themes of failure, gravity, and the search for the sublime. One of his most notable series is the Fall series, consisting of short films where he documented himself falling from various heights and situations. These films were emblematic of his fascination with the inevitability of failure and the human struggle against natural forces. I note that some take that his works were perhaps a sign of mental struggles, given the bleak outlook portrayed. In 1975, Ader embarked on what would become his final project, In Search of the Miraculous. This ambitious piece was conceived as a three-part work, with the second part involving a solo transatlantic voyage from the United States to Europe. On July 9, 1975, Adder set sail from Chatham, Massachusetts, on a 13-foot sailboat named Ocean Wave. His journey was meant to culminate in a performance and photographic series capturing the essence of his search for the miraculous in the vastness of the ocean. Tragically, he never completed his journey as planned. His boat was found nearly a year later, partially submerged off the coast of Ireland, but the artist himself was never found. The circumstances of his disappearance have remained a subject of speculation, fueling numerous theories about what might have happened to him during the voyage. One theory suggests that Ader's disappearance was a calculated part of his art, a final act of performance that blurred the lines between life and art. His earlier works, which often involved elements of danger and risk, lend some credence to this idea. However, without concrete evidence, this remains purely speculative. Another theory speculates that he did not intend to complete the journey. That is to say, that he removed himself from his vessel in a consensual fashion. However, again, there is no evidence whatsoever that he ended himself, aside from the gloomy outlook presented in his art. Another theory posits that Ader encountered severe weather or mechanical failure that led to his disappearance. The Atlantic Ocean is notoriously unpredictable, and a solo voyage on such a small vessel would have been fraught with peril. This theory is supported by the fact that his boat was found damaged, indicating that he may have faced insurmountable challenges during the journey. Ader's wife documented his departure and later efforts to locate him. Despite extensive searches and the discovery of the damaged boat, no definitive answers have emerged. Ader's legacy endures through his body of work, which continues to be exhibited and studied. Exhibitions of his work have been held at major institutions worldwide, including the Museum of Modern Art in New York City. Swift's Silver Mine. The legend of Swift's silver mine is a persistent tale in Appalachian folklore, captivating treasure hunters and historians for centuries. The story of Swift's silver mine begins around 1760, when an Englishman named Jonathan Swift is said to have discovered a rich vein of silver in the Appalachian Mountains. This vein of silver was specifically located in the areas that now constitute Kentucky, Virginia, and Tennessee. Swift allegedly found the mine while following a wounded bear, which led him to a cave brimming with silver ore. Swift and his associates supposedly mined large quantities of silver over several years, burying caches of coins and ingots throughout the region. The key to the legend lies in Swift's journal, which purportedly detailed the location of the mines and the routes to the hidden silver. After going blind, Swift entrusted his journal to a woman known as the Widow Renfrew, and copies of the alleged journal have since circulated among treasure hunters. These journals have inspired numerous expeditions, with various versions and maps adding to the confusion and allure of the search. One of the earliest references to the mine comes from John Filson, a historian and mapmaker, who in 1788 claimed a tract of land that supposedly included Swift's mine. Filson's entry described Swift extracting a significant quantity of silver and even minting his own coins, though he mysteriously disappeared later that year, further deepening the mystery. Over the years, many individuals have claimed to have found or come close to finding the elusive mine. In the 1840s, Reverend John Dabney Shane interviewed several Kentucky pioneers who recounted their own attempts, or those of their ancestors, to locate the mine. Another claim includes that of Solomon Mullins, also known as Money-Making Saul, who in the early 19th century was rumored to have discovered silver near Pine Mountain, Virginia. Mullins allegedly used the silver to mint counterfeit coins, which he mixed with other metals. His operations were eventually discovered, and he was tried for counterfeiting, but escaped before being sentenced. taking the secret of the mine's location with him. In the late 20th century, significant expeditions were launched with considerable financial backing. One such expedition in the 1990s, based in Elkhorn City, Kentucky, involved significant financial backing. Despite extensive searches using maps, journals, and modern equipment, no definitive evidence of the mine was found. Despite numerous claims and continuous interest, geological evidence casts significant doubt on the existence of Swift's silver mine. Geologists have not found any substantial silver deposits in the regions where the mine is purported to be located. Some experts suggest that the legend might have been a cover for counterfeiting activities, or even a literary invention by John Filson to promote land sales. Skeptics also point to inconsistencies in the various versions of Swift's journal. Many of these journals contain plagiarized sections from other historical texts and include anachronistic references, further questioning their authenticity. Also, thank you to Discord member Big Man for this obscure and interesting suggestion. The Roman ruins of Guanabara Bay. In the 1980s, marine archaeologist Robert Marks made a startling discovery in Guanabara Bay, Rio de Janeiro. Diving into the bay's depths, Marks uncovered a collection of Roman amphorae, large clay jars typically used by Romans to transport goods like wine and olive oil. The discovery of these amphorae, initially believed to date back to the 3rd century AD, posed a significant challenge to the accepted narrative of South America's discovery. If authentic, these jars would suggest that Roman sailors might have reached Brazil over 1,000 years before the Portuguese explorer Pedro Álvares Cabral. Cabral is traditionally credited with discovering Brazil in 1500. Robert Marks, already a renowned figure in marine archaeology, argued that these artifacts indicated a Roman shipwreck. He proposed that the ship, blown off course by a storm, ended up in Guanabara Bay. Supporting his claim, Marks pointed out the incrustations of barnacles and coral on the jars, suggesting they had been submerged for centuries. However, this theory was met with skepticism. Critics questioned the legitimacy of Marks's findings, pointing to his reputation for sensationalism and treasure hunting rather than scholarly rigor. The controversy deepened when a wealthy businessman, Americo Santarelli, claimed the amphorae were replicas he had commissioned and discarded in the bay in the 1960s. This revelation cast significant doubt on the authenticity of the artifacts. Adding to the complexity, Marks accused the Brazilian Navy of deliberately covering the site with silt to prevent further exploration. Marks suggested a conspiracy to preserve the historical narrative that honored Portuguese discovery. This claim has been denied by the Brazilian authorities, who have attributed Marks's ban from further explorations to allegations of artifact theft. Despite these controversies, some experts have defended the jar's authenticity. Elizabeth Will, a professor of classics at MIT and an expert on Roman amphorae, identified the jars as similar to those produced in the Roman colony of Kouas on Morocco's Atlantic coast. This analysis provided some academic backing to Marx's assertions, although it is important to note that the professor did not endorse Marx's specific claims. Today, the debate over the Guanabara Bay amphorae still remains unresolved. No comprehensive, peer-reviewed archaeological survey has been conducted to definitively determine the origins of these jars. The Brazilian government's ban on underwater exploration in the bay has continued to further impede efforts to uncover the truth. Juana Maria. Juana Maria, known as the Lone Woman of San Nicolas Island, is a mysterious figure whose story inspired the book Island of the Blue Dolphins by Scott Odell. San Nicolas is a remote island located in the Channel Island chain near the coast of Los Angeles. Her tale, a blend of history and legend, offers a glimpse into the life of a woman who survived alone on an isolated island for nearly 2 decades. Juana Maria was part of the Nicoleno tribe, who lived on San Nicolas Island for thousands of years. The tribe's existence was disrupted in the early 1800s by Russian and Aleut fur traders hunting sea otters, leading to violent conflicts and a drastic population decline. By 1835, the remaining Nicolenos were relocated to the mainland by missionaries. Juana Maria, however, was left behind, reportedly because she jumped overboard to search for her missing child and was not retrieved before the ship departed. Juana Maria's solitary life on San Nicolas became a legend, with occasional sightings by passing sailors. In 1853, a fur trader finally found her living in a hut made of whale bones and brush. She greeted the rescuers with a smile and willingly accompanied them back to the mainland. On the island, she survived by hunting and gathering, using tools and methods passed down from her ancestors. Artifacts recovered from her dwelling, including bone needles and woven water bottles, attest to her resourcefulness and the continuity of Nicoleno culture. Upon her arrival in Santa Barbara, Juana Maria became a curiosity. She often sang and danced for visitors, sharing what little she could communicate through her songs. The mystery of Juana Maria's survival and her eventual fate has spurred numerous theories. Some speculate that she was not entirely alone. Archaeological evidence suggests occasional visits by other Native American groups or hunters. Moreover, her ability to maintain tools and create clothing indicates a deep knowledge of her environment and traditional skills. Her precise reasons for remaining on the island are also debated. Some believe she stayed to search for her child or another missing relative. Others suggest she might have been accidentally left behind or chose to remain in familiar territory despite the dangers. Old Green Eyes. This is a suggestion by community member Sayacine. The origins of the Old Green Eyes legend are intertwined with the Battle of Chickamauga, one of the Civil War's bloodiest battles. The battlefield, now a national military park, is said to be haunted by numerous spirits, with Old Green Eyes being the most famous among them. The legend dates back to the days following the battle, where soldiers claim to have seen a pair of eerie green eyes roaming the battlefield, often near Snodgrass Hill. There are various descriptions of what Old Green Eyes might be. Some accounts describe it as the ghost of a Confederate soldier who lost his head to a cannonball. His spirit, unable to rest, searches the battlefield for his missing body. Others claim Old Green Eyes is an ancient, malevolent creature predating the Civil War, possibly from Native American folklore, where it was considered a guardian of sacred lands. Witnesses have reported seeing a tall, ghostly figure with glowing green eyes and long, stringy hair. In some stories, the figure has a grotesque appearance with sharp fangs and a menacing presence. These sightings often occur at night, with many people experiencing a sudden sense of dread or encountering unexplained phenomena such as malfunctioning equipment and strange noises. Numerous personal accounts add to the mystique of Old Green Eyes. For instance, Edward Tinney, a former historian and chief ranger at the park, recounted an eerie encounter in 1976. He described seeing a tall man with greenish-orange eyes, who vanished when a car's headlights hit him. This sighting, among many others, has fueled speculation and fear among those who visit the battlefield. The fugitive Adam Emery. On August 31, 1990, Adam Emery, along with his wife Elena and another couple, experienced a minor traffic accident in Warwick, Rhode Island. Their car, a 1985 Ford Thunderbird, was sideswiped by another vehicle while they were at a seafood stand. Angered and mistakenly believing that a red Ford LTD was responsible, Adam pursued the car driven by 20-year-old Jason Bass. The pursuit ended tragically when Adam forced Bass's car to stop. He confronted Bass with a military-style knife and, during the confrontation, stabbed Bass in the chest, ending him. To add to the horror, subsequent investigations revealed that Bass's car was not the one that had hit Adam's vehicle. Emery claimed he acted in self-defense, but the evidence did not support this assertion. He was arrested and charged with the second-degree slaying of Adam Bass. The legal proceedings dragged on for more than 2 years. During this time, Emery was released on bail after spending 8 months in custody. He rejected a plea deal for voluntary manslaughter that would have resulted in a lighter sentence, maintaining his innocence. On November 10, 1993, Adam Emery was convicted of second-degree ending and faced a potential 25-year prison sentence. However, he was allowed to remain free on bail pending formal sentencing, which seems to me to be a questionable idea in cases involving highly dangerous convicted felons. That same evening, Adam and his wife Elena vanished. They left the courthouse, made purchases at a sporting goods store, and were last seen eating at a Burger King. Hours later, their car was found abandoned on the Claiborne-Pell-Newport Bridge, with its engine running and personal items inside, including a note. This note suggested that they intended to voluntarily end themselves to escape the justice faced by Adam. Despite an extensive search, only Elena's skull was found in the Narragansett Bay months later. Elena's remains were identified through dental records, but the cause of her death could not be determined due to the condition of the remains. This discovery led to speculation that Adam had staged his own death. The circumstances surrounding Elena's death remain mysterious, with some believing she jumped from the bridge while Adam escaped. Others speculate that Adam used her to escape, and then slew her to add credibility to the story that they both ended themselves. And here's my hot take. Adam was, to put it mildly, not a good guy, and I can very easily see that he would have ended Elena if he believed that increased his chances of escape. Multiple sightings of Adam were reported in the years following his disappearance, including in states like Florida and countries such as Italy, where he had family connections. The FBI has kept the case open, considering Adam Emery a fugitive. In 2004, he was declared legally dead, but authorities have continued to follow leads. To this day, the FBI believes there is a significant possibility that Adam Emery is alive, potentially living at home or abroad under an assumed identity. Notably, the FBI added him to their 10 most wanted fugitives in 2010, despite him being legally deceased. If he is residing in the United States, the FBI believes that he is presently residing in Florida. If he is residing abroad, there have been numerous sightings of him in both France and Italy, and these sightings are believed to be credible by the FBI. Also, thanks to subscriber Kelly Barbera for this great Rhode Island-based mystery. Quick aside, I had asked Kelly in the comments if she knew any lesser-known mysteries from her state. I would love to hear lesser-known mysteries from your state, province, or country in the comments. The Beast of Busco. In the small town of Churubusco, Indiana, a creature known as the Beast of Busco has captured the imagination of locals and cryptid enthusiasts. This enormous snapping turtle, purported to weigh over 500 pounds, and measuring nearly 6 feet across, has been the subject of numerous sightings and attempts to capture it. The story begins in 1898 when a farmer named Oscar Fulk claimed to have seen a gigantic turtle in the 7-acre lake on his farm. Despite his claims, the matter was largely forgotten until 1948. That year, 2 men, Charlie Wilson and Ora Blue, reported seeing a massive turtle while fishing on the same lake, now known as Folk Lake and owned by Gail Harris. This sighting reignited interest in the creature, and Harris himself claimed to see the turtle. Harris described it as being the size of a dining room table with a shell spiked like that of an alligator snapping turtle. The news spread quickly, attracting media attention and curious crowds to Harris's farm. In early 1949, the story of the Beast of Busco reached national prominence when it was picked up by wire services, resulting in a media frenzy and a flood of visitors to the area. Harris, determined to prove the turtle's existence, embarked on an ambitious campaign to capture it. His efforts included using traps, nets, and even a sea turtle to lure the beast, but all attempts failed. At one point, Harris drained the lake almost entirely, reducing it to a small muddy pit, yet Oscar, as the turtle was affectionately named, eluded capture. Despite the numerous setbacks, including a failed deep-sea diving attempt and broken equipment, the allure of the beast persisted. The hunt for Oscar took a toll on Harris both financially and physically, leading to his eventual abandonment of the quest in late 1949. The farm was sold the following year, and heavy rains refilled the lake, leaving the beast's fate a mystery. Theories about the beast's true nature abound. Some suggest that the sightings were exaggerated or the result of a hoax. Others believe that the creature could have been an unusually large alligator snapping turtle, a species known for its impressive size and longevity. However, no definitive evidence has ever been found to confirm the existence of such a gigantic turtle in Falk Lake. The legacy of the Beast of Busco lives on in Churubusco through the annual Turtle Days Festival, which began in 1950. This event celebrates the town's most famous resident with parades, turtle races, and various other festivities, cementing the beast's place in local folklore. A statue of a turtle now stands at the main intersection of Churubusco, serving as a constant reminder of the legendary creature that once captivated the nation for a brief moment. Jimmy here. Hope you've enjoyed part 55 of this ever-expanding Unsolved Mysteries Iceberg series. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell. This really helps my channel grow and allows me to dedicate substantial time and effort to producing content. Also, don't forget to hit the share button if you know someone who might appreciate it. Make sure to check out the YouTube membership and Patreon. You can support my channel for as little as 99 cents a month. Shout out to my patrons Noah Schubert, Iced Mocha, Kurt the Squirt, Monoxide Wendigo, Jeffer Metcalf, Z-Volts, Director Delta, Unknown Delusions, Faye, Jack Russell, Boomslang, Spookiest Becky, Vespertine, Metanova, Will Roan, and Blasphemous. Big shout out to YouTube member Jordan All. Until next time, stay safe and healthy. Peace out, everyone. Welcome to part 56 of the Unsolved Mysteries Iceberg, where we explore true crime, urban legends, mysterious disappearances, myths and legends, internet mysteries, and more. I upload all the time, so remember to like, subscribe, and ring the notification bell. The body of Old Mike. Old Mike, a mysterious traveling salesman, is one of the most unusual mysteries arising out of Arkansas. Known only by his first name, Mike regularly visited Prescott, Arkansas during the early 20th century, selling goods such as pens, paper, and thread. His routine visits and sociable nature made him a familiar figure in the town, but his true identity remained unknown. On August 20th, 1911, Mike was seen attending an outdoor religious revival meeting in Prescott. The following day, his lifeless body was discovered under a tree in the town park. The cause of death was believed to be either a heart attack or stroke. With no identification found on him, and no one coming forward to claim his body, Mike's identity remained a mystery. Old Mike was known to speak English with a slight accent, and locals had believed that he was likely born in Italy. However, no one could confirm with certainty that this was the case. The local funeral home, Cornish Funeral Home, embalmed Mike's body and placed it on display in hopes that someone might recognize him. Despite the unusual nature of the display, which included Mike being kept in an upright wooden box with a light bulb to illuminate his preserved features, no one ever identified him. Over the years, the body of Old Mike became a local attraction, drawing visitors from surrounding areas. As time passed, the chances of identifying Mike grew increasingly slim, and the display became more of a dark tourism piece than anything else. By 1975, after more than 6 decades of being displayed, the Arkansas Attorney General's office intervened and requested that the body be buried. Locals had begun to become concerned about the lack of respect shown to Old Mike's body. After all, it was one thing to put up the display in 1911 when someone was quite likely to know who he was, but by 1975 this was very clearly no longer the case, and his body had simply become a gruesome attraction. On May 12, 1975, Old Mike was finally laid to rest in Deanne Cemetery in Prescott, in a quiet ceremony attended by general well-wishers, who at that point had grown up with him. The identity of Old Mike still remains unknown over 100 years after his passing. Also, big shout out to Crystal Barnes for this amazing local Arkansas suggestion. I could have never found this case without your help. Remember, keep your local suggestions coming in the comments or the Discord, and if I add the case, you'll get a shout out. Whale songs. Whale songs are complex vocalizations that have been extensively studied for their unique patterns and potential porpoises. The history of our understanding of whale songs began much later than one would expect, starting in the 1950s. A Bermudan sound engineer named Frank Watlington recorded mysterious sounds while monitoring for underwater Russian submarines near Bermuda. These recordings, later analyzed by biologist Roger Payne and his colleagues, revealed that the sounds were intricate, repetitive patterns produced by humpback whales. This discovery was pivotal, as it showcased the complexity and beauty of whale communication. Whale songs are structured in a way that is surprisingly similar to human music. These songs are repeated for hours or even days and are constantly evolving. The whales in a particular geographical area will all sing a very similar song, but over time, these songs gradually change. For instance, a unit within the song may change pitch or duration, and these changes can spread among the whale population like an evolving cultural phenomenon. The purpose of these songs is still a subject of much debate among scientists. One prevailing theory is that male humpback whales sing to attract females, similar to how birds use songs for mating calls. Another theory suggests that the songs may serve to establish dominance among males, or could even be a form of echolocation, though this last idea is less widely accepted. In 1970, Roger Payne released the album Songs of the Humpback Whale, which became a significant cultural and environmental milestone. The album not only brought the beauty of whale songs to a wider audience, but also played a crucial role in the early environmental movement. It helped to raise awareness about the plight of whales and led to stronger conservation efforts for these creatures. This album sold over 100,000 copies and was even included in the Voyager Golden Record sent into space, symbolizing the universal importance of these creatures. Whale songs have also been used to study the impact of human activities on the marine environment. For example, increased noise pollution from ships and industrial activities can interfere with the whale's ability to communicate. Some studies have found that blue whale songs have been decreasing in frequency since the 1960s, possibly as a response to increasing ambient noise in the oceans. Despite extensive research, many mysteries about whale songs remain. For instance, scientists are still trying to understand why whale songs evolve in the ways they do, and what specific functions different parts of the song serve. Perhaps the most significant question about whale songs is whether whales sing for pure aesthetic enjoyment. This would mean that whales are creating complex songs and singing to each other from across oceans. It also raises the question whether songs from certain whales are preferred for their aesthetic qualities by other whales. If this is the case, do certain whales have significant underwater followings? The disappearance of Aaron Gillerin. Aaron Gillerin disappeared under mysterious circumstances in Vienna, Austria on October 29, 2007. At the time of his disappearance, Gillerin was a 34-year-old American expatriate working as a researcher for the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, UNIDO. He was born in 1973 in Elmira, New York, and had an excellent academic background, including a Master of Arts in Theology from the Franciscan University of Steubenville. Known for his outgoing personality and achievements, he was also crowned Mr. Gay Austria in 2006. On the evening of his disappearance, Aaron was last seen at the Kaiser Brundel, a well-known men's sauna in Vienna. Reports indicate that he may have been involved in a physical altercation at the sauna, after which he was seen running naked from the establishment. Austrian police initially suggested that he may have jumped into the Danube Canal, but this theory was met with skepticism by his friends and family. His mother, Catherine Gillerin, a retired police officer from Ithaca, New York, immediately flew to Vienna upon receiving news of her son's disappearance. She encountered significant resistance and inconsistencies from the Austrian authorities. Additionally, the investigation was marred by accusations of bias due to Aaron's sexual orientation. Despite evidence and witnesses suggesting otherwise, the police maintained their stance, which included multiple changes in their statements and a reluctance to pursue the case aggressively. The disappearance of Aaron has spawned several theories, none of which have been proven. Some theories suggest that Aaron may have chosen to disappear on his own. This theory posits that Aaron, perhaps facing personal or professional pressures, decided to leave his life behind. However, this theory is less favored by those close to him, as they argue that there were absolutely no signs indicating he was planning such an act. Also, I note that this theory is tossed out in relation to virtually every missing persons case, and almost never turns out to be true. Another theory is that Aaron met with an accidental fate after fleeing the sauna. This theory suggests he jumped into the Danube Canal to escape an attacker from the sauna. However, this theory lacks concrete evidence, as no body was ever recovered, and there were inconsistencies in witness testimonies. A significant theory revolves around the possibility of foul play involving prominent figures who attended the Kaiser Brundel sauna. This sauna was known for hosting socially and politically influential men, many of whom were not openly gay. It is suggested that Aaron might have witnessed or been involved in something that led to his disappearance. Supporters of this theory argue that the police's inconsistent statements and reluctance to investigate thoroughly might be indicative of a cover-up to protect these individuals. Over the years, Catherine Gillerin has tirelessly sought answers regarding her son's fate. Each year on October 29th, she holds a vigil in Vienna to commemorate his disappearance. The Vela Incident. On September 22, 1979, a U.S. Vela satellite detected a mysterious double flash of light in the South Atlantic near the Prince Edward Islands. The Vela satellites were designed to detect atmospheric nuclear explosions, and the double flash was characteristic of such detonations. However, subsequent investigations have failed to conclusively determine the cause of the flash, leading to various theories and speculations about what really happened. Initial interpretations of the Vela incident leaned heavily towards it being a nuclear test. The Vela satellites had previously detected nuclear tests by countries such as France and China, with the characteristic double flash pattern. However, this particular incident stood out because there was no corroborative evidence such as radioactive fallout or seismic data typically associated with nuclear explosions. One of the prominent theories is that the flash was a nuclear test conducted jointly by Israel and South Africa. At the time, South Africa was developing its own nuclear capabilities, and Israel was known to possess nuclear technology, although it maintains a policy of ambiguity. While this was the most common theory at the time, other common suggestions included potential tests by Pakistan, India, the Soviet Union, or France. Some declassified documents and intelligence reports suggested that the two countries might have collaborated on a clandestine nuclear test. Despite these suspicions, the U.S. government was reluctant to officially confirm the nuclear test hypothesis. A panel of scientists, known as the Ruina Panel, was convened to examine the data. They concluded that the flash was unlikely to be a nuclear explosion. They suggested instead that it could have been a signal caused by a micrometeor hitting the satellite itself or some other non-nuclear phenomenon. This conclusion, however, has been met with skepticism by some experts who believe the panel's findings were influenced by political considerations. Adding to the mystery, there were several pieces of evidence that hinted at a nuclear origin. For example, the Arecibo Observatory in Puerto Rico detected a peculiar ionospheric disturbance at the same time as the Vela flash. Additionally, some reports indicated that sheep in southeastern Australia showed traces of iodine-131, a product of nuclear fission, shortly after the incident. Over the years, various experts and officials have weighed in on the incident. Former U.S. President Jimmy Carter, in his White House diaries, expressed a belief that the flash was indeed a nuclear test conducted by Israel, based on intelligence assessments. However, the lack of definitive proof and the highly classified nature of many relevant documents have kept the true nature of the Vela incident a mystery. The disappearance of Carl Dish. On the frigid morning of May 8, 1965, Carl Robert Dish, an American physicist, vanished from Byrd Station in Antarctica. Dish was working on ionospheric research for the National Bureau of Standards. He departed the radio noise building to return to the main station complex, a journey of approximately 7,000 feet, but never arrived. Dish was known for his meticulous nature, often traveling the same route between the buildings. On the day of his disappearance, he was supposed to follow a hand line connecting the structures. This was a safety measure designed to prevent scientists from getting lost in the extreme Antarctic weather. Despite these precautions, Dish's trail disappeared a short distance from the radio noise building. The initial search efforts included firing flares and using floodlights to enhance visibility. Search parties combed the area, forming human chains to thoroughly check the route and surrounding vicinity. Unfortunately, the harsh weather conditions, including temperatures plunging to minus 79 degrees Fahrenheit, hampered the search efforts. Over the next few days, extensive ground and aerial searches were conducted, covering a radius of approximately 35 square miles, but no trace of Dish was ever found. Several theories have emerged over the years to explain his fate. Some suggest that he might have fallen into a crevasse, a hidden danger in the icy landscape. This theory posits that such an accident would have left no visible trace, explaining why the search teams failed to locate him. Others speculate that he might have suffered from disorientation due to the extreme cold and wind, leading him away from the safety of the hand line. Adding to the intrigue, a message purportedly from Dish was allegedly received at McMurdo Station in 1971, 6 years after his disappearance. The message claimed that Dish was still alive. However, this was widely dismissed as a hoax, given the lack of supporting evidence and the highly controlled nature of communications in such remote locations. Another hypothesis revolves around Cold War espionage. Some have suggested that Dish might have been a spy and his disappearance was orchestrated by Soviet agents. This theory, while intriguing, is not substantiated by any credible evidence. Another variant on this theory is that he was kidnapped by Soviet spies for his scientific knowledge and lived out his life in Soviet captivity. Under this theory, the 1971 message could have been him reaching out for assistance. In recognition of his contributions to science and the mystery surrounding his disappearance, the Dish Promontory in Antarctica was named in his honor. Despite the many efforts to uncover the truth, the fate of Carl Dish remains unknown, likely forever. The Kamar Daban Incident. This is another suggestion from Austin Lee. Thanks again for another great suggestion. In August 1993, a group of 7 Russian hikers from Kazakhstan, led by Lyudmila Korovina, set off on an expedition into the Kamar Daban mountain range in southern Siberia. This trek, meant to explore the picturesque but challenging landscape, turned into a tragic and mysterious event. The group was comprised of Lyudmila Korovina, Sasha Krisin, Tatyana Filipenko, Denis Shachkin, Valentina Utachenko, Victoria Zalesova, and Timur Bapanov. Lyudmila was an experienced hiker and led the group. She had been awarded the Master of Sport of the USSR title, which was awarded to athletes in the Soviet Union who demonstrated exceptional skill. All participants were fit and experienced hikers, adding to the perplexity of the ensuing tragedy. Having already been to the Kamar Daban mountain range, Lyudmila began developing the route and hiking plan 6 months before the departure. The journey began smoothly, with the hikers progressing faster than anticipated due to favorable weather conditions. However, on August 5, 1993, just as they began their descent, disaster struck. Sasha, the last in the line, suddenly started screaming, clutching his face as blood poured from his eyes and ears. The rest of the group rushed to his aid, but soon Lyudmila began exhibiting the same symptoms. Panic ensued as Tatyana also started bleeding and convulsing, leading her to violently bash her head against a rock until she went limp. Valentina, the sole survivor, recounted that she and Denis tried to descend the mountain quickly, but Denis soon succumbed to the mysterious ailment. Terrified and alone, Valentina navigated her way down the mountain over 4 harrowing days until she was found by a group of kayakers. It took 2 days for helicopters to locate the bodies because Valentina could not speak or recall the event for several days. The hikers were found partially undressed. The official autopsies revealed that the hikers, except for Lyudmila, who had a heart attack, died from hypothermia. Interestingly, the hikers exhibited lung bruising, a symptom consistent with exposure to a toxic substance, possibly a nerve agent like Novichok, which was being developed in Russia. There are several theories that attempt to explain the bizarre incident, but like the Dyatlov Pass, none are fully satisfactory. One prominent theory suggests that the hikers inadvertently stumbled upon a Russian military experiment involving nerve agents. The symptoms described by Valentina align with those of nerve gas exposure, including convulsions and foaming at the mouth. However, this theory is complicated by the survival of Valentina and the public nature of the hiking area, which would be an unlikely choice for a top-secret experiment. Another theory posits that the hikers might have ingested poisonous mushrooms or drank contaminated water. This could potentially explain the sudden onset of symptoms and why Valentina remained unaffected. Despite these theories, the true cause of the incident remains unknown at present. The unusual symptoms, the rapid decline of the hikers, and the lack of definitive evidence all contribute to the mystery. Jimmy here. Hope you've enjoyed part 56 of this ever-expanding Unsolved Mysteries Iceberg series. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell. This really helps my channel grow and allows me to dedicate substantial time and effort to producing content. Also, don't forget to hit the share button if you know someone who might appreciate it. Make sure to check out the YouTube membership and Patreon. You can support my channel for as little as 99 cents a month. Shout out to my patrons Noah Schubert, Iced Mocha, Kurt the Squirt, Monoxide Wendigo, Jeffer Metcalf, Z-Volts, Director Delta, Unknown Delusions, Faye, Jack Russell, Boomslang, Spookiest Becky, Vespertine, Metanova, Will Roan, and Blasphemous. Big shout out to YouTube member Jordan All. Until next time, stay safe and healthy. Peace out, everyone. Welcome to part 57 of the Unsolved Mysteries Iceberg, where we explore true crime, urban legends, mysterious disappearances, myths and legends, internet mysteries, and more. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and ring the notification bell. The disappearance of Brandon Swanson. On the night of May 14, 2008, Brandon Swanson, a 19-year-old student at Minnesota West Community and Technical College, disappeared under mysterious circumstances. Born on January 30, 1989, Brandon had been celebrating the end of the spring semester with friends. He attended two parties that evening, one in Lind, Minnesota, and another in Canby, Minnesota, approximately 40 minutes from his home in Marshall. As Brandon drove home in his Chevy Lumina, he accidentally drove into a ditch on a rural road. Around 1:45 a.m., he called his parents, Brian and Annette Swanson, to ask for help. Brandon informed them that he believed he was near Lind, halfway between his home and the town of Marshall. However, when his parents arrived at the location he described, they couldn't find him. Brian and Annette tried to locate Brandon by honking the car horn and flashing the lights, but Brandon couldn't see or hear them. The call, which lasted about 47 minutes, ended abruptly with Brandon loudly swearing, followed by deafening silence. The next morning, Annette reported Brandon missing to the Lind Police Department. Initially, the authorities were reluctant to take immediate action, considering Brandon an adult with the right to be missing. However, after Brandon failed to appear, they eventually took the matter more seriously and joined the search efforts. Using cell phone pings, they determined that Brandon's last known location was near Taunton, Minnesota, far from where he thought he was. Brandon's car was found on May 15, 2008, in a ditch off a gravel road along the Lincoln County line, a mile north of Highway 68. The vehicle was not damaged but was high-centered, meaning the undercarriage was stuck on an incline, preventing the wheels from gaining traction. The car doors were open, and the keys were missing. Despite extensive searches involving local law enforcement, search dogs, and volunteers, no trace of Brandon was found. The scent dogs tracked his scent to the Yellow Medicine River, where it seemed to enter the water, but further searches yielded no evidence of Brandon's presence in the river. Several theories have emerged over the years regarding Brandon's disappearance. Some believe he may have fallen into the river at night, but no conclusive evidence supports this theory. Another possibility is that Brandon intentionally disappeared, although his parents strongly dispute this idea. However, as I have said with mysterious disappearances numerous times in this series, people like to throw this out as a hypothesis with absolutely no evidence. Once again, there is absolutely no evidence whatsoever to support Brandon intentionally disappearing. There is also speculation about potential foul play, but again, no evidence has surfaced to substantiate this. In the aftermath of Brandon's disappearance, his parents lobbied for legislative changes, resulting in the passage of Brandon's Law. This law requires Minnesota authorities to begin an investigation promptly when an adult is reported missing under suspicious circumstances. The disappearance of Lord Lucan. Richard John Bingham, the seventh Earl of Lucan, was a British aristocrat known for his charm, gambling, and high society lifestyle. Born on December 18, 1934, Lucan had a privileged upbringing, attending Eton College before serving in the Coldstream Guards, and eventually becoming a professional gambler. As an aside, Lord Lucan had been considered a model for James Bond, based on this debonair reputation. He married Veronica Duncan in 1963, and the couple had 3 children. On the night of November 7, 1974, Sandra Rivet, the Lucan family nanny, was found lifeless in the basement of the Lucan home in Belgravia, London. She had been slain with a lead pipe. Shortly after, Lady Lucan, who was also attacked and injured, fled to a nearby pub for help, claiming that her estranged husband was the assailant. Following this, Lord Lucan disappeared, sparking a nationwide manhunt and a plethora of theories about his fate. One of the most significant pieces of evidence was Lucan's car, found abandoned in New Haven, East Sussex, with bloodstains inside. Despite intensive searches, Lucan was never found, and his whereabouts remain unknown to this day. In 1999, he was declared legally deceased in absentia. Theories about Lord Lucan's fate are numerous and varied. Some suggest he took his own life shortly after the incident. Lady Lucan herself believed that he jumped off a ferry, unable to live with the consequences of his actions. Others claim he fled abroad and lived under an assumed identity. Over the years, there have been alleged sightings of Lucan in places like Australia, Mozambique, Zimbabwe, and even as a hippie in India. However, none of these sightings have been conclusively proven, and many have been debunked. A more outlandish theory proposed by Lucan's friend, stockbroker Philippe Marc, suggests that Lucan might have been fed to a tiger at a private zoo owned by another friend. This theory is based on the claim that the friend offered Lucan a pistol, which he used, and that his body was disposed of in this unusual manner. Somewhat unsurprisingly, this theory has never been substantiated. A High Court judge officially declared Lucan dead in 1999, though this has done little to quell speculation. Investigations have continued over the decades, including a cold case review by Scotland Yard in 2004, which brought no new breakthroughs. In more recent years, there was a report in 2020 of a facial recognition expert claiming to have identified Lucan in Australia, which again reignited public interest. Neil Berriman, the son of Sandra Rivet, the nanny who lost her life in 1974, sought Professor Hassan Ugail's expertise in his quest for justice. Professor Ugail compared historical images of Lord Lucan with photographs of an elderly British man residing near Brisbane. His algorithm, trained on millions of photos and known for its high accuracy, indicated a strong match. Ugail asserted that the algorithm's findings were scientifically robust, as it had been previously used to identify suspects in other high-profile cases. Despite the compelling findings, the claims have sparked controversy and skepticism. Experts and authorities debated the validity of these results. However, the man came forth to prove he was not Lord Lucan. In November 2022, the UK Home Office, with assistance from the British expatriate, confirmed that he was not Lord Lucan. I've decided not to show this man's face here since he appears to have been quite distraught about the accusations, and rightfully so. If Lord Lucan was still alive, he would now be almost 90 years old. The ghost ship Octavius. The story begins in 1761 when the Octavius, a 3-masted schooner, set sail from England to the Orient. The ship reached its destination in China, where it unloaded its cargo and prepared for the return journey. However, The ship's captain made the fateful decision to attempt the then unproven Northwest Passage on the return trip. This decision led to the ship and its crew disappearing into the icy waters of the Arctic, never to be seen alive again. On October 11, 1775, the whaling ship Herald encountered the Octavius drifting off the coast of Greenland. When the crew of the Herald boarded the ship, they discovered a horrifying scene. The entire crew of 28, including a woman and a child, was found frozen solid below deck. The captain was discovered seated at his desk, pen in hand, with the ship's logbook open in front of him. The last recorded position in the captain's logbook was about 250 miles north of Point Barrow, Alaska, indicating that the Octavius had traversed the Northwest Passage posthumously. This remarkable and eerie journey suggests that the ship had been trapped in the ice for years before breaking free and drifting to Greenland. Despite the vivid and detailed accounts of the Octavius, there are questions regarding the authenticity of the story. Some historians suggest that the tale might have been a conflation of various ghost ship legends, including the story of the Gloriana, another ship found with a similarly frozen crew. The earliest recorded mention of the Octavius dates back to an 1828 publication, leading some to believe that the story could have been embellished or even fabricated over the years. The enduring mystery of the Octavius lies not only in the fate of its crew, but also in how the ship managed to navigate the treacherous waters of the Northwest Passage without a living crew. Theories range from supernatural explanations to the possibility that the ship drifted through the passage purely by chance, aided by the currents and winds. After the encounter with the Herald, the Octavius was never seen again. The whalers, believing the ship to be cursed, abandoned it to drift at the mercy of the ocean. The final resting place of the Octavius remains unknown, adding to the legend surrounding this ghost ship. I think there's just not enough information on this ship existing at all to indicate that the story occurred as told. This was a merchant ship operating in 18th century England, and if the ship did exist, records of insurance for the voyage and for the ship would have at one point existed somewhere. That said, it's possible that these records have been lost in the intervening years. The Death Valley German tourist incident. In July 1996, a family of 4 German tourists, Egbert Rimkus, Cornelia Meyer, and their children Georg and Max, went missing in Death Valley National Park. The family, hailing from Dresden, Germany, had planned a tour of the American Southwest. They were last confirmed to be in Las Vegas before heading to Death Valley. The family was due to return to Germany on July 27th, but they never made their flight. Their rental van was discovered abandoned in Anvil Spring Canyon on October 21st, 1996, 3 months after they were last seen. Initial search efforts were extensive, involving multiple rescue teams and even aerial searches. They focused on areas around Anvil Canyon and Mengel Pass, but no trace of the family was found beyond some personal items and a logbook entry at Warm Springs Camp. The logbook indicating their intention was to, quote, "go over the pass." In 2009, Tom Mahood and Les Walker, who were off-duty search and rescue personnel, embarked on a mission to solve the mystery. On November 12, 2009, they discovered skeletal remains of 2 adults, later identified as Egbert Rimkus and Cornelia Meyer. Nearby, they found Cornelia's passport, identification, and other personal items. The remains of the children were never conclusively found, though some items, like the sole of a child's shoe, were discovered. One prevalent theory is that they underestimated the difficulty of their route through Mengel Pass, leading them to become stranded in the harsh environment of Death Valley. Mahood speculated that the family might have tried to walk to Naval Air Weapons Station China Lake to seek help. He further speculated that they succumbed to the extreme heat and dehydration typical of the region in July on this journey. Another aspect of the case is the family's apparent attempt to take a shortcut to Yosemite National Park. This decision might have been driven by a desire to see more sights before their return flight, but it ultimately led them into an unfamiliar terrain without adequate supplies or preparation. Despite the eventual discovery of Egbert and Cornelia's remains, the full story of what happened to this family remains a mystery. This case has gotten significant attention in recent years due to the popularity of missing 411 cases and similar phenomena. I question why the children were not found with the adults, and it does make me think that something more sinister may have happened. That said, at this point, there just isn't enough evidence. It's unclear if this matter is still being officially investigated, and if so, what agency is responsible for the investigation. The Chocha Castle. Chocha Castle, located in the village of Sucha in southwestern Poland, is a historic fortress. Constructed in the mid-13th century, the castle originally served as a defensive stronghold on the Bohemian-Lusatian border. Its oldest part, the keep, was later expanded to include residential buildings and fortifications. Throughout its long history, Chocha Castle has changed hands multiple times, enduring sieges, fires, and extensive remodeling. The castle successfully withstood a Swedish siege during the 30 Years' War due to its reinforced walls. One of the most significant changes in ownership occurred in 1909, when the castle was purchased by Ernst Gutshoff, a cigar manufacturer from Dresden. Gutshoff initiated major remodeling efforts, directed by the Berlin architect Bodo Ebhardt, based on historical paintings. Gutshoff lived in the castle until 1945, during which time he hosted several White Russian émigrés. After World War II, the castle experienced a period of looting and neglect. In the late 1940s and early 1950s, the castle provided refuge to Greek refugees from the Greek Civil War. In 1952, Chocha Castle was taken over by the Polish army and used as a military vacation resort, effectively erasing it from official maps. Chocha Castle reopened to the public in 1996, offering guided tours that reveal its rich history and many secrets. One of the most intriguing aspects of Chocha Castle is its numerous secret passages and hidden rooms. The Prince's Chamber, for example, contains an extremely peculiar mechanism. Underneath the double bed in this chamber is a trapdoor that, when activated, would drop unsuspecting occupants into the dungeon below. It's unknown why such an unusual mechanism would be in place. Some have suggested that this mechanism was a means of capturing potential enemies. Others have suggested that it was a means for important people to quickly escape into another part of the castle. Others have suggested that it was used to capture individuals in the dungeon for extremely sinister purposes. However, the truth of this mechanism remains unknown at present. Also, it should come as no surprise that Chocha Castle is rumored to be haunted. Notably, the castle was also used for a Europa Universalis 4 tournament in 2023. As an avid player of said game, I have to say the idea of playing the game in a fortress that plays a regional role within the game is a fascinating idea. 7 Cities of Gold. The legend of the 7 Cities of Gold, also known as the 7 Cities of Cibola, is one of the myths from the era of Spanish exploration in the Americas. This tale has its roots in the 16th century, during the Age of Discovery, when European explorers were driven by the allure of uncharted territories and unimaginable wealth. The myth of the 7 Cities of Gold first gained prominence through the reports of Alvar Núñez Cabeza de Vaca. After being shipwrecked off the coast of Florida in 1528, de Vaca and his companions wandered through what is now the southwestern United States and northern Mexico. They heard rumors from indigenous people about cities rich in gold, fueling further Spanish interest in the region. In 1539, Friar Marcos de Niza, a Franciscan missionary, claimed to have seen one of these cities from a distance during his expedition to what is now New Mexico. His accounts, although based on hearsay and distant observations, described large, prosperous cities with vast amounts of gold. De Niza's reports spurred the interest of the Spanish authorities, leading to the commissioning of a more extensive expedition. Francisco Vázquez de Coronado was the man chosen to lead the quest for these legendary cities. In 1540, Coronado set out with a large expeditionary force, including hundreds of soldiers, native auxiliaries, and a vast supply train. They followed De Niza's guidance to the Zuni Pueblo, one of the supposed cities of gold. Upon arrival, they found not the golden splendor described, but rather modest adobe villages inhabited by the Zuni people. Despite the lack of gold, Coronado continued his search, driven by further rumors of wealth in a place called Quivira, which also turned out to be a disappointment. Some historians suggest that the legends were based on the rich and complex cultures of indigenous peoples in the American Southwest. These impressive settlements may have been misinterpreted as cities of gold by the Spanish. The legend of the Seven Cities of Gold has inspired numerous books, movies, and even video games, where the myth is often explored and reimagined. Over time, the Seven Cities of Gold legend spread from North America and into Central and South America. For instance, the quest for El Dorado has sometimes been conflated with the general quest for the Seven Cities of Gold. The Bear King of Marble Falls. The tale of the Bear King originates from an incident reported in 1901. According to a story published in the Washington Bee, a young girl named Ramey Arland was abducted by a mysterious creature while gathering sheep near her home in Marble Falls, Texas. The creature, described as a great bear man, was said to resemble a bear, but exhibited human-like intelligence and behavior. Ramey's encounter with the Bear King began innocuously. She was tending to her family's sheep when a large black bear crossed her path. As she continued, a more terrifying figure emerged, a creature that seemed both bear and man. This creature, later identified as the Bear King, abducted Ramey, carrying her to its cave. Her screams alerted her mother, who gathered a search party, but it wasn't until the next day that a hunter found Ramey wandering aimlessly. After her rescue, Ramey recounted her harrowing experience. Determined to eliminate the threat, local men formed a hunting party and tracked the creature to its lair. The Bear King confronted the hunters, displaying aggressive behavior reminiscent of a great ape, snapping its teeth, beating its chest, and roaring like a panther. Despite its intimidating presence, the hunters managed to shoot and slay the beast quite easily. The Bear King legend is intertwined with Native American folklore, specifically the Kickapoo tribe, who spoke of a bear man ruling over the bears in the region. While no physical evidence remains, the story shares similarities with other cryptid tales, such as Bigfoot, known for human-like creatures abducting people. The behavior of the Bear King, especially during its final confrontation, aligns with known intimidation tactics of great apes, adding a layer of plausibility to the creature's existence. However, there are elements to the tale which suggest the newspaper may have just made the whole thing up. The story's details, such as the mention of the Moon Mountains, a non-existent range in Texas, cast doubt on its historical accuracy. Jimmy here. Hope you've enjoyed part 57 of this ever-expanding Unsolved Mysteries Iceberg series. If you're into relaxing lo-fi beats, click the link in the description and follow me on Spotify. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell. This really helps my channel grow and allows me to dedicate substantial time and effort to producing content. Make sure to check out the YouTube membership and Patreon. You can support my channel for as little as 99 cents a month. Shout out to my patrons Noah Schubert, Iced Mocha, Kurt the Squirt, Monoxide Wendigo, Jeffer Metcalf, Z Volts, Director Delta, Unknown Delusions, Faye, Jack Russell, Boomslang, Spookiest Becky, Vespertine, Metanova, Will Roan, and Blasphemoose. Big shout out to YouTube member Jordan All. Until next time, stay safe and healthy. Peace out, everyone. Welcome to part 58 of the Unsolved Mysteries Iceberg, where we explore true crime, urban legends, mysterious disappearances, myths and legends, internet mysteries, and more. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and ring the notification bell. Seriously, I'm out here uploading almost daily, and I want all you getting those notifications. The disappearance of Nico Lissi. On September 30th, 2011, 18-year-old Nico Anthony Lissi disappeared under mysterious circumstances. Nico was last seen in Addison, New York, accompanied by his friend Robert Nicholas Neal Knight. The pair visited Nico's uncle around 2 p.m., informing him they planned to go to Buffalo, New York, possibly for a camping trip. They were driving a gray 2004 GMC Canyon pickup truck, which Knight claimed belonged to his grandfather. However, it was later revealed that the truck was stolen. The next significant event in the timeline occurred on October 1st, 2011. Surveillance footage captured Nico and Knight at a Wegmans in Rochester, New York, early that morning. Later, Knight arrived at his parents' home in Romulus, Michigan, without Nico. He told his family that Nico had dropped him off, but nobody witnessed this. That same day, Nico's phone pinged for the last time from Flintlock Drive in Franklin, Tennessee, around 4:08 p.m. This location was familiar to Nico, as he had lived in Franklin for a brief period in 2009. Nico's mother received his driver's license in the mail on October 3, 2011. It had been found on a street in Hornell, New York, and mailed to her anonymously. Concerned by this strange occurrence, and her inability to contact her son, she reported him missing on October 5, 2011. On October 8, 2011, police questioned Knight in Michigan regarding Nico's disappearance. This is where the case took a truly bizarre and unusual turn. During the interview, Knight's erratic and bizarre behavior led to a recommendation for a psychiatric evaluation, after which he was hospitalized and released the next day. On October 10, 2011, Knight was found deceased at his parents' home from a suspected substance overdose. Investigations into Nico's disappearance face several challenges, including the deaths of potential witnesses. Knight's father passed away in 2012, and his brother died in 2018. These losses complicated efforts to gather information from Knight's family about Nico's fate. A breakthrough came in July 2016 when authorities located the stolen GMC Canyon in a garage in Nashville, Tennessee. However, as yet, this does not appear to have led to any significant leads in this case. Nico's mother, Monica Button, has been relentless in her search for answers. She has conducted her own investigations, visited Tennessee multiple times, and maintained a public presence to keep Nico's case in the spotlight. Despite these efforts, Nico's whereabouts remain unknown, and his case is still classified as an active missing persons case. If you have any information whatsoever about the disappearance of Nico Lissi, please contact the Tennessee Bureau of Investigations. Your information may hold the key to resolving this missing persons case and bringing peace to Nico's family. This is a suggestion by YouTube member Crazy Diamond. As always, remember to leave your suggestions in the Discord server or in the comments. The Great Smog of London. In December 1952, London experienced one of the most severe environmental disasters in its history, known as the Great Smog. Over a period of 5 days, from December 5th to December 9th, toxic smog enveloped the city, bringing it to a near standstill. The smog likely resulted from a combination of natural fog and pollutants, primarily from coal burning. Notably, the exact cause of the Great Smog and the extremely unlucky confluence of factors is still not fully known. During the early 20th century, coal was the main source of heat in London homes and the primary fuel for industrial processes. As a result, the air was often filled with soot and sulfur dioxide. A cold spell in December 1952 caused Londoners to burn more coal than usual, leading to an increase in airborne pollutants. A high-pressure weather system created an inversion layer that trapped these pollutants close to the ground, preventing them from dispersing. The smog reduced visibility to a few feet, making transportation nearly impossible. Boats on the River Thames were immobilized, flights were grounded, and trains were canceled. Drivers were forced to use headlights during the day, and many abandoned their vehicles altogether. Pedestrians navigated the streets with great difficulty, often feeling their way along buildings to avoid obstacles. Public transport, except for the London Underground, ceased operations, and the ambulance service was suspended. The smog infiltrated indoor spaces, leading to the closure of theaters and the cancellation of outdoor events. Even indoor activities were disrupted as visibility inside buildings dropped significantly. The health impact of the smog was devastating. Hospitals were overwhelmed with patients suffering from respiratory issues, and undertakers ran out of coffins. Initially, it was estimated that around 4,000 people died due to the smog. However, subsequent studies have suggested that the actual number of fatalities could be as high as 12,000. Further, a contemporary estimate indicated that over 100,000 people were injured in some capacity as a result of the smog. Many of these deaths were attributed to respiratory infections and hypoxia caused by the smog. There are numerous stories from those who lived through the Great Smog. People described it as feeling like they were blind, unable to see their own feet. The smog was so thick that conductors had to walk in front of buses with flashlights to guide drivers. At night, the smog was so impenetrable that even familiar streets became treacherous. Some people resorted to wearing smog masks purchased from pharmacists, while others simply stayed indoors. Several theories have emerged about the long-term impact of the Great Smog. It has been suggested that the smog not only caused immediate health issues, but also had lasting effects on public health. Under this theory, the Great Smog event contributed to increased rates of respiratory diseases in the years following the event. Additionally, some researchers have proposed that the smog may have influenced environmental policies worldwide, serving as a catalyst for modern environmentalism. The immediate aftermath of the smog saw a slow governmental response. It was only after a thorough investigation that the true extent of the disaster became apparent. In response, the British government passed the Clean Air Act of 1956, which aimed to reduce air pollution by controlling the burning of coal and establishing smoke-free zones in urban areas. This legislation marked a significant step towards cleaner air in the UK and inspired similar measures globally. Notably, present-day scientists and historians are attempting to study modern Great Smog-type events in the developing world to better understand this anomaly. The disappearance of Patricia Meehan. On the night of April 20th, 1989, 37-year-old Patricia Meehan was involved in a near head-on collision on Highway 200 near Circle, Montana. Witnesses reported that after the crash, Meehan appeared disoriented, climbed over a fence, and walked into a nearby field, disappearing into the vast Montana landscape. Prior to her disappearance, Meehan had been experiencing significant psychological stress and had an appointment with a psychologist scheduled for the day after she vanished. The initial search for Meehan was extremely extensive. Authorities tracked her footprints for approximately 3/4 of a mile from the crash site until they vanished. The search involved local volunteers, helicopters, and even investigations into nearby abandoned coal mines, but no trace of Meehan was found. Her family distributed over 2,000 flyers and engaged the local community in the search efforts. Over 5,000 sightings of a woman resembling Meehan have been reported across various states, including Montana, Washington, South Dakota, and Minnesota. Some of the more notable sightings occurred in the weeks following her disappearance. On May 4, 1989, a police officer in Luverne, Minnesota, reported seeing a woman who matched Meehan's description at a Hardee's restaurant. The woman was described as disoriented and refused to give her name. Additional sightings were reported in Sioux Falls, South Dakota, and Murdo, South Dakota, where witnesses described a woman matching Meehan's description acting nervously. This woman was also seen apparently speaking with herself. Another significant sighting took place on May 19, 1989, in Bozeman, Montana, where a waitress reported seeing Meehan having breakfast in a hurried manner. She was also reportedly seen at a horse auction in Billings around the same time. By June 1989, over 25 sightings had been reported, and 3 were confirmed by police. Theories about Meehan's disappearance range from her suffering from amnesia due to the crash to her living a transient lifestyle. However, despite numerous reported sightings, no definitive evidence has surfaced to confirm her whereabouts. Swagatha Christie's disappearance. On December 3, 1926, Agatha Christie, the renowned mystery novelist, vanished from her home in Sunningdale, Berkshire. Over the next 11 days, a nationwide manhunt ensued, drawing in thousands of police officers, volunteers, and even the famous author Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Christie's disappearance occurred during a turbulent period in her personal life. Her mother had passed away earlier that year, leaving her deeply distraught. Additionally, her marriage to Archibald Christie was falling apart due to his affair with Nancy Neal, his secretary. On the day she disappeared, Agatha and Archie had a heated argument, after which Archie left to spend the weekend with friends, including Nancy Neal. Not very subtle at all, Archie. Kind of a jerk move, to be honest. Later that evening, Agatha left her home, leaving behind a letter for Archie which he burned, arousing further suspicion. The following morning, Christie's car was found abandoned near a chalk quarry in Guildford. The headlights were on, and her belongings, including a suitcase and coat, were inside. This discovery led to widespread speculation and the launch of an extensive search operation. Authorities even dredged a nearby pond, known as the Silent Pool, but found no clues. Some believed she had met with foul play, while others speculated it was a publicity stunt for her latest book. The possibility of her suffering from amnesia or having a psychological breakdown was also considered. Sir Arthur Conan Doyle handed one of Christie's gloves to a medium in a bid to locate her, but to no avail. On December 14, 1926, Christie was found at the Swan Hydropathic Hotel in Harrogate, Yorkshire. She was registered under the name Teresa Neal, a curious choice given that Neal was the surname of her husband's lover. She claimed to have no recollection of who she was or how she ended up there. Her husband Archie traveled to Harrogate to retrieve her, and she appeared not to recognize him. The true reasons behind Christie's disappearance remain a matter of speculation. Some suggest she experienced a fugue state, a rare psychological condition involving amnesia and travel. Others believe she orchestrated the disappearance to embarrass her unfaithful husband. Still others have proposed more esoteric explanations for her disappearance. Some have suggested that she may have been abducted by aliens or entered into some sort of higher spiritual state. Both these explanations are intended to explain her extremely prolific career after this event. Agatha Christie herself never publicly discussed the incident, and it remained a closely guarded secret for the rest of her life. After returning home, Christie divorced Archie and remarried in 1930 to archaeologist Max Mallowan. She continued her writing career, eventually becoming one of the best-selling novelists of all time. This mystery was recommended independently by Discord users Hachiseko and Bolaston II. The Lemp Mansion. The Lemp Mansion, located in St. Louis, Missouri, is a historic home steeped in mystery, tragedy, and paranormal lore. Originally built in the 1860s by Jacob Fikert, the mansion became the residence of the prominent Lemp family in 1876 when it was purchased by William J. Lemp. The Lemps were the owners of the Lemp Brewery, an extremely successful business venture. This grand house, containing 33 rooms, served not only as the family home but also as additional office space for the brewery. The Lemp family patriarch, Johann Lemp, immigrated from Germany in 1838 and initially opened a grocery store. He soon shifted focus to brewing beer, introducing German lager to St. Louis, and founding what would become a brewing empire. After Johann's death in 1862, his son William Lemp Sr. took over, transforming the brewery into one of the largest in the world, producing 900,000 barrels a year by the late 19th century. At its peak, the Lemp Brewery covered 5 city blocks and was a dominant force in the local beer market. However, the early 20th century brought significant challenges, including the mysterious death of William Lemp Sr.'s favorite son, Frederick, in 1901. This event marked the beginning of a series of family tragedies. The Lemp family is infamous for the numerous tragic events that befell its members, many of which occurred within the mansion itself. After Frederick's passing, William Lemp Sr. succumbed to his grief in 1904. His son, William Lemp Jr., inherited the business but struggled to maintain its success, especially during Prohibition, which forced the brewery to close in 1919. Elsa Lemp, William Jr.'s sister, one of the wealthiest women in St. Louis, died under mysterious circumstances in 1920. The official cause was ruled a self-ending incident, but some speculate it may have been a slaying. William Jr. himself met a tragic end in 1922, and the last Lemp to live in the mansion, Charles Lemp, died in the house in 1949. The mansion's tragic history has fueled numerous stories of hauntings and paranormal activity. Visitors and employees have reported hearing unexplained noises, seeing apparitions, and experiencing other eerie phenomena. The mansion is often cited as one of the most haunted places in America, with various spirits believed to still inhabit its rooms. Betsy Burnett Belanger, the official paranormal investigator and historian for the Lemp Mansion, asserts that there are multiple spirits present in the house. These include members of the Lemp family, whose sudden and tragic demises have left them earthbound, guests staying in the mansion's opulent suites, named after various Lemp family members, often report ghostly encounters, particularly in the William and Charles Lemp suites. Today, the Lemp Mansion operates as a bed and breakfast, restaurant, and event venue. The mansion hosts haunted tours, mystery dinner theaters, and offers a glimpse into the opulent yet tragic past of the Lemp family. The Dundas Island Blackfly. The Dundas Island Blackfly is a cryptid reported to inhabit Dundas Island, located off the coast of British Columbia, Canada. Also, quick aside, I love saying Dundas Island Blackfly, so I'm going to be saying Dundas Island Blackfly a lot here, since I don't think I'll have much opportunity to use it again. The alleged habitat of the Dundas Island Blackfly is mainly the dense forest and coastal areas of Dundas Island. This remote and relatively uninhabited island provides an ideal environment for the blackflies to thrive. This creature is described as a large insect, growing up to 6 inches in length, and predominantly black in color. Unique to this fly cryptid are its gruesome feeding habits, as it is said to both consume the flesh and drink the blood of its prey. The origins of the Dundas Island blackfly stories date back to indigenous folklore. The native people of the region have long spoken of a fearsome flying insect, referring to it as a flying devil or flying demon in translation. These stories were later adopted by European settlers who encountered the native tribes and heard these frightening tales. The Dundas Island blackfly is reputed to possess several terrifying abilities. It is highly aggressive and relentless in its pursuit of prey, capable of hunting for hours without giving up. The flies reportedly use their sharp mouth parts to tear into the flesh of their victims, simultaneously feeding on both blood and tissue. Another notable feature of the Dundas Island blackfly is its venomous sting. Some accounts suggest that these flies have stingers located on their abdomens, capable of injecting venom into their victims. This venom is said to cause intense pain and swelling, adding to the horror of an encounter with these insects. The venom's effects, coupled with the fly's voracious feeding habits, can lead to severe injuries or even death for larger animals and potentially humans. Despite the fearsome reputation, there is a lack of physical evidence to support the existence of the Dundas Island blackfly. Personally, I just found this one so interesting in my research because while bugs are amongst the most common life forms on Earth, there are virtually never bug cryptids reported. Anyway, I'm going to take a moment here to toss out a request for bug cryptids that you know about. Please let me know in the comments below or join the Discord and discuss them directly with both me and the community as a whole. Jimmy here. Hope you've enjoyed part 58 of this ever-expanding Unsolved Mysteries Iceberg series. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell. This really helps my channel grow and allows me to dedicate substantial time and effort to producing content. Check out the Spotify and Apple Music link in the description and follow my channel for relaxing lo-fi beats. Make sure to check out the YouTube membership and Patreon. You can support my channel for as little as 99 cents a month. Shout out to my patrons Noah Schubert, Iced Mocha, Kurt the Squirt, Monoxide Wendigo, Jeffer Metcalf, Z-Volts, Director Delta, Unknown Delusions, Faye, Jack Russell, Boomslang, Spooky as Becky, Vespertine, Metanova, Will Roan, and Blasphemous. Special shout out to new Patreon shout out tier member Crab Nebula. Also, big shout out to YouTube member Jordan All. Until next time, stay safe and healthy, and don't let the Dundas Island blackflies bite. Peace out, everyone. Welcome to part 59 of the Unsolved Mysteries Iceberg, where we explore true crime, urban legends, mysterious disappearances, myths and legends, internet mysteries, and more. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and ring the notification bell. The Phantom Time Conspiracy Theory. The Phantom Time Conspiracy Theory is a controversial hypothesis proposed by German historian Herbert Illig in 1991. Illig claimed that approximately 297 years of history, specifically the period between 614 and 911 AD, were fabricated. According to this theory, the Gregorian calendar was manipulated by Holy Roman Emperor Otto III, Pope Sylvester II, and Byzantine Emperor Constantine VII. The purpose of this was to falsely place Otto's reign around the auspicious year 1000 AD. Illig's motivation stemmed from his skepticism towards historical records, believing that significant gaps and inaccuracies existed in the chronology of medieval Europe. He theorized that this period was invented to strengthen the political and religious power of the involved rulers. By creating a fabricated historical timeline, these leaders could consolidate their positions, align significant events with religious narratives, and bolster their legitimacy. Illig's primary claims include the fabrication of events and figures, such as the legendary Emperor Charlemagne, who he argued never existed. He suggested the introduction of falsified documents and the planting of fake archaeological evidence to support the invented timeline. Additionally, Illig pointed to discrepancies between the Julian and Gregorian calendars, suggesting the latter's adjustments concealed the added phantom years. Illig and his supporters point to several pieces of evidence they believe support their claims, including a lack of archaeological and historical records from the alleged phantom period. However, the phantom time hypothesis has faced substantial criticism from historians and scientists. Major counter-arguments include extensive historical records from other regions and empires that align with the conventional timeline and contradict the notion of missing years. Astronomical data, such as solar eclipses and the appearances of Halley's Comet, have been accurately dated and do not support the existence of phantom years. Furthermore, archaeological dating methods, including radiocarbon dating and dendrochronology, have provided consistent timelines unaffected by phantom time. If the phantom time hypothesis were true, it would imply that significant historical events, including the Muslim conquest of Spain and the Viking raids on England, never occurred. This would require a massive and highly coordinated effort across multiple civilizations, which most scholars find exceedingly unlikely. Additionally, it would mean re-evaluating a substantial portion of medieval history and the legitimacy of many historical figures and events. The phantom time conspiracy theory remains completely discredited within the academic community. The vast body of evidence from various fields of study, including history, archaeology, and astronomy, supports the conventional timeline of historical events. The disappearance of Brianna Maitland. Brianna Maitland was a 17-year-old from Montgomery, Vermont, who went missing on March 19, 2004, after leaving her job at the Black Lantern Inn. Brianna had what could only be classified as a tumultuous teenage life. She moved out of her family home to live with friends, dropped out of high school, and was working 2 jobs while studying for her GED. On the day of her disappearance, she successfully passed her GED test, celebrated with her mother, and went to her evening shift at the Black Lantern Inn. She declined a coworker's invitation to dinner, stating she needed to rest for her second job the next morning. Brianna was last seen driving off alone around 11:20 that evening. Brianna's 1985 Oldsmobile was found the next day, backed into an old abandoned farmhouse about a mile from her workplace. The scene was odd. The car's rear end had crashed into the building, and a piece of plywood lay on the trunk. Inside the car were Brianna's uncashed paychecks, her driver's license, contact lenses, medication, and other personal items. Outside, police found loose change, a water bottle, and an unsmoked cigarette. Initially, the car was assumed to be abandoned by a drunk driver, but when Brianna was reported missing days later, the connection was made. Several witnesses reported seeing the car at different times on the night of her disappearance, but none saw anyone in or around the vehicle. The initial police investigation considered the possibility that Brianna was a runaway, partly due to her recent move and independent lifestyle. However, her parents and friends quickly dismissed this theory, given her positive mood and future plans. One theory posits that Brianna was taken by strangers who might have been waiting for her. This theory is supported by the strange arrangement of her car and the items left at the scene. Another theory suggests involvement by people she knew. 3 weeks before her disappearance, Brianna was attacked by a former friend, who was later cleared of involvement. Some speculated Brianna might have been involved in drug activity, either as a user or due to associations with local dealers. This theory gained traction when an anonymous tip suggested she was being held by drug dealers, but but subsequent police raids found no evidence supporting this. Over the years, the case has remained active, with authorities occasionally revisiting old leads and following up on new ones. DNA evidence was collected, but no definitive conclusions have been drawn from it so far. The slaying of Jill Dando. On April 26, 1999, BBC journalist Jill Dando was found lifeless outside her home in Fulham, London. Jill Dando was a beloved television presenter, known for her work on BBC's Breakfast Time, Breakfast News, Crime Watch, and several other programs. She was named BBC Personality of the Year in 1997 and was engaged to Alan Farthing, a successful physician, at the time of her passing. On the morning of the incident, she returned to her house in Fulham, which she was planning to sell, and was discovered shortly after being attacked. The Metropolitan Police's investigation, codenamed Operation Oxborough, became one of the most extensive in British history. Over 2,500 people were interviewed, and more than 1,000 statements were taken, yet the mystery persisted. One significant suspect was Barry George, a local man with a history of mental health issues and prior convictions for attempted SA and other crimes. George was arrested nearly a year after Dando's death. Evidence included a particle of firearm residue found in his coat pocket and several copies of a magazine memorializing Dando found in his apartment. He was convicted in 2001 but was acquitted after a retrial in 2008 due to doubts about the forensic evidence and his capability to execute such a crime. Another prominent theory suggests that Dando was targeted by a Serbian professional in retaliation for her involvement in a BBC appeal for Kosovo, aired shortly before the incident. This theory gained traction due to the method of the attack, which seemed to mimic professional tactics, such as using a firearm in a manner that minimized noise. Witnesses and facial recognition experts pointed to similarities between a suspect caught on CCTV and Milorad Almec, a Serbian pro currently serving a prison sentence. Additionally, there were speculations about her work on Crime Watch, which often featured serious crimes and criminals. It was proposed that she might have been targeted by someone featured on the show or connected to those she investigated. A more controversial theory emerged posthumously, suggesting that Dando had been investigating a high-profile ring of wealthy elites who engaged in Epstein-like activities. However, no direct evidence was ever found to support this claim, and it remains a topic of conjecture. The complexity of the case is heightened by conflicting eyewitness accounts and the fact that no clear motive has been established. One witness described seeing a tall man walking away from Dando's home shortly after the attack, while others reported a suspicious vehicle in the area. Despite numerous theories and extensive media coverage, the question of who was responsible for Jill Dando's demise remains unanswered. The Metropolitan Police have stated that the investigation is currently in an inactive phase, meaning it is not subject to routine reviews, but is not closed either. Also, quick shout out, this case was a suggestion by YouTube commenter Visual Tedium. Remember to either join the Discord to leave suggestions or to leave a comment below. Bachelor's Grove Cemetery. Bachelor's Grove Cemetery, located in Midlothian, Illinois, is widely regarded as one of the most haunted cemeteries in the United States. The cemetery dates back to the 1830s, when it was established by English settlers from New England. Initially, it served the small community that settled there, including notable early settler Stephen Rexford. The first documented burial was that of Eliza Scott in 1844, although some records suggest William B. Nobles was buried there as early as 1838. Over the years, the cemetery saw numerous burials, with the last known one being Robert Shields in 1989. Bachelor's Grove has garnered a reputation for its paranormal activity, with numerous reports of ghostly apparitions and strange phenomena. The cemetery's remote location, bordered by the Rubio Woods Forest Preserve, adds to its isolated and mysterious atmosphere. One of the earliest reports involves a phantom farmhouse that appears and disappears as visitors approach it. This spectral building has been a staple in the ghost stories surrounding Bachelor's Grove. Among the most famous is the Madonna of Bachelor's Grove, or the White Lady, often seen carrying an infant or wandering the cemetery aimlessly. This apparition gained significant attention after a photograph taken in 1991 by the Ghost Research Society appeared to capture her image sitting on a stone. Another common sighting is the ghost of a farmer and his horse, believed to have drowned in a nearby pond in the 1870s. Visitors have reported seeing the farmer and his plow emerging from the water, only to vanish moments later. Numerous theories attempt to explain the hauntings at Bachelor's Grove. Some suggest that the cemetery is located on ley lines, which are believed to be paths of spiritual energy. Others attribute the activity to the desecration and vandalism that occurred during the 1960s and 1970s, when the cemetery became a hotspot for occult rituals and teenage gatherings. The combination of these factors might have contributed to the heightened paranormal activity reported there. Visitors have shared a variety of personal experiences at Bachelor's Grove. Some describe peaceful encounters, such as seeing glowing orbs or feeling a sense of calm. Others recount more unsettling experiences, including verbal interactions with spirits or seeing ghostly figures that vanish upon approach. The diversity of these experiences adds to the cemetery's eerie reputation. This was a suggestion by community member BK138GT6. Lion City of Qiandao Lake. Nestled beneath the serene waters of Qiandao Lake in China's Zhejiang province lies the ancient city of Xicheng, also known as Lion City. Xicheng was established during the Eastern Han Dynasty, which ran until the late 2nd century AD, and was named after a nearby feature known as Five Lion Mountain. The city thrived for centuries, reaching its peak during the Tang and Ming dynasties, serving as a significant cultural and economic hub. In 1959, the Chinese government decided to construct a hydroelectric dam on the Shinan River, necessitating the creation of a man-made lake. This decision led to the submersion of Xicheng, placing it beneath approximately 80 to 130 feet of water. The flooding project resulted in the displacement of around 300,000 residents. The city remained hidden underwater for over 50 years, until it was rediscovered by divers in 2001. Initial explorations revealed that the city was remarkably well preserved, protected from the elements by its aquatic surroundings. The discovery sparked renewed interest in the site, both for its historical significance and its potential as a diving attraction. One of the most captivating aspects of Xicheng is its architectural integrity. The city features 5 entrance gates, a rare deviation from the traditional 4, each adorned with intricate stone carvings and statues. These structures date back to the Ming and Qing dynasties and include well-preserved temples, arches, and even wooden beams. The underwater city is an elaborate maze of 265 archways and numerous stone carvings, which narrate the city's historical and cultural tales. The preservation of these details, despite being submerged, offers a unique glimpse into ancient Chinese architecture and urban planning. The circumstances surrounding the intentional flooding of Xicheng have led to various theories and speculations. Some view the decision as a necessary step for modernization and industrialization as part of China's push during the mid-20th century. This theory highlights the prioritization of economic development and energy needs over the preservation of historical sites. Some historians suggest that submerging Sichuan inadvertently helped preserve its architectural integrity. By being underwater, the city has been protected from weathering, human interference, and other forms of degradation that typically affect ancient ruins. The city's submersion has inadvertently turned it into a time capsule. Today, Sichuan has become a popular site for divers and tourists as they can explore the city gates, statues, and other structures that would have been lost to time. The extinction of the quagga. The quagga, a now extinct subspecies of the plains zebra, roamed the grasslands of South Africa until the late 19th century. The quagga exhibited a unique appearance. It had vivid stripes on the front half of its body, fading into a plain brown on the rear. This distinctive pattern set it apart from other zebras, which are typically fully striped. The quagga thrived in arid to temperate grasslands, where it formed large, sociable herds. These herds, consisting of family units, were highly territorial, yet undertook seasonal migrations in search of fresh grazing grounds. Quaggas were herbivores, primarily feeding on grasses, and their social structure included a dominant male overseeing a group of females and offspring. The primary drivers of the quagga's extinction were human activities. European settlers in South Africa extensively hunted quaggas for their meat and hides. Farmers also viewed quaggas as competitors for grazing land with their livestock. This large-scale hunting, combined with habitat loss due to expanding agricultural activities, drastically reduced quagga populations. Additionally, diseases transmitted from domesticated animals further weakened their numbers. By the 1870s, quaggas had disappeared from the wild, with the last known wild individual killed around this time. The final blow came when the last captive quagga, a female, died in Amsterdam Zoo on August 12, 1883. Despite requests from zoos to acquire more quaggas, none were left in the wild to capture, and this marked the quagga's complete extinction. Some claim that the quagga did not go extinct in 1883, but that populations of the creatures existed in isolated patches long after. There are records of sightings in southern Africa up until the early 20th century. However, these sightings may be more adequately explained by adventurers seeking funding to find quaggas for zoos. In 1987, an initiative known as the Quagga Project was launched in South Africa. Spearheaded by taxidermist Reinhold Rau, this project aimed to bring back quagga-like zebras through selective breeding. By mating zebras that exhibited reduced striping, the project sought to recreate the quagga's unique appearance. Over several generations, the project has produced animals that closely resemble the extinct quagga, although they are genetically plains zebras. These efforts have sparked debates about the authenticity and ethics of such de-extinction projects. Jimmy here. Hope you've enjoyed part 59 of this ever-expanding Unsolved Mysteries Iceberg series. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell. This really helps my channel grow and allows me to dedicate substantial time and effort to producing content. Check out the Spotify and Apple Music link in the description, and follow my channel for relaxing lo-fi beats. Make sure to check out the YouTube membership and Patreon. You can support my channel for as little as 99 cents a month. Shout out to my patrons Noah Schubert, Iced Mocha, Kurt the Squirt, Monoxide Wendigo, Jeffer Metcalf, Z-Volts, Director Delta, Unknown Delusions, Faye, Jack Russell, Boomslang, Spookiest Becky, Vespertine, Metanova, Will Rowan, Crab Nebula, and Blasphemous. Big shout out to YouTube member Jordan All. The Uzel Galley. The Uzel Galley set sail from Dublin in 1695 under the command of Captain Massey, on a trading mission to the Levant, carrying grain and other agricultural provisions. However, it did not return as expected, leading to widespread belief that it had been lost at sea. Surprisingly, in 1700, the Ouzel galley reappeared in Dublin, laden with valuable cargo, including spices and other exotic goods, causing much astonishment. Upon its unexpected return, Captain Massey claimed that the ship had been captured by Barbary corsairs and that the crew had been held captive in North Africa. During their captivity, they were forced to operate the ship for the pirates, who used it to conduct their raids. The crew reportedly managed to retake the ship during a moment of inattention by their captors, and navigated back to Dublin with the pirates' plunder still aboard. However, this account was met with a great deal of skepticism. Many in Dublin speculated that the Ouzel galley's voyage might not have been as innocent as it seemed. Rumors circulated that the crew themselves might have engaged in piracy during their absence, using the galley itself and without having been captured. This theory gained traction because the ship returned not only with its original cargo, but also with additional goods that suggested involvement in piratical activities. The ship was laden with stolen goods, which according to the official story, were goods taken by the sailors, while being forced to work for the Barbary corsairs. Further, there was also skepticism that the entirety of the Ouzel galley's crew was able to escape North African captivity. The ownership of the valuable cargo aboard the Ouzel galley became a contentious issue. The ship and its contents had been insured, and when the ship was declared lost, the insurers compensated the ship's owners. Upon the ship's return, both the original owners and the insurers laid claim to the newfound wealth, leading to a complex legal battle. The situation was further complicated by the crew's claims to a share of the booty, having risked their lives to reclaim the ship. To resolve this dispute, a group of Dublin merchants formed an arbitration body, later known as the Ouzel Galley Society. This society decided that the pirate booty should be sold, and after paying off the ship's owners and the relevant insurers, the remainder became a fund for downtrodden merchants of Dublin. The arbitration body became a permanent institution, known for settling commercial disputes and contributing to charitable causes in the city. The Ouzel Galley Society continued to play a significant role in Dublin's commercial life until it was dissolved in 1888. The society was revived in 1988 during Dublin's Millennium celebrations, this time as a charitable organization only. It's unlikely that we will ever know the truth of what happened to the sailors during their disappearance, but one thing does remain certain: piracy was involved. Also, this was a recommendation by Lauren Redmond. Thank you so much, Lauren, for this obscure oceanic suggestion. The Gulf Breeze UFO Incident. This incident began on November 11, 1987, when Ed Walters, a local contractor, claimed to have seen and photographed a UFO. Walters reported seeing a blue, disc-shaped craft hovering above the trees near his home. He took several Polaroid photos of the object, which he initially submitted anonymously to the Gulf Breeze Sentinel under the pseudonym Mr. X. The Gulf Breeze Sentinel continued to publish these reports, increasing public interest and debate. Numerous residents corroborated Walters' claims, providing their own accounts of strange sightings. For instance, a married couple, Art and Mary Hufford, reported seeing a gray oval object flying silently over the treetops. Another resident, Jeff Thompson, and his son claimed to have seen a craft near their home, which emitted a white light and dissipated upon approach. Such reports added credibility to Walters' initial claims, suggesting a broader phenomenon beyond a single individual's experiences. The Mutual UFO Network, better known as MUFON, conducted investigations, with some members, such as Dr. Bruce Maccabee, confirming the authenticity of Walters' photos. Maccabee, an optical physicist, argued that the images provided compelling evidence of unexplained aerial phenomena. Despite the support from some UFO researchers, significant skepticism surrounded the Gulf Breeze sightings. Critics pointed to apparent inconsistencies in the photographs. Further, they pointed to Walter's background, which included a significant reputation as a local prankster. The controversy deepened in 1990 when a model resembling the UFO in Walter's photos was discovered in the attic of his former home. This discovery led many to accuse Walters of orchestrating a hoax. Walters denied any knowledge of the model, claiming it was planted to discredit him. Further doubts arose from technical analyses of the photographs. Some experts suggested that Walters might have used double exposure techniques to create the images. The Gulf Breeze UFO incident remains a topic of debate and speculation amongst both believers and detractors. Supporters argue that the volume and consistency of eyewitness reports suggest genuine unexplained phenomena. They cite the psychological and polygraph tests that Walters passed as evidence of his sincerity. However, detractors argue that it is possible to pass a polygraph test in numerous ways, including actually believing your own hoax is valid. Supporters also cite the increase in reported sightings during the period to add weight to the argument that something extraordinary occurred. However, skeptics discredit the related sightings around the same time and instead see this as indicative of a mass hysteria event. During a mass hysteria event, unrelated or otherwise normal aerial phenomenon may be reinterpreted through the lens of a recent sighting, leading to more sightings than usual. Further yet, skeptics view the incident as a classic example of a well-executed hoax. They point to the model found in Walter's attic, his financial gain from book deals, and the technical flaws in his photographs as strong indicators that something isn't right. The Loretto Chapel Staircase. This case is a suggestion by Discord member and patron Monoxide Wendigo. The Loretto Chapel in Santa Fe, New Mexico is renowned for its spiral staircase. The chapel itself was commissioned by Archbishop Jean-Baptiste Lamy and constructed between 1873 and 1878 by French architect Projectus Mouly. Its design was inspired by the French chapels in Paris and features Gothic elements like spires and buttresses. However, while the building is clearly quite beautiful, it is the spiral staircase that draws the most intrigue in visitors today. The staircase, rising 20 feet to the choir loft, was built without a central support or nails, using only wooden pegs and glue. It completes two 360-degree turns and is considered an engineering marvel for its time. According to legend, after the chapel was nearly completed, the nuns realized there was no way to access the choir loft. Several carpenters were consulted, but all advised against a traditional staircase due to space constraints, suggesting instead a ladder. According to the legend, in response, the nuns prayed to the patron saint of carpenters. On the final day, a mysterious man appeared with a toolbox and a donkey, offering to build the staircase. He worked in seclusion and completed the structure, then vanished without seeking payment or recognition. This led the nuns to believe that the carpenter was the saint himself, sent in response to their prayers. The staircase's construction defies traditional architectural norms. It lacks the central pole typically used in spiral staircases, instead relying on a unique helical structure supported by tightly wound inner stringers. This design has baffled engineers and architects for decades, with some suggesting that the overlapping wood segments, joined by wood glue, create a laminate that provides strength. Initially, the staircase had no handrails, making it quite daunting and perhaps even dangerous to use. These were added later, in 1887, by another craftsman named Philip August Hesch, along with an iron support bracket to enhance stability. Despite these modifications, Users of the staircase have noted a certain springiness, a testament to its unusual design. The identity of the mysterious carpenter has been a subject of much speculation. In the early 2000s, amateur historian Mary Jean Cook proposed that François Jean Rochas, a French carpenter known in Santa Fe, was the likely builder. Evidence supporting this includes a payment record to this carpenter for some sort of carpentry work on the chapel, and a newspaper article mentioning his expertise in woodwork. However, this theory remains debated, as definitive proof linking François Jean Rochas to the staircase is lacking. The type of wood used in the staircase also adds to the mystery. Some reports suggest it is made of a type of spruce not native to the region, raising questions about how the wood was sourced. This has led to further speculation about the staircase's origins and construction methods. The staircase, mostly closed to public use for preservation reasons, stands as a testament to the ingenuity of the unknown carpenter who constructed it. If you're enjoying my content, please hit the like and subscribe buttons and the notification bell. Also, if you really want to take it to the next level, please consider signing up for a YouTube membership or a Patreon membership. You can support for as little as 99 cents a month. Benefits include access to exclusive videos from my early days as a YouTuber, shoutouts at certain tiers, and the satisfaction of helping keeping this channel running. The disappearance of Ada Constance Kent. This is a suggestion by Discord member and patron Boomslang. In the summer of 1939, Ada Constance Kent, a reclusive retired actress living in a small cottage in Whalebone Corner, Essex, in the UK, mysteriously disappeared. Kent, who was known for her reclusive lifestyle, was last seen in early March of that year. Her absence went unnoticed for several months until concerned friends reported her missing to the local authorities. Despite a thorough search, no clues were found regarding her whereabouts, and the cottage was left untouched in hopes of her return. Interestingly, a copy of Romeo and Juliet was noted to be resting on her chair near her fireplace. Keep this detail in mind as we go forward. In 1942, another friend went to visit her house in hopes of finding her, but found her house in good condition, with nothing amiss. 10 years later, in 1949, the case took a bizarre turn. It was noted that large sums of money had been deposited into her bank account, the last deposit being in September 1948. This prompted the bank to alert the police, leading them to revisit her cottage. Upon inspection, they made a shocking discovery. A fully clothed skeleton was found lying next to the bed, accompanied by an empty bottle labeled poison. Despite this discovery, the rest of the cottage appeared undisturbed, with Ada's belongings, including her jewelry and money, still in place. This discovery sparked a media frenzy, and Scotland Yard took over the investigation. The initial inquest ruled that the bones belonged to the 69-year-old actress. However, further analysis suggested the skeleton was much too large to be Ada's, and was almost certainly male. This left several unanswered questions. Just whose skeleton was it? Why was it placed there with a bottle marked poison? Who deposited money into Ada's bank account, and why? Adding to the mystery were reports from locals. Ada had occasionally disappeared for months, and had letters delivered via intermediaries, indicating she might have had connections or secrets unknown to the general public. Theories about Ada's disappearance abound. Some suggest she may have left voluntarily, living incognito for reasons unknown. Others speculate about potential foul play or a complex scheme involving other individuals. Also, I note that 10 years prior to the appearance of the skeleton with the bottle of poison, Romeo and Juliet had been found in her home. I question whether this male skeleton with a bottle of poison was an allusion to Romeo and Juliet, and whether this somehow is a key to cracking this nearly 80-year-old cold case. The Stone Labyrinths of Bolshoi-Zayatsky Island. Bolshoi-Zayatsky Island, part of the Solovetsky Archipelago in Russia's White Sea, is renowned for its ancient stone labyrinths. These labyrinths, numbering between 13 and 14, are stone structures constructed from local boulders set in intricate spiral patterns. The island also features over 850 heaps of boulders and other stone settings, including sun symbols with radial spokes. The labyrinths are believed to be around 2,500 years old, although some theories suggest they might date back to as late as the Middle Ages. These structures are heavily concentrated in a small area on the western part of the island. The smallest labyrinth is about 20 feet in diameter, while the largest spans up to 83 feet. Typically, each labyrinth has a single entrance and exit, often located on the southern side. The purpose of these labyrinths remains a subject of debate. One prominent theory is that they served as spiritual or ritualistic sites. Some researchers believe the labyrinths symbolized a boundary between the physical world and the underworld, aiding in rituals for guiding souls to the afterlife. This hypothesis is supported by the presence of bone fragments found in some of the boulder heaps, indicating possible connections to funerary practices. Another theory proposes that the labyrinths functioned as fish traps. Given their proximity to the sea and higher water levels thousands of years ago, it is plausible that fish could enter the labyrinths during high tides and become trapped. This would, of course, have the effect of making them much easier to catch. However, the presence of labyrinths further inland suggests alternative uses or symbolic meanings, rather than this pragmatic meaning. A more contemporary hypothesis suggests that the labyrinths might have been used as ancient calendars. The intricate spiral designs could represent the orbits of the sun and moon, providing a method for tracking celestial movements and timekeeping. The labyrinths on Bolshoi-Zayatsky Island are part of a broader network of similar structures found across Europe. This widespread distribution indicates that the labyrinth symbol held significant cultural importance for ancient peoples. In various traditions, labyrinths are seen as metaphors for journeys, both physical and spiritual, symbolizing a path to self-discovery or enlightenment. However, my personal theory on this one is simple. These labyrinths housed a species of northern minotaur, which was subject to island dwarfism. What evidence do I have for this theory, you ask? Minotaurs are really cool, and further, insular dwarfism is a real and well-documented thing. So why not mini-tours? The slaying of Georgette Bauerdorf. Georgette Bauerdorf, a 20-year-old socialite, was found lifeless on October 12, 1944, in her West Hollywood apartment. Born to a wealthy oil magnate family, Georgette led a privileged life. She moved to Los Angeles to pursue her dreams in the film industry, working as a junior hostess at the Hollywood Canteen, a club for servicemen during World War II. On the evening of October 11, 1944, Georgette's last known activities involved leaving the Hollywood Canteen around 11:30 p.m. She was seen driving home in her Oldsmobile. Witnesses reported that she seemed in good spirits, looking forward to attending a party the next day. The following morning, her maid discovered her lifeless body in the bathtub. The initial investigation revealed several puzzling details. Georgette's car was missing but was later found abandoned miles away. Her purse, with a significant amount of cash, was untouched, ruling out robbery as a motive. The apartment showed no signs of forced entry, suggesting that Georgette either knew her assailant or had left the door unlocked. Further examination of the crime scene uncovered more clues. The light bulb above the apartment's entrance was unscrewed, a tactic often used by intruders to avoid detection. A lone fingerprint was found on the bulb, but it did not match anyone in law enforcement databases. Additionally, a pair of men's muddy footprints were discovered leading from the apartment to the street, indicating that someone had left in a hurry. Georgette's personal life became a focal point of the investigation. She was known for her kindness and generosity towards the servicemen she met at the Hollywood canteen. Some of these interactions were scrutinized to identify potential suspects. However, none of the servicemen interviewed provided substantial leads. One theory emerged involving a serviceman who had shown an unusual interest in Georgette. Witnesses recalled seeing him at the canteen on multiple occasions, attempting to get closer to her. Despite these accounts, the man's identity was never confirmed, and he remained a shadowy figure in the investigation. Another theory suggested that Georgette had a secret admirer who may have followed her home. This admirer might have taken advantage of her hospitality, leading to the tragic slaying. However, there was no concrete evidence to support this theory, leaving it as mere speculation. The authorities also explored the possibility of an ex-boyfriend being involved, as is typical during any investigation such as this. Georgette had ended a relationship shortly before her untimely end, and investigators considered the possibility of a crime of passion. Yet, the ex-boyfriend had a solid alibi, and no further evidence connected him to the crime. As the investigation continued, authorities faced mounting pressure to solve the case. Georgette's father offered a substantial reward for any information leading to the apprehension of the responsible party. Despite this, tips and leads grew cold, and the case gradually faded from public attention. Over the years, numerous theories and speculations have emerged, but none have led to a definitive conclusion. Dr. George Hodel, one of the leading suspects in the infamous Black Dahlia slaying, has been speculated to be involved in Georgette's slaying as well. However, this remains entirely speculative, as there is little to suggest the two slayings were related beyond location and age. The Bears Lake Mystery Walls. The Bears Lake Mystery Walls are located just outside Halifax, Canada, and were discovered publicly in 1990. In 1990, Jack McNabb brought attention to the site just as it was about to be cleared for the Byers Lake Business Park, which helped protect it. It features a 150-meter-long stone wall made from carefully stacked ironstone slabs without the use of mortar, and a 5-sided enclosure with similar construction. These structures, along with stone staircases and historic roads, are believed to date back over 200 years, placing their construction within decades of Halifax founding. The origins and purpose of the Byers Lake Mystery Walls remain speculative. Some theories suggest that they were part of a military training ground for the siege of the fortress of Louisbourg in 1758. Others propose that they might have been defensive structures to protect Halifax from potential French attacks. The area's harsh landscape, however, makes the agricultural theory less likely, as it is not conducive to farming or animal husbandry. Research efforts have been ongoing, but conclusive evidence remains elusive. Subsequent archaeological investigations have included test excavations and lichen analysis, the latter of which suggested that the stone slabs have not been disturbed since around 1798. Various artifacts have been found at the site, including glass, cans, and bullet casings, but these items do not provide clear answers about the original builders or their intentions. Some local legends even suggest connections to early Scottish settlers, or voyages in search of the Holy Grail, though these are considered implausible. The disappearance of Angela Hammond. Angela Marie Hammond, a 20-year-old woman from Clinton, Missouri, went missing on the night of April 4th, 1991. Angela was 4 months pregnant at the time, and her sudden abduction from a payphone while talking to her fiancé, Rob Schaefer, shocked the small community of Clinton. Angela had spent the evening with her best friend, Kyla, driving around town before dropping her off and heading to a payphone to call Rob, who was babysitting his brother at his parents' house. During their conversation, Angela noticed a suspicious man circling the parking lot in an older model green Ford pickup truck. She described the man as filthy in appearance and bearded, with glasses, wearing coveralls. The truck had a distinctive decal of a fish jumping out of water on its rear window. This man exited the truck and used a flashlight as if searching for something, which made Angela uneasy. Suddenly, Rob heard Angela scream, and the line went dead. Panicking, he immediately drove towards the area of the payphone. On his way, he passed the truck described by Angela and heard her scream his name from inside it. Rob attempted to chase the truck, but his own vehicle's transmission failed, and he could not continue the pursuit. Initial investigations focused on Rob, as is common in such cases, but he was quickly cleared of any involvement after passing a polygraph test and corroborating his story with evidence. Witnesses reported seeing a man matching Angela's description of her abductor near the phone booth, driving a similar truck. Despite these leads, the case quickly grew cold. One theory suggests that Angela's abduction was a case of mistaken identity. Law enforcement later received a threatening letter directed at the daughter of an informant who bore a passing resemblance to Angela. This letter was postmarked on the same date as Angela's disappearance, suggesting that the abductor might have intended to target someone else. The authorities now consider this the leading theory of the case, which indicates that they likely know substantially more than they have publicly announced. Another theory connects Angela's disappearance to two other unsolved cases in Missouri. In the months surrounding her abduction, two other women, Cheryl Ann Kenny and Trudy Darby, were also abducted under similar circumstances. Trudy Darby's case ended tragically, and her assailants were convicted, but Cheryl Ann Kenny remains missing. Some investigators believe these cases might be linked due to the similarities in the modus operandi. Over the years, there have been numerous reported sightings of Angela in different states, and even in Canada, but none have been verified. The case remains open, with the Clinton Police Department continuing to solicit tips from the public. Angela's family continue to advocate for her and keep her story alive in the public eye, hoping that one day, new evidence or a witness will come forward to provide a key breakthrough. If you have any information related to Angela Hammond's disappearance, please contact the Clinton, Missouri Police Department. Havana Syndrome. Havana Syndrome is a mysterious and highly controversial condition that first came to public attention in late 2016. The first cases of Havana Syndrome were reported by U.S. and Canadian diplomats and intelligence personnel stationed in Havana. Affected individuals described experiencing strange, localized sounds and sensations, such as grating noises, pressure, and vibrations, often occurring in their homes or hotel rooms. These incidents were followed by a range of symptoms including headaches, dizziness, cognitive difficulties, and hearing loss. The symptoms have been severe enough in some cases to necessitate medical treatment, including hearing aids for some individuals. As of mid-2018, the number of Americans reporting symptoms in Cuba had reached 26, with similar cases reported among Canadian diplomats. These events led the U.S. to reduce its embassy staff in Havana and issue travel warnings. Initially, speculation centered on the possibility of a sonic or microwave weapon used by a foreign power, possibly Russia. Intelligence reports indicated that suspected Russian operatives were in close proximity to affected CIA officers during some incidents. Despite extensive investigations by the FBI, CIA, and National Institutes of Health, no definitive cause has been identified. A significant NIH study using advanced imaging techniques found no MRI-detectable brain injuries or significant clinical differences between affected individuals and healthy controls. This has led to speculation about other potential causes, including mass psychogenic illness. This suggests that the symptoms might be the result of psychological factors rather than a physical attack. Havana syndrome has not just been confined to Cuba, though it does remain confined to the diplomatic and intelligence community. Similar cases have been reported by U.S. personnel in China, Russia, and several other countries. For example, incidents in China prompted the evacuation of staff from the U.S. consulate in Guangzhou. The CIA and other agencies have set up task forces to investigate the syndrome, but their findings remain inconclusive, at least publicly. In 2022, a CIA report stated that while most cases could not be linked to a hostile foreign power, a few incidents warranted further investigation. Despite years of investigation and various theories, the exact cause and nature of these health incidents remain unclear. Further, even if the true cause of Havana syndrome is uncovered, I suspect any findings may be suppressed to avoid international incidents and outrage. The disappearance of Paige Renkoski. On May 24, 1990, Paige Renkoski, a 30-year-old substitute teacher from Okemos, Michigan, disappeared. Paige Renkoski's day started normally as she dropped her mother off at Detroit Metro Airport around 11:30 a.m. Afterward, she visited a friend in Canton Township and made a brief stop at a store to purchase a beer around 2:30 p.m. She then began her journey back home, but by 3:30 p.m., she was seen talking to two men next to a maroon or burgundy minivan on the shoulder of Interstate 96, near the Fowlerville exit. Her silver 1986 Oldsmobile Cutlass was found idling with the lights and radio on, the engine running, and her purse, shoes, and an open beer bottle inside the car. Witnesses saw Renkoski gesturing and one of the men putting his hand on her shoulder, but no struggle was reported. The investigation into Renkoski's disappearance has spanned decades, involving numerous tips and leads. Initially, there was no clear motive or any suspects. Over the years, several theories have emerged. Some believe Renkoski may have stopped to help strangers in need. Given her helpful nature, it's plausible she might have pulled over if she saw someone in distress. During the same period, there were other unsolved abductions of young women in the area and incidents of people impersonating police officers to lure victims. However, there is no concrete evidence linking these events to Renkoski's disappearance. In 2001, an inmate convicted of carjacking was considered a suspect. He had been incarcerated shortly after Renkoski's disappearance, and the crime involved a young woman. Despite initial interest, the suspect passed a lie detector test and was ruled out. In 2009, detectives identified 6 potential suspects, one of whom had been slain in 1999. The deceased suspect owned a vehicle similar to the one witnesses reported seeing near Renkoski's car. Search efforts over the years have included the use of cadaver dogs, ground-penetrating radar, and extensive land searches. Notable searches took place over the course of 2011, with ponds and other areas being searched extensively. However, unfortunately for her family, these searches yielded no results whatsoever. Public awareness campaigns have been vital in keeping Renkoski's case in the public eye. Billboards along Interstate 96 and media coverage around the anniversary of her disappearance remind the public of this cold case. Unfortunately, her mother passed away in 2017 without ever getting to know the truth behind her daughter's disappearance. However, despite the passing of her mother, her family continues to seek answers and justice for Paige. The Livingston County Sheriff's Department and Michigan State Police continue to investigate Paige Renkoski's case. If you have any information with respect to Paige Renkoski, please reach out to the authorities. The outbreak of mass hysteria in Leroy. The outbreak of mass hysteria in Leroy, New York, captivated national attention in late 2011 and early 2012. The incident began in August 2011 when 14 students from Leroy High School started experiencing unusual symptoms. These included verbal outbursts, tics, and other involuntary movements. By January 2012, the number had increased, and the media spotlight intensified as parents and students demanded answers. The New York State Department of Health eventually diagnosed the situation as mass psychogenic illness, also known as mass hysteria. Conversion disorder, the modern term for what was historically known as hysteria, was the primary diagnosis given by neurologists treating the affected students. Conversion disorder is a psychological condition where emotional or psychological stress manifests as physical symptoms. This diagnosis was challenging for many to accept, given its association with historical notions of hysteria and its seemingly archaic connotations. Despite the medical diagnosis, alternative theories quickly emerged and took root. Aaron Brockovich, a renowned environmental activist, proposed that a chemical spill from a 1970 train derailment near Leroy could be the cause. This theory suggested environmental toxins might be responsible for the students' symptoms. However, extensive environmental testing, including soil and water samples, did not reveal any contaminants at levels that could explain the symptoms. Sociologists and psychologists have long studied the phenomenon of mass psychogenic illness. This condition often occurs in closed social units such as schools, where stress and anxiety can spread through social ties. Witnessing symptoms in peers can trigger similar responses in others, a process known as social contagion. The role of media and community dynamics cannot be overlooked as a potential factor. Extensive media coverage, social media coverage, and public meetings likely heightened anxiety and contributed to the spread of symptoms. Over time, the symptoms in Leroy began to subside as the media attention waned and the community started to address the underlying stressors. The world's oldest cat. Cream Puff, a cat from Austin, Texas, holds the world record for the longest-lived cat, having lived an extraordinary 38 years and 3 days. Born on August 3, 1967, and passing away on August 6, 2005, Cream Puff was owned by Jake Perry. Perry attributed her remarkable lifespan to a unique diet and a stimulating environment. And before I get into Cream Puff's unique diet, I feel the need to issue a disclaimer here. Do not replicate the diet given to Cream Puff with your cat. I'm no veterinarian, but I suspect this diet has the potential to be fatal to felines. Cream Puff's diet included dry cat food, supplemented with unusual items like broccoli, eggs, turkey bacon, and coffee with cream. Perry also gave her an eyedropper of red wine every 2 days, believing it helped circulate her arteries. This diet, although completely improper to negligent, seemed to work wonders for her longevity, according to Perry. In addition to her diet, Cream Puff enjoyed a highly engaging environment. Perry transformed his garage into a movie theater that played nature documentaries for his cats. He also built wooden steps along the walls of his home for the cats to climb and created a secure outdoor enclosure so they could safely experience the outdoors. These measures kept Cream Puff physically active and mentally stimulated, likely contributing to her long life. Jake Perry had a history of raising long-lived cats, and another cat he raised lived to be 34 years old. Perry's success in raising these cats has sparked much curiosity and admiration among cat enthusiasts and researchers alike, though certain practices have attracted ire. For instance, feeding coffee and alcohol to a cat. The story of Cream Puff raises interesting questions about the factors contributing to feline longevity. Cats generally live between 12 to 20 years, with those reaching 20 years considered quite old. Cream Puff's lifespan has prompted discussions and studies on the best practices for extending the lives of domestic cats. The exact reasons for her remarkable lifespan remain a mystery. And yeah, just a quick disclaimer once again. Please don't attempt to replicate the dietary conditions Cream Puff had. To put it extremely bluntly, please don't feed your cat wine, coffee, or any of the other bizarre items fed to Cream Puff. To me, the real mystery is how a coffee drinking, alcohol swilling cat made it to 38. The Dammit Bobby Mandela Effect. The Dammit Bobby phenomenon from the animated sitcom King of the Hill is an example of the Mandela effect. The Mandela effect is named after the false collective memory that Nelson Mandela died in prison during the 1980s, which, as I have explained a few times in this series, he did not. But first, a bit of background. King of the Hill aired from 1997 to 2010 and focused on the lives of the Hill family in the fictional town of Arlen, Texas. Hank Hill, a propane and propane accessories salesman, is known for his straightforward and conservative demeanor, often clashing humorously with his somewhat eccentric son, Bobby. The dynamic between Hank and Bobby is a central theme of the show, and the mismatch between the two ensures that, to quote TV Guide, hilarity ensues. Hank is often misremembered as frequently saying the phrase, "Damn it, Bobby." While Hank, voiced by series creator Mike Judge, does express frustration with his son Bobby numerous times throughout the show's run, he does not use this exact phrase. Instead, he uses variations like "Dang it, Bobby" and "That boy ain't right," and other exasperated expressions. The widespread belief that "Damn it, Bobby" is a recurring catchphrase is an example of how collective memory can be altered over time. Further, Hank does say "damn it" in relation to other characters on the show, and can frequently be heard uttering the phrase "damn it, Bill" or "damn it, Dale" to these respective friends. In examining why "Damn it, Bobby" became so widely misremembered, it is essential to consider the role of internet culture and memes. The phrase has been popularized through various online platforms, including forums, meme generators, and social media posts, where users repeatedly attribute the phrase to Hank Hill. This repetition solidifies the false memory, making it seem more authentic to both casual viewers, die-hard fans of the show, and even people who have never watched an episode. Given that Hank Hill is a fairly frequent subject of memes, even someone who has never watched the show may be aware that he sells propane and propane accessories. As such, much like with the "Beam Me Up Scotty" Mandela effect, the saying achieved virality beyond the actual fan base at the cost of accuracy. The Berkeley Mystery Walls. The East Bay Walls, a network of stone walls scattered across the hills surrounding the San Francisco Bay Area, have intrigued locals and researchers for over a century. Known variously as the East Bay Walls or the Berkeley Mystery Walls, these structures stretch intermittently from Berkeley to San Jose. They encompass several regional parks such as Tilden Regional Park and Mission Peak Regional Preserve. The origins of these walls are unknown. Early Spanish settlers noted their presence, but even the indigenous Olón people claimed the walls predated their arrival in the area. The walls are composed of large boulders and stones, some weighing as much as a ton, arranged in linear and sometimes circular formations. Despite extensive study, no definitive documentation exists regarding when or why they were built. Early hypotheses suggested that the walls were constructed by European settlers as livestock corrals or property boundaries. However, these ideas were challenged by the wall's apparent antiquity, as some sections are deeply embedded in the earth. One of the more outlandish theories was proposed by Dr. John Fryer, a professor of Oriental languages at UC Berkeley in 1904. He speculated that the walls were built by ancient Chinese settlers due to their resemblance to wall-building traditions in China. Needless to say, the theory that the Berkeley Mystery Walls are a miniaturized version of the Great Wall of China has not gained any mainstream support. Another theory posits that the walls were built for hunting purposes by Native American tribes, though this is also speculative. Various artifacts have been found in proximity to the walls, including stone axes and pottery fragments. In recent years, archaeologists have conducted detailed surveys of the walls, measuring and mapping their extents to protect them from development. Some researchers have explored the idea that the walls might have served as ancient navigational aids or held some spiritual significance. Despite these investigations, many questions remain unanswered. The exact age of the walls is still unknown, with estimates ranging widely. More recent studies, using modern dating methods, suggest they were constructed in the mid-19th century. As such, it looks as though the original hypothesis that they were built by Europeans may be accurate after all. The Nýkur. The Nýkur is a mythical creature from Icelandic folklore and the folklore of the Faroe Islands. It is often described as a sinister, horse-like being that resides in bodies of water such as lakes and rivers. The Nýkur's primary characteristic is its gray color and backwards hooves, which distinguish it from ordinary horses. Its skin is extremely sticky, making it impossible for anyone who mounts it to dismount until it plunges into the water, dragging its rider into the depths. The origins of the Nýkur are deeply rooted in the folklore of Iceland and other Scandinavian countries. This creature is part of a broader tradition of water spirits and demons prevalent across northern Europe. These creatures were often used in tales to warn children and travelers of the dangers lurking in natural bodies of water, serving as cautionary figures. The Nýkur appears as a beautiful horse ripe for the taking, which makes it enticing to unsuspecting passers-by. I note that there is an undercurrent here that an honest person can't be tricked by a Nýkur, since an honest person coming across a horse in this state would assume someone owns it. When someone mounts the Nýkur, they find themselves stuck due to its adhesive skin. The creature then bolts towards its underwater home, ensuring its rider's demise. In some tales, it is said that calling out the Nýkur's name can repel it back into the water, providing a means of escape for the victim. Christian practices, such as making the sign of the cross, are also believed to offer protection against the horse fiend's malevolent intentions. Numerous stories about the creature have been passed down through generations. One fairy tale, The Nýkur's Bargain, tells of a fisherman named Jovan who encounters the Nýkur. The creature offers him unparalleled fishing luck in exchange for a promise to return in 1 year and allow the Nýkur to claim whatever, quote, lived closest to his heart. Jovan, eager for success, agreed, leading to a year of prosperity before the fulfillment of the bargain. However, Jovan came out ahead in the deal because in the meantime he had a newborn daughter to whom he had composed a song, and the song, quote, lived closest to his heart. Jovan sang to the Nýkur, and the creature went back into the sea permanently. The Nýkur's existence and the consistency of its description across various cultures raise intriguing questions. Up until the 19th century, they were accepted as being real creatures by locals. Put simply, the Nýkur was widely accepted as an extremely rare, though definitely real creature. Some theories suggest that the Nýkur and similar water spirits originated from common human fears of drowning and the unknown dangers of deep waters. However, others suggest that this creature is perhaps a representative of a real spiritual being or an attempt to rationalize extraterrestrial encounters by pre-modern people. The Dark Watchers. The Dark Watchers are figures rooted in the folklore of California's Santa Lucia Mountains. These tall, shadowy beings are often described as human-like silhouettes, standing on mountain ridges, usually seen at twilight or dawn. They are typically adorned with brimmed hats and long cloaks, sometimes holding walking sticks. Witnesses frequently report an eerie, motionless presence, leading to numerous speculations and legends surrounding these mysterious figures. The legends of the Dark Watchers date back to the indigenous Chumash people, who inhabited the region long before the arrival of Spanish settlers. The Spanish, who arrived in the 1700s, named these figures Los Vigilantes Oscuros, or the Dark Watchers in English. Sightings of the Dark Watchers are typically reported by hikers and travelers. One account from a high school principal in the 1960s describes a dark figure standing on a rock, which vanished when he called out. Some suggest they are optical illusions, or the result of pareidolia, where the brain interprets random patterns as familiar shapes. This phenomenon can be enhanced by mist and the play of light and shadows, creating the illusion of large, shadowy figures. Another scientific explanation involves the Brocken specter, an optical illusion where the observer's shadow is cast onto a cloud, appearing enormous and ghostly. Infrasound, or low-frequency sounds that can cause feelings of unease and anxiety, has also been suggested as a possible explanation. This natural phenomenon can occur more commonly in mountainous regions, potentially leading to reports of eerie experiences and sightings. The Gasha Dokuro. The Gasha Dokuro is a fearsome yokai from Japanese folklore, often depicted as a giant skeleton formed from the bones of people who perished from starvation or in battle. Yokai are spiritual entities found throughout Japanese folklore and religion, and cover a wide variety of creatures from ghosts to cryptids to household goods which have become sentient. The name Gasha Dokuro combines the Japanese words for starving, gasha, and skeleton, dokuro, hinting at its horrific origins. The earliest records of the Gasha Dokuro trace back to the 10th century, particularly associated with the samurai Taira no Masakado's rebellion. After his defeat, legends tell of his daughter, Takayasha Hime, a sorceress who summoned a Gasha Dokuro to avenge her father's death. This giant skeleton terrorized the enemies, but ultimately went on a rampage, indiscriminately attacking humans. A Gasha Dokuro stands at an imposing height of at least 30 feet. Its skeletal frame is devoid of flesh, held together by unknown forces, and its eyes are described as burning yellow or green. This yokai moves with surprising speed and agility, often silently, which makes it a formidable and elusive predator. The Gasha Dokuro is predominantly nocturnal, becoming active after midnight. It roams the countryside searching for humans, driven by an insatiable hunger for souls. One of its most terrifying abilities is its power to become invisible, making it nearly impossible to escape once it has targeted a victim. When angered, a Gasha Dokuro's skeletal frame can light up with fire, adding to its fearsome appearance. It also has the ability to regenerate and grow larger by incorporating the bones of its victims into its own structure. Some legends even suggest that it can create additional skeletal arms to capture more prey. Legends advise that if you hear the sound of rattling bones and experience a loud ringing in your ears, it might be a sign that a Gasha Dokuro is nearby. The best course of action is to seek immediate shelter and remain hidden until daylight, as the creature is said to vanish with the dawn. There are no known methods to slay a Gasha Dokuro, and surviving an encounter with one is primarily attributed to luck and quick thinking. The Gasha Dokuro serves as a potent symbol in Japanese culture, representing the dire consequences of neglecting the dead and the importance of proper burial practices. It also embodies the themes of unresolved anger and the cyclical nature of vengeance, acting as a cautionary tale about the horrors of war and famine. Also, I'm sure this creature looks somewhat familiar to a certain segment of my audience, and I'm guessing you may not be sure why. Zombor, an early and particularly menacing boss from the critically acclaimed 90s JRPG Chrono Trigger, is based on the Gasha de Kuro. Also, if you're interested in yokai, I have an entire Iceberg video dealing with them, which I've pinned in the comments below. The location of Johann Sebastian Bach's remains. Johann Sebastian Bach, born on March 31st, 1685, in Eisenach, Germany, is celebrated as perhaps the greatest composer in the history of music. He came from a prolific family of musicians and began his musical education early, being taught by his father and elder brother. Bach's career spanned various roles, including organist and Kapellmeister. His career culminated in his appointment as cantor of St. Thomas Church in Leipzig in 1723, where he served until his passing on July 28, 1750. Bach's burial and the subsequent history of his remains is a story filled with mystery and rediscovery, as well as an open question as to whether that mystery has been solved. When Bach died in 1750, he was buried in an unmarked grave in the St. John Cemetery in Leipzig. At that time, he was respected as an accomplished local organist and composer, but he was not yet the legendary figure he would become. As the years passed, the exact location of his grave was forgotten. However, as the location of his grave was forgotten, his compositions went, to put it in modern terminology, viral. In 1894, a significant effort to locate Bach's remains was initiated. Guided by local oral tradition and the account of an elderly gardener who claimed knowledge passed down through generations, an excavation was conducted. The search was led by a professor of anatomy at Leipzig University. His team exhumed several skeletons from oak coffins, one of which they believed matched the physical characteristics of Bach, who was around 65 years old at his passing. This skeleton was subsequently reinterred in a crypt under the altar of St. John's Church, and tradition has since held that these are his remains. However, significant doubts about the accuracy of this identification have persisted over the years. In 1949, further analysis was carried out when Bach's remains were moved to their current resting place at St. Thomas Church, where he had spent much of his professional life. An oral surgeon conducted an examination of the skeleton, noting specific signs of occupational stress which he believed were consistent with Bach's life as a musician. However, skeptics have disputed these findings, and further have posited that even if these findings are true, this does not prove that the remains are that of Bach. Skeptics point heavily to the initial identification of his remains in 1894, noting that this was based on less than rigorous methods and relying on potentially unreliable oral tradition. Further, the 1894 expedition was conducted with all the grace of a 19th century archaeological dig, that is to say, absolutely no grace whatsoever. Bones were mixed and damaged during the excavation, making it possible that the wrong skeleton was attributed to Bach. However, despite these issues, many accept the remains as those of Bach, despite the lack of absolute certainty. Today, Bach's alleged remains continue to lie in St. Thomas Church in Leipzig, Germany, where he had served as cantor, and where his music continues to be performed till this day. Would you, could you, on a train? On September 27, 2016, an Erie Emergency Alert System, or EAS message was broadcast in upstate New York. This unusual message, which included the phrase, "Would you, could you, on a train?" appeared during a test on WKTV, a local television station. The message immediately drew attention due to its cryptic nature and the peculiar coincidence that followed. Just 2 days later, on September 29, 2016, a tragic train accident occurred at the Hoboken Terminal in New Jersey. A New Jersey transit train arriving from Spring Valley, New York, failed to stop and crashed into the terminal at high speed. The impact ended one person, injured over 100 others, and caused significant damage to the station. This incident coincided with the end date mentioned in the EAS message, which added to the mystery and speculation surrounding the broadcast. The crash investigation revealed that the train engineer, Thomas Gallagher, suffered from severe, undiagnosed sleep apnea. This condition likely contributed to his fatigue and inability to control the train properly. The National Transportation Safety Board, NTSB, concluded that Gallagher's undiagnosed sleep apnea and fatigue were the primary causes of the accident. Additionally, the investigation pointed out that New Jersey Transit, NJT, had failed to follow their own internal guidelines for sleep apnea screening. This could have identified Gallagher's condition earlier had the protocol been followed. The unusual coincidence between the cryptic EAS message and the train crash led to numerous conspiracy theories. Many have speculated that there must have been some sort of foreknowledge of the accident, based upon the odd EAS message. However, there is no evidence to support these claims, and the incident appears based on current evidence to be a bizarre and tragic coincidence. That's the beauty of it. It doesn't do anything. This is a suggestion by patron and Discord member, Monoxide Wendigo. Have you ever heard the quote, "That's the beauty of it, it doesn't do anything"? Everyone seems to know this quote, but digging a bit below the surface, this famous quote is actually an interesting unsolved mystery. Numerous sources indicate that the quotation can be attributed to a work of Aristotle or to Lao Tzu by way of the Tao Te Ching. Other sources cite Homer Simpson or other popular characters as having used the phrase. However, there's no evidence whatsoever to attribute this phrase to any of these sources. This ubiquitous phrase appears to have likely originated from a combination of sources and cultural contexts, rather than from a single definitive moment. One of the earliest documented uses of a similar phrase comes from the TV show Burke's Law, which aired from 1963 to 1965. In the episode Who Killed 7-Eleven, an inventor is asked to explain the purpose of a machine and responds in a somewhat familiar way. "Well, nothing. I mean, that's the beauty of it. Every machine in the world does something, but not mine. This is my rebellion against efficiency." Clearly not quite as pithy as the modern version of the phrase, but all the elements are there. Another notable mention is the quote, "useless machine," or useless box. This machine's only purpose whatsoever is that you can switch it off by pressing an off switch. This was a popular gag gift in the 1960s, sold around the time that Burke's Law aired. Over time, the phrase has been adopted in multiple contexts, from philosophical musings to humorous observations about gadgets and inventions that serve no practical function. This evolution has cemented its place in popular culture, despite, or perhaps because of, its ambiguous origins. My hypothesis is that Burke's Law is almost certainly the starting point of this saying. Based on my research, this is not definitely known, but given that the phrase was not attested prior to Burke's Law, this is strong circumstantial evidence in favor of this hypothesis. Viewers likely paraphrased and simplified the original line, making it more concise and memorable. As it was quoted and requoted in various contexts, the phrase was refined to its current form. Further, having the episode air around the time the quote, "useless machine" had achieved some degree of virality, gave people a frequent context to drop the phrase. For instance, if you bought the useless machine for a coworker and they asked you what it does, you could drop that hot new phrase. That's the beauty of it. It doesn't do anything. Terry Davis and Temple OS. Temple OS is an operating system that stands out not just for its unique technical aspects, but also for the story of its creator, Terry Davis. Davis was a highly talented yet deeply troubled programmer who developed Temple OS single-handedly over the span of a decade. Terry A. Davis was born on December 15, 1969, in West Allis, Wisconsin. He showed an early aptitude for computers and programming as a teenager. Davis pursued a degree in electrical engineering at Arizona State University and worked for several years as a programmer in Silicon Valley. However, his promising career was derailed in the mid-1990s when he began to experience symptoms of mental illness, eventually being diagnosed with schizophrenia in 1996. In 2003, Davis started working on what would become Temple OS. He believed he was receiving direct instructions from God to build an operating system that would be a modern-day third temple, a place where people could commune with the divine. Davis envisioned Temple OS as a tool for this sacred purpose, incorporating numerous biblical references and elements. The operating system was initially known as J Operating System, then Luzthos, and later Sparrow OS, before finally being named Temple OS in 2013. Temple OS is distinctive for its use of a programming language created by Davis called Holy C. And I just have to take a moment here to point out that Holy C is probably the best possible pun for a programming language rooted in Christian tradition. This language, along with the operating system, reflects Davis's profound technical skills and his unconventional approach to software development. The system features a 640-480 resolution with 16 colors, which Davis claimed were specified by God. Temple OS includes a variety of programs, such as games and a flight simulator, all inspired by biblical themes. Throughout the development of Temple OS, Davis struggled immensely with his mental health. His schizophrenia led to numerous hospitalizations and episodes of psychosis. Davis's online presence often reflected his troubled state of mind, with many of his communications being incoherent or marked by paranoia and conspiracy theories. Despite these challenges when discussing technical topics, Davis often remained lucid and displayed remarkable insight and expertise, despite losing touch with reality more generally. Temple OS received a mix of curiosity, admiration, and sympathy from the tech community. Some praised the operating system as a testament to Davis's dedication and technical prowess, while others viewed it as a fascinating, albeit impractical, curiosity. In the hacker and programming communities, Davis garnered a following, with some viewing him as a tragic genius. Further, in general online culture, his coinage of the term glowy for government agents has come to be widely understood to refer to federal agents. Terry Davis's troubled life came to a tragic end on August 11, 2018, when he was struck and killed by a train. The haunted Sydney Harbour Bridge. The Sydney Harbour Bridge, an iconic symbol of Australia, is known not only for its architectural brilliance, but also for a disturbing urban legend and ghost story attached to it. Opened in 1932, this steel-through arch bridge connects the Sydney Central Business District to the North Shore. Often referred to as the coat hanger due to its distinctive design, the bridge has a rich history intertwined with stories of mystery and the supernatural. One of the most chilling legends associated with the Sydney Harbour Bridge involves its pylons. Urban lore suggests that during the bridge's construction from 1923 to 1932, several workers fell into the massive concrete pylons. According to urban legend, the bodies of these workers were never recovered, becoming forever entombed within the bridge's structure. It is said that at night, the ghostly figures of those perished workers are sometimes seen walking along the bridge. These sightings have been reported by both locals and tourists, contributing to the bridge's eerie allure. Paranormal investigators and enthusiasts often cite the Sydney Harbour Bridge as a hotspot for ghostly activities. Some theories suggest that the high level of emotional energy and tragic incidents during the bridge's construction could be the reason behind these paranormal occurrences. The White Lady of Worstead Church. St. Mary's Church in Worstead, a village in northeast Norfolk, is renowned not only for its medieval architecture, but also for its resident ghost, known as the White Lady. Worstead has a rich history, with documentation of the village dating back to the time of the Domesday Book. The village was once a significant center for the wool trade, which brought considerable wealth and led to the construction of the impressive St. Mary's Church in the 14th century. The church, a prime example of a wool church, features beautiful stained glass windows, intricate woodwork, and several historical memorials. Also, for a bit of historical background, these were churches that were funded by donations from extremely wealthy wool merchants or large-scale sheep farm owners. The legend of the White Lady dates back centuries and has been passed down through generations. According to local lore, the White Lady is the spirit of a benevolent woman who appears to those in need of healing. This spectral figure is said to manifest particularly on Christmas Eve. One of the most famous sightings occurred in 1975. Diane Berthelot visited St. Mary's Church with her husband and son on a hot August day. While sitting quietly in a pew, Diane felt a sense of peace wash over her. Unbeknownst to her, her husband took a photograph that later revealed a ghostly figure dressed in white, sitting behind her. This image is often cited as compelling evidence of the White Lady's existence and has fueled ongoing interest in the legend. The White Lady's legend has given rise to various theories and speculations. Some believe she is a benevolent holy woman from the medieval period who continues to watch over the church. Others suggest she might be the spirit of a woman who experienced great sorrow, leading her to linger in the mortal realm, bringing peace to others that she cannot find herself. The legend of the White Lady has significantly impacted local culture. The New Inn, a pub near the church, was renamed the White Lady in her honor. Further, the legend attracts tourists to the region, hoping to get a view of this elusive, friendly ghost. The slaying of Dorothy Jane Scott. Dorothy Jane Scott, a 32-year-old single mother from California, disappeared on May 28, 1980. Dorothy lived with her aunt and her 4-year-old son, Sean, in Stanton, California. She worked as a secretary for 2 head shops which were located in Anaheim. Known for her quiet and reserved nature, Dorothy's life took a dark turn when she began receiving anonymous phone calls in early 1980. The caller alternated between professing love for Dorothy and making violent threats, adding to the concern. The caller indicated that he was constantly watching her and provided details to indicate that he had at least some knowledge of her movements. These disturbing calls made Dorothy anxious and fearful, prompting her to take self-defense classes and consider buying a gun. The fateful night of her disappearance began as usual, with Dorothy at work. Dorothy attended a staff meeting, during which she noticed her co-worker, Conrad Bostron, looking extremely unwell. Concerned, she offered to drive him to the hospital, accompanied by another co-worker, Pam Head. At the hospital, it was determined that Conrad had been bitten by a black widow spider. After he was treated, Dorothy went to retrieve her car to pick them up from the hospital entrance. However, when Pam and Conrad saw Dorothy's car approaching, its headlights blinded them, making it impossible to see the driver. The car sped past them and disappeared. Initially, they assumed she had an emergency involving her son, but when she didn't return, they reported her missing. Hours later, her car was found burning in an alley about 10 miles from the hospital, but there was no sign of Dorothy. A week after Dorothy's disappearance, her parents began receiving phone calls from an unidentified man claiming he had her. The calls, which continued for years, were brief and usually made when Dorothy's mother, Vera, was home alone. The caller taunted the family, alternating between claims that he had Dorothy or that he had already finished her off. Despite significant police efforts, the caller was never traced. On June 12, 1980, a story about Dorothy's case was published in the local newspaper. That same day, the editor received a call from a man who claimed responsibility for her disappearance, revealing details that had not been publicized at that point. This mystery caller was able to identify details such as the color of Dorothy's scarf and the spider bite incident that brought her to the hospital. This led investigators to strongly believe this unknown caller was indeed involved in her disappearance in some capacity. Dorothy's remains were discovered on August 6, 1984, by a construction worker in Santa Ana Canyon, about 30 feet from the road. The bones, partly charred, were found alongside a turquoise ring and a watch that her mother confirmed belonged to Dorothy. Authorities determined that her remains had been there for about 2 years, dating back to a brush fire in 1982. However, due to the state of her remains, the exact cause of her demise could not be determined. Even after the discovery of her remains, the mysterious phone calls continued. The same man resumed calling Dorothy's parents, further tormenting them until they moved away and changed their number. Despite extensive investigations, neither the identity of the caller nor the circumstances leading to Dorothy's disappearance have been uncovered. The case remains open, with no arrests or definitive answers to provide closure to her family. The Ketty Cabin Slayings. In the serene woods of Ketty, California, a small resort town nestled in the Sierra Nevada, a disturbing incident took place in Cabin 28 on April 11, 1981. The incident involved the Sharp family. Sue Sharp, a 36-year-old mother, had relocated from Connecticut to Ketty with her 5 children: John, 15, Sheila, 14, Tina, 12, Rick, 10, and Greg, 5. Sue had been living in Cabin 28 for a short time before the tragedy struck. On that fateful night, Sue was at home with her sons, John and Greg, her daughter Tina, and John's friend, Dana Wingate. The discovery was made the next morning by Sheila, who had spent the night at a neighbor's house. Upon returning home, she found a harrowing scene: her mother, her brother John, and Dana in the living room, lifeless and bound with electrical wire and medical tape. Rick and Greg were thankfully unharmed. They were found sleeping in an adjoining bedroom along with their friend, Justin Smart, the son of one of the suspects, Martin Smart. The 3 boys were unaware of the violence that had occurred in the other part of the cabin. Tina Sharp was notably missing from the cabin, sparking immediate concern and a massive search effort. Her remains were discovered 3 years later, in 1984, nearly 50 miles away in a rural area of Feather Falls, deepening the mystery surrounding the case. The investigation, led by the Plumas County Sheriff's Office, revealed several puzzling details. There were signs of forced entry, and the telephone had been taken off the hook, possibly to prevent any calls for help. The lack of fingerprints at the scene suggested the perpetrators had taken measures to avoid detection. Several suspects emerged during the investigation, with 2 men, Martin Smart and his friend John Bubedi, drawing significant attention. Smart, who lived nearby, had reportedly had a contentious relationship with Sue Sharp. Both men had questionable alibis and were known to have spent time at the local bar the night of the incident. Despite these leads, no charges were filed due to insufficient evidence. A mysterious letter from Martin Smart to his wife, discovered years later, contained an unsettling admission. Smart mentioned that he had a part in what happened, though he insisted it was in a fit of rage. This letter, along with new witness testimonies, reignited interest in the case, yet definitive answers remained elusive. In 2016, a hammer believed to be one of the missing pieces of evidence was found in a nearby pond. This discovery, combined with advancements in DNA technology, offered a glimmer of hope for solving the case. In a very unusual twist, DNA evidence appears to suggest that the perpetrator of the acts is an individual who is still alive. This is unusual because both Smart and Boubadi are long deceased. Despite these efforts, the identity of the perpetrators remains unknown. Some suggest it was a random act of violence by transient individuals passing through the area. The involvement of multiple individuals seems likely given the nature of the crime scene and the extent of the struggle. The lack of resolution has led to numerous conspiracy theories, including possible cover-ups or mishandlings by local law enforcement. The small community of Keddie, already devastated by the incident, was further strained by the persistent rumors and lingering fear that the culprits were still at large in the community. The disappearance of Francis Lovell. Francis Lovell, 1st Viscount Lovell, was born in 1456 into a noble family with strong ties to the Yorkist cause. He inherited his title and estates from his father and became a staunch supporter of King Richard III and one of his closest personal allies. Lovell's loyalty to Richard III earned him significant influence and positions of power, including being made a Knight of the Garter and appointed as Lord Chamberlain. His close relationship with the king was solidified through his participation in battles and his involvement in the royal court. The pivotal moment in Lovell's life came in 1485, when Richard III faced Henry Tudor, later Henry VII, at the Battle of Bosworth Field. Richard III was defeated, and Henry Tudor ascended to the throne, marking the end of the Plantagenet dynasty. In the aftermath of this decisive battle, many of Richard III's supporters, including Lovell, were forced into hiding or exile. Lovell initially managed to evade capture and participated in further attempts to overthrow Henry VII. He played a prominent role in the Lambert-Simnel Rebellion of 1487, which aimed to place the pretender Lambert Simnel on the throne as Edward VI. The rebellion culminated in the Battle of Stoke Field, where the Yorkist forces were decisively defeated. Lovell reportedly fled the battlefield and vanished from historical records. The mystery of Francis Lovell's disappearance has spawned numerous theories and legends. One popular story suggests that Lovell sought refuge in a secret underground chamber at his ancestral home in Oxfordshire. According to this legend, Lovell remained hidden in this concealed location, where he eventually perished. Centuries later, in the 18th century, workmen supposedly discovered a hidden chamber containing the skeletal remains of a man seated at a table, believed by some to be Lovell. However, there is no concrete evidence to support this tale, though it remains part of local folklore. Another theory posits that Lovell managed to escape to the continent, seeking asylum with other Yorkist exiles in Burgundy. This theory is supported by the fact that several prominent Yorkists, including Lovell's contemporaries, found refuge in foreign courts. However, there are no definitive records confirming Lovell's presence abroad, leaving this theory speculative. Additionally, some historians suggest that Lovell may have lived under an assumed identity in England or Ireland, avoiding detection by Henry VII's agents. The lack of concrete evidence and the passage of time have made it difficult to substantiate this theory. Nonetheless, it remains a plausible scenario given the political climate of the period. Despite numerous searches, theories, and legends, the ultimate fate of Francis Lovell is still unknown, and likely always will be. The Kalachi sleep epidemic. The Kalachi sleep epidemic occurred in the small village of Kalachi, located in Kazakhstan. It first came to international attention in March 2013, when residents began experiencing inexplicable episodes of falling asleep suddenly, sometimes for days at a time. The village of Kalachi is situated in the Issyk district of Akmola region. It has a population of about 600 people, most of whom are ethnic Russians. The region is known for its harsh winters and remote location. Despite its seclusion, the village became the focus of extensive media coverage and scientific investigation due to the mysterious sleep episodes. The first reported cases occurred in the spring of 2013. Residents, including children, adults, and the elderly, would suddenly fall into a deep sleep during their daily activities. These episodes could last anywhere from a few hours to several days. Those affected often experienced dizziness, nausea, and hallucinations before succumbing to the sleep episodes. Upon waking, they had little to no memory of what had occurred. Local and international scientists flocked to Kalachi to investigate the cause of this strange phenomenon. Initially, there was speculation about a wide range of potential causes, from infectious diseases to psychological factors. However, none of these theories provided a satisfactory explanation. The situation became more puzzling as the number of cases continued to rise. One of the most compelling theories was related to environmental factors. Kalachi is located near the abandoned Soviet-era uranium mines in the nearby town of Krasnogorsk. These mines were operational during the mid-20th century, but were closed in the 1990s after the dissolution of the Soviet Union. Some experts hypothesized that the uranium mines might be releasing harmful substances, such as radon gas, into the environment. Radon, a radioactive gas, is known to cause health issues, including fatigue and respiratory problems. In 2014, a team of researchers conducted extensive tests on the soil, water, and air in and around Kalachi. They discovered elevated levels of carbon monoxide and hydrocarbons in the air, which can lead to symptoms similar to those experienced by the residents. The theory posited that these gases were being released from the abandoned mines and were affecting the villagers. However, the exact mechanism by which these gases could induce prolonged sleep remained unclear. Another theory suggested that the phenomenon could be related to the high concentration of carbon dioxide in the area. CO2 can cause drowsiness and, in high concentrations, can lead to unconsciousness. The proximity of Kalachi to the uranium mines led some researchers to speculate that the mines could be a source of CO2 emissions. Measurements did indeed show elevated CO2 levels in some areas of the village, supporting this hypothesis. Despite these findings, the Kalachi sleep epidemic continued to confound scientists. In addition to the environmental theories, some researchers considered psychological and social factors. The isolated nature of the village, combined with the anxiety and fear surrounding the sleep episodes, might have contributed to a mass psychogenic illness. This phenomenon occurs when a group of people, usually in close proximity, exhibit similar physical symptoms without an identifiable organic cause. However, this theory did not account for the environmental findings. Throughout the epidemic, the government took various measures to assist the affected residents. Medical teams were deployed to monitor and treat those experiencing sleep episodes. Some residents were relocated to safer areas to reduce their exposure to potential environmental hazards. Despite these efforts, the mystery persisted, and new cases continued to emerge sporadically. By 2015, the frequency of the sleep episodes began to decline. This decrease was attributed to the relocation of some residents and the implementation of measures to improve the air quality in Kalachi. However, no definitive cause was ever identified, and the true nature of the Kalachi sleep epidemic remains a mystery to this day. The Storyville Slayer. The Storyville Slayer, a mysterious figure responsible for a string of heinous acts in New Orleans, terrorized the city from 1991 to 1996. I note that upon research, this purported serial wrongdoer appears to be two people acting independently and committing the same heinous acts. I suspect it will be obvious to you shortly why the Storyville Slayer cannot have been just one person. But I digress. The first known survivor, referred to as Brenda, was attacked in July 1991. She described her assailant as a well-dressed, professional-looking black male with a muscular build driving a blue Buick. Brenda's testimony led to the release of a composite sketch that temporarily halted the attacks. The Slayer's known victims were primarily women of African American descent, between the ages of 17 and 40, many of whom were involved in the local underground economy. These women were found in various states of decomposition, often in remote swamps or canals, making identification and the determination of exact causes of their demise difficult. A notable suspect in the case was Victor Gant, a New Orleans police officer who had worked the red light district for a number of years. Gant was implicated due to his relationship with Sharon Robinson, one of the victims. Robinson had previously accused Gant of physical abuse, which he denied. Despite being a prime suspect, there was insufficient evidence to conclusively link him to the series of crimes, and he was never formally charged. However, due to the suspicion surrounding him, as well as other allegations of wrongdoing, he was dismissed from the police force. Another significant suspect was Russell Elwood, a photographer and occasional cab driver. If you're just listening to this, Russell Elwood does not fit Brenda's description of the perpetrator. For instance, rather than being a well-dressed black male, he is a white male with a decidedly scruffy appearance. Elwood's behavior and presence near many of the crime scenes attracted police attention. In 1997, he even called into the Howard Stern show, claiming responsibility for several of the attacks, although this was never officially verified. Despite standing trial for some of the slayings, Elwood was acquitted due to a lack of concrete evidence. The investigation into the Storyville Slayer was extensive and involved multiple law enforcement agencies, including the FBI. A task force was established in 1995 to consolidate efforts across jurisdictions. This collaborative approach was prompted by the discovery of numerous victims, often found in a 3-mile radius of one another, and shared forensic similarities. Despite these efforts, the case remains unsolved, leading to various theories about the true identity of the Storyville Slayer. Some believe the perpetrator might be a local familiar with the area and its underbelly, possibly leveraging insider knowledge to evade capture. Others speculate that there may have been multiple offenders mimicking each other's methods, thereby complicating the investigation. Given the varied and conflicting descriptions of this individual or individuals, it appears plain and obvious that this must be more than one offender. Paul Vigay. Paul Vigay, born in October 1964 in Croydon, was a British computer consultant known for his expertise in computer software and his contributions to the study of UFOs and crop circles. His career in computing began early, with a keen interest sparked during his school years when he used early computers. He would go on to make a variety of contributions towards the development of RISC OS, a lesser-known but still quite widely used operating system. Vigay's fascination with the unexplained extended beyond his computing endeavors. He was deeply involved in UFO research and became a prominent figure in the crop circle community from the early 1990s. His research contributed to the 2002 film Signs, as well as numerous documentaries. His work in this field earned him a reputation as a leading expert, blending his technical skills with a passion for the paranormal. On February 20th, 2009, Vigay's body was found off Portsmouth Beach, leading to widespread shock in the UFO community, as well as significant speculation. The previous night, he had been reported missing after a series of emotional events involving his girlfriend, Andrea Smith. The couple had recently broken up, and Vigay left a note saying, "I love you, along with his passwords. Despite this, the coroner ruled the circumstances of his passing a mystery, citing a lack of evidence to determine whether it was an accident or intentional. This ruling left many questions unanswered, particularly given the absence of a note, significant alcohol or substance consumption, or any signs of a struggle. Speculation about the true nature of Vigé's demise continues to this day. Some theories suggest he may have been overwhelmed by personal and financial pressures. Others point to the possibility of foul play given his involvement in controversial fields of study. However, no definitive evidence has emerged to support any single theory, and the mystery remains a topic of intrigue within the communities he was part of. El Sombrerón. El Sombrerón is one of the most enduring figures in Guatemalan folklore, known for his distinctive appearance and eerie habits. El Sombrerón, also referred to as Zipitio, is often described as a short man dressed entirely in black, with a large hat that covers much of his face. His outfit includes a thick black belt and black boots with noisy attachments. One of his most peculiar traits is his obsession with braiding. He is known to braid the manes and tails of horses, and when no horses are available, he turns his attention to the hair of young women. According to legend, El Sombrerón roams the streets with a group of mules carrying coal. He typically appears at dusk, and his presence is marked by the sound of his boots and the sight of his large hat. When he finds a young woman who catches his fancy, he serenades her with a silver guitar, tying his mules outside her home. However, his attention is far from benign. The women he targets often find their food contaminated with soil, making it difficult for them to eat. Further, the eerie serenades are said to make it very difficult to sleep. This combination of serenades and sabotage leads to a state of obsession and illness for the victims. One of the most well-known stories associated with El Sombrerón involves a young woman named Susana. Susana, noted for her long hair and large hazelnut-colored eyes, was serenaded by El Sombrerón one night while she admired the moon from her balcony. Her parents, alarmed by the attention, forced her inside, but El Sombrerón continued to haunt her, singing to her and contaminating her food with dirt. In a desperate attempt to save their daughter, Susana's parents cut her hair and took it to a priest, who blessed it with holy water. This act finally drove El Sombrerón away, suggesting that the legend may serve as a cautionary tale. The cultural significance of El Sombrerón extends beyond mere folklore. He represents the archetypal boogeyman, a figure used to instill fear and promote societal norms. The legend warns young women against engaging with strangers and succumbing to flattery. El Sombrerón's black attire and concealed identity emphasize the dangers of hidden intentions and deceitful appearances. The use of black, often associated with misfortune and the supernatural, reinforces his role as a malevolent figure. Interestingly, there are theories suggesting that El Sombrerón's roots might extend back to Mayan traditions, where significant value was placed on braids and long hair. The slaying of Lindsay Buziak. Lindsay Buziak, a 24-year-old real estate agent in Victoria, British Columbia, was found deceased in a vacant property on February 2, 2008. On February 1, 2008, Lindsay received a call from a woman requesting to view a high-end property with her husband. The woman spoke in what Lindsay believed to be a Latin American accent. Despite finding the call unusual, Lindsay agreed to meet the prospective buyers the next day. She shared her concerns with her boyfriend, Jason Zylo, who offered to accompany her to the showing, but Lindsay declined, preferring to handle it alone. On the day of the showing, Lindsay met the unidentified couple at the house. Witnesses saw her greet a man and a woman, described as Caucasian, with the woman being in her mid-30s and wearing a distinctive dress. Around 5:30 p.m., Lindsay and the couple entered the house. Shortly after, Jason arrived at the property, noticing through the window what he thought was Lindsay conversing with the clients. He waited in his car for about 20 minutes, growing concerned when Lindsay failed to respond to his calls and texts. Jason, along with a colleague, eventually entered the house through an unlocked back door. They found Lindsay in the master bedroom, the victim of a brutal attack. The suspects had vanished without a trace, leaving no significant forensic evidence behind. The investigation into Lindsay's demise has uncovered several leads and theories. Early on, suspicion fell on those close to her, including Jason Zylo and his family. However, the police cleared them, finding no evidence linking them to the crime. One prominent theory involves Lindsay's brief trip to Calgary in December 2007. During this visit, she reconnected with an old friend who was later involved in a major drug bust. Some speculate that Lindsay was mistakenly believed to be an informant, leading to a retaliatory attack by a drug cartel. However, investigators dismissed this theory, noting the amateurish nature of the crime, which did not match a professional job. Another intriguing angle is the mysterious caller who arranged the property viewing. The phone used to contact Lindsay was a burner phone, purchased in Vancouver under a false name, and only used for this purpose. This suggests a premeditated plan, yet the identities and whereabouts of the couple remain unknown. In 2020, the authorities indicated that they suspected that an individual who was on Lindsay's Facebook friends list was responsible for the act. The authorities suggested that this person was a known violent criminal. Despite numerous appeals and a substantial reward offered for information, Lindsay Buziak's case remains unsolved at present. The Mini-Washatu. The Mini-Washatu, also known as the Missouri River Monster, is a creature rooted in the legends of the Dakota people. The creature is described as a monstrous semi-aquatic beast with a terrifying howl that echoes through the river valleys. The earliest accounts of the Mini-Washatu date back to the Dakota Sioux tribes who inhabited the plains of North Dakota. They described the creature as a malevolent spirit that haunted the Missouri River, appearing during the spring thaw. This creature was believed to have the power to drive people insane if they saw it during daylight, but it could be glimpsed safely after sunset until midnight. The Mini-Washatu is often depicted as a giant bison-like river monster with a single horn and a body covered in reddish-brown fur. The creature is also known for its mournful, almost human-like cries that can be heard for miles, causing unease among those who hear it. Some believe it is a spirit or a demon, while others suggest it could be a prehistoric creature that has somehow survived in the depths of the river. Cryptozoologists have speculated that the Mini-Washatu might be related to other legendary water creatures like the Kelpie. One of the most famous tales involves two groups of Native Americans who, while preparing for a battle on the Missouri River, were suddenly attacked by the Mini-Washatu. This incident reportedly left such an impression that both peoples avoided the area for years to come. Another story tells of a fisherman who encountered the creature and was driven to madness, emphasizing the peril of seeing the Mini-Washatu in daylight. The Licked Hand. The Licked Hand, also known as Humans Can Lick Too, is an urban legend that has been a staple of campfire tales and spooky storytelling sessions. The Licked Hand's origins trace back to the early 20th century, with some sources suggesting it was first recorded in the 1960s. The story gained widespread attention when it appeared in Alvin Schwartz's Scary Stories to Tell in the Dark series in the early 1980s. Notably, this series popularized many urban legends and has terrorized generations of school children who have had the fortune or misfortune to open these books. The most common version of the story involves a young girl left home alone for the first time with her dog. Her parents advise her to lock all the doors and windows before they leave. As the night progresses, she hears a dripping sound but ignores it, seeking comfort by letting her dog, who she believes is sleeping under the bed, to lick her hand from under the bed. When the dripping sound persists, she finally checks it out, only to find her dog dead, and the dripping noise is its blood. The horrifying twist reveals a message scrawled in blood. Humans can lick too. There does not appear to be any basis in fact for the story. However, it is still passed along as an urban legend. You know, the kind that, quote, happened to a friend of mine's second cousin. Tengu. The Tengu are one of the most well-known and oldest documented yokai. Like most ancient yokai, they originate from a blending of Chinese and Japanese mythological traditions in the mid-first millennia AD. The concept of Tengu first appeared in Japan around the 6th century, influenced by Chinese legends of the Tiangu, or heavenly dog. These celestial creatures were often associated with meteorological phenomena like comets or shooting stars, and were considered harbingers of war and disaster. The earliest Japanese record of Tengu is found in the Nihon Shoki, an ancient chronicle from 720 AD, describing a heavenly dog that caused a disturbance and was interpreted as an ominous sign. Despite the name, they were not depicted as dogs, but rather birds or monkeys. Beginning in the Heian period, which ran from the 8th century to the 12th century AD, Tengu underwent a radical shift away from their Chinese inspiration. Tengu began to be depicted as monstrous, bird-like creatures with both avian and human features. Their present appearance and characteristics began to crystallize during this era, influenced by Buddhist and Shinto tradition. By the 13th century, Tengu imagery had finally completely shifted. They were mostly depicted as part human, part bird figures, often resembling priests or monks, specifically mountain ascetics of the Shugendo tradition. Tengu were commonly shown wearing distinctive monk attire and wielding a staff. During the Kamakura period running from 1185 to 1333, Tengu legends became more widespread, portraying them as both protectors and punishers. They were often involved in stories of abductions and possessions, where their victims, particularly children and monks, would be returned in a state of delirium or profound change. Tengu are renowned for their supernatural abilities. They are masters of martial arts, and are said to have taught these skills to legendary warriors. One of their most famous powers is their control over the wind, often depicted with a magical feather fan that could stir up powerful gusts. Their abilities also include shape-shifting and possession. Tengu can transform into human or animal forms and possess people, particularly those with weak or corrupt spirits. This has made them figures of both fear and reverence in Japanese religious and cultural traditions. Autobrewery syndrome. Autobrewery syndrome, also known as gut fermentation syndrome, is a rare and intriguing medical condition where the human body produces alcohol internally. This occurs due to an overgrowth of certain fungi or bacteria in the gut that ferment carbohydrates into ethanol. This leads to symptoms of alcohol intoxication without consuming alcohol. The first documented case of autobrewery syndrome dates back to 1946. In this case, a 5-year-old South African child exhibited alcohol presence in the stomach during an emergency surgery. This early case highlighted the potential for endogenous alcohol production, but did not immediately lead to widespread recognition of the syndrome. Further cases were reported in Japan in the 1970s, primarily involving individuals with Candida yeast overgrowth. The condition remained largely obscure until more recent years, when various cases brought it to light in medical literature and the media. Despite its unusual presentation, Autobrewery syndrome remains underdiagnosed and often misunderstood. The condition's rarity and the stigma of appearing intoxicated without drinking alcohol contribute to the diagnostic challenges. The exact triggers for autobrewery syndrome are still not fully understood, but factors such as antibiotic use, diabetes, and Crohn's disease are speculated to be involved. Researchers continue to explore the complexities of autobrewery syndrome, particularly its microbiome-related triggers. The disruption of gut homeostasis, often following antibiotic use, appears to be a significant factor. Some theorize that this disruption allows for a potentially catastrophic overgrowth of ethanol-producing microorganisms. Ongoing research into the human microbiome and its relationship with autobrewery syndrome holds promise for better diagnostic and treatment strategies. The disappearance of Marshall Iwasa. This case is a suggestion by patron and Discord community member Boom Slang. Marshall Iwasa, a 26-year-old man from Lethbridge, Alberta, disappeared under mysterious circumstances on November 17, 2019. His last known activity was visiting his storage locker in Lethbridge. His whereabouts after this visit to the locker remain unknown, and have now become a matter of significant speculation. Iwasa's burned-out truck was discovered 6 days later, on November 23, 2019, in a remote area near Pemberton, British Columbia. The location of the truck, along with the fact that it was intentionally set on fire, raised many questions and has fueled various theories about what might have happened to him. Iwasa was reported missing after his family realized he had not returned to Calgary, as he had told them he would. Extensive search operations were conducted by both law enforcement and his family. The search included the use of dogs, drones, and on-foot efforts, but no significant evidence was found. The Lethbridge Police and Royal Canadian Mounted Police were involved. However, due to the lack of evidence indicating foul play, the case remained a missing persons investigation rather than a criminal one. Several unusual details have emerged during the investigation. For instance, the steering column of Iwasa's truck was missing, which was confirmed not to have been removed by the RCMP. This, along with the lack of fingerprints or DNA testing due to the case not being classified as criminal, has left many questions unanswered. Another oddity is the complete lack of activity on Iwasa's bank cards and no gas station surveillance footage capturing his vehicle along the route from Lethbridge to Pemberton. This route, typically requiring multiple fuel stops, leaves a gap in the timeline that investigators have been unable to fill. Further, no fuel canisters appear to have been found in or around the vehicle, which could provide a logical explanation for the lack of stops. Iwasa's family has been relentless in their search for answers. They have created social media groups, hired private investigators, and even conducted their own searches of the remote areas where his truck was found. They have also erected billboards and distributed missing person posters to raise awareness. The private investigations confirmed that the truck was set on fire deliberately, ruling out an accidental cause like an engine malfunction. Despite these efforts, no new leads have emerged, and the lack of substantial evidence has been a major hurdle in progressing the investigation. If you have any information in relation to the disappearance of Marshall Iwasa, please contact the Lethbridge Police Department. Tama, the station master cat, was a calico cat whose story became a symbol of hope and revival for the Kishigawa line in Wakayama Prefecture, Japan. Born a stray, Tama roamed around Kishi Station, where she was fed by Toshiko Koyama, the station manager. When the railway line faced closure in 2006, due to financial struggles and declining passenger numbers, a unique solution was proposed, appointing Tama as the station master. In January 2007, Tama officially became the station master of Kishi Station, complete with a specially made hat and a gold name tag. Tama's appointment garnered significant media attention, drawing visitors from all over Japan and beyond. This surge in tourism helped revive the financially struggling railway. The number of passengers increased by 17% in just 1 month, and by the end of her first year, the number of riders had grown by 10%. Tama's role was not limited to greeting passengers. Her charming demeanor turned her into a local and international celebrity, with major news outlets like CNN and the BBC covering her story. The station was redesigned to reflect her popularity, with a station building that resembled a cat's face and a train, the Tama train, decorated with her likeness. As Tama's fame grew, she received several promotions. In 2008, she was named Super Station Master, granting her an office, a converted ticket booth with a litter tray and bed. She was later promoted to Managing Executive Officer and eventually became the honorary president of Wakayama Electric Railway. Tama's influence extended beyond boosting passenger numbers and climbing the corporate cat tree. She inspired a range of merchandise, from keychains to candies, which further supported the railway's finances. Her impact on the local economy was substantial, contributing an approximate $10 million American over the course of her lifetime. In June 2015, after 8 years of faithful service, Tama passed away. Her passing was marked by a Shinto-style funeral, attended by thousands. During this ceremony, she received her final and most significant promotion. She was enshrined as Tama Daimyo Jin, a minor deity, in a small shrine at Kishi Station. Pretty enviable career trajectory for Tama, I must say. The Antwerp diamond heist, known as the Heist of the Century, took place in February 2003 in the supposedly completely secure vaults of the Antwerp World Diamond Center. This heist is one of the largest diamond thefts in history, with over $100 million American worth of diamonds, gold, and jewelry stolen. Despite some arrests, the majority of the diamonds were never recovered, adding to the heist's enduring mystery. The mastermind behind the heist was Leonardo Notarbartolo, who had been posing as an Italian diamond merchant. He spent 3 years living in Antwerp and going about his business as if he was an actual legitimate diamond merchant. During these years, he meticulously planned the heist, assembling a team of skilled criminals known as, quote, the School of Turin. And what I'm about to tell you next sounds like the plot of a heist movie, but it's all factual. The team included experts in various fields. The monster was an expert in lockpicking and mechanics, as well as the muscle behind the operation. The genius specialized in alarm systems and the manipulation of security systems generally. Speedy was known for his agility, though his nervousness would later contribute to their downfall. Finally, there was a mysterious man known only as the King of Keys, an unidentified master key forger who is said to have been able to replicate virtually any key. On the night of February 15th, or the very early morning of February 16th, 2003, the heist went into action. The team accessed the building through an adjacent office, used a polyester shield to evade infrared sensors, and covered cameras with black garbage bags. Inside the vault, they disabled alarms, picked locks in the dark, and filled duffel bags with diamonds and jewels from numerous safety deposit boxes. They then meticulously transported the loot to Notarbartolo's car. Despite the meticulous planning and execution, the heist unraveled due to a series of blunders. After the heist, Speedy and Notarbartolo attempted to dispose of evidence in a forest rather than burning it as planned. Speedy's panic attack led him to scatter the evidence, which was later discovered by a local hunter. The discarded evidence included receipts, videotapes, and a partially eaten salami sandwich, all of which provided crucial clues that led to the identification and arrest of the team members. Nodar Bartolo was sentenced to 10 years in prison but was released on parole in 2009. His associates received shorter sentences, but the fate of the King of Keys remains unknown, as he was never apprehended. The vast majority of the stolen goods were never recovered, and the investigation into their current location remains ongoing. Nodar Bartolo maintains that the heist was part of an insurance fraud scheme orchestrated by a diamond dealer, a claim that has never been substantiated. The King of Keys is suspected of being involved in a number of other heists, though the identity of this individual remains entirely unknown. Also, shout out to community member Danson1999 for this great suggestion. The Frauke Liebs case. Frauke Liebs, a 21-year-old nursing student, vanished under mysterious circumstances on June 20th, 2006, in Paderborn, Germany. Her case remains one of the most disturbing slayings in recent German history. On the night of her disappearance, she was at an Irish pub called the Auld Triangle in Paderborn, watching a FIFA World Cup match between England and Sweden with friends. She had borrowed a friend's phone battery as hers was running low, but returned it before leaving the pub around 11 p.m. Given that she only had about €5 with her, it's believed she intended to walk the short 2 miles to her apartment. At around 1 a.m., her housemate received a text message from her phone stating she would be home later. This message was sent from Neheim, a small city approximately 35 kilometers away from Paderborn. The following day, Frauke failed to appear at work, and her mother reported her missing immediately, given that this was entirely out of character for her. In the days following her disappearance, Frauke made several phone calls to her housemate and family. These calls were traced to various industrial areas in Paderborn. In these conversations, she repeatedly assured them she would return home soon, but provided no clear information about her whereabouts or situation. The last call occurred on June 27th, during which she spoke briefly with her sister. When asked if she was being held against her will, she initially answered, yes, faintly, but quickly followed with a loud no. On October 4, 2006, a hunter discovered her body in a forested area near Lichtenau, about 25 miles from where she was last seen. Her body was found still dressed in the clothes she had worn on the night she disappeared. However, her mobile phone, handbag, wallet, and wristwatch were missing. Due to the advanced state of decomposition, the cause and exact time of death could not be determined, though it was determined that this was not a recent event. The investigation into Frauke's disappearance and death involved extensive police work. Over 900 individuals connected to Frauke were questioned, and 5 initial suspects were identified. However, all were eventually cleared after providing convincing alibis. The police hypothesized that Frauke had been held captive in the Neheim area, where the text on the night of her disappearance originated from. The authorities speculated that the phone calls made from different locations in Paderborn were intended to mislead the investigation. Despite the efforts, no definitive motive or perpetrator was identified. The case received significant media attention in Germany. Despite the exposure and a reward offered for information leading to the resolution of the case, Frauke's slaying remains unsolved. Even years later, the case continues to draw public interest and efforts to solve it persist. In November 2022, police conducted searches based on an anonymous tip, but found no new evidence. The case is still open, and authorities hope that new information might eventually come to light, bringing closure to Frauke's family and friends. Tower Hill Road. Tower Hill Road, located in North Kingstown, Rhode Island, is the center of several eerie urban legends. These legends encompass a mix of ghostly apparitions, mysterious creatures, and unexplained phenomena, each adding to the road's reputation as a hotspot for paranormal activity. Tower Hill Road's history dates back to colonial times, serving as a significant route for early settlers. Over the centuries, it has witnessed numerous incidents, many of which have become the foundation for its haunted reputation. An older legend speaks of a ghostly carriage that can be seen traversing the road on foggy nights. This spectral carriage, often pulled by invisible or ghostly horses, is said to carry the spirits of a spectral family. According to local lore, those who see the carriage are warned of impending misfortune. This tale has been passed down through generations, adding to the road's disturbing reputation. One of the most persistent legends involves the ghostly figures of children seen playing along the road. These apparitions are often described as wearing old-fashioned clothing, suggesting they might be the spirits of children from the colonial period. Witnesses report seeing these children suddenly vanish when approached, leaving no trace behind. This phenomenon has led to numerous stories and speculations about their origins and the tragic events that might have led to their demises. Another strange entity reported on Tower Hill Road is the so-called man monkey, a creature that allegedly jumps between dimensions. This being, first sighted in the 1970s, has been described by witnesses as a large, hairy creature with glowing eyes. Unlike the traditional Bigfoot, the man monkey is thought to possess supernatural abilities, such as disappearing and reappearing at will. These sightings have continued sporadically, with the most recent reports coming from the early 2000s. The various legends surrounding Tower Hill Road have sparked numerous theories and speculations. Some believe the road's haunted nature is due to its proximity to ancient Native American burial grounds, suggesting that the disturbances might be the result of unrested spirits. Others propose that the area's dense woods and historical sites naturally lend themselves to ghost stories and paranormal sightings. Skeptics further argue that many of the sightings can be attributed to optical illusions, or the power of suggestion, or even mass hysteria surrounding the road. Shout out to Bob Loblong Esquire for bringing this case to my attention. Robert the Doll. Robert the Doll is an interesting haunted doll that has attracted significant attention in recent years. Housed in the Fort East Martello Museum in Key West, Florida, this seemingly innocuous doll has a long history filled with eerie tales and unexplained phenomena. Robert the Doll was originally owned by Robert Eugene Otto, an eccentric artist from a prominent Key West family. The doll was created by the Steiff Company in Germany and given to Otto as a gift in 1904 by his grandfather during a trip to Germany. Otto quickly formed a deep attachment to the doll, even naming it after himself, and referring to it in the first person as if it were alive. Also, for clarity's sake going forward, I will be referring to the doll as Robert, and the owner of the doll as Gene, his preferred name. The legends surrounding this sinister doll began early. According to local lore, a Bahamian servant girl, who was reportedly mistreated by the Otto family, cursed the doll with black magic. Soon after, strange events started to occur. Jean's parents would wake up to find their son screaming in the middle of the night, surrounded by overturned furniture, which Jean would blame on Robert. As Jean grew older, the doll's activities seemed to intensify. Visitors reported hearing giggles and seeing the doll's facial expressions change. The doll was also said to move on its own, from room to room, and even appear at windows. One notable story involves a plumber who was hired to do some work at the Otto family home. He claimed to hear children's laughter when no one else was present, and saw Robert move from one side of the room to the other. Objects that had been in the doll's lap were found on the other side of the room, seemingly thrown by an unseen force. After Jean's passing in 1974, the house, along with Robert, was sold to a woman named Myrtle Reuter. She kept Robert for 20 years, during which time she experienced similar strange occurrences, including Robert appearing and disappearing within the house. There are several theories about the nature of Robert the doll. Some believe it is possessed by a malevolent spirit, possibly linked to the magical practices of the mistreated Bahamian servant. Under this theory, she imbued Robert with some sort of curse or malevolent energy, allowing the doll to move and act of its own accord. Others think it could be a poltergeist activity, where Jean's emotional energy as a child somehow gave the doll life. Another theory suggests that the stories are a result of the power of suggestion. When people hear about Robert's supposed abilities, they may experience psychosomatic symptoms or attribute everyday mishaps to the doll's curse. In 1994, Myrtle Reuter donated Robert to the Fort East Martello Museum. Since then, the doll has become a somewhat popular tourist attraction. The museum receives numerous letters from visitors asking for forgiveness after allegedly experiencing misfortunes attributed to disrespecting the doll. Museum staff and visitors often report strange phenomena, such as cameras malfunctioning, objects moving on their own, and eerie feelings around the doll. Some even claim to have seen Robert's chest moving as if he were breathing, though no video evidence exists to corroborate these claims. Robert the doll's notoriety has spread beyond Key West. A series of low-budget British horror films loosely based on Robert's story began with the film Robert in 2015, followed by several sequels. Operation Beluga. In December 1984, local hunters discovered approximately 3,000 beluga whales trapped in a rapidly freezing strait near the Chukchi Peninsula, close to the Bering Sea. The whales were confined to small breathing holes, surrounded by thick ice that they could not break through. Initially, locals attempted to help by feeding the whales frozen fish and trying to keep the ice at bay. However, the ice continued to thicken, posing a severe threat to the whales' survival. The Soviet authorities responded by dispatching the icebreaker Moskva, a powerful vessel capable of breaking through thick ice. Moskva had been built in Finland and was one of the most formidable icebreakers of its time, featuring a robust diesel-electric power plant. Upon arriving, the crew of Moskva faced significant challenges. The ice was so thick that initial efforts to create a passage for the whales seemed futile. The captain, Anatoly Kovalenko, considered aborting the mission. However, seeing the dire situation of the whales, the crew decided to press on. They carved out large breathing holes to provide the whales with temporary relief and space to rest. A turning point in the operation came when someone recalled that marine mammals, including belugas, respond to music. The crew began playing various types of music through the ship's loudspeakers, experimenting with different genres. Classical music in particular seemed to attract the whales. The strategy involved playing music to lure the whales towards the open passages created by the icebreaker. Gradually, the whales started to follow Moskva, moving step by step towards open water. After weeks of persistent effort, Moskva's crew successfully led around 2,000 of the approximately 3,000 whales to safety. Several mysteries and theories surround the Operation Beluga. One question that remains is how the whales ended up in such large numbers in the strait. Some speculate they were chasing prey, such as cod, and got trapped by sudden ice formation. Another point of debate is the exact music played that attracted the whales. While some reports suggest Russian classical composers like Shostakovich and others, while others mention more modern Soviet pop tunes being used on the belugas. Personally, I prefer to believe that the beluga whales responded to the bland beats of Soviet pop. Not because they loved it, but because they wanted to figure out any way to get away from it. Also, perhaps I'm being overly harsh on Soviet pop, so let me know your favorite Soviet pop tunes in the comments. The Rolling Calf. The rolling calf is one of the most feared entities in Jamaican folklore. The rolling calf is said to be the spirit of a particularly wicked person, often a butcher or someone who was dishonest in their dealings. These spirits return to haunt the living, appearing as a large, terrifying calf-like creature that roams the countryside at night. A rolling calf is typically depicted as a monstrous calf with blazing red eyes, and it often drags heavy chains behind it, creating a distinct and eerie clanking sound. The creature is also known to emit a foul odor and is sometimes described as having smoke coming from its nostrils. Despite its terrifying nature, the rolling calf has several known weaknesses. It is said to be terrified of the moon, so one effective way to ward it off is by using a mirror to reflect moonlight towards it. Additionally, dropping random items behind you as you flee can distract the creature, as it will stop to count them. Another method involves using a whip to scare it away, as rolling calves are afraid of being whipped. It is said to reside in places like bamboo and cottonwood groves, caves, and abandoned houses, emerging on moonless nights to terrorize those who dare to venture out after dark. One particularly vivid story involves a man transporting molasses, only to have a rolling calf follow him, attracted by the sweet scent. The man managed to escape by whipping the creature, who fled while crying out in defeat. Various theories attempt to explain the phenomena associated with the rolling calf. Some suggest that it is a creature conjured up using dark magical powers to exact revenge on enemies. Others suggest that the creature is a form of cryptid or a misidentified animal. Still others suggest that it may be another form of paranormal phenomenon, such as an interdimensional entity or an extraterrestrial creature. The death of David Bacon. David Bacon, born Gaspar Griswold Bacon Jr. on March 24, 1914, was an American actor known for his brief career in Hollywood. Bacon hailed from a prominent family in Massachusetts. His grandfather, Robert Bacon, was a financier and U.S. ambassador, while his father, Gaspar Bacon Sr., was Massachusetts' lieutenant governor. Despite his wealthy and politically connected background, Bacon chose to pursue a career in Hollywood, rather than follow his family's footsteps into politics. Notably at the time, this was considered extremely improper for someone of David Bacon's social background and societal status. Bacon's journey into acting began in the early 1930s, performing in summer stock theaters on Cape Cod, where he befriended future stars like James Stewart and Henry Fonda. In 1942, Bacon married Austrian singer and actress Greta Keller. Bacon's career received a significant boost when he was discovered by Howard Hughes, who signed him to an exclusive contract. Though Bacon initially screen tested for a starring role in what was slated to be a major film called The Outlaw, Hughes ultimately cast him in smaller roles. His most notable role was in the Republic Pictures serial The Masked Marvel, where he played a member of a team fighting Japanese spies during World War II. On September 12, 1943, Bacon's life came to a tragic and mysterious end. Witnesses reported seeing him driving erratically before his car crashed in Venice, California. Bacon stumbled out of the vehicle, suffering from a small wound on his back, and collapsed. His last words to bystanders were a plea for help before he passed away. The subsequent investigation revealed few meaningful clues. Bacon's car contained a camera with undeveloped film showing only one photo of him, fully unclothed, on a beach, a wallet, and a sweater not belonging to him. Bacon's wife, Greta Keller, was devastated by his passing and later suffered a miscarriage. She suggested that Howard Hughes, the billionaire aviator and Hollywood producer who discovered Bacon, might have been involved due to a rumored romantic relationship between them. This theory posits that the relationship might have soured, leading to a fatal confrontation. However, these claims remained entirely speculative, and Hughes was known for his numerous affairs, all of which were with women, casting doubt on this theory's credibility. Another theory suggests that Bacon was a victim of a blackmail attempt gone sideways. Given the atmosphere of 1940s Hollywood, Bacon's orientation could have made him a target for blackmailers. This theory is supported by the fact that Bacon was living a double life, married to Keller while allegedly involved in same-sex relationships. The scenario of a blackmail scheme escalating into violence seems plausible in this context. Another theory is that Bacon might have picked up a hitchhiker who turned violent. Witnesses had seen Bacon with a man shortly before his demise. This unidentified individual could have attacked Bacon in the car, leading to his fatal injury. The fact that no substantial evidence was found to confirm this theory leaves it as one of many possibilities. The navy blue sweater found in Bacon's car, along with the camera containing a single photo of him, has fueled speculation. The sweater, which did not belong to Bacon, suggests the presence of another person. The photo implies a private moment, potentially with someone Bacon trusted, adding an intimate and possibly incriminating dimension to the events leading up to his demise. Despite numerous theories, no one was ever charged, and the case remains a mystery till this day. Shout out to Discord community member D. Dodge Silver for this great suggestion. The death of Jenny Lo Chang. Jenny Lo Chang, a 19-year-old student at San Francisco State University, disappeared on the evening of September 11, 1977. She left her dormitory around 6 p.m., heading to a study session in the J. Paul Leonard Library. When her roommate noticed her absence the following morning, she reported it to the authorities. Jenny's body was discovered a few hours later in a locked reading room on the library's 4th floor. The condition of the room and her body indicated a violent struggle had taken place. Over 200 staff members and 1,200 faculty members had access to keys and coded cards that could unlock the room where she was found, complicating the investigation. The only individuals questioned were a campus security guard and a faculty member, strongly suggesting that the initial investigation was not carried out properly. One popular theory suggests the involvement of the notorious Zodiac Killer, given the geographical and chronological proximity of his activities. However, no substantial evidence that is publicly known supports this theory. Another theory posits the involvement of Rodney Alcala, a convicted serial wrongdoer active around the same period. This theory also lacks concrete evidence, but has gained traction due to the similarities in the modus operandi. The investigation into Jenny's demise was fraught with challenges. Advanced decomposition of her body hampered forensic analysis, making it difficult to establish a precise cause of her passing. The scene itself, described as chaotic with broken furniture and scattered personal items, suggested a violent confrontation. The locked state of the room upon discovery led investigators to conclude that Jenny must have entered with someone she trusted, who had access to a key to the room. Despite numerous efforts, the case has long gone cold, with few meaningful leads ever generated. The Erdington slayings. In the quiet suburb of Erdington, Birmingham, two chillingly similar events occurred, separated by 157 years. The first incident dates back to May 27, 1817, when Mary Ashford, a 20-year-old woman, was found lifeless in a flooded sandpit. Mary had spent the previous evening dancing at the Tyburn House Inn with friends, including a young man named Abraham Thornton. After the dance, she parted ways with her friend and was last seen alive in the early hours of the morning. Later, Abraham Thornton admitted to having been with Mary, but insisted their interactions were consensual. Despite public outrage, Thornton was acquitted due to insufficient evidence and inconsistencies in the testimonies of witnesses. Fast forward to May 27, 1974, when the body of Barbara Forrest, another 20-year-old woman, was discovered in Pipe Hayes Park, the same area where Mary Ashford had met her fate. Barbara had also spent her last evening at a social event and was last seen alive in the early hours of the morning. Michael Ian Thornton, a co-worker at the children's home where Barbara worked, became the prime suspect. Similar to the earlier case, circumstantial evidence led to his arrest, but without concrete proof, he was acquitted. The parallel elements of these cases are uncanny. Both victims were 20 years old and spent their last nights dancing. They were found on the same date, in the same location, and in both cases, a man named Thornton was the prime suspect who was ultimately acquitted. In Mary Ashford's case, the legal proceedings included an unusual twist. After Thornton's initial acquittal, Mary's brother demanded a retrial, invoking an archaic law allowing for trial by combat. Thornton accepted the challenge, symbolically throwing down a gauntlet in court. However, Mary's brother declined the combat, leading to Thornton's final acquittal. The public, dissatisfied with the outcome, ostracized Thornton, who eventually emigrated to the United States. Barbara Forrest's case, although lacking the medieval throwback drama of trial by combat, was equally frustrating for authorities and the public. Forensic technology of the time was not advanced enough to provide definitive answers. Despite the presence of circumstantial evidence against Michael Ian Thornton, the jury found him not guilty. This left many questions unanswered and allowed Thornton to walk free, much to the dismay of Barbara's family and friends. The uncanny similarities between these two cases have spurred numerous theories. Some suggest the involvement of a copycat influenced by the historical case of Mary Ashford. Others believe in more far-fetched ideas, such as a supernatural recurrence or a curse on the Thornton family name. Despite various investigations and public interest, the true connection between the two incidents, if any, remains a mystery. Pica. Pica is a disorder characterized by the compulsive consumption of non-food substances. The term pica comes from the Latin word for magpie, a bird known for its indiscriminate eating habits. Historical records of pica date back centuries, with references in medical texts as early as the 16th century. Ancient medical literature described cases of individuals consuming soil, chalk, and other non-food items, often linking these behaviors to various health conditions like anemia. Pica can be associated with numerous underlying conditions. Further, nutrient deficiencies, particularly in iron and zinc, have also been strongly linked to pica. For instance, individuals with iron deficiency anemia often develop a craving for ice, a condition known as pagophagia. Psychological factors are also speculated to play a significant role in pica. Anxiety, obsessive-compulsive disorder, or OCD, and other mental health conditions have been observed in many cases. In some instances, individuals consume non-food items to relieve stress or cope with emotional disturbances. Case studies have documented people eating items like mud, pencil nibs, and wall plaster to alleviate anxiety. There are numerous documented cases that highlight the variety and severity of pica. One such case involves Teresa Widener, who developed a habit of eating rocks during pregnancy. Her condition persisted for over 2 decades, illustrating the chronic nature of pica in some individuals. Another case is that of an 11-year-old boy named Cameron Litchfield, who was found to have ingested magnets, screws, and yarn. His condition required immediate medical intervention, showcasing the potential dangers associated with pica. Despite advances in understanding pica, many aspects remain mysterious. The exact neurobiological pathways involved are still actively under investigation, with some breakthroughs having been made. Researchers are exploring the roles of various neurotransmitters and brain regions in the development of pica. Additionally, the condition's prevalence across different cultures and populations continues to be a subject of study. Pica's association with other mental health disorders also raises questions about shared underlying mechanisms. However, some researchers speculate that pica may develop independently out of a variety of conditions. For example, while some might develop pica due to psychological factors, other individuals may have a neurological condition which leads to this uncontrolled desire. The disappearance of Beth Miller. On August 16, 1983, 14-year-old Beth Miller went for a jog in her hometown of Idaho Springs, Colorado, and never returned. Beth was an active teenager, having recently been accepted into a varsity basketball program. She was dedicated to staying in shape and frequently jogged in the area. On the fateful day, she went jogging alone, which was unusual for her. When she did not return home, her family quickly became concerned. The subsequent search efforts were extensive, involving local law enforcement, volunteers, search dogs, and even horses, but no trace of Beth was found. Her sister, Lynn McLaughlin, driven by the desire to uncover the truth, later became a police officer and took an active role in investigating Beth's case. Despite her dedication and efforts, she encountered numerous obstacles, including lost or destroyed documents and jurisdictional disputes that hindered the investigation. Over the years, various theories have emerged regarding Beth's disappearance. One theory suggested that her case might be connected to other cases in the area, specifically those involving Alan Lee Phillips. Phillips was convicted in 2022 for crimes committed around the same time as Beth's disappearance. His modus operandi and the proximity of his other crimes led some to speculate that he might be involved. However, there has been no conclusive evidence linking Phillips to Beth's case. The investigation into Beth Miller's disappearance has seen several phases, each bringing a glimmer of hope followed by disappointment. In 2007, a grand jury reviewed the case and highlighted significant failures in the initial investigation. This included mishandling of evidence and interagency conflicts, which likely contributed to the case remaining unsolved. Despite the passage of time, Beth's family has never given up hope. They continue to seek closure and urge anyone with information to come forward. Lynn McLaughlin, now retired, remains hopeful that new evidence or a fresh lead might eventually solve the mystery of what happened to her sister. The secret cow level in Diablo 1. The rumor of a secret cow level in the original Diablo game is one of the most well-known urban legends in video game history, originating from the game's release in 1996. Despite the absence of any such level in the original game, fans speculated that repeatedly clicking on the cows in Tristram would open a portal to a hidden cow level. Other methods for unlocking the secret cow level circulated around high schools, colleges, gaming magazines, and internet forums. These methods for unlocking the level often involved convoluted steps, which would have required an immense amount of time and effort to test. Blizzard Entertainment, the developer, decided to acknowledge and feed into this rumor in a subtle way. The first official nod to the cow level came in Diablo Hellfire, an expansion released in 1997. This expansion pack, as this sort of content was then known, included a hidden quest called Jersey's Jersey, featuring a character in a cow suit, directly referencing the urban legend. However, there was still no cow level implemented into Diablo Hellfire. The cow level rumor was further cemented in Blizzard's lore with the release of StarCraft in 1998, where the cheat code, "There is no cow level," allowed players to skip a mission. This code sparked further speculation that the cow level may exist within Diablo 1. The myth became a reality with Diablo 2 in 2000. Players discovered that combining Wirt's leg, an item found in the game, with a Tome of Town portal in the Herodric Cube, would open a portal to the secret cow level. This level, formerly known as Moo Moo Farm, featured bipedal, weapon-wielding cows led by the Cow King. The inclusion of this level delighted fans and showcased Blizzard's willingness to embrace and materialize community-driven myths. Following this, references to the cow level appeared in many Blizzard games. Diablo III introduced Whimsyshire, a level featuring mythical creatures like unicorns and inspired by the absurdity of the cow level myth. Additionally, a proper cow level named Not the Cow Level was added later. World of Warcraft, Hearthstone, and other games also made various references to the cow level, showcasing its broad influence and popularity within the gaming community. Despite its popularity, the cow level has been controversial. Some players and Blizzard developers criticized it for being too rewarding, potentially overshadowing other parts of the game. This debate highlights the balance needed between fun Easter eggs and the core gameplay experience. Cat riding reflex. The cat riding reflex, a cat's innate ability to orient itself midair to land on its feet, has fascinated humans for centuries. This reflex is an impressive display of feline agility and anatomical precision, perfected over millions of years of evolution. Research into the cat riding reflex dates back to the early 18th century. French scientist Antoine Perron first explored this phenomenon in 1700, comparing it to the physics of buoyancy and equilibrium. However, the most notable early study was conducted by French physiologist Étienne Jules Marais in 1894. Marais used high-speed photography to capture a falling cat's mid-air adjustments, presenting his findings to the French Academy of Sciences. This photographic evidence revealed the complexity of the reflex and challenged existing mechanical principles of the time. Cats achieve their mid-air reorientation through a combination of anatomical and neurological adaptations. The reflex involves a sequence of movements that allow a cat to twist its body to land on its feet. The process begins with the cat's vestibular system, located in the inner ear, which helps determine its orientation relative to the ground. This system, combined with the flexibility of the cat's spine and the absence of a functional collarbone, enables rapid and precise body adjustments. Initially, the cat positions its head to align with the ground. Following this, it twists its spine to align the front half of its body, while the rear half follows. This coordinated movement ensures that the cat's paws are oriented downwards by the time it lands. Modern research has delved deeper into the physics and biology of this reflex. Studies have shown that the riding reflex is not entirely innate. Kittens develop and refine this ability as they grow. For instance, experiments in near-zero gravity conditions revealed that adult cats could right themselves, but newborn kittens could not. This suggests the necessity of both development and environmental interaction for this reflex to mature. And in case you're wondering how this was figured out, this is based upon a study published in 1957. For this study, the U.S. Air Force put both adult cats and kittens in a simulated near-zero gravity environment on a high-altitude plane to study this effect. But I digress. Further studies also indicate that the height from which a cat falls affects the effectiveness of the riding reflex. Cats falling from greater heights paradoxically tend to suffer fewer injuries than those falling from lower heights. However, this is due to their ability to reach terminal velocity and better position themselves to absorb the impact when falling from higher heights. Despite extensive research, some aspects of the cat riding reflex remain mysterious. One intriguing question is how cats maintain such precise control over their movements in complete darkness. Some theories suggest that the cat's brain can store information about its orientation before the fall, allowing it to make necessary adjustments even without visual input. However, this is somewhat questionable as this has been observed even in blind cats. Another area of interest is the reflex's evolutionary origins. While the exact evolutionary path is unclear, it is likely that this ability evolved to aid survival in tree-rich environments, where falling from trees was a common risk. This theory is supported by the fact that other animals, such as squirrels, exhibit similar righting reflexes, presumably for similar survival advantages. There are numerous accounts of cats surviving seemingly impossible falls, adding to the lore of their righting reflex. For instance, a cat named Sabrina fell 32 stories from a high-rise apartment in New York City and survived with only minor injuries, highlighting the incredible effectiveness of this reflex. Mirror, mirror on the wall. This is an example of a Mandela effect where many people remember this famous line incorrectly. Originating from Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, the line in question is often remembered as "Mirror, mirror on the wall, who is the fairest of them all?" However, the actual line from the 1937 film is "Magic mirror on the wall, who is the fairest one of all?" This discrepancy has puzzled many and led to widespread discussions about memory and reality. The concept of the Mandela effect is a collective, presumably false memory, where large groups of people remember events or details differently from how they occurred. In the case of the mirror, mirror quote, the confusion arises from multiple sources. The famous line, "Mirror, mirror," actually comes from the original Brothers Grimm fairy tale, Snow White, where the phrase was Spieglein, Spieglein an der Wand in German. This translates to "Mirror, mirror on the wall," or less poetically, but more literally, little mirror on the wall" in English. When Disney adapted the story, they changed the line to "Magic mirror on the wall." This change, however, did not stop many people from remembering it as "Mirror, mirror," possibly due to the influence of the original tale and its repeated references in popular culture. Notably, this ran against the convention of translation of the story at that time, and many people were already familiar with the mirror, mirror version from the fairy tale. The Mandela effect suggests that such collective misrememberings could be due to a variety of factors. Psychological explanations include the idea that memory is reconstructive rather than reproductive. This means that when people recall memories, they reconstruct them from various pieces of information, which can sometimes lead to inaccuracies. Over time, hearing others repeat the incorrect version can solidify these false memories in one's mind. In my view, while this Mandela effect appears to be as shocking as the fruit of the loom Mandela effect at first glance, but on investigation, it's quite clearly not. I hypothesize that children and adults seeing Snow White were quite likely to be familiar with the Brothers Grimm fairy tale, which had always been translated as "mirror, mirror." Therefore, the false memory that this line was repeated in the movie adaptation was primed to easily take root. The blue tigers of China. The blue tiger, also known as the Maltese tiger, has captivated imaginations and sparked debates for over a century. This creature is rumored to have a bluish-gray coat, a stark contrast to the more familiar orange and black stripes of most tigers. Despite numerous reports and legends, there is no concrete evidence to confirm the existence of blue tigers. Notably, the quote, "Maltese tiger" has no connection whatsoever to the island of Malta. The term Maltese tiger is believed to have been borrowed from Maltese cat, referring to domestic cats with blue-gray fur often found in Malta. This name suggests a genetic mutation similar to that seen in other cats with blue or gray coats, such as the Russian blue cat. Theories suggest that the blue hue could result from a specific gene mutation, creating a palette switch within the tiger population. The most famous account of a blue tiger sighting comes from Harry R. Caldwell, an American missionary and experienced tiger hunter. Quick aside, I feel like being both a missionary and tiger hunter is a very late 19th or early 20th century thing to do. Caldwell reported seeing a blue-tinged tiger in China's Fujian province in 1910. Caldwell's description of the tiger, detailed in his 1924 book Blue Tiger, describes an animal with a distinctive bluish coat, which he initially mistook for a man in blue clothing. Other sightings have been reported in neighboring regions, including Burma and Korea, but these too lack photographic evidence or physical proof. In the 1960s, there were rumors of a blue tiger in Oklahoma being kept in a private collection, though this claim was never substantiated. The South China tiger, a subspecies often linked to these reports, is critically endangered, with very few individuals remaining in the wild. I note that this is one cryptid that I am quite confident actually exists, or did exist at some point in the past. The existence of melanistic tigers is supported by scientific evidence and genetic research, as well as modern photographic evidence. These well-documented tigers, known for their unique black and yellow striped patterns, primarily inhabit the Similipal Tiger Reserve in Odisha, India. The melanism in these tigers is attributed to a rare genetic mutation, which causes extremely dark pigmentation. I suspect that the Chinese blue tiger is a South China tiger, which exhibits this same genetic mutation, or a similar mutation. I note that oftentimes dark black and blue are difficult colors to distinguish in direct sunlight, which could explain why this tiger cryptid is known as a blue tiger rather than a black tiger. The Borley Rectory. Borley Rectory, a Gothic-style mansion built in 1862 in Borley, Essex, was famously known as the most haunted house in England while it stood. The rectory was constructed for Reverend Henry Dawson Bull and his family, and almost immediately, strange occurrences began to be reported. The first significant haunting reports came from the Bull family themselves. Numerous accounts from this period include sightings of a spectral nun, believed to be related to a tragic legend of a nun and monk from a nearby Benedictine monastery. The two were said to have been punished for engaging in a forbidden love affair. The nun was purportedly bricked up alive within the convent walls, and her ghost reportedly wandered the grounds of Borley Rectory. In 1928, Reverend Guy Smith and his wife moved into the rectory, also experiencing a series of inexplicable events. They reported hearing footsteps, strange whispers, and seeing apparitions. Mrs. Smith even reported the discovery of what she believed to be a human skull in a cupboard, wrapped up in a package. This skull was later determined to be that of a young woman who perished under unknown circumstances. Disturbed by these occurrences, the Smiths contacted the Daily Mirror, leading to the involvement of renowned paranormal investigator Harry Price. Harry Price also investigated the infamous Jeff the Magic Mongoose case, previously discussed in this series. Price rented the rectory in 1937 and conducted a series of experiments with a team of observers. During seances, they claimed to contact spirits, including a nun named Marie Lair, who allegedly recounted her tragic story and sought help through written messages. Harry Price's investigations at Borley Rectory greatly enhanced its notoriety. He documented various paranormal activities, including objects being thrown, mysterious writings on the walls, and ghostly figures. In 1939, a fire severely damaged Borley Rectory. The fire started when Captain W. H. Gregson, the new owner, accidentally knocked over an oil lamp. The insurance investigation suggested the fire was deliberately set, though some believe that the spirits inhabiting the rectory played a role in this fire. Despite the destruction, the legend of Borley Rectory continued, with numerous claims of ghostly sightings at the site of the ruins. While the Shrectory itself no longer stands, demolished in 1944, the stories of Borley Rectory's hauntings remain a significant part of England's paranormal lore. The Sphinx's missing nose. The Great Sphinx of Giza is one of the most iconic monuments of ancient Egypt, with the body of a lion and the head of a human, dressed as a pharaoh. However, one of the most intriguing aspects of the Sphinx is its missing nose. The Great Sphinx, believed to have been constructed around 2500 BC during the reign of Pharaoh Khafre, originally had a nose. This is evident from various historical records and archaeological evidence. The Sphinx itself is an imposing figure, measuring about 240 feet long and 66 feet high, carved from a single block of limestone on the Giza Plateau. One of the most popular myths is that the Sphinx's nose was shot off by cannonballs fired by Napoleon Bonaparte's soldiers during the French campaign in Egypt in 1798. This gained traction due to the widespread belief that the soldiers used the Sphinx for target practice. However, historical records quite easily disprove this claim. Sketches of the Sphinx made by Danish explorer Frederick Louis Norden in 1737, decades before Napoleon's arrival, already show the Sphinx without its nose. According to the 15th century Egyptian historian al-Makrizi, the Sphinx's nose was destroyed by a Sufi Muslim named Muhammad al-Dar in 1378 AD. Outraged by local peasants making offerings to the Sphinx in hopes of controlling the flood cycle, al-Dar defaced the statue. This story, though widely cited, is still debated among historians. Another plausible explanation is natural erosion. The Sphinx has endured thousands of years of exposure to the elements, which could have contributed to the gradual wearing away of its nose. However, the precision of the break and the presence of tool marks suggests a more deliberate act. Detailed examinations of the Sphinx's face indicate that rods or chisels were hammered into the nose area and then used to pry it off. Despite extensive searches, the missing pieces of the nose have never been found. Portlock, Alaska. Portlock, Alaska, located on the southern end of the Kenai Peninsula, is a ghost town. Established as an outpost by Captain Nathaniel Portlock of the Royal British Navy in 1786, the town became known for its vibrant cannery industry in the early 20th century. The town's eerie history is marked by numerous strange events and disappearances that led to its eventual abandonment. The first significant incident occurred in 1905 when Aleut workers abruptly left their cannery jobs due to an unexplained presence in the woods. Despite returning the following year, the atmosphere of fear and unease persisted. Throughout the 1920s and 1930s, the town experienced a series of mysterious disappearances and sightings of a creature known as the Nantinak, a Bigfoot-like being. One of the most notable events was the mysterious demise of a logger named Andrew Kamluck in 1931. Kamluck was reportedly struck by a large piece of logging equipment, found far from where it had been used. Hunters and prospectors frequently reported encountering enormous, human-like footprints and hearing eerie howls at night. The locals attributed these incidents to the Nantinak, believed to be a part human, part beast entity that roamed the area. Stories of hunters disappearing without a trace and bodies found with unusual wounds only added to the town's ominous reputation. According to the legend, by the 1940s, the town's residents were permanently gripped by fear. A significant number of them left Portlock after multiple instances of bodies being found in the nearby lagoon. This exodus included the family of Melania Kale, who recounted how the terrorized villagers fled to nearby settlements such as Nanwalek. The official reasons for Portlock's abandonment include its remote location and the lack of infrastructure, particularly the new highway routes that bypass the town. However, local lore strongly emphasizes the terror caused by the Nantinak as the primary reason for the mass departure. Today, Portlock remains a ghost town, accessible only by a challenging journey through rugged terrain. The remnants of its past, such as house foundations and rusted cannery equipment, stand as silent witnesses to the town's disturbing past. Also, shout out to frequent contributor Boomslang for this suggestion. Przebylski's Star. Przebylski's Star is a celestial mystery that has captivated astronomers since its discovery by Polish-Australian astronomer Antoni Przebylski in 1961. The star was discovered during a survey of peculiar A-type stars. Located roughly 370 light-years away in the constellation Centaurus, this star stands out due to its unique properties, which continue to puzzle scientists to this day. Its atmosphere is rich in elements like strontium, holmium, niobium, scandium, yttrium, and cesium, found in concentrations 1,000 to 10,000 times higher than those in our Sun. Conversely, it has significantly lower levels of iron and nickel, which are typically abundant in stars. More puzzling is the presence of short-lived radioactive elements such as actinides, including thorium, uranium, and plutonium, which should have decayed long ago if they were primordial. Adding to its mystique, Przebylski's star rotates extremely slowly, completing one rotation approximately every 188 years. This slow rotation is typical of a subset of stars known as app stars, which are characterized by strong magnetic fields and peculiar chemical compositions. However, the precise mechanisms causing these characteristics in Przebylski's star remain unclear. The unusual chemical makeup of this star has led to several intriguing hypotheses. One theory suggests that a nearby neutron star might be bombarding Przebylski's star with neutrons, creating the observed heavy elements. However, no such companion has been detected, making this hypothesis unlikely. Another possibility is that the observed elements are decay products of superheavy elements from an island of stability in the periodic table. These elements could have longer half-lives than previously known, allowing their daughter isotopes to be detectable. A more speculative theory posits that the star's peculiarities might be due to advanced extraterrestrial civilizations manipulating the star. Some scientists have suggested that aliens could be using Przebylski's star to dispose of nuclear waste, salting its atmosphere with unusual elements as a form of waste management. Little Nicky, the first commercially cloned cat. Born on October 17, 2004, Little Nicky is famously known as the first commercially cloned cat. His cloning was orchestrated by Genetic Savings and Clone, a biotechnology company based in California, which utilized the DNA of a 17-year-old cat named Nicky. Nicky, who passed away in 2003, had a devoted owner named Julie from North Texas, who paid $50,000 for the cloning procedure. Julie's decision to clone Nicky stemmed from her deep attachment to her cat and the desire to preserve his memory through an identical genetic replica. The method was developed and perfected through a collaboration between Genetic Savings and Clone and Texas A&M University. This university had previously achieved the first successful cat cloning in 2001 with a cat named CC, which was short for copycat rather than carbon copy. Julie reported that Little Nicky shared many physical and behavioral characteristics with the original Nicky, reinforcing her belief in the success of the cloning process. However, Little Nicky experienced various health issues throughout his life, which were not conclusively linked to the cloning procedure. Despite these challenges, Julie remained satisfied with the outcome, appreciating the continuity that Little Nicky provided. The creation of Little Nicky sparked significant ethical debates at the time. Critics, including organizations like the Humane Society, argued that the resources spent on cloning could be better utilized for the care of existing animals in shelters. These groups emphasized the importance of addressing the overpopulation of pets and supporting animal welfare initiatives instead of investing in cloning technologies. Genetic Savings and Clone offered pet cloning services through a program called the 9 Lives, which aimed to cater to pet owners willing to invest in cloning their beloved animals. Also, if I can just take a moment to insert a quick aside, it really seems like this entire company was fueled by clever wordplay, as much as a desire to clone animals. Despite the initial enthusiasm and media attention, the company closed in 2006 due to financial difficulties and the controversial nature of its services. Further, whether Nicky and Little Nicky are effectively the same cat or more akin to twins remains a controversial and open question. The hallucinatory voices that saved a woman's life. In the winter of 1984, a woman identified as AB experienced an unusual event when she began hearing voices that ultimately led to a life-saving medical diagnosis. AB, a healthy and ordinary resident of the UK, began hearing a distinct voice inside her head while reading at home. The voice, which claimed to be from former workers at the Children's Hospital, Great Ormond Street, told her she had a serious medical condition that required immediate attention. Despite having no symptoms, AB followed the voice's advice and requested a brain scan at a London hospital. The medical staff, though initially skeptical, agreed to perform the scan, which revealed a brain tumor and an inflamed brainstem. This early diagnosis allowed for timely surgery, saving her life. Remarkably, the voices ceased after the operation, and AB never heard them again. The case of AB raises fascinating questions about the nature of these hallucinatory voices and their origins. One prevalent theory is that the tumor itself may have caused the auditory hallucinations. This theory is supported by instances where brain abnormalities have led to similar experiences, suggesting that the brain can sometimes alert individuals to its own ailments. Dr. Ikechukwu Azuonye, a consultant psychiatrist, documented this case in the British Medical Journal. He explored the possibility that the tumor was influencing AB's perceptions, leading to the vivid and specific auditory hallucinations that prompted her to seek medical help. This case is particularly notable because the voices provided detailed and accurate information that AB could verify, lending credibility to the otherwise implausible scenario. Beyond the medical explanations, the story has also been discussed in the context of spiritual and supernatural phenomena. Some have speculated that AB might have experienced a form of divine intervention or guardian angels. However, according to skeptics, these interpretations remain speculative and lack scientific validation. The primary focus in the medical community remains on understanding the neurological and psychological mechanisms that could produce such precise and beneficial hallucinations. The phenomenon of hearing voices is not uncommon and can be associated with various psychological and neurological conditions. However, the specificity and accuracy of the voices in AB's case make it unique. Prosopagnosia. Prosopagnosia, commonly known as face blindness, is a neurological condition characterized by the inability to recognize faces. The term prosopagnosia was first coined by German neurologist Joachim Bodmer in 1947, although descriptions of the condition date back to the 19th century. Early reports by ophthalmologists in 1867 detailed individuals who lost their ability to recognize faces, setting the stage for later research. Surprisingly, Prosopagnosia affects approximately up to 2.5% of the population. Despite this relatively low prevalence, it has significant impacts on daily life, including social interactions and personal relationships. People with prosopagnosia struggle to recognize familiar faces, including those of family members and close friends, or even their own. They often rely on other cues such as voices, clothing, or distinctive features to identify individuals. This condition can also lead to social anxiety and difficulties in professional settings. This condition can be both acquired or congenital. Acquired prosopagnosia usually results from brain damage due to trauma, stroke, or certain neurological diseases. In contrast, congenital prosopagnosia is present from birth and affects individuals without any obvious brain injury or damage. Prosopagnosia manifests uniquely in different individuals. One notable case is that of the famous neurologist Oliver Sacks, who had congenital prosopagnosia. Despite his professional success, Sacks often recounted personal challenges, such as not recognizing familiar people in everyday situations. Another compelling story involves a woman who, following a head injury, could no longer recognize her own face in the mirror. Current theories about prosopagnosia suggest a combination of genetic and neurological factors. Studies involving brain scans show that individuals with prosopagnosia have less activity in areas thought to be associated with the recognition of faces. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell. This really helps my channel grow and allows me to dedicate substantial time and effort to producing content. Also, don't forget to hit the share button if you know someone who might appreciate it. Make sure to check out the YouTube membership and Patreon. You can support my channel for as little as 99 cents a month. Shout out to my patrons Noah Schubert, Iced Mocha, Kurt the Squirt, Monoxide Wendigo, Jeffer Metcalf, Z-Volts, Director Delta, Unknown Delusions, Faye, Jack Russell, Boomslang, Spookiest Becky, Vespertine, Metanova, Will Roan, and Blasphemous. Big shout out to YouTube member Jordan All. Until next time, stay safe and healthy. Peace out, everyone. The 21 grams experiment, conducted by Dr. Duncan McDougall in 1907, is a controversial attempt to measure the weight of the human soul. Dr. Duncan McDougall, a physician from Haverhill, Massachusetts, hypothesized that the soul had a physical weight. To test this, he devised an experiment involving 6 terminally ill patients. He placed these patients on specially constructed beds with sensitive scales to measure any weight change at the precise moment of their passing. According to McDougall, he observed a consistent weight loss of about 21 grams at the moment of passing in several cases. He attributed this loss of weight to the departure of the soul from the body. McDougall took meticulous steps to eliminate other possible explanations for the weight loss. He accounted for the loss of bodily fluids and air in the lungs. Despite these controls, critics have pointed out several flaws in his methodology. The sample size was very small, and the precision of his scales was questionable by today's standards. Additionally, the exact moment of passing is not a single, easily identifiable instance, complicating such measurements. Furthermore, McDougall's experiment has never been replicated under controlled conditions, and the scientific community has largely dismissed his findings as unscientific. Unfortunately, McDougall didn't stop his testing with human subjects who were about to pass. He extended his experiment to 15 dogs, expecting to observe a similar weight change. However, no such change occurred, leading him to conclude that dogs did not have souls. Personally, having read about this experiment, I may be more inclined to determine that Dr. McDougall is lacking in soul. I'll just say this for any squeamish viewers out there. All 15 of the dogs were perfectly healthy before interacting with Dr. McDougall. This aspect of his research has been particularly controversial, with modern standards viewing it as unethical. Despite its scientific shortcomings, the 21 grams experiment has permeated popular culture. The idea that the soul weighs 21 grams has been referenced in films, such as the 2003 movie 21 Grams, as well as in various books, songs, and TV shows. This enduring fascination speaks to the human desire to understand the nature of the soul and the afterlife. This was suggested by Discord community member Take Nengi. The Bighorn Medicine Wheel. The Bighorn Medicine Wheel, located in the Bighorn National Forest of Wyoming, is an ancient and mysterious structure. Situated at nearly 10,000 feet above sea level, this site offers a remarkable glimpse into the cultural and spiritual practices of various Native American tribes. The Bighorn Medicine Wheel, believed to be about 700 years old, predates the arrival of contemporary Native American tribes in the region. It consists of a central cairn surrounded by a circle of stones with 28 spokes radiating outward, forming a wheel-like structure with a diameter of roughly 80 feet. This unique construction has been associated with several Native American tribes, including the Crow, who have used it for vision quests and fasting rituals. One of the interesting aspects of the Bighorn Medicine Wheel is its astronomical alignments. Research conducted in the 1970s by astronomer John Eddy revealed that the wheel's spokes align with the rising and setting points of the sun during the summer solstice. Additionally, specific cairns within the wheel align with the heliacal rising of stars, such as Rigel and Sirius. This suggests that the medicine wheel may have functioned as an ancient observatory, helping its builders track celestial events and mark significant times of the year. The Bighorn Medicine Wheel holds profound spiritual significance for various Native American tribes. It is considered a sacred site for ceremonies, prayers, and offerings, as well as for the accumulation of more worldly knowledge. Tribes such as the Crow, Cheyenne, Lakota Sioux, and Shoshone have all utilized the medicine wheel for rituals aimed at healing, giving thanks, and seeking guidance. The Crow tribe, for instance, recounts the story of a boy named Burnt Face, who is said to have built the medicine wheel after being healed by eagles during a vision quest. This boy was said to have received help from a group of mysterious people known as the Little People. However, that said, other tribes have different stories as to how the Bighorn Medicine Wheel came to be, with many attributing it to unknown ancient ancestors. Today, the Bighorn Medicine Wheel is protected as a National Historic Landmark, reflecting its importance to Native American heritage and to American heritage generally. The site is carefully managed to balance public access with the need for preservation and respect for ongoing spiritual practices. Visitors are encouraged to observe respectfully, especially during times when the site is used for private Native American ceremonies. Henut Tawi. Henut Tawi, an ancient Egyptian priestess from the 21st dynasty, around 1000 BC, remains an interesting figure in history due to the mysterious findings associated with her mummy. Her life, although not well documented, is believed to have been connected to the Temple of Amun at Thebes. After her passing, her body was embalmed and entombed in the Deir el-Bahari necropolis, later becoming part of a collection located in Munich, Germany. The intrigue surrounding Henut Tawi intensified in 1992, when toxicologist Dr. Svetlana Balabanova discovered traces of cocaine and nicotine on the mummy. This discovery was groundbreaking because both substances are derived from plants native to the Americas and were not believed to be present in Africa until after Columbus's voyages. The detection of these substances in Henut Tawi's mummy suggested the possibility of pre-Columbian transoceanic contact between the ancient Egyptians and the New World. Balabanova's findings were initially met with skepticism and theories of contamination, such as modern handling or environmental exposure. However, further analyses supported her results, finding similar substances in other mummies, including those of Pharaoh Ramses II. These discoveries have led some researchers to explore the idea that ancient Egyptians might have had trade links with the Americas or other distant lands far earlier than previously believed. Ancient Egyptian seafaring capabilities lend some credence to these theories. Historical records and archaeological discoveries show that Egyptians undertook significant maritime expeditions. One of the most famous was Queen Hatshepsut's voyage to the land of Punt around the 15th century BC. Relics from these journeys depict large ships and exotic goods, indicating that the Egyptians could potentially navigate long distances. However, that said, critics of this theory point out that the land of Punt is likely in present-day Somalia, and while it would have required navigating the Horn of Africa, this wasn't America. Despite the compelling nature of these findings, the theory of ancient transoceanic contact remains extremely controversial. Further, I note that this theory seems to suggest trans-Pacific trade routes rather than transatlantic trade routes. While some scholars argue for the existence of ancient global trade networks, others caution that more concrete evidence is needed to substantiate such claims. So I think this is a case where I can safely evoke Occam's razor. Either the Egyptians were conducting trans-Pacific trade nearly 4,000 years ago, or one or more Egyptologists had a drug problem. I'm not here to tell you what to think, but this one seems like a fairly clearly cut case to me. Kikiyama, the creator of Yume Nikki. Kikiyama, the creator of the cult classic game Yume Nikki, is one of the most enigmatic figures in the indie game community. Very little is known about Kikiyama, who has remained anonymous since the game's initial release. Despite the mystery surrounding Kikiyama, Yume Nikki has left a significant impact on gaming culture and continues to intrigue players worldwide. Yume Nikki, which translates to Dream Diary, was released on June 26, 2004, as a free game created using RPG Maker 2003. The game follows a character named Madotsuki as she explores her surreal and often disturbing dreams. The gameplay is unconventional, focusing on exploration and atmosphere rather than combat or narrative progression. The game's lack of dialogue and clear objectives has led to various fan theories and interpretations. Players collect effects throughout the game, which alter Madotsuki's appearance and abilities, adding layers of symbolism and mystery. The open-ended nature of Yume Nikki allows for personal interpretation, making each player's experience unique. One of the most intriguing aspects of Yume Nikki is the near-total absence of information about Kikiyama. After the game's release, Kikiyama became even more reclusive, ceasing updates after 2007. This sudden disappearance has sparked numerous theories about Kikiyama's fate and motivations, but no definitive information has surfaced. Despite the lack of updates, Yume Nikki gained a substantial following, particularly in the West, after fan translations made it accessible to a broader audience. Its unique style and eerie tone have inspired numerous indie games, including one of the most successful indie titles of all time, Undertale. In 2013, a manga adaptation of Yume Nikki was serialized, and a light novel titled Yume Nikki, I Am Not in Your Dream was published. These adaptations, while semi-official, were not directly created by Kikiyama, but were approved by them. Both works expanded on the game's lore, providing more concrete narratives that some fans felt detracted from the original's ambiguity. In January 2018, a countdown on the Kadokawa Games website led to the announcement of Yume Nikki Dream Diary, a 3D reboot developed with Kikiyama's supervision. The reboot aimed to modernize the game while introducing new elements and characters. However, it received mixed reviews, with critics arguing that it lost some of the original's charm and mystique. Theories about Kikiyama's identity and whereabouts abound, ranging from the mundane to the fantastical. Some speculate that Kikiyama might be a collective pseudonym for multiple developers, while others believe that the game's dark themes might reflect Kikiyama's personal struggles. More wild theories have suggested that the game is some sort of ARG or alternative reality game, with an as yet unknown purpose. The lack of concrete information only fuels the intrigue and speculation. This is a suggestion by Discord community member Marsh. The Flintstones Mandela Effect. The Flintstones Mandela Effect is a phenomenon where many people remember the classic cartoon as the Flintstones, without the first T. This is contrary to its official and historical spelling as the Flintstones. The Mandela Effect, named after people incorrectly remembering Nelson Mandela dying in prison in the 1980s, encompasses a range of such collective false memories. In the case of the Flintstones, the discrepancy lies in the show's title. Despite the correct spelling being Flintstones, referring to flint, a type of stone relevant to the prehistoric setting of the show, a significant number of individuals distinctly recall it as Flintstones. On Reddit, users have shared their experiences and confusion over the Flintstones versus Flintstones discrepancy. Some even claim to recall looking at the title on various platforms and noticing it changing back and forth between the two spellings. In the words of one Reddit user, "It was always Flintstones. Flint is a type of stone." Or to put it even more concisely, another Reddit user keenly observed, "What is a Flynn?" The Flintstones Mandela Effect is on the exact opposite end of the spectrum of the Fruit of the Loom Mandela Effect. That is to say, it has no potential credibility at all, and is clearly just a misheard name. I would argue that Flintstone is a perfectly acceptable way to pronounce Flintstone, and that many people do it unknowingly while speaking fast and casually. Tupac Shakur is alive. The conspiracy theory that Tupac Shakur is still alive has persisted for nearly 3 decades, fueled by a mix of circumstantial evidence, sightings, and cryptic messages in his music. The most significant piece of circumstantial evidence is the cremation and missing body. After Tupac was shot on September 7, 1996, he was reportedly cremated the next day, and his body was never publicly seen again. Suge Knight, the CEO of Death Row Records, who was with Tupac when he was shot, has expressed skepticism that the man cremated was Tupac. He has claimed that the man who cremated Tupac disappeared with a substantial amount of money and was never heard from again. This does not appear to have been independently verified in any way. Adding to the mystery is Tupac's posthumous album, The Don Killuminati, The 7-Day Theory, released under the pseudonym Machiavelli. The album cover depicted Tupac as Jesus Christ, hinting at resurrection. Some fans also point to hidden messages in his lyrics and album artwork as evidence that Tupac planned his escape. For example, in the song I Ain't Hard to Find, he raps about rumors of his death being exaggerated. However, critics of this theory note that his lyrics contained references to his own mortality for years before his death. Since his death, Tupac has released more albums posthumously than when he was alive. This prolific output has led some to believe that Tupac continues to record in secret. Lyrics in these albums, such as his repeated claims of returning like Jesus, have been interpreted as hints at his survival. This phenomenon suggests that his star power has only grown after death, creating a fertile ground for conspiracy theories. One of the most popular theories is that Tupac escaped to Cuba, and unlike the other theories, there is circumstantial evidence to suggest this is theoretically possible. This theory is supported by his connections to Assata Shakur, his aunt who has lived in Cuba since escaping from a U.S. prison in 1979. Cuba, with its strained relations with the U.S., is seen as an ideal hideout for someone looking to disappear. Knight's son has also made claims of Tupac being alive, suggesting that he lives in Malaysia and still produces new music. Another, even more fringe theory suggests that Tupac escaped the United States to live in Serbia, of all places. No meaningful evidence has been put forward as proof of any of these theories. Anyway, given that the slaying of Tupac is now all but open and shut, I suspect that this conspiracy theory will slowly wither away. I mean, continuing to believe that Tupac is alive would be as absurd as believing Elvis or Michael Jackson faked their own deaths to get out of the spotlight. Ant colonies are among the most intricate and organized social structures in the animal kingdom. With a history that dates back to the Cretaceous period, these social insects have developed complex systems that allow them to thrive in diverse environments across the globe. Ants evolved from wasp-like ancestors, approximately 100 million years ago. Over 13,000 species of ants have been classified, but the actual number of species is estimated to be around 22,000. Ants are found on every continent except, perhaps somewhat ironically, Antarctica, and thrive in almost every terrestrial habitat. An ant colony functions as a superorganism, where individual ants work collectively for the survival and success of the colony. The colony's structure typically includes one or several queens, sterile female workers, and male drones. The queen's primary role is reproduction and maintenance of the colony's population levels. She can live for several years and produce millions of eggs during her lifetime. Workers perform various tasks such as foraging for food, caring for the young, maintaining the nest, and defending the colony. Some species also have soldier ants, specialized for defense with larger mandibles and more robust bodies. Ants exhibit a wide range of fascinating behaviors and specializations. For instance, leafcutter ants, known as fungus farmers, cut leaves to cultivate fungus, which they use as their primary food source. Army ants, found in tropical regions, are known for their nomadic lifestyle, moving their colonies frequently in search of food. These ants form massive columns and can overwhelm prey much larger than themselves. Fire ants, which are notorious for their painful stings, can form floating rafts during floods, ensuring the colony's survival. Ants communicate primarily through pheromones. These chemical signals help them coordinate complex activities like foraging, nest building, and defense. For example, when a forager finds food, it releases a pheromone trail that other ants follow to the food source. This efficient communication system allows ant colonies to respond rapidly to changes in their environment and optimize their collective efforts. Despite extensive research, many aspects of ant behavior remain mysterious. One intriguing phenomenon is how colonies make collective decisions without a central authority. Researchers have observed that ants can solve complex problems, such as finding the shortest path to food, through decentralized interactions and simple rules. The colony itself appears to display a certain form of emergent intelligence. This behavior has inspired algorithms in computer science and robotics, known as ant colony optimization, which are used to solve optimization problems. Another area of interest is the longevity and resilience of ant colonies. Some species can live for decades, with colonies continuously functioning and expanding. This longevity is attributed to their efficient division of labor, robust defense mechanisms, and ability to adapt to environmental changes. Ant colonies can extend deep underground, with some species building nests that reach depths of up to 25 feet below the surface. These extensive underground networks allow ants to access various soil layers, providing a stable environment for the colony. Texas killing fields. The Texas killing fields is a term used to describe a desolate area along I-45 between Houston and Galveston, Texas, where over 30 bodies of women have been discovered since the 1970s. This region, notorious for its grim history, continues to be a focal point of unsolved cases and chilling mysteries. The first known victim linked to this area was Colette Wilson, a 13-year-old girl who disappeared in June 1971. Her remains were found 5 months later near a reservoir. This tragic event set a precedent for many similar cases throughout the 1970s, with several young women being found in or near water bodies, often bound and in distressing conditions. These discoveries underscored a pattern of abductions and fatalities that puzzled and horrified the local community. In the 1980s, the area known as the Calder Road Field in League City became particularly notorious. 4 women were found in this remote field between 1983 and 1991. Heidi Fye, a local bartender, was the first, discovered after a dog's grisly find, led investigators to her remains. Laura Miller, a 16-year-old girl struggling with mental health issues, vanished in 1984. Her remains were found 2 years later in the same field. 2 more women, later identified as Audrey Lee Cook and Donna Prudhomme, were found in 1986 and 1991, respectively. These cases were believed to be the work of a serial perpetrator, given the similarities in the victims' profiles and the locations where they were found. Several suspects have been linked to the Texas killing fields over the years, but conclusive evidence has been elusive. Edward Harold Bell, a convicted criminal, claimed responsibility for multiple cases, but his confessions were inconsistent and never led to concrete charges for these crimes. Further, he eventually recanted his confessions, though he spent his entire life in prison for slaying another man. Another notable suspect was Robert Abel, a retired NASA engineer who was intensely scrutinized by law enforcement and victim families alike. No direct evidence tied him to the cases, and he was ultimately stalked by a victim's father, who attempted to force a confession out of him. No confession was forthcoming from this less than legitimate method, and it appears that he was cleared in relation to the case. The late 1990s saw a renewed wave of investigations. William Lewis Reese, already convicted of other violent crimes, was connected through DNA evidence to several cases in the Texas killing fields. In 1997, he was implicated in the abductions and deaths of Laura Smither, Kellyanne Cox, and Jessica Kane, revealing a chilling modus operandi that terrorized the area for years. Efforts to solve these cases have been hampered by a lack of consistent forensic evidence and the complex nature of the crimes. Many victims were initially classified as runaways, delaying critical investigative actions. The region's isolation and the transient nature of suspects contributed to the difficulties in solving these crimes. The Montauk Project. The Montauk Project is a conspiracy theory alleging that the U.S. government conducted secret experiments at Montauk Air Force Station, also known as Camp Hero, in Montauk, New York. These experiments purportedly involved mind control, time travel, teleportation, and contact with extraterrestrial life. The Montauk Project theories gained significant attention in 1992 with the publication of The Montauk Project: Experiments in Time by Preston Nichols and Peter Moon. Nichols claimed that he had repressed memories of his involvement in the experiments, which he later recovered. He alleged that the project grew out of the 1943 Philadelphia experiment. This is an event where the U.S. Navy supposedly rendered the USS Eldridge invisible and accidentally teleported it, creating a wormhole to the future. One of the most riveting aspects of the Montauk Project is the claim of time travel. Nichols described a device called the Montauk Chair, which supposedly used electromagnetism to enhance psychic abilities, enabling subjects to manipulate time. Duncan Cameron, a supposed participant, claimed that he could manifest objects with his mind while using the chair. The project allegedly conducted numerous time travel experiments, sending individuals to different historical periods and even distant planets. The Montauk Project is also linked to mind control experiments. These included techniques for brainwashing and remote influencing, reminiscent of the CIA's MK-Ultra program. Nichols claimed that these experiments aimed to fracture individuals' minds to reprogram them, using methods such as extreme temperature changes, food deprivation, and psychedelic drugs. Theories about the Montauk Project also involve interdimensional portals and extraterrestrial encounters. Some accounts suggest that the experiments opened portals to other dimensions, allowing for contact with alien entities and the exchange of advanced technologies. These stories are often connected to reports of underground facilities at Camp Hero, which conspiracy theorists believe were used to house these portals and conduct further research. The Montauk Project has significantly influenced popular culture, most notably the Netflix series Stranger Things. Initially titled Montauk, the show incorporates elements of the conspiracy, such as secret government experiments and a parallel dimension. This connection has helped to keep the Montauk Project in the public eye, introducing its bizarre narrative to new audiences. Despite the extensive lore surrounding the Montauk Project, concrete evidence remains elusive. Skeptics point out the inconsistencies in witness testimonies and the absence of physical proof. The Montauk Air Force Station, now a state park, shows no signs of the alleged experiments. Critics argue that the lack of verifiable data undermines the credibility of the conspiracy. However, proponents suggest that the U.S. government has covered up the project, drawing parallels to real historical instances of secretive operations, such as Project MKUltra. They believe that classified documents and buried facilities hold the truth about the Montauk Project, which remains hidden from public scrutiny. The tale of Utsurobune centers around a peculiar event that allegedly took place in 1803, when a strange vessel washed ashore in Hitachi Province in present-day Ibaraki Prefecture. On February 22, 1803, fishermen in Haratono Hama spotted an unusual object floating in the sea. The vessel was about 10 feet wide and 17 feet high, shaped like a round rice bowl, crafted from rosewood or cedar, with metal plates on the bottom and glass windows on the top. Intrigued by its bizarre appearance, the fishermen brought it ashore. Inside the vessel, they found a young woman, about 20 years old, with pale pink skin and red hair adorned with white extensions. She wore an elaborate dress made from unfamiliar fabrics and clutched a small, mysterious box which she did not allow anyone to touch. The woman spoke an unknown language that none of the locals could understand. The woman and her vessel were eventually cast out into the sea once more. The Utsurobune incident is documented in multiple historical texts, including the Oshikuzaki, 1815, and the Hirokata Zuihitsu, 1825. These accounts describe the vessel and the woman in strikingly similar detail, suggesting that the event left a significant impression on contemporary witnesses. The incident has sparked numerous theories over the years, ranging from the plausible to the fantastic. Some suggest that the woman might have been a foreign princess or a castaway from a distant land. The unknown language and unique clothing support this idea, although there is no definitive proof. Given the vessel's unusual construction and the mysterious nature of Utsurobune, could have been an early account of an extraterrestrial encounter. The descriptions of the craft bear a resemblance to modern depictions of UFOs, although no concrete evidence has been found to support this claim. Another intriguing hypothesis is that the woman was a time traveler. The advanced nature of the vessel and her strange attire could suggest technologies and styles from a different era, Skeptics argue that the Utsurobune story could be a myth or a hoax, perhaps an exaggerated tale of a real but less extraordinary event. Others argue that the story was actually an allegorical tale about the Japanese fear of foreign influence at that time, and the pressure to reject such influence. The woman's clear European features, her inability to understand the Japanese language or customs, and the ultimate casting of her out into the sea again support this interpretation. Despite extensive research and numerous theories, the true nature of the Utsurobune and its mysterious occupant remains a mystery. The Bouvet Island Lifeboat. Bouvet Island, one of the most remote places on Earth, harbors an intriguing mystery involving an abandoned lifeboat. Located in the South Atlantic Ocean, approximately 1,600 miles from the nearest inhabited land, Bouvet Island is an uninhabited icy expanse claimed by Norway and protected as a nature reserve. Its isolation and harsh conditions make it an unlikely place for human activity, yet in 1964, an unexpected discovery added a layer of mystery to this island. The story begins with an expedition led by Lieutenant Commander Alan Crawford of the Royal Navy's Antarctic ice vessel, HMS Protector. On April 2, 1964, Crawford and his team landed on Bouvet Island via helicopter to investigate new terrain formed by a lava flow. During their exploration, they found an abandoned lifeboat in a lagoon known as Larsoya. This lifeboat lacked any identifying marks, motor, or sails, and was accompanied by oars on the shore, a flattened copper tank, and a barrel. Despite the thorough examination of the island, no other signs of human presence were found. The lifeboat's origin and the fate of its occupants remained unanswered questions. Adding to the mystery, a subsequent expedition in 1978 reported no trace of the lifeboat, suggesting it had either been removed or had sunk into the lagoon. One prominent theory connects the lifeboat to a Soviet expedition in 1958. According to historical records, the Soviet scientific reconnaissance vessel Slava 9, part of the Slava Antarctic whaling fleet, landed a group of sailors on the island. Severe weather conditions stranded the sailors, who were later evacuated by helicopter, potentially leaving the lifeboat behind. Another theory speculates that the lifeboat may have drifted from a shipwreck in the surrounding Atlantic Ocean. However, the island's remote location, far from major shipping routes, and the lack of any reports of missing ships in the vicinity weaken this hypothesis. Additionally, the theory does not account for the presence of the additional items found near the lifeboat. A more skeptical view suggests that the lifeboat might never have existed as reported, positing that the discovery was either a hoax or a misinterpretation by Crawford. This theory argues that the lack of interest and corroboration from other team members, combined with the boat's disappearance, could indicate that the lifeboat was a fabrication. Singing sand dunes. Singing sand dunes, also known as booming or whistling dunes, are a natural phenomenon where sand dunes emit melodious or humming sounds under certain conditions. This occurrence has been reported in various deserts and beaches around the world, including the Gobi Desert in China, the Altan Amel National Park in Kazakhstan, and the Mojave Desert. The history of singing sand dunes dates back centuries. Marco Polo, during his travels through the Gobi Desert, described the mysterious sounds as voices of spirits or demons attempting to lure travelers off their path. These eerie tales added to the mystique surrounding the dunes, which many ancient cultures attributed to supernatural forces. In more recent history, explorers such as Charles Darwin and R.A. Bagnold have also documented their experiences with these singing sands, further piquing scientific curiosity. The primary cause of the singing sand phenomenon is the movement of sand grains, which creates friction and vibrational energy. When dry, well-sorted sand grains of similar size slide over one another, they generate sound waves. The exact mechanism can be likened to the functioning of a musical instrument like a violin or a cello, where frictional energy is converted into sound. Several factors influence the sounds produced by the dunes. The grains must be round and be of a precise diameter. Dry conditions are essential as moisture dampens the grains, reducing friction and preventing sound production. However, slight moisture can sometimes increase the pitch of the sound. Strong and consistent winds are necessary to initiate the sand movement and produce the sounds. Higher dunes over 120 feet with slopes greater than 30 degrees tend to produce more resonant and long-lasting sounds. Despite extensive research, the singing sand dunes still hold several mysteries. Scientists have proposed various theories to explain the phenomenon. One prominent explanation is the waveguide theory, which suggests that a layer of loose sand between the atmosphere and a rigid subsurface layer acts to amplify the sound. Another theory involves seismic waves, where primary waves produce booming sounds. However, local cultures in regions with singing sands often have their own myths and legends, attributing the sounds to spirits or mystical forces. The elevator game. The elevator game is a South Korean urban legend that involves a specific sequence of actions taken in an elevator to purportedly enter another dimension. The game gained widespread popularity on the internet around 2014 and has since become a subject of numerous online discussions and videos. The exact origins of the elevator game are murky. Some sources suggest it first appeared on Korean social media platforms, while others link it to earlier Japanese versions of similar rituals. The game involves using an elevator in a building with at least 10 floors and following a precise sequence of button presses to supposedly enter an alternate dimension. To play the elevator game, a person must be alone in an elevator and visit floors in a specific order: 4, 2, 6, 2, 10, and then finally the 5th floor. On the 5th floor, a woman might enter, but must not be interacted with, or the game will cease. Pressing the button for the 1st floor then should cause the elevator to ascend to the 10th floor instead. This is said to be the sign that the ritual has worked. Believers describe this other world as a dark, empty place where electronic devices fail, and only a red cross is visible through windows. However, there is no concrete evidence supporting these claims. The rules also provide a method to return to the original world by repeating the same sequence. Notably, one of the most intriguing and tragic associations with the elevator game is the case of Elisa Lam. In 2013, surveillance footage from the Cecil Hotel in Los Angeles showed Elisa behaving erratically in an elevator, pressing multiple buttons. Shortly after this footage was recorded, she was found in a water tank on the hotel's roof. This mysterious footage led many to speculate that she was playing the elevator game, though there is no evidence to support this theory. Further later, evidence indicated that she was having a mental health episode, further discounting the elevator game theory. Mysterious monoliths around the world. In late 2020, a series of mysterious monoliths began appearing around the world. These metal structures are reminiscent of those depicted in Stanley Kubrick's 1968 film, 2001: A Space Odyssey. They first garnered attention when a 12-foot-tall monolith was discovered in Utah's Red Rock Desert by a helicopter crew on a routine mission to count bighorn sheep. The monolith, firmly planted in the ground, stood out starkly against the desert landscape, and its origins were unknown, prompting widespread curiosity and a flurry of online theories. Following the Utah discovery, similar monoliths began to surface globally. One appeared in Romania on Batka Domene Hill, notable for its circular engravings, only to disappear soon after. much like its Utah counterpart. The phenomenon quickly gained momentum, with sightings reported in California, Texas, Pennsylvania, and New Mexico, among other places. Each monolith varied slightly in design but maintained a consistent, reflective metal appearance. The appearance of these monoliths led to a variety of theories. Some speculated that they were part of a global art installation. This theory gained traction when an art collective claimed responsibility for the Utah monolith, offering replicas for sale at $45,000 each. They suggested the monoliths were an art stunt designed to capture public attention and evoke a sense of mystery and wonder. However, not all monoliths could be attributed to this art collective. A monolith found on the Isle of Wight in the UK was placed by a local designer, Tom Dunford, as a playful tribute to the ongoing phenomenon. Another in Atascadero, California, was erected by a group of guerrilla artists, but was quickly dismantled by locals. The decentralized and spontaneous nature of these installations indicated that multiple groups or individuals were involved, inspired by the initial Utah discovery. The materials and construction methods of the monoliths further fueled speculation. While some were clearly man-made, with visible welds and tool marks, their sudden and unexplained appearances led to conjecture about extraterrestrial involvement or secret governmental projects. The Utah monolith was speculated to be a leftover movie prop due to the region's history as a filming location for numerous Hollywood productions. Despite these theories, no definitive proof has emerged linking the monoliths to any single source or purpose. The global spread of monoliths included locations as far-flung as Japan, Norway, Bolivia, and New Zealand. Each sighting attracted media coverage and public interest, with some installations even becoming local tourist attractions before their eventual removal. The craze died down in 2021, and it appears that no further monoliths have been seen since. The 1976 Tehran UFO incident. On the night of September 19, 1976, residents in the Tehran, Iran metro area reported seeing a bright object in the sky. The object was described as a glowing, pulsating light, which was initially mistaken for a star or bearcraft. However, the behavior of this object soon led to more serious concern. It moved erratically and emitted a light so intense that it temporarily blinded those who looked directly at it. The Imperial Iranian Air Force scrambled two F-4 Phantom II jets to intercept the unidentified object. The first jet experienced complete instrumentation failure as it approached the object, forcing it to return to base. The second jet, piloted by Lieutenant Parviz Jafari, also encountered similar issues. As Jafari neared the object, his weapons and communication systems failed, only to return to normal when he distanced himself from the object. Eyewitness accounts from both military and civilian observers were consistent. They described the object as metallic and capable of maneuvers far beyond the capabilities of known aircraft at the time. Ground radar operators corroborated these visual sightings, confirming the presence of an unidentified object that exhibited extraordinary speed and maneuverability. Notably, during the encounter, another smaller object reportedly emerged from the primary UFO. This smaller object headed towards the ground, hovered, and then rejoined the main craft before both disappeared at high speed. The ground team that investigated the area the next day found no physical evidence to explain these observations. The incident was extensively investigated by both Iranian authorities and the U.S. authorities. The American report highlighted the credibility of the witnesses and the advanced nature of the UFO, concluding that it was a significant event that could not be easily dismissed. Several theories have been proposed to explain the Tehran UFO incident. The extraterrestrial hypothesis is the most popular theory among UFO enthusiasts. The extraordinary flight capabilities and technological interference suggest that the object could have been of extraterrestrial origin. Another theory posits that the UFO might have been a secret military project, possibly by a foreign power. However, the technology described exceeds what was known to be possible at the time. Some skeptics argue that the sightings could be attributed to natural phenomena such as meteors or atmospheric anomalies. The mysterious end of Gareth Williams. Gareth Williams was a 31-year-old Welsh mathematician and a senior analyst at Government Communications Headquarters and at MI6 in London. These agencies are roughly the equivalent of the NSA and the CIA, respectively. Gareth was known for his exceptional skills in code breaking and cybersecurity, participating in conferences like Black Hat briefings and DEF CON. Williams' body was found on August 23, 2010, in his Pimlico, London apartment, a week after he had last been seen alive. He was reported missing by his family and his employers at GCHQ, but MI6 did not raise the alarm immediately. Williams was found in a red North Face duffel bag, padlocked from the outside, placed in the bathtub of his apartment. His decomposing body complicated the determination of the exact cause of death, leading to numerous speculations and extensive investigations. The Metropolitan Police and a subsequent inquest, led by coroner Fiona Wilcox, ruled that the circumstances were suspicious and likely involved a third party. Despite this, the Metropolitan Police later concluded that Williams had most probably locked himself in the bag accidentally. This conclusion was controversial, given the testimony of experts who failed to replicate locking themselves inside a similar bag, despite numerous attempts. The bag's state and the position of Williams' body indicated he was likely alive when placed in the bag. Experts stated it was improbable that he could have locked himself in the bag without assistance. Moreover, the absence of defensive wounds or signs of struggle further complicated the accidental death theory. The inquest highlighted several inconsistencies suggesting another person's involvement. Some more lurid media reports focused on Williams' visits to illicit websites and the presence of women's clothing in his flat. The coroner dismissed these as unrelated to his passing, suggesting media manipulation to divert from more plausible explanations involving his professional life. No fingerprints or DNA traces were found on the bag or padlock, and the flat appeared to have been cleaned of evidence. Williams' phone was found restored to factory settings, indicating possible tampering. Some speculate that Williams might have been targeted due to his work. A former KGB agent claimed that Russian intelligence might have been involved, potentially attempting to recruit Williams as a double agent or to protect their own operatives. The delayed reporting of Williams' absence by MI6, the contaminated evidence, and the restricted access to his colleagues and work materials have fueled conspiracy theories. Williams' family has strongly criticized MI6's handling of the case and the unusual delay in the reporting of his absence. Despite multiple investigations, the exact circumstances surrounding his death are unresolved. This is a suggestion by patron and Discord member Monoxide Wendigo. Lost cosmonauts. The term lost cosmonauts refers to a theory suggesting that the Soviet Union may have concealed failed missions involving cosmonauts during the early years of the space race. The conspiracy theory first gained traction in the early 1960s. Proponents argue that several cosmonauts embarked on space missions before Yuri Gagarin's historic flight in April 1961, but their missions ended in disaster. Among the alleged lost cosmonauts is Vladimir Ilyushin, a test pilot and son of a famed aircraft designer. According to some accounts, Ilyushin orbited Earth days before Gagarin, but crash-landed in China and was subsequently kept in secrecy by both governments. A significant element fueling the lost cosmonaut theory involves two Italian amateur radio operators. They claim to have intercepted distress signals and communications from several doomed Soviet missions. Notably, they reported picking up an SOS signal in 1960 from a spacecraft moving away from Earth. indicating a possible failed mission launched into deep space. The most chilling of their recordings was purportedly from a female cosmonaut who described seeing flames and experiencing extreme heat, suggesting a re-entry failure. Despite these dramatic accounts, many experts and historians regard the Italian recordings as hoaxes or psyops, noting inconsistencies and lack of corroborating evidence. Another incident that has been linked to the lost cosmonaut theory is the 1960 Netherlands catastrophe. This was a massive explosion on a launch pad that killed numerous technicians and personnel. While officially acknowledged as a non-crewed mission, some believe there were cosmonauts involved. Another frequently cited event is the mysterious Korabel Sputnik 1 mission in 1960. Officially an unmanned test, science fiction writer Robert Heinlein reported meeting Soviet defectors who suggested it was manned. However, the spacecraft lacked a re-entry shield, making the claim that it carried cosmonauts highly dubious. The Soviet Union's notorious secrecy during the Cold War provides fertile ground for such theories. Early space missions were often conducted in secrecy, and failures were typically not disclosed to the public. For instance, Valentin Bondarenko, part of the first group of cosmonauts, died in a training accident in 1961. His death was covered up for years, adding to the narrative of concealed cosmonaut fatalities. Another example is Grigory Nelyubov, a top cosmonaut who was dismissed from the program under mysterious circumstances. Nelyubov was subsequently erased from official photographs and records. His dismissal and subsequent tragic end fueled further speculation about the fate of other cosmonauts who may have suffered similar fates. Despite the compelling stories and alleged recordings, the lost cosmonaut theory remains largely unsubstantiated. Extensive research into declassified Soviet records has not corroborated these claims. However, there remains the possibility that records were destroyed in the interest of national security. Sudoku seizures case. Sudoku, the logic-based number puzzle, has captivated millions worldwide with its simplicity and challenge. Sudoku's history is a fascinating journey across continents and centuries. Although often associated with Japan, Sudoku was first created by Howard Garnes, an American architect, in 1979 under the name Number Place. The puzzle gained its Japanese name, Sudoku, meaning single number, when introduced by the Japanese company Nikoli in 1984. Sudoku's rise to global fame began in 2004, when Wayne Gould, a retired judge, developed a computer program to generate Sudoku puzzles. Gould subsequently convinced the Times of London to publish them, leading to a massive increase in their popularity. However, in a unique medical case, Sudoku was linked to a series of seizures in a young man, raising questions and intriguing theories about the neurological effects of puzzle solving. In a case documented by medical professionals, a 25-year-old German man developed seizures specifically triggered by solving Sudoku puzzles. This individual had suffered severe hypoxia, or oxygen deprivation, after being buried in an avalanche for 15 minutes. The lack of oxygen caused significant brain damage, particularly in the right parietal cortex, which is responsible for visuospatial tasks. During rehabilitation, the man engaged in various activities without issue until he began solving Sudoku puzzles. The cognitive process of arranging numbers in a grid triggered clonic seizures in his left arm. Neurologists found this puzzling as other activities, including reading and writing, did not provoke similar responses. An MRI revealed heightened activity in the damaged brain region and loss of inhibitory neurons, causing signals to spill into adjacent areas controlling arm movement. This case was identified as a form of reflex epilepsy, where specific stimuli, in this case Sudoku, trigger seizures. Reflex epilepsy is rare, with triggers ranging from flashing lights to specific thoughts. Several mysteries and theories surround this case. One theory suggests that the visual and spatial demands of Sudoku, coupled with the man's specific brain damage, created a perfect storm for triggering seizures. Another theory posits that the method he used to solve the puzzles, arranging numbers in a 3D manner, might have exacerbated the neurological response. The precise neural Shrekinism remains unclear, prompting further research into how specific cognitive tasks can trigger seizures in individuals. The Mayerling Incident. The Mayerling incident revolves around the tragic end of Crown Prince Rudolph of Austria and his lover, Baroness Mary Wetzera. Their bodies were discovered on January 30th, 1889, in a hunting lodge in Mayerling, a small village located in Austria. The official story presented by the imperial court initially attributed Rudolph's demise to a heart condition, but it quickly became apparent that there was much more to the story. Crown Prince Rudolph, the only son of Emperor Franz Joseph and Empress Elizabeth, was the heir apparent to the Austro-Hungarian throne. His personal life, however, was fraught with difficulties. Rudolph's marriage to Princess Stephanie of Belgium was strained, and he sought solace in numerous affairs, the most notable being with the young Baroness Mary Wetzera. On January 29, 1889, Rudolph and Mary traveled to the Mayerling hunting lodge. The next morning, Rudolph's valet and his friend found the doors to Rudolph's rooms locked. Breaking in, they discovered Rudolph seated by the bed, with blood at his mouth, and Mary lifeless on the bed. The initial official narrative suggested that Rudolph had succumbed to a heart attack. However, this quickly changed when foreign correspondents uncovered details implicating Wetzera in his demise. The imperial court then suggested a pact, where Rudolph first ended Wetzera's life before his own. This explanation served to navigate the sensitive political and religious ramifications of the events, especially concerning Rudolph's burial in the imperial crypt. It's important to note that for religious reasons, one could only be buried in the Habsburg imperial crypt if one did not end oneself. Several theories have emerged over the years to explain what truly happened at Mayerling. One of the more commonly accepted theories is that Rudolph and Mary entered a mutual ending pact due to Rudolph's despair over his personal and political situation. He had recently been pressured by his father to end his relationship with Wetzera, and was reportedly in a state of mental imbalance. Another theory suggests that Rudolph may have had syphilis, which contributed to his declining mental state and alleged self-ending tendencies. This illness might have strained his marriage and his public duties, adding to his desperation. There are also numerous conspiracy theories which have arose over the years. One posits that Rudolph was slain as part of a political plot, possibly involving Wetzera's family or other political factions. This theory is partly fueled by inconsistencies in the official accounts and the rapid closure of the investigation. Empress Zita, the last Empress of Austria, suggested that Rudolph was killed due to his refusal to participate in a political conspiracy against his father. Another dramatic account claims that Rudolph and Wetzera's demise resulted from a botched medical procedure. This theory lacks substantial evidence but persists in some discussions due to the mysterious nature of their deaths and the lack of transparency in the investigations that followed. The Mayerling incident had significant repercussions for the Austro-Hungarian Empire. With Rudolph's passing, the line of succession was disrupted, eventually leading to Archduke Franz Ferdinand becoming the heir presumptive. His assassination in 1914 was a catalyst for the outbreak of World War I, for those who know. With this character's death, the thread of prophecy is severed. Restore a saved game to restore the weave of fate, or persist in the doomed world you have created. The reading mania. The term reading mania, also known as reading fever, emerged in the 18th century to describe the widespread and intense passion for reading that gripped Europe. This period saw significant advancements in printing technology, making books more accessible to a broader audience. Lending libraries and book clubs became popular, allowing people from various social classes to engage with literature. This era also saw the rise of the novel as a dominant literary form, which played a crucial role in the reading mania. The surge in reading led to considerable anxiety among cultural commentators and moralists. Many believed that excessive reading, especially of novels, could lead to moral decay and societal disruption. This fear was part of a broader moral panic, a term used to describe widespread societal concern about a particular issue. Critics argued that novels encouraged idle fantasies and inappropriate behavior, particularly among the youth and women. One of the most famous cases associated with the reading mania is the reaction to Johann Wolfgang von Goethe's novel, The Sorrows of Young Werther. The book, which depicts the tragic story of a young man's unrequited love, was linked to a wave of emulative behavior among readers, a phenomenon now known as the Werther effect. This effect suggested that the intense emotional experiences portrayed in the novel led some readers to mimic the protagonist's actions, illustrating the perceived dangers of novel reading. Societal responses to the reading mania varied widely. While some intellectuals and educators promoted reading as a means of personal and intellectual development, others called for restrictions on certain types of literature. Critics argued that novels promoted unrealistic expectations and distracted readers from productive activities. This debate highlighted the tension between the perceived benefits and dangers of widespread literary consumption. Historians propose that the reading mania was a reaction to the Enlightenment, a period that valued reason and individualism. Reading offered a means to explore new ideas and question traditional authorities. In my view, the so-called reading mania was likely just the 18th century version of kids these days, rather than an actual phenomenon. The Harrickbutt Face. The Harrickbutt Face is a mysterious stone face located deep in the Peruvian Amazon within the Amaracayeri Communal Reserve. This region, rich in biodiversity, is also home to the indigenous Harrickbutt people. The Harrickbutt people have inhabited the Madre de Dios region for several thousand years, and their legends and oral traditions play a crucial role in their cultural identity. The Harrickbutt Face is central to these traditions. It's considered an amana, a sacred site representing their most distant ancestor, and a testament to their ancient habitation in the area. The Harrickbutt Face is situated in an extremely remote part of the rainforest, making it difficult to access. Perched above a rapidly flowing Amazonian river, the Harrickbutt Face is an imposing and realistic human visage carved into sedimentary rock, covered with moss. It features a sharp aquiline nose, prominent brow, and a pronounced lower jaw, resembling a powerful male figure, possibly a deity or tribal chieftain. There is significant debate about whether the face is a man-made structure or a natural geological formation. Some researchers argue that the face's precise lines and human-like features suggest it was carved by ancient peoples using rudimentary tools. Others believe it is a natural formation enhanced by the phenomenon of pareidolia, where the human brain recognizes familiar patterns in random objects. The region around the Harrickbutt Face faces threats from illegal mining and logging, which have already caused extensive environmental damage. Despite receiving land titles in 1977, the Harrickbutt people continue to struggle against industrial encroachment on their sacred lands. This is definitely a case where I feel the need to insert my own commentary. If that face was not created by human hands, it has to be one of the most compelling and bizarre cases of pareidolia I've ever seen in nature. The Chris Houlihan Room. The Chris Houlihan room is one of the most famous Easter eggs in video game history, appearing in the SNES classic The Legend of Zelda: A Link to the Past. This secret room, named after a Nintendo Power Contest winner, has fascinated gamers and sparked numerous rumors and theories since its discovery. The Chris Houlihan room came into existence through a Nintendo Power Magazine contest in 1990. The grand prize was having the winner's name featured in a future Nintendo game, which turned out to be A Link to the Past. The room itself is relatively simple in design. It features 45 blue rupees arranged in 5 groups of 9, a water-covered floor, and a telepathic tile that reads, "My name is Chris Houlihan. This is my top secret room. Keep it between us, okay?" Accessing the Chris Houlihan room isn't straightforward. It generally involves falling into a hole in the game's world under specific circumstances. The most reliable method involves using the Pegasus boots and bombs. From the sanctuary, players must navigate to a particular spot, drop a bomb to position Link precisely, and dash with the Pegasus boots into a hole. Honestly, reading the full steps to how to access this room online sounds like a totally ridiculous schoolyard rumor that actually happens to be true. There are several rumors and theories about the room's purpose and origin. One popular belief is that the room was designed as an error handler, a place for the game to send the player if it couldn't determine where Link should land after falling into a hole. Another aspect of the mystery is the removal of Chris Houlihan's name in later versions of the game. In non-American versions and the Game Boy Advance port, the room still exists, but without the telepathic tile bearing Chris's name. This change has led to speculation about the reasons behind the name's removal, although no definitive explanation has been provided by Nintendo. Further, Chris Houlihan himself is a mystery. Despite this being one of the most well-known video game urban legends and one of the most beloved series in history, the identity of Chris Houlihan is still unknown. That is to say, no one has ever come forth and said, "Hey, it's me. I'm the Chris Houlihan who won the contest," and provided definitive proof for it. London After Midnight. London After Midnight is a lost 1927 silent mystery horror film directed by Todd Browning and starring the legendary Lon Chaney. The film, originally titled The Hypnotist, was produced by Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, better known as MGM, and became one of the most iconic pieces of lost media in film history. This film, notable for Chaney's dual role as both Inspector Edward Burke and the sinister Man in the Beaver Hat, encapsulates the essence of early horror cinema. London After Midnight was released during the peak of the silent film era, premiering on December 3, 1927. The film's plot revolves around a Scotland Yard detective, Edward Burke, who is called to investigate the mysterious demise of Roger Balfour. Initially ruled as a self-inflicted incident, the case reopens 5 years later, leading Burke to disguise himself as a vampire to unravel the truth. The film was a massive commercial success at the time. Despite mixed reviews from critics, it was praised for its atmospheric tension and Chaney's performance, particularly his grotesque makeup and eerie presence. Chaney's makeup was a significant part of the film's allure, featuring sharp teeth, dark circles around his eyes, and a haunting expression. The production used real bats, armadillos, and owls to enhance the eerie atmosphere of the haunted house scenes. This attention to detail contributed to the film's unsettling and supernatural vibe. The film's loss is attributed to the 1965 MGM Vault Fire, which destroyed the last known copy. This incident has sparked numerous theories and myths about the existence of other copies. Some enthusiasts believe that a hidden copy might still be discovered, making it the holy grail of lost films. A reconstructed version of the film, created using still photographs and the original script, was aired by Turner Classic Movies in 2002. This reconstruction offered a glimpse into what the original might have been like, but the search for an authentic copy continues. London After Midnight has been linked to various urban legends and controversies. One notable incident involved a man claiming that Chaney's performance drove him to commit a crime, citing temporary insanity influenced by the film. Although this plea was rejected by the courts on the grounds that it was absurd, it added to the film's macabre mystique. The 1983 West Bank fainting epidemic. The 1983 West Bank fainting epidemic occurred between March and April of 1983. This mysterious event saw nearly 1,000 Palestinian schoolgirls and a smaller number of female Israeli soldiers experiencing a sudden onset of symptoms. These symptoms included fainting, dizziness, and headaches, amongst other symptoms. The epidemic's rapid spread and severe implications sparked a multitude of theories and accusations. The epidemic began on March 21, 1983, in Araba, a town in the West Bank. The initial incident involved a 17-year-old girl who experienced throat irritation and difficulty breathing shortly after entering her classroom. Her symptoms soon spread to her classmates and teachers, prompting public health authorities to investigate. Over the next few hours and days, the number of affected individuals skyrocketed, and similar outbreaks were reported in other parts of the West Bank, including Jenin and Hebron. These symptoms appeared in 3 distinct waves, primarily impacting young girls in schools, but also affecting some adult women and a few Israeli soldiers. The epidemic quickly became a hotbed for political accusations and conspiracy theories. Palestinian authorities accused Israel of deploying chemical agents to poison young Palestinian women, a claim vehemently denied by Israeli officials. Conversely, some Israeli authorities suggested that the Palestinians were staging the incidents to provoke international sympathy and political agitation. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention in the United States and other health organizations conducted thorough investigations to determine the cause of the symptoms. Environmental tests were performed to check for toxic gases, including hydrogen sulfide and other potential airborne toxins. Despite finding low concentrations of hydrogen sulfide near one school, no consistent environmental toxins were identified that could account for the widespread symptoms. In the end, most health experts concluded that the epidemic was largely psychosomatic, driven by mass hysteria. The tense political climate, combined with widespread media coverage of the symptoms and fears of poisoning, likely contributed to the psychological propagation of the epidemic. The event faded after schools in the West Bank were closed, bringing an end to the epidemic and leaving behind a complex legacy of accusations and unresolved questions. The disappearance of Cindy Anderson. On August 4, 1981, Cindy Anderson, a 20-year-old legal secretary from Toledo, Ohio, disappeared under mysterious circumstances. On the morning of her disappearance, Cindy went to work at the law office where she was employed, as usual. She was last seen at approximately 9:45 a.m., but by noon, her office was empty. When her employers arrived, they found the office lights on, the door locked from the inside, and Anderson's car in the parking lot. A romance novel she had been reading was left open to a scene where a woman is abducted, and the scent of nail polish lingered in the air, suggesting she had recently been in the office. In the months leading up to her disappearance, Anderson experienced recurring nightmares in which she was abducted by a stranger. These dreams were so vivid and troubling that she shared them with her family. Compounding the fear from these dreams, Anderson also received a series of harassing phone calls at work, which prompted her employers to install an emergency buzzer at her desk. Adding to the mystery was a message painted on a wall visible from her office. "I love you, Cindy by GW." Anderson did not know anyone with the initials GW. Although one man with those initials admitted to writing the messages, he claimed they were intended for another woman named Cindy. This bizarre graffiti, combined with the disturbing phone calls, contributed to the fear and tension Anderson experienced before her disappearance. Shortly after Anderson vanished, police received an anonymous phone call from a woman who whispered that Anderson was being held in the basement of a White House. The family associated with this White House owned two identical houses. Despite attempts to trace the call and search for the houses, no further information was obtained, and the caller never identified herself or called again. Several theories and suspects have emerged over the years, but none have led to a resolution. One theory involves Anderson's employers, specifically lawyer Richard Neller, who was later convicted for drug-related crimes. It is speculated that Anderson might have overheard incriminating conversations between Neller and a drug dealer, Jose Rodriguez. An informant later testified that Rodriguez confessed to Anderson's abduction to send a message, but this testimony was deemed unreliable and no charges were filed. Another theory suggests that Anderson might have fallen victim to serial killers Anthony and Nathaniel Cook, who were active in the Toledo area during the 1980s. Although they were convicted for other crimes, they denied any involvement in Anderson's disappearance. Some theories propose that Anderson might have run away to start a new life. However, this theory is simply not credible given her close relationship with her family and the lack of any history of this sort of desire or behavior. Despite extensive investigations, Anderson's case remains unsolved. Her social security number has never been used, and her bank account remains untouched. The Toledo Police Department continues to hold out hope for new information, and if you have any information, I encourage you to reach out and report it to them. Disembarkment syndrome. This is a rare neurological condition that typically manifests after exposure to prolonged passive motion, such as sea travel, flights, or long car rides. The primary symptom is a persistent sensation of rocking, swaying, or bobbing, even when the person is stationary. The term has been used to describe the sensation of continuing to feel the movement after returning to solid ground. These symptoms were documented as far back as the early days of sea exploration. However, it wasn't until more recent times that the condition was recognized as a distinct medical syndrome. The formal recognition of this condition has helped in understanding and diagnosing it more accurately. Patients often describe the sensation as similar to being on a boat, with rocking and swaying motions. This can lead to difficulties with balance, coordination, and cognitive function, often referred to as brain fog. Other symptoms may include anxiety, depression, and fatigue. The most common trigger for disembarkment syndrome is sea travel, but it can also be induced by other forms of motion, such as air travel, car rides, and even virtual reality experiences. Some cases are spontaneous, arising without a clear motion-related trigger, possibly linked to stress, hormonal changes, or other neurological factors. The exact cause of this rare syndrome remains a mystery at present. One prevailing theory suggests that the condition results from a maladaptation of the brain's vestibular system, which controls balance and spatial orientation. When the motion stops, the brain fails to readjust to a stable environment, causing the persistent sensations of movement. Another hypothesis involves the vestibulo-ocular reflex, which helps stabilize vision by coordinating eye and head movements. Researchers have developed treatment protocols that aim to readapt the vestibulo-ocular reflex, showing significant success in alleviating symptoms for some patients. More recent studies have explored the potential of repetitive transcranial magnetic stimulation, a neuromodulation technique that uses magnetic fields to influence brain activity. Marion Stokes. Marion Stokes was a Philadelphia-based civil rights activist, librarian, and television producer whose unique obsession with archiving television news footage spanned over 3 decades. Born on November 25, 1929, she was deeply influenced by the political and social movements of her time. Stokes' most notable endeavor began in 1979 during the Iran hostage crisis. She became convinced that the way news was being reported could alter over time, potentially distorting facts. To combat this, she started recording television news around the clock. This effort quickly evolved into an all-consuming project that lasted until her death in 2012. Over 33 years, she amassed a staggering collection of around 71,000 VHS and Betamax tapes, capturing over 800,000 hours of news broadcasts, commercials, and even talk shows. Her recording setup included multiple televisions and recorders running simultaneously in her home. Initially, Stokes managed the recordings herself, swapping tapes every 6 to 8 hours. As her health declined, she hired assistants to help maintain the rigorous schedule. Her commitment to this archival project required significant personal sacrifices and led her to purchase multiple storage units and even several apartments. By the end of her life, she owned 12 properties, all of which were dedicated to the preservation of lost media. Stokes also recognized the importance of computing power in her work and was an early investor in Apple. I suspect that her early investments in Apple may have been able to fund a significant portion of her archiving work, as well as the properties needed to store the physical media. Her passion for technology was indicative of her forward-thinking mindset and dedication to preserving contemporary history through any means available. Marion Stokes's life and work are surrounded by several mysteries. One of the biggest mysteries is what truly drove Marion Stokes to start and continue her extensive archiving project. While the Iran hostage crisis is often cited as a triggering event, the depth of her commitment suggests deeper motivations. Some speculate that she had a profound belief in the importance of preserving unaltered media for future generations to access. She perhaps foresaw a time when historical records might be lost or altered. Another mystery involves exactly how she funded her project. Stokes was an early investor in Apple, which likely provided her with significant financial resources. However, the exact details of her investments and how she managed to sustain such a costly and labor-intensive endeavor over 3 decades are not fully known. Her ability to maintain this project without external funding or support raises questions about her financial management. The full extent of the unseen footage remains one of the greatest mysteries. Given that her collection spans major historical events, cultural shifts, and everyday news, researchers believe there could be invaluable footage that has yet to be discovered. The potential for uncovering lost broadcasts or rare news segments continues to be a point of fascination for historians and archivists. After Marion's death, her son recognized the historical value of her collection and partnered with the Internet Archive to digitize and make the tapes accessible to the public. The digitization process is an ongoing effort due to the sheer volume of material and the challenges associated with preserving and converting old videotapes. Personally, I'm looking forward to the digitization process being completed so I can watch the inevitable Blame It on Jorge video about it. The Yurei. Yurei, often translated as faint spirits, are a significant part of Japanese folklore and belief. These ghostly apparitions are comparable to Western ghosts, but come with their own unique traits and stories. The concept of yurei originates from ancient Japanese beliefs that everyone has a spirit or soul. Upon death, the soul leaves the body and enters a form of purgatory. If the proper funeral rites are not performed, or if the person died under traumatic circumstances, the soul may transform into a yurei and return to the physical world. Common characteristics of yurei include long, disheveled hair, white burial kimono, and a lack of feet, giving them a floating appearance. They are often depicted with lifeless hands that dangle from their wrists and are accompanied by eerie, floating flames called hitodama. Yurei are generally categorized based on their reasons for haunting, with the most common and feared being the onryo. These spirits seek vengeance for some wrongs they had to endure during life, and are the most likely to engage in violent sorts of activities. These spirits often take part in quote-unquote poltergeist-like activity, where they influence the world around them in a very real and unwelcome way. Not all spirits are considered malevolent, and some are even welcomed. For instance, spirits of children are considered mischievous, but if they are treated well, they will bring good fortune to a household and eventually depart. Several Yurei stories have stood the test of time and remain popular in Japanese culture. However, the most popular is likely Oiwa from the story Yotsuya Kaidan, which depicts an extremely destructive onryo type of ghost. Oiwa was betrayed and poisoned by her husband, leading to her disfigurement and death. Her disturbing and disfigured spirit relentlessly haunts her husband until he loses touch with reality and dies. Further adding to the popularity of this ghost story is the fact that it is allegedly based upon a true story of a woman in the 17th century. Notably, this story has been depicted on stage and in film numerous times over the last few centuries, and unsurprisingly, there are superstitions associated with adapting the tale. The cast and crew of any such production typically visit Oiwa's grave prior to the production and make offerings to her spirit in an attempt to placate this angry ghost. If offerings are not made in a proper way, it is said that the individuals involved in the production may incur the wrath of Oiwa. The Beast of Bladenboro. The Beast of Bladenboro is a creature that sparked fear in the small town of Bladenboro, North Carolina, due to its mysterious and violent attacks on local animals. The first recorded incident occurred on December 29, 1953, when a woman in Clarkton, a town near Bladenboro, heard her neighbor's dogs barking and whimpering. Upon investigating, she saw a large, dark creature with glowing red eyes. This sighting marked the beginning of a series of brutal attacks on livestock and pets in the area. Over the following days, more dogs were found dead, their bodies reportedly crushed and drained of blood. The panic in Bladenboro escalated quickly due to the horrific nature of these attacks. Local police received numerous reports of a large, cat-like creature. Descriptions varied, but many witnesses claimed the beast was about 5 feet long, had a sleek black coat, and glowing red eyes. As fear spread, the town organized hunting parties. On January 7, 1954, around 1,000 people, including armed hunters from various states, gathered to track down the beast. Despite the large number of hunters, no conclusive evidence was found initially. However, on January 13th, a local farmer caught a large bobcat in a steel trap, which was subsequently killed and presented as the Beast of Bladenboro by the town's mayor. The true identity of the Beast of Bladenboro remains a subject of speculation. Some believe the sightings were cases of mistaken identity, possibly involving large dogs, bobcats, or other native wildlife. The glowing red eyes could be attributed to the reflection of light at night. Another theory suggests that the creature could have been an escaped exotic pet, such as a panther or another large feline. This idea is supported by the descriptions of the beast's physical appearance and behavior. Some cryptozoologists argue that the Beast of Bladenboro might be a cryptid, a creature whose existence is not recognized by conventional science. They point to cryptids like the Wampus cat, or the phenomenon of the alien big cat in favor of this position. Critics often point to the possibility of mass hysteria and hoaxes perpetuating the legend. The intense media coverage and the influx of hunters might have contributed to a collective panic that exaggerated the incidents. The legend of the Beast of Bladenborough has left a lasting impact on the town. Despite the lack of conclusive evidence, the story has been passed down through generations, becoming a part of local folklore. The town of Bladenborough even hosts an annual event called Beast Fest to commemorate the legend, featuring food stalls, entertainment, and family-friendly activities. Also, I have to mention it, but I do like how cryptids that once allegedly terrorized regions often go on to become beloved mascots in the region. The Peter Bergman case. Peter Bergman, as he called himself, arrived in Sligo, Ireland on June 12, 2009. He checked into the Sligo City Hotel using a false address from Austria. Over the next few days, CCTV footage captured him performing seemingly mundane activities, but with peculiar details. He was seen leaving the hotel with a purple plastic bag and returning without it, suggesting he was disposing of his belongings bit by bit. Despite his visibility on CCTV, no traces of the disposed items were ever found, indicating a deliberate effort to obscure his activities and identity. On June 14th, Bergman asked a taxi driver to recommend a quiet beach, eventually choosing Ross's Point. The next day, he was seen at the Sligo bus station buying a cappuccino and a sandwich, then taking a bus to Ross's Point with 3 bags but returning with only 2. On June 16th, his lifeless body was discovered on the beach. He was wearing unusual attire, including Speedo-type swim trunks over his underwear and a t-shirt tucked in. The investigation into his identity revealed few clues as to why he was there or as to his identity. He had no identification, and the labels on his clothes were removed. His physical condition was another layer of the mystery. Despite suffering from advanced prostate cancer and bone tumors, no medication was found in his system. This suggests he was in significant pain, yet chose not to carry any pain relief products. Further complicating matters, the address he provided at the hotel turned out to be a vacant lot in Austria. During his stay, he also purchased stamps and airmail stickers, but it was never discovered where or to whom these were sent. The thorough search by investigators, including examining local dumps and public places, yielded no further evidence of his possessions that could reveal his identity. Some speculate he was deliberately trying to disappear, perhaps to end his life anonymously. Others suggest he could have been involved in clandestine activities or had a complex personal history that required complete erasure of his identity. Despite the extensive investigation and international cooperation, his true identity and reasons for his actions remain unknown. The Peter Bergman case is often likened to the Tamam Shud case in Australia, previously featured in this series and now arguably solved. However, unlike the Tamam Shud case, the Bergman case has not garnered as much fame or international media attention. This case continues to captivate the public's imagination, symbolizing the profound mystery of an individual who, in the age of pervasive surveillance, erased his identity in plain sight. This is a suggestion from frequent contributor and Discord community member Lauren Redmond. Thanks as always, Lauren. The disappearance of Joshua Maddox. On May 8, 2008, 18-year-old Joshua Maddox told his sister he was going for a walk in Woodland Park, Colorado. Known for his love of the outdoors, Joshua's absence initially didn't alarm his family. However, when he did not return for several days, they reported him missing on May 13th. Joshua was an intelligent and artistic young man, fond of playing guitar and writing. His family and friends searched extensively for him, but no clues surfaced. For years, his family held on to the hope that he might have left to pursue a new life or career elsewhere. In August 2015, 7 years after Joshua's disappearance, a gruesome discovery was made. Contractors demolishing an abandoned cabin less than 2 blocks from the Maddox home found Joshua's remains in the chimney. The cabin, owned by Chuck Murphy, had been largely unused and overlooked during initial searches. The coroner concluded that Joshua had attempted to enter the cabin via the chimney, became stuck, and succumbed to hypothermia. His body was found in a fetal position, with legs above his head, indicating he had entered head first. The chimney was blocked by a large breakfast bar inside the house, preventing him from exiting. Despite the official ruling of accidental death, numerous anomalies cast doubt on this conclusion. For instance, a heavy wire mesh originally installed in the chimney to prevent animal entry was missing. This mesh would have made it impossible for Joshua to enter the chimney as described. Additionally, Joshua's clothes were found folded inside the cabin, suggesting he had undressed before attempting to enter the chimney. Murphy, the cabin owner, and others questioned the accidental death ruling, pointing out these inconsistencies. Murphy noted the cabin's isolated location and the fact that no signs of forced entry or struggle were found. The mysterious circumstances of Joshua Maddox's disappearance and the condition in which his body was found have led to various theories. Some suggest foul play, considering the position and location of his body and the missing wire mesh. Others speculate on possible misadventures or mental distress, although Joshua was reportedly in good spirits before his disappearance. The cabin where he was found has since been demolished, however, the mystery of Joshua Maddox's fate remains unsolved. This was a suggestion by patron and Discord community member Boomslang. The cursed Bulgarian phone number. In Bulgaria, the phone number 0888 888 888 has gained notoriety for its supposed curse, leading to a series of mysterious deaths associated with its owners. This eerie legend began in the early 2000s and continues to intrigue and frighten people worldwide. The cursed phone number was issued by the Bulgarian mobile phone company Mobitel. The first notable owner of the number was Vladimir Grashnov, the former CEO of Mobitel. Grashnov, who appeared to be in good health, died in 2001 from an aggressive form of cancer. Rumors suggested that his illness might have been caused by radioactive poisoning, allegedly orchestrated by business rivals. The next person to inherit the number was Konstantin Dimitrov, a well-known Bulgarian mafia boss. In 2003, while dining at a restaurant in Amsterdam, Dimitrov was shot by a lone gunman. The motives behind his slaying were linked to his involvement in drug trafficking. The coincidence of his violent end further cemented the phone number's deadly reputation. Following Dimitrov, Konstantin Dishliev, a real estate agent with alleged ties to the drug trade, received the number. In 2005, he was killed outside an Indian restaurant in Sofia, the capital of Bulgaria. After his death, Mobitel decided to suspend the number permanently. Anyone attempting to call it now hears a message indicating the number is outside network coverage. Various theories attempt to explain the curse associated with the number. Some suggest that the number itself is not cursed, but the individuals who owned it were involved in dangerous activities that led to their untimely ends. This explanation posits that the curse is more about coincidence and the high-risk lifestyles of its owners, rather than any supernatural force. Others believe that the number carries an inherent curse, perhaps tied to its string of eights. In numerology, the number 8 is often associated with power and material success, but the addition of a 0 has been suggested to invert this success. Across the world, there are numerous stories of such sinister phone numbers. For instance, in Japan, an allegedly cursed number inspired the famous movie series, The Ring. The disappearance of Angela Green. The disappearance of Angela Green is a troubling case that has puzzled both her family and authorities since she went missing from her Prairie Village, Kansas home on June 19, 2019. Angela Green, a 51-year-old stay-at-home mom, was last seen by her daughter, Ellie Green, after a minor argument at their home. This argument led Ellie to temporarily stay with her boyfriend's family. When Ellie tried to contact her mother after a few days, her father, Jeff Green, told her that Angela had been admitted to a psychiatric hospital due to a mental health crisis. He provided no details about the hospital's location or her condition, which raised Ellie's suspicions as Jeff had made such threats in the past, but had never acted on them. The story took a bizarre turn when, 3 weeks later, Jeff informed Ellie that Angela had passed away from a stroke at the hospital. He asked Ellie and her boyfriend's family to keep this information from Angela's relatives in New York. Ellie initially agreed to the request, but began to dig into the story told by her father, Jeff. Months went by without any funeral service or obituary, and no one could produce a death certificate. Ellie's attempts to obtain a death certificate from Kansas state officials were fruitless, and they had no record of Angela's death. In February 2020, Angela's sister contacted the Prairie Village Police Department, leading to a welfare check. Jeff then rapidly changed his story and claimed that Angela was alive and had run away with a friend. This sudden change in his story further complicated the investigation and drew significant additional suspicion on Jeff Green. Ellie subsequently filed a missing persons report, and the police launched an investigation, which included searches of Jeff's properties, but yielded no significant evidence. Ellie and her cousin have been proactive in keeping Angela's case in the public eye. They have spoken to the media, featured on podcasts, and hired a private investigator who has conducted extensive interviews and offered a reward for information. Despite these efforts and the involvement of the FBI, Angela's case remains unsolved, with over 100 leads investigated but no breakthrough. Theories about Angela's disappearance vary, but the primary focus remains on Jeff Green due to his inconsistent statements and refusal to cooperate with the police. Angela's family continues to seek closure and justice, hoping that new evidence or tips will eventually shed light on what happened to her. If you have any information on the disappearance of Angela Green, please contact the Prairie Village Police Department. John Teeter. John Teeter is a pseudonym used by an individual who appeared on various internet forums between 2000 and 2001, claiming to be a time traveler from the year 2036. John Teeter first appeared on the Time Travel Institute forums and later on the Art Bell Show, a popular late-night radio program known for discussing paranormal topics. Using the handle Time Travel Zero before adopting his more famous name, he posted detailed descriptions of his time machine. He claimed it was built by General Electric and was housed in a 1967 Chevrolet Corvette. He provided intricate schematics and answered questions about the mechanics of time travel, insisting that his mission was to retrieve an IBM 5100 computer from 1975. The purpose of this mission was said to be to combat a looming technological crisis in his future. According to Teeter, the IBM 5100 was crucial because it possessed unique capabilities to debug and emulate code from older systems. According to the lore, this was a feature that was not publicly known at the time, but later confirmed by IBM engineers. If anyone more knowledgeable about computer engineering could shed light on this in the comments, this would be much appreciated. Teeter claimed that his mission required this computer to fix a critical software issue expected to arise in the year 2038, similar to the Y2K bug. Teeter's predictions included several catastrophic events, which were to take place in the coming years, including a Second American Civil War, starting in 2004, resulting in the U.S. splitting into 5 regions, a subsequent World War III in 2015, followed by a series of natural disasters and epidemics, leading up to his timeline in 2036. He described a dystopian future where society had been ravaged by nuclear conflict and disease, and the survivors lived in a decentralized and agrarian society. Despite his detailed stories, Teeter's predictions did not come true, as should be obvious by now. There was no civil war in the U.S. in 2004, and the 2015 nuclear conflict never occurred. This naturally led to widespread skepticism about his claims. However, Teeter boosters proposed that his coming back altered the timeline and created a separate timeline where these events didn't happen. The mystery deepened with the creation of the John Teeter Foundation in 2003, which published a book compiling his posts. Investigations into the foundation revealed it was registered to Larry Haber, a Florida entertainment lawyer, and his brother Richard, a computer scientist. In 2018, Joseph Matheny, a multimedia artist known for creating one of the first alternate reality games called Ong's Hat, claimed that he had been consulted on the Teeter story. He suggested it was a deliberate literary experiment rather than a genuine account of time travel. The John Teeter saga has continued to inspire numerous theories. Some believe Teeter was indeed a time traveler whose actions altered the timeline, preventing the events he warned about. Others think he was part of an elaborate prank or a marketing campaign for a book or movie that never materialized. Despite Teeter claims having failed to materialize, the John Teeter story has continued to captivate. Angelo Faticoni, the human cork. Angelo Faticoni, born in 1859, was an Italian-American freak show performer and contortionist famously known as the human cork for his extraordinary ability to float. Faticoni discovered his unusual buoyancy in childhood, but it wasn't until later in life that he began showcasing his talent professionally. His feats defied conventional understanding and captivated audiences and scientists alike. One of Faticoni's most remarkable demonstrations involved being sewn into a sack with a 20-pound cannonball and thrown into a river. Astonishingly, he would float to the surface and remain motionless for extended periods. On another occasion, he swam across the Hudson River while tied to a chair weighted with lead. These performances were not mere parlor tricks, but involved genuine physical prowess and control. Doctors at Harvard University conducted experiments to understand Faticoni's abilities. In one test, Faticoni floated in a pool for 15 hours with a 20-pound lead weight attached to him. The doctors concluded that his unusual buoyancy was due to an abnormal arrangement of his internal organs, but this explanation did not entirely satisfy the scientific community. Faticoni's feats were not only a source of public fascination, but also the subject of intense scrutiny and speculation. Contemporary media often hinted at supernatural elements, suggesting that his abilities might be aided by otherworldly forces. Some psychics of the time claimed that spirits assisted him in staying afloat, adding a layer of mystery to his performances. Despite numerous public demonstrations and tests by medical professionals, Faticoni never revealed the secret behind his buoyancy. He promised to disclose the nature of the trick prior to his death, but passed away on August 2, 1931, in Jacksonville, Florida, without doing so. And yes, despite decades passing since the height of his popularity, there were still some people who were awaiting his revelation of his secrets. He was given an obituary in the New York Times, which carried the poignant headline, "Human Cork Dies, Secret Untold." The Great Emu War. In late 1932, Australia found itself embroiled in one of the most unusual military operations in history, the Great Emu War. This peculiar conflict arose from the environmental and agricultural challenges faced by farmers in Western Australia, compounded by the economic struggles of the Great Depression. The backdrop of this conflict was the Wheat Belt region in Western Australia, home to many World War I veterans who had taken up farming. These farmers faced plummeting wheat prices and a series of undelivered government subsidies, making their livelihoods increasingly precarious. Adding to their woes was the invasion of up to 20,000 emus, large, flightless birds that migrated from the interior regions in search of food and water during their breeding season. The emus wreaked havoc on the farmers' crops, trampling and consuming wheat and damaging fences designed to protect the fields from other pests like rabbits. The sheer number of emus and their voracious appetite for the crops led the desperate farmers to seek assistance from the government. In response, the Australian government decided to deploy military resources to manage the big bird problem. The operation began in November 1932, led by Major G.P.W. Meredith of the Royal Australian Artillery. The soldiers were armed with 2 Lewis machine guns and 10,000 rounds of ammunition, with the objective of significantly reducing the emu population. The military quickly discovered that the emus were far more formidable adversaries than anticipated. The emus, capable of running at speeds up to 30 miles per hour, proved difficult to target. Their erratic movements and ability to scatter quickly thwarted the soldiers' attempts to shoot them effectively. An early ambush on November 2nd resulted in a jammed machine gun and few emus being shot. In an attempt to increase their effectiveness, Major Meredith's team mounted a machine gun on a truck. However, the rough terrain made it nearly impossible to maintain a steady aim, and this tactic also failed. The soldiers found that the emus operated almost like organized units, with some birds acting as lookouts, making coordinated efforts to evade the gunners. After several weeks of futile efforts, the operation was deemed a failure. The soldiers withdrew in December 1932, having managed to eliminate only 986 of the over 20,000 emu invaders. Public and media reaction was largely critical, and the operation became something of a national joke. Although the military's direct intervention was a failure, the incursions led to alternative measures. The government eventually provided more robust fencing and implemented a bounty system, which proved more effective in controlling the emu population. So, what's the mystery here, you ask? Well, I for one find it quite unusual that a scrappy pack of semi-organized overgrown chickens could manage a strategic victory over a modern army. The Pendant in Dark Souls. In the critically acclaimed game Dark Souls, the pendant is one of the most mysterious items, sparking numerous theories and speculations since the game's release. The pendant can be selected as a starting gift or found in several in-game locations, including on a corpse or at the altar in the undead parish if certain conditions are met. Despite its mysterious allure, the pendant's actual in-game function, or lack thereof, has been a topic of much debate and curiosity. When Dark Souls director Hidetaka Miyazaki suggested in an interview that he would choose either the pendant or nothing as a starting gift, it set off a wave of speculation among fans. This statement, coupled with the game's cryptic nature and deep lore, led players to scour every corner of the game for hidden meanings and uses for the pendant. The in-game description of the pendant states it has no effect, but fond memories comfort travelers, which didn't deter players from concocting elaborate theories. Some believed it was an heirloom connected to the game's lore, potentially linked to an extremely obscure character in the game's mythology. Others speculated that the pendant might unlock secrets on subsequent playthroughs or influence in-game events in subtle ways. When the pendant continued to have no effect or do anything, players came up with increasing arcane activities in an attempt to solve the puzzle of the pendant. Adding fuel to the fire, Miyazaki later admitted that his endorsement of the pendant was partly intended as a prank. In a 2012 interview, he revealed that the pendant was meant to play with players' expectations and curiosity. This revelation was met with a mix of frustration and admiration from the fan base, who had invested considerable effort into deciphering its purpose. Despite this, some fans believed that the real prank pulled by Miyazaki was coming out and saying the pendant did nothing, even though it actually did. Some brave souls continued to investigate potential uses of this item, but as expected, came out empty-handed. Years later, data miners went through the game's code in an attempt to prove or disprove the function of the pendant. It turns out the item, which is described as worthless, was indeed worthless all along. Cotard's syndrome. Cotard's syndrome, also known as Cotard's delusion or walking corpse syndrome, is a rare mental disorder. Individuals with this disorder hold a delusional belief that they are dead, do not exist, or are in a state of decomposition. Named after French neurologist Jules Cotard, who first described the condition in 1880, Cotard's syndrome presents a perplexing case within the field of psychiatry. The earliest recorded case dates back to 1788, where an elderly woman suddenly became paralyzed and subsequently developed delusions of being dead. However, it was Jules Cotard's detailed descriptions in the 19th century that brought the syndrome to wider medical attention. Cotard noted that his patients exhibited severe nihilistic delusions, including the belief that they had lost their organs, or were entirely void of existence. In some cases, patients might refuse to eat or take care of themselves, believing they no longer need to sustain their bodies. The exact cause of Cotard's syndrome remains unclear, but several theories have been proposed. It is often associated with underlying mental health conditions, such as severe depression, schizophrenia, or bipolar disorder. Neurological factors may also play a significant role in certain cases of the syndrome. Damage or dysfunction in the parietal and frontal lobes of the brain, as well as the amygdala, have been theorized as potential causes. Despite advancements in understanding Cotard's syndrome, many mysteries remain. The condition's rarity makes it difficult to study extensively, and its exact pathophysiological mechanisms are not fully understood. Research continues to explore the neural and psychological underpinnings of the syndrome, aiming to develop more effective treatments and a deeper understanding of its causes. Isaac Newton and the origin of the cat door. Isaac Newton, renowned for his groundbreaking contributions to physics, mathematics, and the sciences, generally is also associated with the invention of the cat door. The story goes that Newton, who conducted many of his experiments in optics and physics at Trinity College, Cambridge, was frequently interrupted by his cat scratching at the door. To solve this problem, Newton supposedly cut a small hole in the door to allow the cat to pass through without disturbing his work. This tale further claims that he cut a second, smaller hole for the cat's kittens, not realizing the kittens would naturally follow their mother through the larger hole. Historical records suggest that primitive versions of the cat door, known as cat holes, existed long before Newton's time. Examples of such holes can be found as early as the 15th century in France, and they are even mentioned in Chaucer's The Miller's Tale, written in the late 1300s. There is no documented evidence from Newton's lifetime to substantiate that he kept cats or invented a cat door. The earliest mention of this story appears in an 1827 memoir, over a century after Newton's death, indicating it likely emerged as part of the mythology surrounding his life. While the cat door story adds a humanizing and humorous touch to Newton's legacy, his real contributions to science are far more significant. Newton formulated the laws of motion and universal gravitation, laid the groundwork for classical mechanics, and invented or concurrently invented calculus. The reasons behind the perpetuation of the cat door myth are speculative. Some suggest it serves to humanize Newton, depicting him as an animal lover who cared about his feline companions. Others believe it was intended to ridicule him, portraying him as so engrossed in his scientific pursuits that he would overlook a simpler solution. Newton was known to be a highly private and deeply eccentric individual, and I suspect, but have no evidence to prove that this might have been the punchline to a long forgotten joke. While it is often forgotten today, Newton was deeply religious and spent a significant amount of his time on matters of theology. Apparently, his theological works were not quite as well received as his other intellectual pursuits. Basically, I imagine the joke being the listing of all his accomplishments, from physics and calculus, to his dubious theological works, to his even more questionable alchemical pursuits. At the very end of the list, the invention of the cat door would be enumerated, the humor coming from the juxtaposition of the accomplishments. The Saddle Ridge hoard was discovered in February 2013 by a couple walking their dog on their rural property in Northern California. This massive stash consisted of over 1,400 gold coins. The coins date from 1847 to 1894, primarily consisting of $20 gold pieces minted in San Francisco during the California Gold Rush. The hoard was found buried in 8 metal cans, with many coins in pristine condition, indicating they had never been circulated. The discovery occurred when the couple, known only by the pseudonyms John and Mary, noticed a rusted can sticking out of the ground on their property. Upon investigation, they found the first of several cans filled with gold coins. The couple wisely kept their identities and the location of their find secret, though did clearly go public with it. The origins of the Saddle Ridge hoard remain a mystery at this time. One initial theory suggested the hoard could be the result of a 1901 theft from the San Francisco Mint by an employee named Walter Dimmick. But this has been ruled out by the U.S. Treasury because the coins in the hoard did not match those stolen. Another theory posits that the coins might have been buried by a miner or a wealthy individual who did not trust banks, a common practice during the late 19th century. Think a 19th century Ron Swanson burying precious metals. The condition and selection of the coins suggest a careful and deliberate act of saving over many years, possibly by someone with substantial wealth. More fantastical theories include connections to famous outlaws like Jesse James, or even a hidden stash intended for financing a second shot at the Confederacy. However, these ideas are largely speculative and lack concrete evidence. Following the discovery, the coins were authenticated and evaluated by the Professional Coin Grading Service. The total face value of the coins is about $28,000, but due to their rarity and condition, their market value is significantly higher. One particular coin is so rare that it is valued at around $1 million. John and Mary chose to remain anonymous, but they did work with a numismatic firm to handle the sale of the coins. Part of the proceeds was used to pay off debts and make charitable donations. Despite various theories, the true story behind why these coins were buried and by whom may never be known. The Great Sheep Panic. The Great Sheep Panic occurred on the evening of November 3, 1888, across Oxfordshire, England. It involved tens of thousands of sheep that suddenly and inexplicably bolted from their pens and fields, causing widespread chaos and destruction across a 200 square mile area. The panic began at approximately 8 p.m., when sheep in numerous locations simultaneously broke free from their enclosures, trampling fences and spreading across the countryside. By the next morning, many sheep were found huddled under hedges or packed into corners of fields, displaying signs of extreme fear and exhaustion. Various theories have been proposed to explain this bizarre phenomenon. Initially, some speculated that pranksters or predators like dogs or foxes might have caused the panic. However, this explanation was quickly dismissed, as it would have required an impossible level of coordination across such a vast area. Additionally, the sheep showed no physical signs of being attacked. Naturalist Oliver Vernon Aplin suggested that the panic might have been triggered by an exceptionally dark night, exacerbated by sudden flashes of lightning. Witnesses described the night as being so dark that one could not see their own hand, with some reports mentioning a thick, dark cloud rolling along the ground. This extreme darkness could have disoriented and terrified the sheep, leading to the mass panic. Sheep are known to be particularly sensitive and prone to panic in unusual conditions, and the combination of darkness and atmospheric disturbances might have been enough to set them off. Another theory suggested that the sheep were disturbed by occult activities or some form of ritual. Strange symbols, akin to runes, were allegedly found in the soil near the grazing grounds. However, it has been suggested that this is either a fabrication or a misinterpretation of natural hoof prints or other mundane phenomenon. Despite extensive investigations and numerous theories, the true cause of the Great Sheep Panic remains unsolved. In 1921, the scientific journal Nature discussed the possibility of the panic being related to meteorological phenomena, noting that sheep are susceptible to atmospheric disturbances. However, no definitive evidence was ever found to support this theory. Adding to the mystery, a similar event occurred just 4 years later, in 1893, again in Oxfordshire and extending into neighboring counties. Once more, thousands of sheep simultaneously panicked under eerily dark skies. This recurring nature of the panic further deepened the mystery, as it suggested a pattern that was not easily explained by simple or common causes. The Lovers of Modena. In 2009, archaeologists uncovered two intertwined skeletons in a necropolis in Modena, Italy, now famously known as the Lovers of Modena. Initially thought to be a male and female, further analysis revealed both skeletons were male. The two men were buried between the 4th and 6th centuries AD, a period when such burials were unusual. The initial assumption was based on the common practice of burying a male and female couple hand in hand, reflecting romantic love. However, a 2019 study using enamel peptides from the teeth confirmed the skeletons were both male. The relationship between these two men remains a mystery. Federico Lugli, a researcher from the University of Bologna, suggested several possibilities, including that they could have been brothers, cousins, or soldiers who perished together. This hypothesis stems from the context of their burial site, which could have been a war cemetery. Many of the surrounding graves also contained individuals who had suffered physical trauma, reinforcing the theory of a battleground burial. This revelation has implications for understanding social and cultural norms of the time. In late antiquity, explicit recognition of gay relationships was rare, especially within burial practices. Consequently, the possibility that they were lovers challenges contemporary perceptions of ancient societal norms. Adding to the intrigue, there are no other known burials from this period featuring two men holding hands. This uniqueness makes the Lovers of Modena a significant case for archaeologists and historians, prompting questions about the nature of their relationship and the customs of the era. The mystery surrounding the Lovers of Modena is further compounded by the limited historical records from the period, leaving much to speculation. Researchers continue to study the site and surrounding graves to gather more context and possibly uncover additional clues about the lives and relationship of these two men. The Texarkana Moonlight Slayings. In 1946, the city of Texarkana, which straddles the state line between Texas and Arkansas, experienced a series of violent attacks. Known as the Texarkana Moonlight Murders, these events unfolded between February and May, leading to widespread fear and uncertainty among the residents. The first attack occurred on February 22, 1946. Jimmy Hollis and Mary Jean Larry were parked on a local lover's lane when a man wearing a white sack with cutout eyes and mouth holes approached them, shining a flashlight. He forced Hollis out of the car, beat him severely, and then assaulted Larry. Both victims survived, but their accounts of the attacker varied, with Hollis believing the man was white, while Larry thought he was black. The second attack happened on March 24, 1946, when Richard L. Griffin and Polly Ann Moore were found dead in Griffin's car on another secluded Lover's Lane. They had both been shot in the head, with evidence suggesting they were attacked outside the car and then placed back inside. On April 14, 1946, the third attack targeted Paul Martin and Betty Jo Booker. Martin's body was found on the side of the road, shot multiple times, while Booker's body was discovered nearly 2 miles away. The weapon used was the same .32 caliber Colt automatic pistol from the previous attack. The final attack took place on May 3, 1946. Virgil Starks was shot through a window in his home while reading a newspaper. His wife, Katie Starks, was also shot, but managed to escape and seek help from a neighbor. Despite her injuries, she survived and provided some information to the authorities, though it was not enough to identify the attacker. The media dubbed the perpetrator the Phantom Killer, due to his ability to strike and disappear without a trace. The Texarkana Gazette played a significant role in shaping this eerie moniker. Despite extensive investigations and the involvement of the Texas Rangers and FBI, the Phantom Killer was never caught. One of the main suspects was Yule Swinney, a known criminal with a history of car theft and other offenses. Swinney's wife initially provided details about the crimes that were not public knowledge, leading authorities to believe he might be the Phantom Killer. However, her testimony was inconsistent, and she later refused to testify against him, resulting in a lack of concrete evidence to prosecute him for the attacks. Swinney was imprisoned for other crimes, but no further attacks occurred while he was behind bars. Another suspect confessed in a note before taking his own life in 1948. He claimed responsibility for some of the attacks, but his alibi was supported by witnesses who stated he was elsewhere during the time of the murders. The fear instilled by these events led to significant changes in the community. Residents began to arm themselves, install new locks, and adhere to strict curfews. The atmosphere of dread was so pervasive that it inspired the 1977 horror film, The Town That Dreaded Sundown, which, although dramatized, was based on these real-life events. This movie was remade in 2014, indicating a strong ongoing interest in this sinister event. The Texarkana Moonlight murders remain unsolved to this day. Bog bodies. Bog bodies are remarkably well-preserved human remains found in the peat bogs of northern Europe, particularly in Denmark, Germany, the Netherlands, and Ireland. These bodies, dating back to the Bronze and Iron Ages, offer a unique window into ancient human societies, their rituals, and their environments. The preservation of bog bodies is due to the unique conditions of peat bogs. Moss in these wetlands creates an acidic, low-oxygen environment that prevents decay. The peat's tannins act as a natural preservative, preserving not just bones but also soft tissues, hair, and even stomach contents. This preservation provides detailed insights into the lives and deaths of these individuals. Tollen Man is one of the most famous bog bodies and was discovered in Denmark in 1950. This well-preserved body of a man, who lived around the 3rd century BC, was found with a noose around his neck, suggesting he was hanged. His serene facial expression, complete with stubble and a hat, has intrigued researchers and the public. Lindo Man, found in England in 1984, dates back to the 1st century AD. He suffered multiple injuries, including a blow to the head and a throat injury caused by a garrote around his neck. His body provides historians and anthropologists glimpses into what potentially represents ancient violent rituals. Clonycaven Man and Old Krogan Man, both discovered in Ireland in 2003, also provide intriguing details. Clonycaven Man, with his distinctive hair styled with a resin, possibly from the Iberian Peninsula, suggests long-distance trade and high social status. Old Krogan Man, standing at an impressive 6'6", bore evidence of a violent end and displayed signs of high status, such as manicured nails. The causes behind the deaths of these individuals are a subject of much speculation. Many scholars believe these bodies were victims of ritualistic practices. The theory of overkilling, inflicting multiple fatal injuries, suggests these acts were deeply symbolic, possibly linked to beliefs in sacrifice to appease gods or ensure fertility. In Ireland, many bog bodies were found at the borders of ancient kingdoms, leading some to theorize that these locations were chosen for ritualistic purposes, possibly related to kingship. Modern technology has greatly enhanced our understanding of bog bodies. CT scans, DNA analysis, and forensic reconstruction have revealed details about their diets, health, and even their last moments. For example, the Tallinn man's last meal consisted of porridge made from barley, flaxseed, and knotgrass, indicating a common Iron Age diet. As an aside, knotgrass would not be on my list for top last meals, and I can't imagine it was on his either. But I digress. Despite these advances, many aspects of these bog bodies remain a mystery. The reasons for the seemingly senseless violence and the specific cultural or religious contexts of these rituals are still hotly debated. The Millennium Prize Problems. The Millennium Prize problems are 7 of the most challenging unsolved problems in mathematics, each with a reward of $1 million for a solution. These problems were announced by the Clay Mathematics Institute on May 24, 2000, in Paris, France. This was inspired by the famous list of 23 unsolved problems presented by legendary German mathematician David Hilbert in 1900. The Clay Mathematics Institute aimed to bring attention to these profound questions and stimulate progress in mathematical research. A particularly notable story is that of Grigori Perelman, who provided a solution to the Poincaré conjecture. Despite his groundbreaking work, Perelman declined the prize money and the Fields Medal, citing his dissatisfaction with the ethical behavior of the mathematical community. His decision brought attention to the often unseen personal and ethical dimensions behind mathematical research. Perelman later withdrew from the mathematical community altogether to live a deeply private life. Also, I just have to take a moment here to discuss Grigori Perelman. When a journalist attempted to contact him in 2012, the journalist was rejected, with Perelman advising, quote, "You are disturbing me. I am picking mushrooms." I would love to ask Grigori Perelman if he was intentionally channeling Diocletian's cabbage quote there, but I have a feeling he wouldn't respond. But back to the Millennium Prize problems. To win the prize, a solution must be published in a peer-reviewed journal and be accepted by the mathematical community after a 2-year review period. This rigorous process ensures that only fully vetted and widely recognized solutions are rewarded, maintaining the integrity and prestige of the prize. The death of Digna Ochoa. Digna Ochoa y Plácido was a notable Mexican human rights lawyer born in Misantla, Veracruz, on May 15, 1964. Ochoa initially pursued a religious vocation before transitioning into law. Her career was marked by her defense of environmentalists, political activists, and alleged victims of military and police forces. Her work brought her into frequent conflict with powerful entities, leading to numerous threats and acts of violence against her. In 1999, Ochoa was kidnapped and tortured in Mexico City, an incident that was followed by further threats and assaults. On October 19, 2001, Ochoa was found lifeless in her office in Mexico City. Initially, her passing was ruled as a suspicious event, and several theories emerged about the potential involvement of the military, government officials, and local power brokers. However, in March 2002, the Federal District Attorney's Office controversially declared the case as a self-inflicted incident. This conclusion was met with skepticism from various human rights organizations and Ochoa's supporters, who argued that the investigation was neither thorough nor impartial. One of the key theories surrounding Ochoa's case involves her legal work against the military and logging interests in Guerrero. Her efforts in exposing environmental damage and human rights abuses brought her into direct conflict with influential and potentially dangerous adversaries. To paraphrase a well-known phrase, Ochoa didn't end herself. Further in 2021, the Mexican government acknowledged she didn't end herself, but does not appear to have provided specifics. The Third Eye Man. The legend of the Third Eye Man has spooked students and residents around the University of South Carolina, USC, since the first reported sighting in 1949. This eerie figure is said to haunt the university's underground tunnels, commonly referred to as the catacombs. The initial sighting occurred on November 12, 1949. Two male students spotted a strange man dressed in bright silver opening a manhole cover on the corner of Sumter and Green Streets, opposite the historic Long Street Theater. The man disappeared into the sewer system, leading one student, Christopher Nichols, to report the incident to the university newspaper, dubbing the figure the Sewer Man. The legend gained more traction in April 1950, when a university police officer discovered mutilated chickens near the Long Street Theater. While investigating, he encountered a man with grotesque features and a third eye on his forehead. The officer's frantic report led to a search, but no evidence of the strange man was found. This sighting, combined with the officer's detailed description, fueled rumors and fears on campus. Throughout the 1960s and into the 1980s, the catacombs became a popular, albeit forbidden, spot for adventurous students. Fraternity initiations and dares often involved exploring these tunnels. During one such escapade in the late 1960s, a group of fraternity brothers encountered a disfigured man dressed in silver who attacked them with a pipe. This incident resulted in the university sealing many of the tunnel entrances and warning students against venturing into the underground passages. Sightings of the Third Eye Man have continued sporadically over the decades, though they appear to have died down a fair bit. In the late 1980s and early 1990s, reports of encounters with the silver-skinned figure persisted, although these were often dismissed by university officials. Nonetheless, the legend endures, with each new generation of students adding their own tales to the mythos. Some suggest he is a vagrant, or a person with a severe disfigurement living in the tunnels. Others speculate about supernatural origins, considering the third eye a symbol of mystical powers or otherworldly abilities. The lack of concrete evidence leaves the story open to interpretation and imagination. The 1924 British Mount Everest expedition marked the third British attempt to conquer the world's highest peak, Mount Everest, standing almost 30,000 feet above sea level. The goal was clear: to reach the summit and achieve what had never been done before. The expedition was initially led by Brigadier General Charles G. Bruce, who had to relinquish his command to Lieutenant Colonel Edward Norton due to malaria. The team included notable climbers such as George Mallory, who had participated in both the 1921 and 1922 expeditions. Others included Sandy Irvine, a young and promising climber, and Noel Odell, who served as the expedition's geologist and oxygen officer. The team embarked on their journey from Darjeeling in late March 1924, traversing 350 miles across Tibet to reach the Rongbuk Valley Base Camp by April 29th. The logistics of the expedition were complex, involving a large support team of 150 Tibetan porters and highly skilled Sherpas. The expedition planned their route via the North Col, following the path identified in earlier expeditions. They set up several camps at increasing altitudes, with Camp 6 being the final push towards the summit. Norton set a new altitude record by reaching over 28,000 feet without supplemental oxygen on June 4, 1924. On June 8, 1924, Mallory and Irvine made their final summit bid from Camp 6. Noel Odell, observing from a lower altitude, claimed to have seen the pair ascending a prominent rock step. This was the last confirmed sighting of the climbers. The question of whether they reached the summit before their disappearance has been a topic of speculation and investigation for decades. In 1999, an expedition discovered Mallory's body at around 27,000 feet. His position suggested he had fallen, but crucially, the small Kodak camera he was believed to have carried was not found. This camera, if ever recovered, might contain photographs that could prove whether they summited. Several theories have emerged regarding their final moments. One suggests that they may have reached the summit but succumbed to exhaustion or injury during their descent. The lack of conclusive evidence and the missing camera continue to fuel speculation. There are also unverified reports that Irvine's body and the camera were discovered in the 1970s and subsequently removed by the Chinese government. Despite the tragic outcome, the 1924 expedition had a lasting impact on the world of mountaineering. Their efforts laid the groundwork for future expeditions, culminating in the first confirmed ascent by Sir Edmund Hillary and Tenzing Norgay in 1953. Further, the members of the expedition, including George Mallory and Sandy Irvine, were both awarded Olympic gold medals in mountaineering in 1924, after their passing. As far as I know, this is the only case of posthumous Olympic medals being awarded. La Mancha Negra, or the Black Stain, is a mysterious black substance that first appeared in 1986 in Venezuela on a highway leading to Caracas's airport. Initially, it was just a small smudge noticed by road workers, but it quickly spread, covering an 8-mile stretch of road. The substance itself has been described as an inch-thick, greasy black blob with the consistency of chewed bubble gum. It's infamously slick, especially when wet, making roads treacherous and causing numerous car accidents. Despite years of study and millions of dollars spent on research and remediation efforts, the exact composition and origin of La Mancha Negra remain elusive. One popular theory is that it results from poorly maintained vehicles leaking oil and other fluids onto the road, which then mix with dust and other materials to form the goo. Another hypothesis suggests that the substance could be a byproduct of a chemical reaction involving raw sewage from nearby slums, seeping under the asphalt and breaking it down. Some have even suggested extraterrestrial origins, although this is generally considered far-fetched. Efforts to remove La Mancha Negra have been extensive but largely unsuccessful. Techniques have included pressure washing, using detergents, resurfacing the roads, and even applying pulverized limestone, which temporarily dried up the goo. In 1996, specialized scrubbing machines from Germany were brought in, which seemed to provide a temporary solution, but the substance reappeared by 2001. The unpredictability of La Mancha Negra adds to its mystery. It appears to expand during hot, humid weather and recede when conditions are cooler and drier. It also tends to manifest in specific areas such as tunnels and uphill slopes. Despite the varying theories and ongoing speculation, no definitive cause has been identified, making La Mancha Negra a persistent mystery on Venezuelan roads. I note that there is scarcely little information out there on the chemical properties of this goo, which strikes me as somewhat odd. The disappearance of Courtney Stauffer. Courtney Stauffer, a 21-year-old from Palmyra, Pennsylvania, vanished in the early hours of July 29, 2012. Courtney was last seen at her apartment where she lived with her boyfriend, Brad Herr, who was on house arrest for DUI charges. On the night of July 28th, Courtney went out with friends to Harrisburg. She got into an argument with a known drug dealer at the hardware bar. Upon returning home, Courtney and a friend, Cody Pruitt, were involved in a dispute with neighbors, leading to multiple police visits that night. At around 3 a.m., Courtney was reported to be causing a disturbance. The police arrived and the parties involved were told to return to their apartments. The police were called again at 4 a.m. due to further complaints from neighbors. They knocked on Courtney's door but received no response. When Cody awoke later that morning, Courtney was gone. Her belongings, including her phone, wallet, keys, and car, were left behind. The investigation into Courtney's disappearance began with an extensive search of her apartment and surrounding areas. Despite a thorough search, no signs of a struggle or foul play were evident. Courtney's family and friends conducted numerous searches, and a $50,000 reward was offered for information leading to her whereabouts. Authorities have considered various theories. One was that Courtney's neighbors might be involved due to the disputes that night. Another theory speculated she might have been a victim of foul play related to drug activities, given her argument with a drug dealer earlier that evening. Some investigators proposed the possibility of a serial offender being responsible, citing similarities with other missing person cases in the region. This theory has been largely dismissed by local authorities at present, at least publicly. The lack of evidence at her apartment led some to believe that Courtney might have been abducted randomly. This theory remains speculative, with no substantial evidence to support it. The investigation remains active, with the Palmyra Police Department and the FBI involved. New tips are still being received, but none have led to significant breakthroughs. The family hired a private investigator in 2015 to bring fresh eyes to the case, yet this has not yielded new leads either. If you have any information with respect to Courtney's case, please contact the FBI or contact the Palmyra Police Department. The Caracas Impact Event. On September 15, 2007, the quiet village of Caracas in the Puno region of Peru, near the Bolivian border and Lake Titicaca, experienced an interesting event. A meteoroid streaked across the sky and crashed into the earth, creating a substantial crater and causing a range of mysterious phenomena that puzzled scientists and locals. The Caracas impact event was significant because it challenged many preconceived notions about meteor impacts. The meteorite hit the ground with such force that it created a crater about 44 feet wide and 15 feet deep, which was unexpected for stony meteorites that usually disintegrate. The event was marked by an explosive detonation, a smoke trail, and a mushroom-shaped cloud visible from miles around. Immediately following the impact, locals reported strange occurrences. The crater's water was described as boiling due to the intense heat of the impact. Witnesses also noted a strong sulfuric odor, and the black fragments of the meteorite appeared to be smoking. As villagers and local police approached the site, many began to experience a variety of ailments, including nausea, dizziness, headaches, and vomiting. This prompted fears of contamination, and authorities considered declaring a state of emergency. Peruvian health officials initially downplayed the seriousness of the medical situation, though they did send medical personnel to treat those affected. The regional health director reported that while many villagers exhibited symptoms, they were recovering well. The mayor of Caracas, Maximiliano Trujillo, attributed the ailments partly to psychological factors and organized a community meeting to address fears and provide scientific explanations. Interestingly, these symptoms dissipated within a few days, leading to various theories about their cause. One theory suggested that the illnesses were psychosomatic, triggered by the fear and superstition surrounding the event. Local beliefs about celestial phenomena and their potential to bring misfortune may have exacerbated the situation. Another theory posited that the meteorite's impact released toxic gases, such as sulfur and arsenic, from the ground, which could have caused the symptoms experienced by the villagers. Despite these theories, no conclusive explanation has been universally accepted. Some scientists initially considered the possibility of radioactive contamination, but this was quickly ruled out. The Caracas meteorite also drew international scientific attention. Researchers from various countries, including the United States and Japan, conducted studies to understand the event better. They were intrigued by the fact that a stony meteorite could create such a large crater and remain largely intact upon impact. The Caracas impact event remains a subject of scientific discussion and study, both for its impact and its effects on the local populace. The Super Mario 64 personalization AI theory. Super Mario 64, a seminal game for the Nintendo 64, has been the subject of many fan theories and myths over the years. Among these, the personalization AI theory has captivated and intrigued many, spawning numerous YouTube videos. This theory posits that every copy of Super Mario 64 is uniquely personalized to each player through an advanced artificial intelligence embedded within the game. The personalization AI theory gained significant traction around 2019 and 2020, primarily through online forums and YouTube channels. Proponents of this theory suggest that an experimental AI was implemented in Super Mario 64, capable of subtly altering the game to tailor it to individual players' preferences and behaviors. This AI supposedly makes changes that range from the appearance of characters and levels to the difficulty and gameplay mechanics, making each player's experience unique. Supporters of the theory often cite personal anecdotes and perceived anomalies in the game as evidence. Many players report experiencing different enemy placements, altered level designs, and unique events that they claim are not present in other versions of the game. These discrepancies are attributed to the supposed AI, which customizes the game in a way that aligns with the player's style and preferences. One of the most intriguing aspects of this theory is the idea that the AI can read the player's mind or respond to their thoughts, creating an eerily personalized experience. An important factor contributing to the theory's popularity is the psychological impact of nostalgia and memory. Super Mario 64 was a groundbreaking game for many, and the intense emotions and memories associated with playing it during childhood often blur the lines between reality and imagination. This phenomenon can lead to exaggerated or distorted recollections of the game, reinforcing the belief in a personalization AI. Despite its popularity, the personalization AI theory has faced significant criticism and skepticism. Critics argue that the theory is more likely a result of collective memory and childhood nostalgia than any actual in-game AI. They point out that memory can be highly fallible, especially over long periods, and that the differences players recall are likely due to normal variations in gameplay experiences. Moreover, technical analyses of the game's code have not revealed any evidence of such an AI. Nintendo has also officially denied the existence of a personalization AI within Super Mario 64, asserting that no such technology was ever implemented in the game. This has led many to conclude that the theory is nothing more than an elaborate hoax or a piece of interactive fiction created by the fan community. Another aspect that feeds into the theory is the concept of liminality within the game. Liminal spaces are transitional or transformative spaces that evoke a sense of unease and nostalgia. Super Mario 64 is filled with such spaces, from the empty hallways of Princess Peach's castle to the bizarre and often unsettling textures and environments. These elements contribute to a feeling of otherworldliness that can make the game feel uniquely personal and haunting, further fueling the theory of a personalization AI. To paraphrase a popular marketing slogan from the 90s, if this theory is true, Nintendo does what Genesis don't. Also, yes, to preempt the inevitable question in the comments, I've been sitting on this topic for ages now, and I did wait for part 64 to include it. The death of Karen Silkwood. Karen Silkwood was an American chemical technician and labor union activist. She became famous for her efforts to expose safety violations at the Kerr-McGee Cimarron fuel fabrication site in Crescent, Oklahoma. Born on February 19, 1946, in Longview, Texas, Silkwood's journey from worker to notable whistleblower highlights significant issues in the nuclear industry during the 1970s. In 1972, Silkwood started working at Kerr-McGee, where she was responsible for making plutonium pellets for nuclear reactor fuel rods. By 1974, she was a member of the Oil, Chemical, and Atomic Workers International Union, OCAW, and became actively involved in the union's Health and Safety Committee. She discovered several safety violations, including exposure to high levels of contamination among workers and improper storage of plutonium. On November 13, 1974, after attending a union meeting, Silkwood was driving to meet with a New York Times reporter, David Burnham. She was prepared to present documentation supporting her allegations against Kerr-McGee. However, this meeting was never to be, and her car veered off Oklahoma State Highway 74 and crashed into a concrete culvert. She was found deceased at the scene. The circumstances of the crash have fueled various theories and speculations. An autopsy revealed that Silkwood had taken a significant dose of Quaaludes, which could have impaired her ability to drive. However, skid marks and damage to her car's rear bumper suggested that she might have been forced off the road by another vehicle. Her family and supporters speculated that Silkwood was deliberately driven off the road to prevent her from exposing the company's safety violations. The documents Silkwood was carrying were never found. This added to the mystery surrounding the incident, as those papers were crucial in proving her claims about safety breaches at Kerr-McGee. The federal investigation that followed confirmed several of Silkwood's allegations, and the plant eventually shut down in 1975. The legal battle that ensued between Silkwood's family and Kerr-McGee was lengthy and complex. The family sued for willful negligence, claiming that the company had exposed Silkwood to dangerous levels of radiation. The initial jury awarded the family over $10 million, but the amount was later reduced on appeal. Ultimately, Kerr-McGee settled out of court for $1.4 million without admitting any wrongdoing. Karen Silkwood's story has been widely publicized, notably in the 1983 film Silkwood, starring Meryl Streep. The film brought significant attention to the risks of nuclear energy and the importance of corporate accountability. I've paraphrased it before, and I'll do it again in the future. Silkwood didn't end herself. The Guðmundur and Geirfinnur case, also known as the Reykjavik Confessions, this remains one of Iceland's most notorious and controversial criminal cases. The events began in 1974 when two men, Guðmundur Einarsson and Geirfinnur Einarsson, disappeared 10 months apart. Guðmundur vanished in January after a night out in Hafnarfjordur, while Geirfinnur disappeared in November from Keflavik. The pressure to solve these disappearances led to the arrest and interrogation of several young people. The intense police interrogations, characterized by lengthy solitary confinement and suggestive questioning, resulted in confessions from 6 individuals. These confessions, however, were obtained under dubious circumstances, involving what has been described as memory implantation and manipulation. For example, Trygve Leifson was held in solitary confinement for 655 days, a period filled with intense psychological pressure. Notably, this is the longest confirmed period of solitary confinement outside Guantanamo Bay. Further, they were given antipsychotic drugs, as well as subjected to sleep deprivation and waterboarding. The case saw the convicted individuals spend years in prison before new developments led to a re-evaluation of their guilt. In the 2010s, growing evidence of the flawed nature of the original investigation prompted the reopening of the case. On September 27, 2018, the Supreme Court of Iceland acquitted 5 of the 6 individuals originally accused in connection with the disappearances, 44 years after the events took place. Erla Bolladotter's case was not reopened due to legal technicalities. However, she continues her fight for justice and to clear her name. Her recent request for a retrial was denied, leading her to consider taking her case to the European Court of Human Rights. Erla, who endured 242 days in solitary confinement and harsh interrogations, remains a vocal critic of the judicial processes that led to her conviction. The case has been widely discussed in media and academic circles as a prime example of a miscarriage of justice. The Netflix documentary Out of Thin Air brought international attention to the case, detailing the societal and psychological dynamics that led to the false confessions. The case highlighted issues such as the use of solitary confinement and intense interrogation techniques, which have since been criticized by various human rights organizations. Compensation for the wrongfully convicted individuals and their families has been part of the aftermath. The Icelandic government has formally apologized and awarded financial reparations to the victims. However, I have to question whether any amount of financial compensation can truly make whole these victims. Notably, the fates of Guðmundur Einarsson and Geirfinnur Einarsson remain unknown at present, and it is unclear if they even met with foul play. This was suggested by Discord community member Maze, who also provided some assistance with pronunciation. Join the Discord community to leave suggestions, or leave a suggestion in the comments section. Jofur Vorin. In April 1851, a mysterious figure named Jofur Vorin appeared in the German village of Frankfurt an der Oder. This is a small village in eastern Germany, and not the Frankfurt you've definitely heard of. Jofur Vorin's story began when he was found wandering, seemingly lost and disoriented. Speaking broken German and 2 unknown languages he called Laxarian and Abramian, Vorin's presence and tale baffled the local authorities and scholars. When questioned, he explained that he was on a mission to find his long-lost brother, but had been shipwrecked during his journey. His account included details of his homeland, Laxaria, which he described as being separated from Europe by a vast ocean. He further mentioned 5 continents named Sakria, Aflar, Astar, Auslar, and Uplar, which corresponded to no known geographical knowledge of the time. Vorin's religious beliefs were also peculiar. He claimed to practice a form of Christianity called Ispatian, which was unfamiliar to anyone in Europe. His account of Laxaria and its customs, along with his inability to locate his homeland on any map, led many to speculate about his origins. Some thought he might be from a lost civilization, while others considered the possibility of an elaborate hoax. The mystery deepened when Vorin was sent to Berlin for further investigation. En route, he reportedly experienced a hysterical fit and vanished into the woods, never to be seen again. This disappearance prompted various theories over the years. One popular theory suggests that Vorin might have been a time traveler or someone who slipped through a parallel universe. The idea of teleportation or dimensional travel stems from the fact that his account included advanced geographical knowledge and completely unknown languages. Such theories, while speculative, highlight the human fascination with the unknown and the unexplained. Others propose more mundane explanations, such as the possibility that Voreen was suffering from a mental condition. Alternatively, it has been suggested that it was part of a sophisticated hoax designed to challenge or amuse the scientific community of the time. Others have suggested that the story itself is a fabrication. However, contemporaneous German sources have recently been discovered, lessening this possibility. However, it is possible that the story was fabricated by local newspapers at the time. The lack of physical evidence and the inability to trace his origins have kept his story alive in the annals of unexplained mysteries. This was a suggestion by Discord community member Marsh. Mongatore's whale, also known as Mongatore's monstrous fish, is a cryptid from the Mediterranean Sea, specifically the region around Sicily. The creature was documented by the Sicilian historian and clergyman Antonino Mongatore in 1741, when a mysterious large marine animal washed ashore in Licata. This cryptid gained scientific attention and was later given the scientific name Oxypterus mongatori by the naturalist Constantine Samuel Rafinesque in 1814. The description of Mongatore's whale is notable for its size and unusual features. Mongatore himself sketched the creature alongside more familiar species, such as the sperm whale and the false killer whale, indicating its significant size and unique characteristics. Reports from that time describe the creature as being 45 feet inches long and having a circumference of 23 feet. One of the most intriguing aspects of Mongatore's whale is the presence of two dorsal fins, a feature not typically seen in known cetacean species. This peculiarity has fueled speculation and debate among cryptozoologists and marine biologists. Some suggest that the creature might have been a misidentified known species with anomalous growths, while others believe it could be a completely unknown species of whale. The scientific community's interest in Mongatore's whale highlights the blurred lines between myth, misidentification, and undiscovered species. While some scholars have attempted to classify the creature within known taxonomies, the lack of concrete evidence makes it an ongoing enigma. The classification by Rafinesque, although scientific, still leans heavily on the anecdotal and observational reports from nearly a century prior. In my view, Mongatore's whale is one of the more compelling marine cryptids due to its detailed historical documentation. Unfavorable Semicircle. Unfavorable Semicircle is a YouTube channel which emerged on March 30th, 2015. It quickly began uploading an extraordinary volume of videos starting April 5th, 2015. Each video was marked by abstract, pixelated images, some featuring just a dot on a solid brown background, and often accompanied by distorted sounds or eerie silence. This unusual content immediately drew the attention of internet users and led to widespread speculation and investigation. The hallmark of Unfavorable Semicircle's videos was their brevity and volume. Most were only a few seconds long, though some extended to several hours. A notable video was entirely silent and lasted 11 hours. The videos frequently included a man's voice reciting letters and numbers, adding to the cryptic nature of the channel. Interest in Unfavorable Semicircle soared when a Reddit post about one of its videos caught the mainstream media's attention. By February 2016, the channel had posted tens of thousands of videos, leading to its suspension by YouTube shortly after the BBC covered the story. This only fueled further intrigue and speculation. Some suggest it could be an elaborate alternate reality game. Others hypothesize it might be a modern numbers station or even an art project exploring the limits of video compression and digital memory. Despite numerous attempts to decode the videos, no definitive explanation has emerged. The channel's cryptic nature has led some to believe the videos might be related to satellites or astrological symbols, particularly given the frequent use of the Sagittarius symbol. One of the most intriguing aspects of unfavorable semicircle is the discovery that overlapping the frames of some videos reveals hidden images. For instance, by combining frames from the video titled Lock, investigators found a grainy image believed to be related to the Voyager Golden Record. Additionally, the audio in many videos has been suggested to contain encoded binary data. After the original channel was banned, Unfavorable Semicircle reappeared on platforms like Twitter and Google+, linking to new YouTube accounts and continuing to post videos. This resurgence, however, was short-lived, with many accounts being deleted or becoming inactive by 2017. The community of enthusiasts dedicated to solving the mystery remains active, discussing and theorizing on platforms like Reddit and Discord. The Mirny Diamond Mine, located in Mirny, Siberia, is renowned not only for its massive production of diamonds, but also for the mysteries and legends surrounding it. Discovered in 1955, the Mirny Diamond Mine quickly became a significant asset for the Soviet Union. By 1957, development of the mine began under extreme conditions, including temperatures as low as 40 degrees Fahrenheit and ground frozen solid for 7 months of the year. The Soviets employed innovative techniques like using jet engines to thaw the ground and dynamite to blast through the permafrost. By 1960, the mine was operational and astonishingly productive, generating approximately 10 million carats of diamonds annually, with 20% of these being gem quality. One of the most notable diamonds extracted from the mine was a 342-carat fancy lemon yellow diamond, the largest ever found in the country at the time. The mine reached its peak productivity in the 1960s and 1970s, but its output started to decline as it went deeper. Despite this, it continued to produce significant amounts of diamonds until it was converted to an underground mine in the 1990s. The open pit operations ceased in 2001, and the mine was officially closed in 2004 due to flooding issues and the difficulty of mining at such depths. One of the most persistent legends associated with the mine is the so-called vortex effect. According to this urban legend, the mine supposedly creates a powerful suction that can pull helicopters and small aircraft into its depths. This phenomenon is attributed to the interaction between cold air from the surface and warmer air from within the mine, though no confirmed incidents of crashes have been reported. Another mystery involves the secrecy and suspicion around the mine's production rates. In the 1970s, De Beers, a leading diamond company, grew skeptical of the reported outputs from Mirny. They believed that such a relatively small mine couldn't produce the volumes of diamonds claimed. After years of negotiations, De Beers executives were granted a brief tour in 1976, but were only allowed 20 minutes inside, which did little to alleviate their doubts. One of the most dramatic episodes in the mine's history was its sudden closure in 2004. Officially, it was due to flooding and the impracticality of mining at such depths. However, various alternative theories have been proposed, ranging from the exhaustion of diamond reserves to more speculative and conspiracy-laden ideas of state secrets. Despite its closure as an open-pit mine, the Mirny site remains significant. The underground mining operations, now managed by Alrosa, a company responsible for 1/4 of the world's diamond extraction, continue to yield diamonds. In 2009, Alrosa recommissioned the mine, with plans for it to remain operational for another 50 years. The site also continues to attract interest for potential future projects, including a proposed futuristic dome city within the mine's massive crater. The Malawi Terror Beast. The Malawi Terror Beast refers to a series of gruesome attacks in 2003 in the Dawa district of Malawi. The beast, believed by officials to be a rabid hyena, inflicted severe injuries on villagers, causing panic and fear throughout the region. The attacks began in early March 2003. The beast reportedly attacked at least 19 people, resulting in 3 fatalities and numerous severe injuries. Victims suffered from extreme disfigurements, including lost limbs, eyes, and facial features. More than 4,000 villagers fled their homes, seeking refuge in community halls and safer areas. Eyewitnesses and local villagers described the creature as unusually aggressive and larger than typical hyenas. This led to various theories and disputes over the animal's true identity. Some villagers believed the beast did not have the characteristic sloped back of a spotted hyena, suggesting it might be a different, unknown creature. There were also claims that the nature of the attacks, often leaving victims maimed but alive, did not align with typical predator behavior, hinting at a more sinister motive. Theories surrounding the Malawi terror beast include the possibility of it being a supernatural entity. Some locals believe the creature was the reincarnation of a hyena killed in similar attacks the previous year, seeking revenge. This idea was fueled by the beast's elusiveness and the inability of park rangers and police to capture or kill it, despite extensive efforts. The official stance from wildlife authorities identified the beast as a rabid hyena. Rabies can cause animals to become extremely aggressive and disoriented, which might explain the bizarre and brutal nature of the attacks. However, this explanation has not satisfied everyone, especially given the inconsistencies reported by witnesses. Some have suggested that the beast was more bear-like, suggesting the possibility of a bear cryptid being responsible for the attacks. Adding to the mystery, the 2003 attacks were not the first instance of such incidents in the area. In 2002, similar attacks occurred, resulting in 5 fatalities and multiple injuries. The animal responsible then was also identified as a hyena, and it was eventually killed by a joint effort of game rangers and paramilitary police. As discussed, the 2003 attacks were believed by some locals to be the reincarnation of this beast, or perhaps a spirit form of the animal. Despite these measures, the recurrence of attacks in 2003 has kept the mystery alive, and the true nature of the beast remains unknown. Like, subscribe, join the Patreon or YouTube membership, join the Discord, and also check out my Spotify and Apple Music pages for lo-fi beats. Shout out to my patrons Noah Schubert, Iced Mocha, Kurt the Squirt, Monoxide Wendigo, Jeffer Metcalf, Z Volts, Jordan All, Franz Tech, Unknown Delusions, Faye, Jack Russell, Boomslang, Spookiest Becky, Vespertine, Metanova, Will Roan, Crab Nebula, and Blasphemous. The Madden Curse. The Madden Curse is a well-known theory in the sports world, particularly among NFL fans and sports gamers. The curse refers to a supposed jinx that affects NFL athletes who appear on the cover of the Madden NFL video game series. According to theorists, this curse often resulting in a significant decline in performance or injury in the season following their cover appearance. The Madden Curse began to gain traction with the 1999 edition of the game, featuring San Francisco 49ers running back Garrison Hurst. Hurst had a stellar season in 1998, rushing for almost 1,600 yards, but suffered a devastating broken ankle during the playoffs, causing him to miss the entire next 2 seasons. This incident marked the beginning of what fans began to recognize as the Madden Curse. Over the years, several high-profile players have seemingly fallen victim to the Madden Curse. Barry Sanders, Madden 2000. Sanders appeared on the cover alongside John Madden and unexpectedly retired before the season began, at the height of his career. Michael Vick, Madden 2004. Vick broke his fibula during a preseason game, causing him to miss 11 games of that season. Brett Favre, Madden 2009. Initially retired when selected for the cover, Favre later returned to play for the New York Jets. During that season, he suffered an arm injury, torpedoing the Jets' season. I note that these are but a few of the examples that have been cited, and the phenomenon has continued up to the present. Some argue that the curse can be explained by statistical phenomena such as reversion to the mean. This concept suggests that players who have exceptional seasons are likely to regress to their average performance levels due to the natural variability in athletic performance. Thus, the drop in performance following a Madden cover appearance might simply reflect a return to typical performance levels rather than a curse. To better illustrate this theory, imagine the reason why someone got on the Madden cover to begin with. The player who makes the cover is in general one of the hottest players in the league and is generally coming off an extremely hot season. Once their quote-unquote hot hand cools, they will see a decrease in performance and may take extra risks or go harder in training or games to live up to expectations. That said, the curse has not struck everyone who has appeared on the cover. For instance, Tom Brady appeared on the cover of Madden 18 and continued to perform at a high level, leading the New England Patriots to the Super Bowl. Similarly, Patrick Mahomes graced the cover of Madden 20 and not only avoided injury but also led his team to a Super Bowl victory. If you follow football at all, you could safely say that Patrick Mahomes has been anything but cursed since this appearance. And I believe I can say this with certainty at this point. Tom Brady is the GOAT, and Patrick Mahomes is the only person capable of snatching that title. That said, if you believe in the curse, there's a possible rational explanation for the curse not striking these two incredibly talented players. Unlike the others who were chosen on the basis of one or two hot seasons, these two are such significant statistical outliers that a regression to the mean doesn't apply to their talents. All that said, the debate over the Madden curse's validity remains a popular topic. Some view it as a genuine jinx, while others see it as a series of coincidences or statistical anomalies. I'll take this moment to throw a Hail Mary pass of a theory as to the Madden curse. The players who are put on the Madden cover may take up an increased interest in video games due to their inclusion on the cover. This could lead to time away from training and more sedentary time generally, making them more prone to injury or poor performance. Also, it appears that appearing on the cover does entail doing some promotional work for the series beyond simply being on the cover. This again would take time away from training. Let me know your thoughts on my Hail Mary pass theory in the comments, or propose your own theory in the comments, or on Discord. The mysterious disappearance of William and Margaret Patterson. On March 5, 1957, William and Margaret Patterson seemingly vanished without a trace from their home in El Paso, Texas. The couple was well known in El Paso. William, 52, owned Patterson Photo Supply, a successful photography equipment store. Margaret, 42, assisted him in the day-to-day operation of the business. They lived a comfortable life, owning a luxurious home at 3000 Piedmont Drive, a Cadillac, and a boat. The Pattersons were living their American dream. On the evening of their disappearance, a neighbor, Jerry Cash, visited their home to deliver Girl Scout cookies. She reported that Margaret seemed very upset, and William appeared unhappy with the visit. This was the last confirmed sighting of the couple. The next day, their house was found in a state of complete disarray. Dishes from the previous night's meal were still in the sink, and several items, including expensive clothing left at the cleaners, had been abandoned without any further instructions. One of the peculiar aspects of the case was the discovery of their Cadillac being driven by Doyle Kirkland, an employee of Patterson's store. Kirkland claimed that William had asked him to take the car for maintenance as they were going on a vacation. This immediately raised suspicions, but no concrete evidence linked Kirkland to their disappearance. Adding to the mystery, Herbert Roth, the Pattersons' accountant, received a telegram on March 15, 1957, purportedly from William. This telegram instructed him to manage the couple's affairs, including selling their mobile home and hiring Kirkland as the new store manager. To interject, this makes me less suspicious of Doyle Kirkland. This appears to have been quite a blatant attempt to frame him as being involved in the disappearance. The telegram, however, was sent from Dallas via a phone call, which meant it could have been placed by anyone. Over the years, various theories have emerged regarding the couple's fate. Some believe they fell victim to foul play due to their secretive nature and William's reported infidelity with a young woman named Estefana Arroyo Morfin. Morfin had stated that William had mentioned needing to disappear soon, though she later retracted this statement. Another theory posits that the Pattersons were involved in espionage activities and left to avoid repercussions. Some witnesses claim to have seen the couple in Mexico City years after they vanished, but these sightings were never confirmed. In the following decades, various investigators revisited the case, but no new substantial evidence came to light. Theories have continued to abound, including speculation about their possible new lives under assumed identities, or being victims of a crime that was never uncovered. Also, there is a theory that they were abducted by aliens, or that their ghosts continue to haunt their old house. At this point, I suspect that their disappearance will never be solved. Every potential suspect would either now be deceased or be well into their 80s at youngest. Personally, I'm somewhat surprised this case is so obscure, given the bizarre circumstances surrounding their disappearance. The Eye of the Sahara. The Richat structure, commonly known as the Eye of the Sahara, is a remarkable geological formation in Mauritania, visible from space with concentric rings resembling a giant bullseye. Discovered in the mid-20th century, its origins and formation have intrigued scientists and sparked various theories. Historically, the Richat structure was first described in the 1930s and 1940s. Initial theories suggested it might be an impact crater due to its circular shape. However, subsequent geological studies in the 1950s and 1960s debunked this theory, revealing no evidence of shock metamorphism, which would indicate a meteorite impact. Instead, research has shown that the structure is a result of complex geological processes, including erosion, volcanic activity, and salt formations. The formation spans about 50 kilometers in diameter, with its layered sedimentary rock formation prominently laid out in concentric circles. These layers provide valuable insights into the Earth's geological past. The outer rings consist of resistant rock, while the inner rings, made up of softer rock, have eroded more quickly over time. This differential erosion has contributed to the distinct appearance of the structure today. Studies utilizing satellite imagery and advanced geological research have further confirmed that the Eye of the Sahara is an uplifted dome. This indicates that it was formed through natural terrestrial processes rather than meteorite impacts. Scientifically, the Eye of the Sahara is significant not only because of its unique appearance, but also due to its composition. The structure includes sedimentary rocks dating back to the Paleozoic era, offering a chronological record of environmental conditions and geological processes over time. The Eye of the Sahara has also become a focal point for studying the history of the Sahara itself, including climate changes and erosional history. The formation has also sparked cultural and mythological interest, particularly regarding the legend of Atlantis. The circular pattern and striking resemblance to descriptions of the mythical city in Plato's writings have led to speculations that the Richat structure could be the site of Atlantis. While these ideas are captivating, scientific evidence supports a natural geological formation rather than remnants of an ancient civilization. Its impressive visibility from space has made it an important landmark for astronauts and an icon of Earth's natural beauty. The Doubletree of Casorzo. The Doubletree of Casorzo stands as a remarkable natural phenomenon located between the towns of Grana and Casorzo in Italy. Also, if you're just listening to this video, you will likely want to take a look at this extremely odd tree. To say it looks unnatural is a bit of an understatement, but it also looks quite unique and beautiful. This unique botanical spectacle involves a cherry tree growing atop a mulberry tree, defying common botanical norms and fascinating those who witness it. Historically, there's no definitive explanation for how the cherry tree came to flourish on top of the mulberry. A popular local theory suggests that a bird may have dropped a cherry seed atop the mulberry tree. The seed then germinated and sent roots down through the hollow trunk of the mulberry to reach the soil, enabling it to grow into a full-size tree. The Doubletree of Casorzo is a rare example of a large double tree, or epiphyte, where one tree grows upon another. While it's common for small plants like mosses or ferns to grow this way, the scale seen with this tree is extraordinary. Even generally larger trees can exhibit this phenomenon. In general, when this occurs, the quote, double tree does not reach anywhere near its full growth potential. The cherry tree on top reaches a significant size, suggesting that it has managed to tap into a sufficient water and nutrient supply through its unusual growth form. The two trees together create a striking visual, with the cherry tree's branches spreading wide above the supportive mulberry. Mysteries and local stories add to the allure of the Doubletree of Casorzo, making it a subject of curiosity and a symbol of nature's persistent and adaptive qualities. Some have suggested that the tree contains special spiritual powers, or that the tree potentially represents ongoing influence of a local pagan god or goddess. The Babysitter and the Man Upstairs is a chilling urban legend that has been told and retold over decades, evolving with each iteration. The legend typically involves a babysitter receiving unnerving phone calls that escalate in threat, culminating in the revelation that the calls are coming from inside the house. The tale is believed to date back to at least the 1960s, though it may have earlier roots. One of the most commonly cited inspirations is the tragic case of Jeanette Chrisman, a 13-year-old girl who was babysitting in Columbia, Missouri, in 1950. On a stormy night, she faced a terrible fate that has since been linked to urban legend. The specifics of her story, a young girl, a vulnerable situation, and a home invasion, mirror the core elements of the urban legend. The urban legend has influenced a variety of media and has been adapted into movie form on a number of occasions. These films encapsulate the terror of being watched and the invasiveness of the home being breached, themes central to the legend. The legend also reflects societal anxieties, particularly around the roles and vulnerabilities of teenage girls. Babysitting, a common job for teenage girls, represents a transitional phase of independence and responsibility. Both parents and the teenagers themselves express a certain uncertainty about being in an unfamiliar environment. The story often serves as a cautionary tale about the dangers lurking in seemingly safe environments, emphasizing the importance of vigilance and caution. While the story itself is fictional, real-life events have undoubtedly influenced its development. The unsolved case of Jeanette Chrisman remains one of the most cited real-life parallels, lending a grim authenticity to the legend. The Seven Whistlers. The legend of the Seven Whistlers involves the eerie nocturnal cries of seven birds, which are said to portend calamities or major disasters. Originating from various parts of England, the tale of these birds has been a persistent aspect of local superstition, particularly among those in risky occupations such as coal miners. The folklore asserts that these birds' cries serve as a premonition, preventing those who hear them from descending into potential danger below the Earth's surface. Such actions often followed tragic mining accidents, which retrospectively were linked to the whistlers' cries, reinforcing the belief in their predictive powers. The fear was that ignoring these warnings could lead to catastrophic events, such as mine collapses or other disasters. While specific dates and details of these incidents are often not well documented, they are a recurring theme in the oral histories of mining communities. This belief was so strong that it significantly influenced the daily operations of mining communities during the 19th century. Similarly, sailors would interpret the whistling as a sign to avoid setting sail, thus intertwining the legend with occupational safety practices of the time. Interestingly, while the legend attributes the whistling to supernatural causes, the actual source of these sounds is more earthly. The birds most commonly linked to the seven whistlers are curlews. Curlews are known for their distinctive and haunting calls, which could easily be misinterpreted as eerie warnings in the quiet of the night. The Eurasian curlew, once widespread across the UK, has seen its numbers decline significantly, adding a layer of poignancy to the legend. Today, efforts are underway to conserve these birds and their habitats, reflecting a shift from superstition to science and conservation. Despite scientific explanations, the story persists in cultural memory, blending natural history with supernatural elements. The Taniwha of the Waikato River. The Taniwha of the Waikato River holds a significant place in Maori mythology and the cultural landscape of New Zealand. Taniwha are supernatural creatures often described as water beings akin to dragons and serpents in other cultures. They are deeply ingrained in the lore surrounding the Waikato River, embodying both protective and threatening aspects. Taniwha are considered guardians by some, protecting tribes and their resources. They are revered and feared, often residing in dangerous or significant locations, such as rivers, lakes, and the sea. These creatures are integral to the tribal histories and spiritual beliefs of Maori, serving as embodiments of tribal identity and protectors of the natural world. The Taniwha of the Waikato River are often metaphorically linked to chiefs, symbolizing their power and authority. Historically, the Waikato River has been central to the life of the local tribes. It has provided food, transport, and spiritual sustenance. It is the longest river in New Zealand, playing a crucial role in the history and culture of the tribes. In contemporary times, Taniwha still influence decisions regarding development and conservation in New Zealand. For instance, in 2002, plans to realign a highway in Waikato were altered to avoid disturbing the lair of a Taniwha. This reflects ongoing respect and consideration for these beings in Maori and wider New Zealand society. Numerous stories highlight the dual nature of Taniwha, such as that of a Taniwha who began life as a shark and became a fierce protector and then a menace. Legends like these are intertwined with the physical and spiritual landscapes of the regions where Taniwha are said to dwell. The Gympie Pyramid is a controversial and mysterious structure located in Queensland, Australia. Despite its name, the Gympie Pyramid is not a true pyramid, but rather a series of terraced formations on a hillside near the town of Gympie. Its origins and purpose remain a subject of debate and speculation. The structure is traditionally referred to as a pyramid due to its stepped appearance. Some local legends and theories propose that it was constructed by ancient civilizations, such as the Egyptians or South Americans, suggesting a historical connection to the wider world. This idea was popularized by Rex Gilroy, Australian researcher and writer, well known in the realm of cryptozoology and alternative archaeology. In the 1970s, he asserted that the site might have been a part of a network of such structures globally, influenced by Egyptian or even otherworldly visitors. Skeptics and mainstream archaeologists, however, often dismiss these claims. Investigations and studies, including those by local historians and archaeologists, suggest that the terraces could be the remnants of more mundane agricultural practices by early Europeans. The most common theory is that Italian immigrants used the terraces for growing grapevines for winemaking, a much more mundane belief. The unusual stone arrangements and artifacts found in the area, which some believe hint at an ancient civilization, are often attributed to more recent activity. Adding to the mystery are various artifacts discovered in the vicinity of the pyramid, including unusual statues and carvings, which some argue depict non-Aboriginal themes. Notable among these finds is a so-called Lakshmi statue, claimed by some to be an ancient artifact, though others argue it's a more recent creation. If this was true, this would indicate that South Asian culture and religion was present in Australia in ancient times. Some have theorized that this could be connected to formerly Hindu regions of what is now Indonesia. Notably, while Hinduism used to be widespread throughout the Indonesia islands, the religion is now virtually extinct outside of Bali, where it remains the dominant form of spirituality. Further complicating the story are reports of paranormal phenomena, with some visitors claiming to experience unusual spiritual and sensory disturbances when visiting the site. Despite the fascinating tales and theories, no conclusive evidence has been presented to definitively explain the origins or purpose of the Gympie Pyramid. In my view, the real mystery here is why this is called a pyramid. The disappearance of the Flannan Isles lighthouse keepers. The Flannan Isles, located in the Outer Hebrides off the west coast of Scotland, are a group of rocky, uninhabited islands. The lighthouse on Island Moor was constructed in 1899 to ensure the safe passage of ships. It was a challenging posting due to the remote location and harsh weather conditions. In December 1900, the three keepers, James Duckett, Thomas Marshall, and Donald MacArthur, vanished from the lighthouse on Island Moor. The mystery began on December 15th, when the steamer Archtor noticed that the lighthouse was not operational. This was reported upon the ship's arrival in Leith. The relief vessel Hesperus was sent on December 20th, but was delayed due to bad weather and only reached the island on December 26th. Upon arrival, relief keeper Joseph Moore found the lighthouse empty. The gate and main door were closed, beds unmade, a stopped clock, and an overturned chair with an uneaten meal on the table. 2 of the 3 oilskins were missing, suggesting that the men had ventured out during a storm without proper protection. Robert Muirhead, superintendent of the Northern Lighthouse Board, who had recruited the men, conducted an official investigation on December 29th. He concluded that Ducat and Marshall had gone to secure equipment on the western landing during the storm, possibly to avoid being fined. Marshall had previously been levied a fine for losing equipment. It is believed they were swept away by a large wave, and MacArthur, noticing their absence, went out to look for them and met the same fate. Despite Muirhead's conclusions, numerous theories have emerged over the years. Some speculated that the men were taken by a giant sea serpent, or whisked away by a ghost ship's crew. Others suggested abduction by foreign spies, or that they were taken by aliens. And as long as we are entertaining less conventional theories of this case, I would like to propose that a Viking ship captained by Ivar the Boneless raided the lighthouse. Let's just say there was a dimensional slip involved. But back to more conventional theories, there were also suggestions that a fight broke out among the keepers. Given MacArthur's reputation for a hot temper, some believed he might have caused a confrontation that led to their disappearance. However, there is no evidence to support this theory. Another theory posits that the keepers staged their disappearance to escape debts or to start new lives elsewhere, but again, no evidence supports this idea. Despite extensive searches and investigations, no trace of the keepers was ever found. The lighthouse continued to operate with other keepers, but the mystery of the Flannan Isles has never been resolved. The disappearance of Mary Shotwell Little. Mary Shotwell Little, a 25-year-old secretary at Citizens and Southern National Bank, vanished on the night of October 14, 1965. She disappeared after dining and shopping with a co-worker at Lenox Square in Atlanta. Mary's evening began fairly typically, with nothing being out of the ordinary. She finished work, cashed a check, as was the style at the time, and met her co-worker for dinner at the Piccadilly cafeteria. After dinner, Mary walked back to her car, a 1965 Mercury Comet, which was parked in the Lenox Square parking lot. The next morning, when Mary failed to show up for work, concerns were raised. Her car was found in the same parking spot, but what was discovered inside sparked immediate alarm. Inside the car were 4 bags of groceries, her purse, and scattered articles of clothing, including her slip, underwear, and a stocking, some of which were neatly folded. Blood was found smeared on the steering wheel, the driver's side door, and the passenger seat, though in small quantities, suggesting a possible nosebleed. The presence of blood, coupled with an unknown fingerprint on the steering wheel, led some investigators to theorize that the scene might have been staged. Further perplexing were the subsequent sightings and clues. On October 15th, the day after her disappearance, Mary's gasoline card was used twice in North Carolina, first in Charlotte and later in Raleigh. Witnesses at both locations recalled seeing a woman matching Mary's description, seemingly injured and in the company of an unshaven man who appeared to be controlling her. Also, I have to question why these individuals didn't alert the police if they saw an injured woman in distress and apparently under the control of another individual. The signatures on the credit slips appeared to match Mary's handwriting, but the circumstances of these sightings remain unclear. Adding to the mystery, a ransom demand was made shortly after news of the credit card use surfaced. The caller instructed Mary's husband, Roy, to go to a specific location in North Carolina for further instructions. This led only to a blank piece of paper, and the caller was never heard from again. Investigators apparently suspected this might have been a hoax. However, this was never publicly confirmed nor denied. Speculation about Mary's disappearance was rife. Some theories suggested a link to a scandal at her workplace involving an affair or affairs, but no solid connection was ever made. Others pointed to unsettling phone calls Mary had received at work prior to her disappearance, and flowers from a secret admirer that were traced but led nowhere. Intriguingly, a possible connection emerged with the case of Diane Shields, another CNS Bank employee who was found dead in 1967 under mysterious circumstances. Both women had worked at the same bank and received flowers from anonymous senders shortly before their respective incidents. Despite extensive searches, which included hundreds of volunteers and aerial surveillance, no definitive trace of Mary Shotwell Little was ever found. The case remains open, with new leads occasionally emerging in the decades that followed. If you have any information about this case, please contact the Atlanta Police Department. Le Loyon is a mysterious figure whose sightings have intrigued and frightened residents of western Switzerland, particularly near the village of Mols. The name Le Loyon is not directly translatable in a meaningful way, as it appears to be a unique identifier or name given to this figure without a clear literal meaning in French. First reported around 2003, this individual is typically seen wearing a vintage gas mask and a long dark cloak. Le Loyon has been observed for over a decade, with sightings peaking in the early 2010s. The figure was first documented in local folklore, but gained wider attention when photographs and videos began surfacing online. An amateur photographer captured the first known image of Le Loyon in September 2013, which was later published by the Swiss news outlet Le Matin. Also, if you're interested in seeing what this figure looks like, I've included this picture on the screen. Witnesses consistently describe Le Loyon as a tall figure, over 6 feet in height, clad in heavy-duty boots and an antique gas mask that conceals their face entirely. Despite the eerie outfit, Le Loyon has never been reported to engage in violent or aggressive behavior. The true identity and motives of Le Loyon remain a mystery. Some believe Le Loyon is a hermit living a reclusive life in the woods, avoiding human contact and modern society. This theory suggests the figure might be a survivalist, or someone who has chosen to live off the grid. Another popular theory is that Le Loyon might be suffering from a mental illness, which compels them to dress in such an unusual manner. Authorities have expressed interest in finding Le Loyon, partly out of concern for their well-being, and to address the fear they instill in the community. Some speculate that Le Loyon could be hiding a physical disfigurement or skin condition. The gas mask and cloak could serve as a means to conceal their appearance and avoid unwanted attention. Given the figure's ghostly demeanor and the lack of clear, logical explanations, some locals and enthusiasts believe Le Loyon might be a supernatural entity. One local resident described an encounter where Le Loyon emerged silently from the woods, only to stare briefly and then walk away without a word. Another incident involved a family who stumbled upon the figure, causing the children to flee in terror. In another story, Le Loyon was seen clutching a bouquet of flowers, adding a bizarrely gentle twist to the otherwise frightening encounters. I note that this figure reminds me vaguely of the Mad Gasser of Mattoon, but without the gassing. Scarlet, the brave mother cat, is renowned for her extraordinary act of bravery on March 30th, 1996. A stray cat living in Brooklyn, New York, Scarlet gained worldwide fame for rescuing her 5 kittens from a burning garage. The fire had started in an abandoned garage, which was allegedly used as a crack house. Firefighter David Gianelli noticed Scarlet carrying her kittens out of the blaze, one by one, despite being severely burned herself. Her eyes were blistered shut, her paws and ears were burned, and her fur was singed. After ensuring all her kittens were safe, she collapsed from her injuries. Scarlet and her kittens were taken to the North Shore Animal League, where they received extensive medical care. Tragically, one of the kittens died a month later, due to a virus, but the remaining kittens and Scarlet recovered and were eventually adopted into loving homes. Scarlet was adopted by Karen Wellen, who had recently lost her own cat and felt a deep connection to Scarlet's story of survival and bravery. The story of Scarlet touched hearts globally, attracting over 7,000 adoption offers and numerous media stories. Scarlet's bravery earned her several awards, including a plaque from the Royal Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals and other recognitions. She was diagnosed with a heart murmur and later battled lymphoma and hyperthyroidism. Despite these health issues, Scarlet lived a full life until her passing on October 11, 2008, at the age of 13. Her legacy continued through the Scarlet Award for Animal Heroism, created by the North Shore Animal League to honor animals that perform heroic acts. I note that some articles appear to question why a cat would behave in such a manner and risk her own life to save her kittens. Personally, I don't see this as much of a mystery. However, there was a school of thought which reduced animals to unthinking machine-like creatures, which was popular in the 20th century. Thankfully, this theory has gone the way of the dodo. During the American Civil War, a curious phenomenon known as angel's glow was observed after the Battle of Shiloh in April 1862. The Battle of Shiloh was one of the bloodiest encounters of the Civil War. As the fighting ceased and night fell, some of these wounded soldiers noticed their injuries glowing in the dark. Soldiers noticed that their wounds emitted a faint greenish-blue light at night, and these glowing wounds healed faster and had lower infection rates compared to non-glowing wounds. Initially, this glow was seen as a sign of divine intervention, hence the name Angel's Glow. Many historical accounts of the glowing wounds were dismissed as folklore or exaggerations. The consistency of these reports across different sources, however, suggested that there was a real phenomenon at play. Medical records from the era were sparse and often incomplete, adding to the difficulty in verifying these accounts scientifically. In 2001, the mystery was unraveled by high school students Bill Martin and Jonathan Curtis during a science fair project. Their research revealed that the glow was caused by a bioluminescent bacterium called Photohabdus luminescens. This bacterium lives symbiotically inside parasitic nematodes, which infect insect larvae. When these nematodes vomit the bacteria into the larvae, the bacteria release toxins that kill the host and other competing microorganisms. The bacteria then glow, producing the observed light. The key to understanding how these bacteria could affect human wounds lies in the environmental conditions of the Shiloh battlefield. The battle took place in early April, a period characterized by cool and wet weather. Soldiers lay wounded in muddy, damp conditions, which likely caused their body temperatures to drop, a state known as hypothermia. The cooler body temperatures created a suitable environment for P. luminescens to survive and thrive in their wounds. The bacteria's toxins would kill off harmful pathogens, reducing infection rates and promoting faster healing. Despite the unusual nature of this explanation, it aligns with the historical accounts of the battlefield conditions and the reports of glowing wounds. The bioluminescence not only served as a visual marker, but also indicated the presence of beneficial bacteria fighting off infections, thus increasing the soldiers' chances of survival. While the bacterial theory is widely accepted, it does not explain the full extent of Angel's Glow. Questions remain about how widespread this phenomenon was and whether it occurred in other battles under similar conditions. Documentation from other battlefields is sparse, leaving this question largely unanswered. Like, subscribe, join the Patreon or YouTube membership, join the Discord, and also check out my Spotify page for lo-fi beats. The mysterious disappearance of Theodosia Burr Alston. Theodosia Burr Alston was the daughter of the 3rd U.S. Vice President Aaron Burr. Born in June 1783 in Albany, New York, Theodosia was the only child of Aaron Burr and Theodosia Bartow Prevost to survive to adulthood. Renowned for her intelligence and education, she was prepared for a significant role in society, but instead became a symbol of one of history's great unsolved mysteries. Theodosia married Joseph Alston, a wealthy South Carolina planter who would later become governor of the state. Their marriage was marked by tragedy. Theodosia suffered severe health problems following the difficult birth of their son, Aaron Burr Alston, in 1802. Her health continued to decline, and the passing of her son from malaria in 1812 devastated her. In an attempt to recover from this loss and reunite with her father, who had just returned from self-imposed exile in Europe, Theodosia decided to travel to New York. On December 31, 1812, she boarded the schooner Patriot in Georgetown, South Carolina. The ship, however, never reached its destination. The Patriot, along with Theodosia and the crew, vanished, sparking numerous theories and legends. One prominent theory suggests that the Patriot was caught in a severe storm off the coast of Cape Hatteras, North Carolina. British naval logs from January 2, 1813, document a powerful storm in the area, supporting the idea that the ship could have been lost at sea due to weather conditions. Another theory simply states that the vessel was likely assaulted by the British in the War of 1812, leading to the loss of the vessel at sea. Another theory involves piracy. The early 19th century was rife with pirate activity along the American coast, particularly near North Carolina's Outer Banks. Stories circulated that the Patriot might have been overtaken by pirates, who were notorious for plundering ships and often leaving no survivors. A compelling yet unverified story from 1872 claims that pirate Dominique Yu confessed to capturing the Patriot and forcing Theodosia and the crew to walk the plank. Adding to the intrigue is the so-called Nag's Head portrait. In 1869, a doctor in North Carolina reportedly received a portrait of Theodosia as payment from a dying woman. The woman claimed her husband had found the painting on a shipwreck during the War of 1812. This portrait, believed by some to be of Theodosia in middle age, fueled further speculation about her fate. Yet another story involves an Indian chief who supposedly rescued Theodosia from a shipwreck. According to this legend, a chief in Texas possessed a gold locket inscribed with Theodosia's name, claiming he had rescued her. Although optimistic, this tale remains highly improbable given the location of the alleged rescuer and lacks substantial evidence. Despite these theories, no definitive evidence has surfaced to confirm any single explanation. The Seattle windshield pitting epidemic. In April 1954, Seattle and surrounding areas experienced a strange phenomenon known as the Seattle windshield pitting epidemic. It began in the town of Bellingham, where residents noticed small holes, pits, and dings on their car windshields. Initially attributed to vandalism, with theories about BB guns being widely accepted, the phenomenon soon spread to nearby towns before reaching metropolitan Seattle. As the reports increased, theories about the cause of the windshield pitting became more elaborate and varied. Some suggested cosmic rays or fallout from recent nuclear bomb tests, while others thought it might be due to a new 1,000,000-watt radio transmitter at the Jim Creek Naval Radio Station. There were even hypotheses about sand fleas laying eggs in the glass or a mysterious atmospheric event. Despite the range of explanations, none could be conclusively proven. By mid-April, the number of reported cases skyrocketed. Close to 3,000 windshields were reported as damaged, leading to widespread concern. Seattle Mayor Alan Pomeroy sought help from Washington Governor Arthur B. Langley and even President Dwight D. Eisenhower. A committee of scientists from the University of Washington conducted investigations and found that the damage was likely due to normal driving conditions. They found that most were caused by small objects striking the windshields. Most of the affected windshields were from older cars, suggesting the pits had always been there, but went unnoticed until the media frenzy brought attention to them. Despite the scientific explanations, law enforcement continued to receive reports. King County Sheriff Harlan S. Callahan and his deputies examined 15,000 cars, finding damage in over 3,000 of them. They discovered odd pellets near some cars that reacted violently when a lead pencil was placed next to them, although the significance of this finding remained unclear. The situation was further compounded by the media, which played a significant role in amplifying public hysteria. As news outlets reported on the epidemic, more people began inspecting their windshields closely, leading to a surge in reported cases. This phenomenon appears to be a textbook example of collective delusion or mass hysteria. Social influence and media coverage is theorized to have caused people to perceive and report anomalies that they would otherwise overlook. The Seattle windshield pitting epidemic abruptly ended by mid-April 1954, as quickly as it had begun. The Phaistos disc is an enigmatic artifact from ancient Crete that was unearthed in 1908 by Italian archaeologist Luigi Pernier in the Minoan Palace of Phaistos. This disc of fired clay is about 6 inches in diameter and features 242 stamped symbols, arranged in a spiral pattern on both sides. The Phaistos disk dates back to the Middle or Late Minoan Bronze Age, approximately between 1850 BC and 1550 BC. It was found in a context that suggests it was part of a religious or ceremonial cache, alongside other Minoan artifacts, including a linear A tablet. The Minoan civilization, known for its advanced art and architecture, inhabited Crete and the surrounding islands during this period. This civilization made significant contributions to the cultural landscape of the Aegean world. Crafted from fine-grained clay, the disc is notable for its unusual method of production. The symbols were impressed into the soft clay using stamps, a technique reminiscent of movable type printing, which wouldn't be seen again until Gutenberg's press. The 45 unique symbols on the disc include images of people, animals, plants, and various abstract shapes. Common motifs are a bell, a walking man, and a cat's head. These symbols have sparked numerous debates regarding their meaning and the language they represent. Some symbols resemble those found in linear A and B scripts, as well as Anatolian hieroglyphs, suggesting a potential connection to other ancient writing systems. Despite extensive study, the disc's purpose and meaning remain speculative. Scholars have proposed a variety of interpretations, from a religious hymn dedicated to a goddess to a calendrical or astronomical tool. Gareth Owens, a prominent researcher, suggests the disc is a religious text dedicated to a pregnant goddess, tying it to Minoan religious practices. Other theories propose it as a legal document, a list of military or agricultural goods, or even a board game. Numerous attempts have been made to decipher the symbols, but no consensus has been reached. Some researchers believe it is a syllabary, a set of symbols representing syllables, while others argue for a logographic system, where symbols represent whole words or concepts. The uneven distribution of symbols and the lack of a comparative Rosetta Stone-like artifact complicate these efforts. This artifact is currently housed in the Archaeological Museum of Heraklion in Crete, where it continues to attract attention and curiosity from visitors and researchers around the world. The killing of Henryk Siwiak. Henryk Siwiak, a Polish immigrant, moved to New York City in 2000 in search of better opportunities after losing his job in Poland. He hoped to support his family by finding work in the U.S. Siwiak settled in Far Rockaway, Queens, and worked various jobs, sending half of his earnings back home each month. On September 11, 2001, Siwiak was working at a construction site in Lower Manhattan when he witnessed one of the planes hitting the World Trade Center. Despite the chaos of the day, he secured a job for the evening, cleaning a Pathmark supermarket in Brooklyn. His landlady mistakenly directed him to the wrong location, sending him to Albany Avenue in Bedford-Stuyvesant instead of Albany Avenue in East Flatbush. Siwiak arrived in Bedford-Stuyvesant around 11 p.m., far from his intended destination. He walked through a neighborhood that was known for high crime rates, including drug activity and robberies. Dressed in a camouflage jacket and black army boots, he may have appeared suspicious to some residents. Tragically, Siwiak was shot several times shortly before midnight while trying to find his way. He managed to ring the doorbell of a nearby brownstone, but no one answered. Regrettably, he succumbed to his injuries on the sidewalk. The investigation into Siwiak's case was severely hampered by the events of 9/11. The NYPD was overwhelmed, and the resources typically allocated to a homicide investigation were unavailable. The crime scene was processed by an evidence collection team that usually handled nonviolent crimes, and only a few detectives were available to canvass the area. Despite the circumstances, some evidence was collected, including shell casings. Siwiak's wallet contained $75, indicating that robbery was either not the motive or was botched. The police believe that language barriers may have prevented Siviak from understanding any commands or threats made by his assailants. Theories about the motive behind Siviak's shooting vary. Some speculate that his appearance and accent led to a fatal misunderstanding, possibly fueled by heightened tensions and suspicion following the terrorist attacks earlier that day. Others believe it was a case of mistaken identity or a botched robbery. Still others believe it was the work of someone who knew that the police would be overwhelmed, and thus took the chance to opportunistically end Siviak. In the years following the incident, no new leads or witnesses have emerged. The NYPD has continued to offer a reward for information, but as of now, the case remains unsolved. Princess Yongtai. Princess Yongtai was a significant figure during the Tang dynasty, renowned for her tragic life and mysterious end. She was the granddaughter of Emperor Gaozong and Empress Wu Zetian, and the seventh daughter of Emperor Zhongzong. Princess Yongtai was born as Li Xianhui in 684 AD, and despite her youth, she was married to Wu Yanji, a nephew of Wu Zetian, by the age of 16. Her beauty and wisdom were well recognized, making her a beloved figure in the imperial family. However, her life took a dramatic turn when she, along with her husband and brother, was implicated in a supposed conspiracy against Wu Zetian. This led to their abrupt end in 701, when Princess Yongtai was just 17 years old. The princess may have been forced to end herself, or she may have been put to death. However, an epitaph contained in her tomb indicates that she perished during childbirth, putting further question as to her COD. Following her demise, Princess Yongtai was initially buried hastily, but in 705, Emperor Zhongzong reclaimed the throne. Princess Yongtai was posthumously honored and reburied with great ceremony in the Qianling Mausoleum. Her tomb, discovered between 1960 and 1962, offers a rich tapestry of Tang Dynasty art and culture. The tomb's layout is grand, consisting of a main passage, multiple chambers, and intricate murals depicting court life, celestial diagrams, and figures of maids-in-waiting. The murals within Princess Yongtai's tomb are particularly notable for their depiction of Tang Dynasty elegance. They include images of the princess's retinue and celestial representations on the tomb's roof, symbolizing the integration of the deceased into the cosmos. Despite extensive looting, which began as early as the Five Dynasties period, many artifacts have been preserved, including ceramics, tri-colored figurines, and intricate carvings. It includes a pair of stone lions and ornamental columns outside, leading to a complex underground structure designed to mirror a luxurious residence. This setup was intended to provide comfort and honor in the afterlife, consistent with the beliefs and customs of the time. The true cause of Princess Yongtai's demise remains an enigma almost a millennia and a half later. Today, the tomb of Princess Yongtai remains a significant historical site located near Xi'an. The New England Vampire Panic. The New England Vampire Panic was a phenomenon that took place primarily in the 19th century across various states in New England, including Vermont and Massachusetts. This panic was largely fueled by the widespread tuberculosis epidemic, then known as consumption. Tuberculosis was a leading cause of illness and decimation in New England during the 1800s. Symptoms included severe weight loss, a pale complexion, and blood-filled coughing fits, making sufferers appear as though their life force was being drained away. Lacking medical understanding, communities sought supernatural explanations for the relentless spread of the disease. The vampire panic emerged from the belief that deceased TB victims were rising from the grave to drain the life from their living relatives. To halt the supposed vampire attacks, communities performed grisly rituals. These rituals included exhuming the bodies of the recently deceased to check for signs of vampirism, such as a relatively undecayed corpse or liquid blood in the heart. If these signs were found, the heart and other organs were removed and burned. Sometimes, the ashes were mixed with water and given to the sick to drink, in a desperate attempt to cure them. One of the most famous cases is that of Mercy Brown from Exeter, Rhode Island. In 1892, after Mercy's mother and sister died of tuberculosis, her brother Edwin fell gravely ill. The local community suspected Mercy, who had died and been buried just 2 months prior, of being a vampire. When Mercy's body was exhumed, it was found to be well preserved due to the cold winter, with clotted blood in her heart. Her heart was removed, burned, and the ashes were given to Edwin. Unfortunately, Edwin died soon after. Another case is that of Frederick Ransom from Vermont. In 1817, his family, fearing he was causing their continued suffering after his passing, exhumed and burned his heart. This practice, though more common among less educated communities, occasionally occurred even in affluent and educated families. In the 1990s, archaeologists discovered evidence of these rituals in a gravel pit in Griswold, Connecticut. Here, remains of a skeleton with signs of TB had been arranged in a skull and crossbones pattern, a practice believed to prevent the dead from rising. This case highlighted that the vampire panic was not just a series of isolated incidents, but a widespread cultural response to the epidemic. The rituals were likely influenced by European folk practices, brought over by immigrants, and adapted by local communities. This period coincided with other superstitions and fear-driven practices that arose from a lack of medical knowledge and the overwhelming desire to protect loved ones. The panic even caught the attention of the press and scholars of the time. The Providence Journal covered Mercy Brown's exhumation, and the story spread internationally, possibly influencing Bram Stoker's 1897 novel, Dracula. Baba Vanga. Baba Vanga, often referred to as the Nostradamus of the Balkans, was a Bulgarian mystic renowned for her predictions. Born Vangelia Pandiva on January 31, 1911, she lost her sight at the age of 12 after being swept away by a tornado, and subsequently found alive with her eyes covered in dirt and sand. Her journey into mysticism began in her teens when she reportedly helped her father locate a stolen sheep through a detailed description of its hiding place. By her early 30s, Vanga's reputation as a clairvoyant grew, and she began receiving numerous visitors, including politicians and celebrities, seeking her prophecies. Baba Vanga claimed her visions were given to her by invisible entities and described a process where she felt a presence, sometimes hearing voices which conveyed information. Among her most notable predictions, Vanga is said to have foreseen the September 11th attacks. In 1989, she predicted that, quote, "American brethren will fall after being attacked by the steel birds. Innocent blood will be gushing." Many interpret this as a reference to the tragic events involving the World Trade Center. Another famous prophecy was her prediction regarding the Kursk submarine disaster in 2000 in Russia. Vanga claimed that Kursk would be covered with water and the whole world will weep over it, a statement made 2 decades prior. Vanga's predictions extended into global politics. She predicted that the 44th President of the United States would be African American, which came true with Barack Obama's election. She also spoke of Europe ceasing to exist by 2017, which some interpret as a prediction of Brexit. Baba Vanga also ventured into the realms of science and extraterrestrial life. She predicted significant scientific advancements, including a cure for cancer involving iron elements, and mentioned contact with extraterrestrial beings. She stated they would arrive on Earth and interact with humans. Despite the impressive accuracy attributed to some of her predictions, skeptics argue that many of these prophecies are either too vague or interpreted post hoc to fit events. There are claims that many predictions attributed to her were fabricated or misinterpreted due to translation issues from Bulgarian and other languages. Throughout her life, Vanga was studied by various Bulgarian and Soviet scientists who were apparently intrigued by her apparent abilities. Some researchers concluded she had an 85% accuracy rate in her predictions, although this figure is widely debated and disputed. Baba Vanga's legacy continues to fascinate people worldwide. Her home in Petric, Bulgaria, remains a place of pilgrimage. She passed away in Sofia, the capital of Bulgaria, in 1996. The birthday effect is a statistical phenomenon where an individual's likelihood of dying or getting into an accident appears to increase on or close to their birthday. Historically, the birthday effect has been recognized across different countries and populations. Studies in the US, England and Wales, Switzerland, and Ukraine have all shown an uptick in mortality rates around birthdays. Researchers have tried to understand this phenomenon by analyzing death records and noting consistent patterns. Several theories have been proposed to explain the birthday effect. One prevalent theory is the psychosomatic or psychological model, suggesting that stress or emotional states associated with birthdays might contribute to the phenomenon. For instance, individuals might experience heightened stress or reflection as they age, which could exacerbate underlying health conditions. This theory is supported by similar increases in mortality rates around holidays, such as Christmas, where emotional stress might play a significant role. Another theory revolves around the body's biological rhythms. Some scientists propose that just as humans have a 24-hour circadian rhythm, there might also be a circannual biological rhythm influenced by the time of year one is born. This rhythm could affect an individual's health, making them more vulnerable to health crises around their birthdays. Statistical explanations have also been explored. One suggestion is that errors in recording dates on death certificates might account for some of the observed birthday effect. Misrecorded dates or placeholder dates could artificially inflate the number of deaths recorded on birthdays. However, the consistent pattern of increased mortality rates immediately before and after birthdays suggests that statistical errors alone cannot fully explain the phenomenon. The Black Annis. Black Annis, a figure rooted deeply in English folklore, is a legendary character primarily associated with Leicestershire. Known by various names such as Black Anna, Black Agnes, and Cat Anna, she is often depicted as a blue-faced hag with iron claws and a sinister presence. Her skin is described as pale blue, likely due to her prolonged dwelling in a cave, and she is often depicted with a single eye and jet black hair resembling straw. Her most distinctive features include her discolored, razor-sharp teeth and translucent eyes. The origins of Black Annis are shrouded in mystery, with various theories attempting to explain her story. One prominent theory suggests that she might have been inspired by a real person, Agnes Scott, a medieval woman who lived in a cave in the Dane Hills and devoted her life to prayer. This theory posits that the fearsome image of Black Annis evolved from the distorted memories of Agnes Scott. Others believe that Black Annis has roots in Celtic mythology, potentially linked to a goddess. Some legends even suggest connections to Germanic mythology, particularly the figure of Hel, known as the ruler of the realm of the dead. Furthermore, some contemporary interpretations suggest that Black Annis might be a symbolic representation of deeper psychological fears and societal anxieties. Black Annis is often portrayed as a bogeyman figure, used by parents to scare children into obedience. According to local tales, she would reach through windows to snatch children from their homes, a story that led some households in Leicestershire to build small windows to keep her out. One of the most famous stories describes how she would lure children into her cave with promises of sweets, only to trap them with her iron claws. Her cave, known as Black Annis's Bower, was said to be located in the Dane Hills, where she would hang the skins of her prey on a tree outside her lair. The chilling wails and screeches emanating from her cave added to her terrifying legend. In modern times, Black Annis continues to capture the imagination. A notable tradition linked to her legend was the drag hunt, held annually on Easter Monday until the late 18th century. This event involved dragging a dead cat soaked in oil before a pack of dogs from her bower to the mayor of Leicester's house, symbolizing the end of winter. This tradition has fortunately gone the way of the dodo. The Dublin Railway Slaying. This is a recommendation from Discord community member Lauren Redmond. Join the Discord by clicking the link in the description to interact with the community or leave a suggestion. In November 1856, Dublin was rocked by a sensational case at the Broadstone Railway terminus, known today as the Dublin Railway Mystery. The story centers on George Little, the chief cashier at the railway, who was found dead beneath his desk in a locked office. This incident, marked by its dramatic circumstances and the era's limited forensic capabilities, has fascinated historians and true crime enthusiasts alike. The Broadstone Railway terminus was a bustling hub in Dublin, and George Little was responsible for significant sums of money. On the day in question, Little's colleagues noticed his absence, and after failing to get a response, forced entry into his locked office. They found him lying in a pool of blood, with no weapon in sight and thousands of pounds in gold and silver untouched. This locked room aspect made the case particularly perplexing. The investigation was led by Superintendent Augustus Guy, one of Ireland's most experienced detectives. Guy's approach was notably secretive, a stark contrast to the open methods preferred by Scotland Yard at the time. He restricted information flow to the press, aiming to avoid leaks that could hinder the investigation. This tactic was innovative but also frustrating for the media, which thrived on detailed, sensational reporting. Despite the secrecy, the press coverage was extensive and competitive. Newspapers on both sides of the Irish Sea followed the case avidly, feeding a public already gripped by a wave of high-profile criminal cases. The Freeman's Journal, a leading nationalist newspaper, was particularly detailed in its reports, suggesting it had inside sources within the police force. One notable twist came when a local woman claimed to know the culprit, adding another layer of intrigue. However, the primary suspect became James Spallin, the station's fireman. Spallin's arrest was based on circumstantial evidence, with no clear eyewitnesses or definitive proof linking him to the crime. During the trial, which spanned a week in August 1857, the prosecution attempted to construct a narrative implicating Spallin. They highlighted inconsistencies in his statements and his potential motive, focusing on the financial irregularities at the railway station. Yet, the evidence was largely circumstantial, and the prosecution's case was weakened by premature and erroneous press reports claiming the suspect had confessed. Despite the prosecution's efforts, the trial ended with an unexpected verdict. The jury found Spallin not guilty, citing insufficient evidence to conclusively prove his guilt. No further suspects were ever tried in the case, and George Little's slaying has remained unsolved for a century and a half. Like, subscribe, join the Patreon or YouTube membership, join the Discord, and also check out my Spotify page for lo-fi beats. The true meaning of the name Nintendo. Nintendo was founded on September 23, 1889, by Fusajiro Yamauchi in Kyoto, Japan. Initially, the company operated under the name Nintendo Koppai and focused on producing handmade Hanafuda playing cards. These cards quickly became popular, especially within the Yakuza gambling circles due to their durability and elaborate designs. Fusajiro did not have a son to succeed him. Therefore, his son-in-law, Sekiro Kaneda, later Sekiro Yamauchi after adopting the family name, took over the company in 1929. Sekiro moved the company to a new location and began modernizing its operations, including introducing assembly line production techniques and expanding the company's reach. In 1949, Hiroshi Yamauchi, Sekiro's grandson, took over the company at the tender age of 21. Hiroshi Yamauchi's tenure marked a transformative period for Nintendo. His bold leadership marked the change of this company from a regional player in card game manufacturing to a worldwide video game and entertainment behemoth. The name Nintendo is derived from Japanese characters that, when combined, are often interpreted to mean leave luck to heaven or leave luck in the hands of fate. The kanji characters Nintendo can be broken down into nin, meaning duty or responsibility, and ten, meaning heaven. The final character do translates to hall or shrine or perhaps way. While the exact meaning remains somewhat ambiguous and has been a topic of debate, the most accepted interpretation is about entrusting fortune to the heavens. However, this isn't the only interpretation. Another theory holds that Nintendo means the Temple of Free Hanafuda. This theory posits that the name may have been chosen to signify a place dedicated to the creation and distribution of Hanafuda cards. These cards were heavily restricted by the Japanese government until the 1880s, due to their association with gambling and criminal elements. The meaning of the name under this interpretation is thus very obvious. Nintendo is a place where Hanafuda cards can flourish after repression. Another theory suggests that the name didn't have a specifically intended meaning, but rather that it was simply chosen on the basis of the way it sounds to the Japanese ear. Nintendo itself has no official determinative stance on what the name means, but endorsed that the name likely means some variant of leave luck to heaven. The disappearance of Granger Taylor. On November 29, 1980, Granger Taylor, a mechanical genius from Duncan, British Columbia in Canada, disappeared under mysterious circumstances, leaving behind a cryptic note. Taylor's note claimed he was embarking on a journey aboard an alien spaceship and would return in 42 months. This bizarre case has since fueled numerous theories and remains one of British Columbia's most widely known unsolved mysteries. Granger Taylor was well known locally for his mechanical skills, with many describing his aptitude as genius level. He restored a World War II fighter plane and even built a replica of a spaceship using 2 satellite dishes and other parts. Taylor's fascination with UFOs and space grew into an obsession, leading him to spend countless hours in his homemade spaceship, claiming he communicated with extraterrestrials. On the night of his disappearance, a severe storm hit Vancouver Island. Taylor left a note on his parents' bedroom door stating he was boarding an alien spaceship and would be gone for 42 months. He also left all his earthly possessions to them for safekeeping during this period. Granger was last seen driving his 1972 light blue Datsun truck, which has never been found. There are a number of theories which have swirled about since his disappearance. The most sensational theory is that Taylor was indeed taken by aliens. His note and prior statements to friends about communicating with extraterrestrials suggest he genuinely believed in this possibility. Some believe he may have been experiencing delusions or was influenced by popular culture at the time, which was rife with UFO sightings and alien abduction stories. Others believe that he had attracted the attention of otherworldly beings due to his advanced mechanical abilities and aptitudes. Another theory posits that Taylor's disappearance was linked to mental health issues. Observers speculate that he might have been suffering from undiagnosed schizophrenia or other mental health conditions, which could explain his intense obsession with aliens. Another theory states that he may have ended himself by his own hand. The discovery of truck parts and human bones in 1986 at a blast site on Mount Prevost has led some to conclude that Taylor might have done this using dynamite. Notably, he was known to have access to dynamite and other explosives. The remains found at the site were never conclusively identified as his due to the lack of DNA testing at the time, but clothing fragments were potentially a match. Another plausible theory is that Taylor accidentally died while handling dynamite, possibly intending to create a dramatic effect to simulate his departure on an alien spaceship. Another version of this theory suggests that he genuinely believed that blowing up his truck was a signal to the aliens to come get him. Those who support this theory suggest this was his version of hailing an intergalactic taxi ride for the next 42 months. Despite extensive searches and media coverage, no conclusive evidence about Taylor's fate has emerged. His family, particularly his parents, held out hope for his return until their respective deaths. The official investigation was closed after the remains and truck parts were found, but the case remains a topic of speculation and debate among UFO enthusiasts. Notably, despite the closure of the investigation, the authorities did not conclusively find the remains to be that of Granger. This was a suggestion by Discord user Danson1999. If you have a suggestion that you would like to see included in this series, please join the Discord or leave a comment. Maurice Tillet, born in 1903 in the Ural Mountains of Russia to French parents, led a life marked by unique physical transformations and a notable wrestling career. His story has intrigued many, especially with rumors suggesting he was the real-life inspiration for the character Shrek in the DreamWorks animated film. Maurice's early years were relatively ordinary, with little to suggest what would eventually make him famous. Nicknamed the Angel by his mother for his cherubic face, he seemed destined for a regular life. However, at the age of 20, Maurice noticed unusual swelling in his feet, hands, and head. He was diagnosed with acromegaly, a condition caused by a tumor on the pituitary gland that results in bone overgrowth and thickening. Initially, Maurice pursued a law degree from the University of Toulouse, but felt his physical appearance would hinder his success in this field. He served in the French Navy as an engineer for 5 years before meeting Carl Poyello, a Lithuanian wrestler who saw potential in Maurice's unique appearance. Maurice moved to Paris with Poyello in 1937 and began training for a career in professional wrestling. By 1939, they had relocated to the United States to escape the turmoil of World War II, where Maurice's wrestling career flourished under the moniker the French Angel. In Boston, a wrestling promoter recognized Tillet's potential, and he quickly became a major draw. Known for his unique appearance and formidable presence in the ring, Tillet enjoyed immense popularity. Notably, while he was expected to play the role of a heel, or bad guy, due to his appearance, he fulfilled the role of a face, or good guy in the ring. From May 1940 to May 1942, he held the American Wrestling Association World Heavyweight Championship title and remained unbeaten for 19 consecutive months. Tillet's success led to a proliferation of angel imitators, including wrestlers like Tor Johnson, who was known as the Swedish Angel. Despite his health beginning to decline by 1945, he continued to wrestle, with his last match occurring in 1953. In the early 1950s, Chicago sculptor Louis Link created a series of plaster busts of Maurice to commemorate his career. These busts are displayed in various locations, including Chicago's International Museum of Surgical Science. The connection between Maurice and Shrek, the lovable ogre from the 2001 DreamWorks film, has been widely speculated. Some fans and researchers have pointed out that DreamWorks may have taken inspiration from real-life figures who had a significant impact on popular culture, and Maurice fits this profile. Although no official statements have confirmed this, the speculation persists due to the compelling visual link. The Amityville Horror. The Amityville Horror is one of the most infamous haunted house stories in modern American folklore. The tale, which claims to be based on true events, centers around a house at 112 Ocean Avenue in Amityville, Long Island, New York. It gained notoriety due to a combination of true crime and alleged paranormal activities. The story begins with the DeFeo family. On November 13, 1974, Ronald Jr. reported that his parents and 4 siblings had been fatally injured in their home. He later confessed to committing the acts himself, claiming that voices in his head urged him to do it. This tragic event set the stage for the subsequent haunting claims. In December 1975, George and Kathy Lutz purchased the house at a significantly reduced price due to its grisly history. They moved in with their 3 children but fled just 28 days later, alleging that they had been terrorized by paranormal phenomena. The Lutz family described green slime oozing from the walls, strange odors, cold spots, and other disturbing occurrences. Following their departure, the story gained massive attention. A local TV station organized a psychic investigation led by Ed and Lorraine Warren, famed paranormal investigators. Despite dramatic claims of evil presences, little concrete evidence was found. The most famous piece of evidence from these investigations is a photograph that allegedly shows a ghostly boy. However, skeptics believe it was one of the investigators caught by the infrared camera. Jay Anson's book, The Amityville Horror, A True Story, published in 1977, claimed to be based on the family's real experiences. It quickly became a bestseller and was adapted into a successful horror film in 1979. The book and movie exaggerated and dramatized the Lutz family claims, solidifying the story's place in popular culture. Further doubt was cast when William Weber, Ronald DeFeo Jr.'s lawyer, admitted that he, along with the Lutzes, fabricated the story to gain publicity and money. Another layer of the story involves George's alleged dabbling in the occult, which his stepson Christopher believes contributed to the family's experiences. Despite being widely considered to be debunked, the Amityville horror story continues to have a significant following of true believers. In my view, the true story of the Amityville horror is so much worse than commonly told. A family purchased a house where a horrific crime occurred and sought to profit off the slaying of the previous family in the house by turning it into a horror LARP. The Bimini Road is a mysterious underwater rock formation near North Bimini Island in the Bahamas. Discovered in 1968 by 3 men, this site consists of a series of rectangular limestone blocks extending for about half a mile. The discovery of the Bimini Road sparked significant interest and debate among archaeologists, geologists, and enthusiasts. Initial speculations centered around whether the formation was a natural geological phenomenon or evidence of an ancient civilization linked to the legendary lost city of Atlantis. The Bimini Road is composed of large, flat limestone blocks that appear to be carefully aligned. These blocks vary in size, with some measuring up to 13 feet long. Geological studies suggest that the formation could date back to around 10,000 years ago, a period that coincides with the last ice age when sea levels were significantly lower. Despite extensive research, there is no consensus on whether the Bimini Road is entirely natural or a man-made structure. Some researchers propose that it could be a natural beach rock formation, fractured and shaped by erosion and geological processes. Proponents of the Atlantis theory argue that the formation is the remains of an ancient harbor or road, built by a technologically advanced civilization that predated recorded history. They point to the precise alignment and rectangular shape of the blocks as evidence of human engineering. Conversely, skeptics argue that the Bimini Road is a natural formation. Studies have shown that similar formations exist in other parts of the world, where natural geological processes create structures that can be mistaken for human-made features. Carbon dating and other scientific analyses have often supported the natural formation theory, but the debate continues due to the enigmatic nature of the site. In popular culture, the Bimini Road is often associated with the broader mythos of the Bermuda Triangle and other unexplained phenomena. Datsueba. Datsueba, a prominent figure in Japanese folklore and Buddhist tradition, is known as the old woman who strips clothes. This terrifying figure is one of the gatekeepers of hell, alongside her male counterpart Kaneo. They guard the Sanzu River, which souls must cross after death. Datsueba's primary role is to strip away the clothes of the deceased, and if they arrive without clothes, she is known to tear off their skin instead. The origins of Datsueba's legend can be traced back to the 11th century, with her depiction becoming more visually prominent in Japanese art and religious texts by the 13th century. She appears in numerous Buddhist texts and visual representations, which depict her sitting by the Sanzu River, often under a tree. Datsueba's role is not just limited to the punishment of souls. She also has a nurturing aspect that is rarely acknowledged. In some depictions, she assists with childbirth, providing newborns with their skin, which must be returned to her upon death. This dual nature underscores her as a symbol of both life's beginning and end, and also shows her softer side. However, it does beg the question where she gets the skin to provide to the newborns. I assume there's some sort of disturbing underworld recycling program going on. Over the centuries, Datsueba's image evolved significantly. During the Edo period, for example, a statue of Datsueba at the Shojuin Temple in Edo, modern-day Tokyo, became immensely popular. This statue was believed to grant wishes and provide worldly benefits, marking a significant departure from her traditional image as a punisher of sins. In modern times, Datsueba continues to attract interest and veneration, and to a certain degree, fear. Hana Gaddafi. Hana Gaddafi was ostensibly the adopted daughter of Muammar Gaddafi. According to reports, Hana was born around November 1985 and was said to have been a casualty during the U.S. bombing of Libya in 1986. However, the veracity of this account has been frequently challenged, leading to various speculations and stories over the years. Initially, the narrative was straightforward. Hana was a baby who died in the U.S. bombing of Tripoli's Bab al-Azizia compound in April 1986. This attack, ordered by President Ronald Reagan, was in retaliation for the Libyan involvement in the Berlin nightclub bombing, which killed 2 American soldiers. Muammar Gaddafi publicly mourned Hana's death, which fueled anti-American sentiments and bolstered his own domestic image as a defender against Western aggression. However, questions arose when rebels overran Gaddafi's compound in 2011 during the Libyan civil war. Among the items found were photographs and documents suggesting that Hana might have survived the bombing and grown into adulthood. There were even medical records indicating she had become a doctor and worked at a Tripoli hospital. This evidence contradicted the long-standing story of her early demise. Further compounding the mystery were claims from Libyan officials and international sources that Gaddafi might have adopted another girl and named her Hana in memory of the first. Alternatively, it has been suggested that the entire narrative was a fabrication designed to garner sympathy and political support. Some reports even indicated that Hana was seen alive in subsequent years, with sightings as late as 1999 by Chinese officials. Further, in 2011, There was the discovery of her dental records in the London Libyan embassy after the fall of the Gaddafi regime. The complexity of Hana Gaddafi's story is emblematic of the broader enigma surrounding Muammar Gaddafi's regime. Gaddafi himself was a figure of contradiction and controversy, rising from humble Bedouin beginnings to become the autocratic ruler of Libya. He seized power in a bloodless coup in 1969, promising a socialist utopia, but his rule became increasingly violent, autocratic, and eccentric over the decades. The truth about Hana Gaddafi will likely never be known. Was she killed in the 1986 bombing raid, an innocent casualty of an imprecise method of attack? Was a subsequent child adopted and given the same name in honor of the first Hana? And perhaps most importantly, did Hana ever exist at all prior to the bombing? Or was she a post-air raid fabrication? If you want to support the channel further, join the Patreon or YouTube membership, join the Discord, and also check out my Spotify page for lo-fi beats. Illuminati, New World Order, commonly known as INWO, is a card game that was released in 1994 by Steve Jackson Games. The game is renowned for its focus on conspiracy theories and global domination, which has fueled numerous conspiracy theories surrounding the game since its inception. The premise of the game involves players taking on the role of various secret societies, competing to dominate the world through any means necessary. Players are expected to engage in activities including political manipulation, media control, and economic destabilization. One of the most compelling aspects of INWO is its seemingly prophetic card imagery. For instance, one card depicts an explosion halfway up a skyscraper, which many believe eerily resembles 9/11. Another card, Pentagon, portrays a scene that looks strikingly similar to the 9/11 attack on the Pentagon. Another card, Charismatic Leader, shows a blonde-haired man addressing an adoring crowd, which some conspiracy theorists link to the rise of Donald Trump. Yet another card, known as the Frog God, depicts a frog idol in ancient Egyptian style. This card has been linked to the quote-unquote meme magic surrounding Pepe the Frog and the Egyptian god Kek. These illustrations, created in the early 1990s, have led many to speculate about the game's foreknowledge of future events. Some speculate that this card game was, in essence, a roadmap for the future. Other conspiracy theorists speculate that the card game did not actually portray future events, but rather that the, quote, powers that be decided to use the card game for these purposes. Skeptics, on the other hand, claim that the depictions are vague and open to interpretation. The game also includes cards featuring other prominent figures and scenarios, such as Hillary Clinton and Al Gore. The game's creator, Steve Jackson, has a noted interest in conspiracy theories, although he maintains that the game was meant to be satirical and entertaining rather than predictive. Interestingly, Jackson's company was raided by the Secret Service in 1990, which further fueled conspiracy theories. Some believe the raid was an attempt to suppress the game's revelations about secret societies. However, the official reason was that it was actually related to a hacking investigation involving one of Jackson's employees. The conspiracy theories surrounding this card game have become reinvigorated following the attempt on Donald Trump's life at a rally on July 13, 2024. One card, named Enough is Enough, pictures a man who some claim looks like Donald Trump, with his mouth open, looking impassioned. The text on the card ominously reads, "At any time, at any place, our snipers can drop you. Have a nice day." The information with respect to the latest development in this card game conspiracy theory was suggested by a Discord community member who prefers to remain anonymous. If you're interested in contributing suggestions to this series, join the Discord community or leave a comment. The Mariana UFO incident occurred on August 15, 1950, in Great Falls, Montana. The event was named after Nick Mariana, the general manager of the Great Falls Electrics, a minor league baseball team who captured the sighting on a 16 mm film. At 11:30 a.m., Mariana and his secretary, Virginia Raunig, were inspecting the empty Legion Stadium when they observed two bright silvery objects moving rapidly across the sky. Mariana quickly retrieved his movie camera and filmed the objects for 16 seconds. The footage shows the objects moving at high speed, stopping abruptly, and changing direction, maneuvers that seemed impossible for conventional aircraft of the time. The footage and incident drew significant attention and were investigated by various authorities, including the U.S. Air Force. Initially, the investigation was part of Project Grudge, which aimed to debunk UFO reports. The Air Force concluded that the objects were reflections from two F-94 jet fighters, but this explanation was widely dismissed due to the objects' unusual behavior and appearance. In 1952, the case was re-examined under Project Blue Book, a more extensive Air Force study of UFO phenomena. The Blue Book report suggested that the objects might have been caused by a refraction phenomenon due to temperature inversions. However, this too was criticized for not addressing the abrupt movements captured in the film. Nick Mariana claimed that the initial frames of his film, which allegedly showed the objects as spinning discs, were removed during an analysis by the Air Force. This claim added to the controversy and suspicion surrounding the incident. Over the years, various experts have analyzed the footage. Some have suggested that the objects were high-altitude balloons or experimental aircraft, while others have entertained the possibility of extraterrestrial craft. Some skeptics argue that Mariana might have misinterpreted ordinary objects or even fabricated parts of the story. However, the consistency of the witness accounts and the scrutiny of the film argue against a simple hoax. The original film is preserved in the U.S. National Archives and continues to be a subject of analysis and debate. The Indiana Dunes disappearance. On July 2, 1966, Ann Miller, 21, Patricia Blau, 19, and Renee Bruhl, 19, disappeared in the Indiana Dunes State Park. The three women, all friends from suburban Chicago, drove to the Indiana Dunes State Park that morning. Miller parked her Buick in the lot, and the trio set up about 100 yards from the shoreline. Witnesses recall seeing the women leave their belongings on the beach around noon and enter Lake Michigan together. Subsequently, they were seen boarding a white boat with an unidentified man, described as being in his early 20s, with a tanned complexion and dark, wavy hair. The search for Miller, Blau, and Bruhl began 3 days later, on July 5th, after their families reported them missing. Park rangers found Miller's car with the women's personal items inside. Initial witness accounts, supported by home movie footage, suggested the women boarded a fiberglass trimaran-style boat and later a larger cabin cruiser. The final sighting of the women was reportedly on the beach, where they were seen walking and eating before being approached by another man who led them to the cabin cruiser. Despite extensive searches and investigations, neither the boats nor the men were ever identified. Exploring the women's backgrounds, investigators uncovered several intriguing details. All three were avid horse enthusiasts, and Miller and Blau were linked to men allegedly involved in criminal activities within the horse market. Notably, both these women were also rumored to be pregnant, potentially adding a layer of complexity to their disappearance. Some believe that Miller and Blau might have sought terminations, possibly facilitated by Ralph Largo Jr., who was seen at the park that day. Largo's family was known for providing these, and it's speculated that the women were taken to a boat for such procedures, where something went horribly wrong. Various theories have been proposed over the years, ranging from accidental drowning to voluntary disappearance. However, the idea of voluntary disappearance seems unlikely given the lack of subsequent contact with family and friends. Further, it seems unlikely that all three would choose to disappear without a trace and remain that way. The notion of an accidental drowning is challenged by the fact that both Miller and Blau were strong swimmers, capable of covering long distances. Further complicating the case were unverified sightings of the women and the discovery of debris from an apparent boat wreck near Lake Michigan shortly after their disappearance. Despite these leads, none yielded definitive answers. In the decades since, there have been numerous unconfirmed sightings and speculative connections to other cases, but nothing concrete has emerged to solve the mystery. The Ilkley Moor UFO Incident. The Ilkley Moor UFO incident centers on the experience of Philip Spencer, a retired police officer. He reported a close encounter with a UFO and an extraterrestrial being on December 1, 1987, while walking on Ilkley Moor in Yorkshire, England. Philip set out early in the morning with his camera, aiming to photograph strange lights reported in the area. As he walked across the moor, he encountered a small, green humanoid creature with large eyes and pointed ears. Acting on impulse, Spencer took a photograph of the being, which then fled. Spencer pursued the creature and witnessed a large domed UFO taking off from the moor and disappearing into the sky. Spencer's photograph of the alleged alien has been the subject of extensive scrutiny. The image, while blurry, showed a figure that did not match any known animal. Initial analysis by wildlife photography experts and further examination at Kodak Laboratories confirmed that the photograph was not tampered with. Spencer's experience did not end with the photograph. He reported feeling disoriented and noted that his compass was pointing south instead of north. Additionally, upon reaching the nearest village, he realized that the town clock indicated an hour had passed, although he felt only a short time had elapsed since his encounter. To retrieve more details about the incident, Spencer underwent hypnosis. During these sessions, he recounted being abducted by the beings he photographed and taken aboard their craft. He described a room filled with bright lights and advanced technology, and how he was examined by the entities. These hypnosis sessions added a layer of complexity to the case, providing a narrative of abduction and interaction with extraterrestrial beings. The public reaction to Spencer's story has been mixed. While some believe his account is genuine, others are skeptical, attributing it to hallucinations or a hoax. Investigators like Peter Howe, who initially thought the case was too good to be true, found Spencer to be credible and not motivated by fame or financial gain. Proponents argue that Spencer's detailed descriptions and the physical evidence of the photograph support a genuine encounter with an alien being. Skeptics suggest that Spencer might have experienced a psychological episode, perhaps triggered by the isolation and eerie atmosphere of the moor. Some believe that the strange lights and the disorientation experienced by Spencer could potentially be explained by natural atmospheric phenomena. However, the photograph remains a focal point of the incident. Despite advanced analysis, including enhancement attempts in the United States, the lack of any evidence suggesting manipulation or fabrication keeps the image at the heart of the mystery. Personally, I'm surprised that this incident hasn't gained more traction, given the very unusual photograph that accompanies this encounter. The Hollandwell Incident. The Hollandwell Incident took place on July 13, 1980, at the Hollandwell Showground near Kirkby in Ashfield, England. The annual event began as a typical Sunday morning with the Forest League of Juvenile Jazz Bands hosting a charity show. Around 500 children from 11 marching bands were present, many having traveled long distances to participate. The show started at 9 a.m., but by 10:30 a.m., hundreds of people, including children and adults, suddenly experienced mysterious symptoms and began collapsing inexplicably. Witnesses described them, quote, falling down like ninepins, with symptoms including dizziness, sore eyes and throats, vomiting, and a feeling of limb weakness. Approximately 300 people were affected, and 259 were taken to nearby hospitals, though only 9 children stayed overnight. Initial investigations by Asheville District Council explored various potential causes. One leading theory suggested pesticide poisoning, specifically tridmorph, used in nearby fields. This substance, present in the pesticide calyxin, was considered hazardous. However, the wind direction on that day made it unlikely for the pesticide to reach the showground. Later investigations revealed no substantial evidence supporting this theory. Mass hysteria emerged as the official explanation. Experts suggested that the stress of performing and waiting in hot weather could have triggered a collective psychological response. Despite this explanation, many people involved in the incident were dissatisfied, feeling their real symptoms were being dismissed. Alternative theories included exposure to high-frequency radio waves. A transmitter at a nearby gas depot was suspected, but no concrete link was established. Another idea involved a mystery bug, possibly the Coxsackie virus. However, this theory failed to explain the immediate onset of symptoms during the event. There were also more speculative suggestions, including UFOs and demonic influences. These theories gained little traction and were largely dismissed by investigators and the public. The aluminum wedge of Aiud, discovered in 1974 near Aiud, Romania, has stirred considerable intrigue due to its unusual characteristics and the circumstances of its discovery. Found 35 feet underground alongside 2 mastodon bones by workers digging along the Muirs River, the wedge's presence in such an ancient context raises significant questions. Aluminum was not discovered until 1808, and not produced in significant quantities until the late 19th century. The wedge itself is primarily made of aluminum, composing 89% of its material, alongside small amounts of copper, silicon, zinc, lead, and other elements. This composition is peculiar, given the context of its discovery. If it truly were as old as the mastodon bones, it would date back at least 11,000 years. This is a period long before human capability to process any metal whatsoever. Various theories have been proposed regarding the origin and purpose of the wedge. Some suggest it might be a part of an ancient, yet advanced civilization's technology, or even extraterrestrial equipment. However, these ideas often veer into the realm of pseudo-archaeology and are not widely accepted within the mainstream scientific community. More conservative hypotheses consider it a more recent artifact, possibly part of some 20th century machinery that somehow ended up buried alongside much older items. The wedge has been extensively tested in laboratories in Europe, where the aluminum nature of the wedge was confirmed. The aluminum wedge is not on public display and was last known to be stored in a museum in 1995, after which it has been kept in an undisclosed location. Notably, this is an example of an out-of-place artifact, not unlike the Iron Pillar of Delhi or the Piri Reis map. The slaying of Sarah Ware. On September 17, 1898, in Bucksport, Maine, Sarah Ware, a 52-year-old woman, disappeared while walking home from a friend's house. Her body was discovered 2 weeks later in a field, significantly decomposed. A raincoat was found beneath her head, possibly indicating an attempt to conceal her remains. The investigation began with local authorities, but it quickly became apparent they needed outside help. Detectives from nearby cities were brought in, funded by a community-raised $500 after initial funds for the investigation mysteriously dried up. The investigation led to William Trewargy, who was suspected of owing Sarah Ware money. The case became complicated when Joe Fogg Jr. claimed he was paid by Trewargy to dispose of Ware's body. However, he later recanted his statement, alleging he was coerced. The evidence, including a tarp and a hammer, went missing, and many key individuals involved in the investigation passed away under questionable circumstances. Despite these challenges, Trevorgy was eventually brought to trial. The local court struggled with the case, citing community ties that made an impartial trial difficult. It ultimately reached the Hancock County Supreme Court, but with witnesses dead or recanting and evidence lost, Trevorgy was acquitted. Sarah Ware's remains were treated with unusual carelessness. Her body was buried in a pauper's grave, where an artificial lake was subsequently created. It is uncertain if her body was moved or if it lies beneath the lake's waters. A marker in Oak Hill Cemetery in Bucksport commemorates her, but only her head rests there, near her former husband's family plot. Numerous theories and ghost stories surround Sarah Ware's demise. Some suggest she haunts the shores of Silver Lake, seeking justice. The lack of concrete evidence and the mystery of her final resting place add to the lore. The case remains officially unsolved, with Trevorgy often speculated to have escaped justice. The Guinness Family Curse. The Guinness family, synonymous with the famous Irish stout, is often said to be plagued by a series of unfortunate events, collectively referred to as the Guinness Family Curse. The Guinness family's rise to prominence began with Arthur Guinness, who founded the Guinness Brewery in 1759 in Dublin. Over the centuries, the family not only expanded their brewing empire, but also became significant figures in banking, politics, and social circles in both Ireland and Britain. Despite their wealth and influence, the family has endured numerous tragedies that have led many to speculate about a curse. One of the earliest tragedies linked to the Guinness family curse involves Arthur Guinness himself, who fathered 21 children, but only 10 survived to adulthood. The pattern of early and tragic losses continued through subsequent generations. In 1944, Lord Moyne, born Walter Edward Guinness, a prominent family member, was assassinated in Cairo by extremists. This event is often considered a pivotal point in the family's series of misfortunes. In the 1960s, Tara Brown, a young and charismatic Guinness heir, was a prominent figure in London's swinging social scene. His life was cut short in a car accident in 1966, an event that inspired the Beatles' song, "A Day in the Life." Also, I know I'm going to get comments for this if I don't address it here. Tara Brown was indeed a man, not a woman. I didn't misspeak. This high-profile tragedy kept the alleged curse in the public eye. Lady Henrietta Guinness, another descendant, struggled with depression and ultimately ended herself by jumping off the Ponte delle Torri in Italy in 1978. The same year, the family suffered more losses with Major Dennis Guinness and the young Peter Guinness, both under tragic circumstances. The 1980s and 1990s continued the trend of misfortune. Olivia Channon, a Guinness family member, died from a drug overdose in 1986. The early 2000s saw Robert Hesketh, married to a Guinness descendant, pass away under similar circumstances. Some suggest that the immense wealth and pressure of maintaining the family legacy contribute to a high-stress environment, leading to mental health issues and substance abuse. Others speculate that the family is simply unlucky, or that these tragedies are coincidental but exacerbated by their high-profile status. There is also gossip of a supernatural curse, possibly linked to the family's deep involvement in various ventures and conflicts over centuries. However, such theories remain speculative and lack concrete evidence. My theory on the Guinness curse is fairly simple. First, it is readily apparent that this is an extremely large extended family, and as such, there are numerous members for things to go wrong in relation to. Second, All of these numerous members had little concerns about money and significant idle time. Third, as an elite and well-connected family, they are substantially more likely to produce an individual who will be targeted for certain types of violence, such as an assassination. Putting these factors together, it becomes readily apparent why the Guinness family may exhibit a higher mortality rate than your average family. This was a suggestion by Discord community member, patron, and frequent topic suggester, Monoxide Wendigo. The Chimera is one of the most recognizable and perhaps disturbing creatures from Greek mythology. It's a hybrid monster described as a fire-breathing entity with the body and head of a lion, a goat's head protruding from its back, and a serpent for a tail. Its origins are traced back to the works of Homer and Hesiod, who provide vivid descriptions of its terrifying appearance and abilities. However, it's strongly speculated that the creature was well known amongst the Hellenic peoples prior to this. The Chimera is said to be the offspring of Typhon and Echidna, making it a sibling to other infamous monsters like Cerberus and the Hydra. According to myth, it resided in the region of Lycia in Asia Minor, terrorizing the area until it was confronted by the hero Bellerophon. The most famous story involving the Chimera is its encounter with Bellerophon. The hero, who was riding the winged horse Pegasus, was sent by King Iobates of Lycia to defeat the Chimera as part of a series of seemingly impossible tasks. Bellerophon managed to slay the monster by using a spear tipped with lead, which melted in the Chimera's fiery breath and suffocated it. In Greek culture, the Chimera often symbolized chaos and the dangers of unchecked power. Its depiction in art varied, with some showing it without a mane or with goat legs in addition to its other hybrid features. Greek pottery and mosaics frequently depicted the Chimera, often alongside Bellerophon. Similar hybrid creatures appear in various other mythologies around the world. For instance, the Japanese Nue and the Chinese Pixiu share similarities with the Chimera, blending features from multiple animals into one fearsome entity. These parallels highlight a universal fascination with hybrid creatures across cultures. Additionally, the term chimera has been adopted in scientific contexts to describe organisms with mixed genetic material from different species. Notably, one thing I find particularly interesting about the Chimera and similar creatures is how the Chimera went from a legitimately believed in cryptid to a purely mythological creature. Ghouls. The concept of the ghoul originates from pre-Islamic Arabian folklore, where they were depicted as malevolent spirits or monstrous beings inhabiting desolate places such as graveyards. The Arabic term ghoul is derived from gala, meaning to seize, reflecting their predatory nature. These early ghouls were believed to have shape-shifting abilities, often appearing as beautiful women to lure unsuspecting travelers to their doom. Islamic texts and scholars also reference ghouls, although their existence is debated. In some hadiths, ghouls are mentioned as real entities, while other sources dismiss them as mere folklore and pre-Islamic superstition. The sources that do treat them as real often portray ghouls as a type of jinn, or genie, able to change shape and deceive travelers. The ghoul concept entered European consciousness through the translation of The 1001 Nights by Antoine Galland in the 18th century. Galland's translation introduced the ghoul as a grave-robbing creature, a notion not as prevalent in earlier Arabic folklore. This transformation significantly influenced Western perceptions, embedding the ghoul in European horror tradition. In ancient Arabian lore, ghouls were often described as hairy, canine-featured creatures with hoof-like feet. These characteristics allowed them to blend into their harsh desert environments. They were also known to cause disease, reflecting their association with death and decay. Over time, as the story spread and evolved, European portrayals of ghouls shifted to pale, rubbery-skinned beings sensitive to light. Further additions suggested they were capable of assuming the forms of their victims to infiltrate human society. Ghouls have continued to find a significant place in modern horror fiction and media. Quick aside, but the word ghoul appears to have an inherently creepy element to it. For instance, it just isn't a word that could be ascribed to a creature like, oh, let's say a kitten. If anyone could explain what this phenomenon is, please let me know. Permafrost and ancient viruses. Permafrost, a layer of soil that remains frozen year-round for at least 2 consecutive years, acts as a time capsule, preserving ancient organisms and viruses for millennia. As climate change accelerates the melting of permafrost, scientists are discovering and reviving ancient viruses, leading to concerning findings about these zombie viruses. In 2014, researchers revived Pithovirus sibericum, a 30,000-year-old virus found in Siberian permafrost. This virus, much larger than typical viruses, infects amoebas, but poses no threat to humans. In subsequent years, scientists discovered even older viruses. These discoveries underscore the potential for ancient pathogens to resurface as the Arctic continues to warm. At present, the revived viruses studied so far only infect amoebas. However, the existence of such ancient and viable pathogens suggests that viruses capable of infecting humans could also be preserved in permafrost. The 2016 anthrax outbreak in Siberia provided a stark example of how melting permafrost can release ancient pathogens. A heat wave thawed the 75-year-old corpse of a reindeer infected with anthrax, leading to a human outbreak. This incident highlighted the real-world implications of climate change and melting permafrost, suggesting that other dormant diseases could potentially resurface. Despite the sensational nature of zombie viruses, the likelihood of ancient human pathogens re-emerging and causing widespread outbreaks is currently considered low. Like, subscribe, join the Patreon or YouTube membership, join the Discord, and also check out my Spotify page for lo-fi beats. The Missing Kruger Millions. The legend of the Kruger Millions is one of South Africa's most enduring mysteries. It centers around a hoard of gold allegedly hidden by or on behalf of Paul Kruger, the last president of the South African Republic, to prevent it from falling into British hands during the Second Boer War. As the British forces advanced towards Pretoria in June 1900, Paul Kruger and his government decided to evacuate large amounts of gold from the South African Mint. The gold was intended to fund the war effort and support the Boer government in exile, and was estimated to be worth around £2 million at the time. This figure, when adjusted for inflation and converted to American currency, is valued at slightly over $1 billion nowadays. The gold, which included coins and bars, was loaded onto a train headed for Machadodorp, where Kruger was temporarily residing. However, the train carrying the treasure never reached its intended destination. Somewhere between Pretoria and the Mozambique border, the gold vanished. Various accounts suggest different fates for the treasure. Some believe it was buried in the rugged terrain between Sabie and Waterval Boven. Others speculate it was hidden in the Sudwala Caves, a complex system used to store ammunition during the war. Another theory posits that the gold was smuggled out of the country and possibly ended up in Europe. Over the years, numerous treasure hunters have scoured the Mpumalanga region, following up on leads and rumors. The Sudwala Caves, with their extensive tunnel systems, have been a particular focus of interest due to their strategic location and historical use by Boer forces. Despite extensive searches, no concrete evidence of the treasure's location has been found. Several intriguing incidents have fueled the legend of the Kruger Millions. In 1947, a man claimed to have found a portion of the treasure in what is now Maputo, Mozambique, using a map stitched into a Bible cover. Notably, while this story attracted significant attention at the time, it was never corroborated. I note that if someone did discover a large cache of gold which is possibly legally owned by a foreign government, they likely have an incentive to hide the find. In 2001, rumors surfaced that a Zulu family in Ermelo had discovered coins from the treasure and had been selling them discreetly for decades. In recent years, some discoveries have reignited interest in the Kruger millions. In 2021, a collection of Kruger pawns, coins minted during Kruger's presidency, was found in a Swiss vault. These coins are believed to have been transferred from the Netherlands to Switzerland at the outbreak of the Second World War. These coins, verified and graded by numismatic experts, are believed to be part of the Lost Hoard and have significant historical and monetary value. The Ridderschap van Holland was a large merchant ship built by the Dutch East India Company, generally known as the VOC, to trade with the East Indies. Launched in 1681, this ship was one of the largest of its kind, designed to endure the arduous journey from Europe to Asia and back. It embarked on multiple voyages, navigating the treacherous Brouwer route, a path devised to shorten the trip from Europe to Java in present-day Indonesia. This was accomplished by crossing the Indian Ocean, where it straddles the Southern Ocean, and then turning north towards the Indonesian archipelago. On its final voyage, the Ridderschap van Holland departed from Vlissingen on July 11, 1693, under the command of Captain Dirk de Lange. The ship reached the Cape of Good Hope on January 9, 1694, and after a brief stay, it set sail again on February 5th, heading towards Batavia, present-day Jakarta. Tragically, it never arrived at its destination and was never heard from again. Several theories and stories have emerged about the ship's mysterious disappearance. Some contemporary rumors suggested it might have been captured by pirates near Madagascar. However, these claims are questionable since the pirate allegedly responsible did not arrive in the area until 1697. Another plausible theory is that the ship was wrecked off the western coast of Australia. This hypothesis gained traction when the crew of another VOC ship, which was wrecked in the same area in 1727, discovered seemingly related artifacts. The Dutch East India Company dispatched multiple search expeditions to locate the missing ship. In 1696, the VOC led a notable mission with 3 ships. They scoured the western coast of Australia but found no trace of the lost vessel or its crew. The Brouwer route itself was notorious for its dangers. Devised by Hendrik Brouwer in 1611, it required precise navigation, as errors in judging longitude often led ships too far east. This would result in wrecks along the then virtually uncharted western coast of Australia. Further, this route requires the use of the Roaring Forties route between the latitudes of 40 degrees and 50 degrees south. Notably, the winds and weather in this region are extremely strong and unpredictable, and there is always the potential that this led to the ship's demise. Others have speculated that the ship may have been destroyed by a rogue wave, though there is no evidence to suggest this. The Taulas of Menorca. The Taulas of Menorca are a series of ancient stone monuments found exclusively on the island of Menorca, part of the Balearic Islands in Spain. The Taulas, which means tables in Catalan, are T-shaped structures formed by placing a large horizontal stone slab on top of a vertical one. These monoliths can reach heights of up to 16 feet and are often surrounded by a U-shaped wall. They were constructed by the Talaiotic culture, a prehistoric civilization that thrived on Menorca between 500 BC and 300 BC. The true purpose of the Taulas remains a mystery, with various theories proposed over the years. One prevalent theory suggests that the Taulas were religious sites. Artifacts such as a bronze bull figurine have led some researchers to believe that the Talaiotic people worshipped a bull god. Some have speculated that this concept was possibly influenced by the Minoans of Crete. This theory, however, has not gained universal acceptance. Another compelling theory is the astronomical hypothesis proposed by German archaeologist Waldemar Fenn. He suggested that the taulas were aligned to track the movements of the moon. Fenn observed that the taulas generally faced south and noticed patterns in the moon's position relative to the taulas over an 18.6-year cycle. An alternative theory posits that the taulas served as centers for healing. Archaeological findings, such as a bronze horse hoof symbolizing Asclepius, the Greek god of healing, support this idea. The death of Kurt Cobain. Kurt Cobain, the iconic frontman of Nirvana, passed away in early April 1994. His departure left an indelible mark on the music industry and sparked numerous theories and speculations about the circumstances surrounding it. Cobain, born in 1967 in Aberdeen, Washington, rose to fame with Nirvana's groundbreaking album Nevermind, which included hits like Smells Like Teen Spirit. Despite his success, Cobain struggled with chronic health issues, including stomach pain, depression, and drug addiction. He was known for his erratic behavior and frequent drug use, which compounded his health problems and personal struggles. In March 1994, Cobain's behavior became increasingly alarming. He was found unresponsive in Rome after an overdose, which some claim was an attempt, though others dispute this, suggesting it was an accidental overdose. Following this incident, Cobain entered a rehabilitation facility in Los Angeles but left abruptly, returning to Seattle. On April 2nd, he purchased shotgun shells, allegedly for protection against burglars, and disappeared shortly after. On April 8, 1994, an electrician discovered Cobain's body in the greenhouse of his Seattle home. The scene included a shotgun, a box of shells, and a note addressed to Cobain's imaginary childhood friend. The note expressed Cobain's lack of enthusiasm for music and life, ending with a message to his wife, Courtney Love, and their daughter, Frances. The official ruling was that Cobain had taken his own life. However, this conclusion has been questioned by fans, friends, and private investigators. Tom Grant, a private investigator hired by Love, has been one of the most vocal critics of the official ruling. Grant argues that Cobain could not have injected himself with the amount of heroin found in his system and still managed to pull the trigger. Additionally, various individuals close to Cobain, including some of his family members, believe the circumstances of his passing are suspicious. Despite these theories, official reviews of the case, including a re-examination by the Seattle Police in 2014, have upheld the original findings. The police have stated that the evidence supports the conclusion that Cobain acted of his own accord. They have cited factors like the purchase of the shotgun shells and the position of the shotgun. Despite the official story indicating that this is an open and shut case, Kurt Cobain's early departure from the world remains a hotly contested topic. In December 1986, 18-year-old Simon Parks, a radio operator on the Royal Navy aircraft carrier HMS Illustrious, vanished while the ship was docked in Gibraltar. Simon was last seen on the evening of December 12, 1986. He had gone ashore in Gibraltar while HMS Illustrious was in port. He left behind his passport, all his possessions, and even Christmas presents on the ship, suggesting he intended to return. Initially, there were suspicions that Parks might have gone absent without leave, commonly known as going AWOL, or deliberately disappeared. However, these theories lost traction as the investigation unfolded. His family reported that Simon had been looking forward to coming home for Christmas. The ship's crew confirmed that Parks had arranged for special dockside passes so his family could greet him upon the ship's return to the UK. This made a voluntary disappearance unlikely. In 2001, The case took a significant turn when Petty Officer Alan Grimson was convicted of the slayings of two young men, both in the Royal Navy. They had both been killed on December 12th in subsequent years, 1997 and 1998, respectively. Grimson had served aboard HMS Illustrious at the same time as Parks, leading to speculation that he might be connected to Simon's disappearance. However, Grimson has always denied involvement in Parks's case. The search for Simon Parks has seen numerous renewals over the years. In 2003, Hampshire police conducted searches in Gibraltar, including areas around the South Barracks, Rosia Lane, and Trafalgar Cemetery, but these efforts yielded no new evidence. In December 2019, based on new information, another search was initiated in Trafalgar Cemetery. Despite these continued efforts, no significant findings have emerged. Most recently, in August 2023, officers from Hampshire and Isle of Wight Constabulary, in collaboration with the Royal Gibraltar Police, carried out excavation work at the Town Range Car Park in Gibraltar, following a potential new line of inquiry. This included investigating water tanks in the area, although this search also did not result in any breakthroughs. Some believe he might have fallen victim to foul play, possibly linked to the convicted Grimson. Others consider the possibility of an accidental mishap or an undiscovered crime. The lack of concrete evidence and the passing of time have only fueled speculation. Eleusinian Mysteries. The Eleusinian Mysteries, among the most significant religious rites in ancient Greece, were held annually in honor of Demeter and Persephone in the city of Eleusis. These ceremonies, centered in the town of Eleusis near Athens, were celebrated for nearly 2 millennia, from around 1600 BC until the late 4th century AD. The rites were shrouded in secrecy, with initiates sworn to silence about the specific rituals they experienced. The origins of the Eleusinian Mysteries are deeply rooted in Greek mythology, particularly the story of Demeter and her daughter Persephone. According to the myth, Persephone was abducted by Hades, the god of the underworld, leading Demeter to search for her tirelessly. Demeter, the goddess of agriculture, in her grief, neglected the earth, leading to widespread famine. Eventually, Zeus intervened, and Persephone was allowed to return to the surface to spend part of the year with her mother and part with Hades, symbolizing the seasonal cycle of growth and decay. Her return marked the arrival of spring, and her descent the onset of winter. The Eleusinian Mysteries consisted of 2 main parts: the Lesser Mysteries held in spring, and the Greater Mysteries in autumn. The Lesser Mysteries served as a preliminary stage, purifying initiates and preparing them for the Greater Mysteries. The Greater Mysteries involved a grand procession from Athens to Eleusis, purification rituals, sacrifices, and fasting. Participants drank a special potion called kykeon, which some scholars believe may have contained psychoactive ingredients to induce visions. Upon arriving at Eleusis, initiates entered the telesterion, a large hall that could accommodate thousands of people. Inside, secretive rituals were performed, including dramatic reenactments of the Demeter and Persephone myth. These ceremonies culminated in a profound mystical experience, often described as a vision of the underworld or an epiphany of the gods. Despite extensive historical records, the exact nature of the Eleusinian Mysteries remains largely unknown due to the strict vow of secrecy taken by all participants. However, several theories have been proposed about the activities within the telesterion. The rites likely provided a form of psychological transformation, offering comfort and a sense of eternal life to the initiates. Ancient testimonials, including those of Cicero and later philosophers, indicate that the mysteries helped participants overcome their fear of death. The mysteries continued to evolve over centuries, integrating influences from other cultures, such as Egyptian religious beliefs about the afterlife. Despite their prominence, the mysteries faced suppression with the rise of Christianity. Emperor Theodosius officially ended the mysteries in 392 AD as part of a broader effort to eliminate pagan practices. The final blow came with the invasion of Alaric, king of the Goths, who desecrated the sacred sites in 396 AD. However, it is speculated that some of the practices associated with the Eleusinian mysteries were adapted into local Christian ritual and belief. The mystery of the Cheshire Cat. The Cheshire Cat, one of the most iconic characters in Lewis Carroll's Alice's Adventures in Wonderland, is renowned for its distinctive and enigmatic grin. Also known for its ability to disappear and reappear at will, the Cheshire Cat engages Alice with cryptic conversations and philosophical musings. The character's name and the phrase "grin like a Cheshire Cat" predate Carroll's work, hinting at deeper roots in English culture and language. The exact origin of the Cheshire Cat's name and grin is debated. One theory suggests that the term Cheshire Cat may have originated from the county of Cheshire in England, known for its dairy farming. Cats in this region were supposedly depicted grinning on milk labels, possibly because they were well fed on Cheshire's milk and cream. Another possible inspiration is a 16th century sandstone carving of a grinning cat at St. Wilfrid's Church in Grappenhall, Cheshire, a village near Carroll's birthplace. This carving might have influenced Carroll, who was familiar with the area and its landmarks. The Cheshire Cat's grin symbolizes ambiguity and mystery, reflecting the unpredictable nature of Wonderland itself. Despite its widespread recognition, the true inspiration behind the Cheshire Cat remains a mystery. Some scholars suggest that Carroll's background in mathematics influenced the character's design, particularly the cat's grin, which resembles the curve of a catenary. This is a mathematical term describing the shape of a suspended chain, and would also make the famous grin a play on words. Other theories propose that the Cheshire Cat was inspired by the British Shorthair, a cat breed known for its round face and stocky body. This aligns with the Cheshire Cat's physical description. The death of Alfred Lowenstein. Alfred Lowenstein was a Belgian financier and one of the richest men in the world during the 1920s. He vanished under mysterious circumstances on July 4, 1928, during a flight from Croydon Airport in England to Brussels. Born in March 1877, Alfred Lowenstein came from a banking family. He made his fortune through investments in electric power and synthetic silk. By the 1920s, he was a key figure in international finance, dealing with high-profile clients and holding substantial investments across various industries. On the evening of July 4, 1928, Lowenstein boarded his private plane, a Fokker F-7, at Croydon Airport. Accompanying him were his valet Fred Baxter, his secretary, 2 stenographers, the pilot, and the mechanic. The flight proceeded smoothly until they were over the English Channel, at which point Lowenstein excused himself to use the toilet located at the rear of the plane. When Lowenstein did not return after several minutes, Baxter went to check on him and found the can empty and the external door open. This door, which led outside the aircraft, was found swinging in the slipstream. After the discovery of Lowenstein's absence, the pilot made an emergency landing on a beach near Dunkirk, France, instead of heading to the nearest airport. This unusual decision raised suspicions and questions. The passengers and crew were questioned by local authorities, but no conclusive evidence emerged. Lowenstein's body was found in the sea near Boulogne on July 19, 1928. An autopsy revealed that he had sustained multiple injuries, including a fractured skull and broken bones, consistent with a fall from a significant height. The autopsy confirmed that he was likely alive when he hit the water. Several theories have been proposed to explain Lowenstein's mysterious death. One theory suggests that Lowenstein accidentally opened the wrong door, mistaking it for the washroom door, and fell out. However, tests conducted by the British Air Ministry indicated that it would have been extremely difficult to open the door mid-flight against the force of the wind. Another theory posits that Lowenstein might have deliberately opened the door and jumped. This theory is supported by claims that his business empire was on the verge of collapse, and he faced potential financial ruin. Some believe that Lowenstein was the victim of a conspiracy, potentially orchestrated by business rivals or even his own associates. William Norris, an author who investigated the case, suggested that Lowenstein was pushed out of the plane by his pilot and mechanic, possibly at the behest of his wife. This theory is based on the fact that the plane landed on a beach, where a new door could have been fitted to replace the one jettisoned during flight. A more speculative theory is that Lowenstein faked his own disappearance to escape impending financial and legal troubles. Supporters of this theory point to the unmarked grave where he was buried and the lack of clear motive for foul play. Despite numerous investigations and theories, the exact circumstances of how and why he fell from the plane remain unknown. The Lukwada. This is a suggestion from Discord community member Orc Lord Dave. If you have a suggestion for a case that you think should be included in this series, join the Discord or leave a comment below. The Lukwada is a legendary creature in the folklore of the Baganda people of Uganda, associated primarily with Lake Victoria. The name Lukwada comes from the Luganda language, where it means sea serpent, or to seize. Lake Victoria, the largest lake in Africa and the second largest freshwater lake in the world, serves as the primary setting for Lukwada legends. The lake's vast size and biodiversity provide a plausible backdrop for such a creature's existence. According to legend, Lukwada inhabits warm rivers, lakes, and swamps, often described as a solitary creature, but sometimes seen in pairs or small groups. It is believed to have the ability to control the weather and change its size and shape, suggesting that locals believed it to be a supernatural creature. A British colonial administrator in his 1913 writings recorded stories from locals around Lake Victoria about a large serpentine creature that attacked fishermen and boats. This administrator suggested that these stories might be based on real encounters with large pythons or unknown animals. Other explorers and researchers have also reported sightings of the creature, describing it as a gigantic water serpent with a terrifying head. The Lukwada holds significant cultural importance among the Baganda people. It is a prominent figure in their folklore and is featured in various forms of art, music, and storytelling. The creature symbolizes both a guardian and a harbinger of misfortune. Pieces of the Lukwada, such as scales or bones, were once believed to have magical properties and were revered as relics in Eastern Africa. Descriptions of the Lukwada vary widely. Some accounts describe it as a giant catfish with a slender dolphin-like body, while others liken it to a crocodile with a long neck and flippers. Still other reports describe it as a slender sea serpent with a dog-like head. These varied descriptions have led to speculation that different animals might have been collectively identified as Lukwada over time. Despite numerous reported sightings, no scientific evidence supports the existence of Lukwada. Fishermen and locals frequently claim to have encountered the creature, stating it has attacked boats and capsized canoes. Investigations have failed to provide conclusive proof of the creature's existence. The mystery of the Jameson family. The Jameson family, consisting of Bobby, Sherilyn, and their 6-year-old daughter Madison, disappeared under mysterious circumstances in October 2009. They were last seen on October 8, 2009, when they left their home in Eufaula, Oklahoma, and headed towards the remote area of Red Oak. The family intended to inspect a plot of land they were considering purchasing and was reported missing shortly after. On October 16, 2009, their pickup truck was found abandoned in Latimer County, Oklahoma. Inside the truck, authorities found an array of items that added to the mystery. A large sum of cash, $32,000, the family's cell phones, GPS device, Sherilyn's purse, Bobby's wallet, and an 11-page letter from Sherilyn to Bobby. Additionally, the family dog, Maisie, was found in the truck, malnourished but alive. 4 years later, on November 16, 2013, hunters discovered skeletal remains in a remote area less than 3 miles from where the truck had been found. The remains were later confirmed to belong to the Jameson family, though the exact cause of their demise could not be determined due to advanced decomposition. One prevalent theory suggests that the Jamesons were involved in drug-related activities. This hypothesis arises from the large amount of cash found in their truck and their seemingly erratic behavior captured on surveillance footage from their home. Some have said that they appeared trance-like while packing their vehicle. Others speculate that the family could have encountered illegal drug activity in the area and met with foul play as a result. However, no evidence of drug use or trafficking was found in their home. Another significant theory involves Bobby's father, Bob Dean Jameson. Bobby had a tumultuous relationship with his father, which led to a protective order being filed against him. Bobby accused his father of threats and violent behavior, alleging involvement in criminal activities, including meth production. Despite these accusations, Bob Dean Jameson had an alibi and was in poor health at the time of the disappearance, leading investigators to rule him out as a direct suspect. Sherilyn's mother, Connie Cocotan, proposed that the family had been targeted by a cult. She claimed that her daughter and son-in-law were on a hit list of an unspecified cult in the area. Circumstantial support for potential cult involvement comes from the couple's intense interest in spiritual matters and reports that they had discussed seeing spirits in their home. However, no concrete evidence links the Jamesons to any cult activities. Mental health issues also play a significant role in the theories surrounding the Jameson family's fate. The 11-page letter found in the truck, filled with angry sentiments towards Bobby, hinted at domestic strife. Some speculate that the family's disappearance could be related to a severe domestic incident, though this theory remains unproven due to the lack of concrete evidence. Also, as mentioned, Bobby and Sherilyn reportedly believed their home was haunted. They had shared these beliefs with their pastor, mentioning encounters with spirits. This led to speculation about whether their disappearance could be linked to these paranormal beliefs, or if they were suffering from delusions or other factors. Despite extensive investigations and numerous theories, no definitive explanation has been found, and the case remains open. Like and subscribe, join the Patreon or YouTube membership, join the Discord, and also check out my Spotify page for lo-fi beats. The Sacred Band of Thebes was an elite military unit in ancient Greece, famed for its unique composition and battlefield prowess. Formed in the early 4th century BC by an innovative Theban commander, the Sacred Band consisted of 150 pairs of male lovers, totaling 300 men. This structure was based on the belief that soldiers who were deeply bonded would fight with exceptional loyalty and courage to protect one another. The unit's members were selected for their military skill and valor, regardless of their social class. The origins of the Sacred Band can be traced back to the aftermath of the Spartan occupation of Thebes. According to Plutarch in 379 BC, Theban exiles managed to overthrow the pro-Spartan government in Thebes and restore the city's independence. The Sacred Band was established shortly after this event as part of Thebes' efforts to fortify its military capabilities against future Spartan aggression. Initially, the commanders dispersed the members of the Sacred Band among the regular Theban phalanxes to inspire and strengthen the broader army. However, this tactic changed when another took command in 375 BC. He reassembled the Sacred Band into a distinct, cohesive unit, recognizing their potential as a formidable shock troop. This strategic change paid off at the Battle of Tegyra, where the Sacred Band achieved a decisive victory against a far numerically superior Spartan force. This marked the first time a Spartan army had been defeated by a smaller contingent. Estimates suggest that the Spartans had almost 2,000 troops, while the Sacred Band composed just 300 men, plus a smaller amount of cavalrymen. Arguably the most notable victory of the Sacred Band came at the Battle of Leuctra in 371 BC. The Theban army, with the Sacred Band at its core, again faced the Spartans. The Theban commander used the Sacred Band to strike into the strongest portion of the Spartan battle line. The Sacred Band broke through this position, breaking the Spartan lines and causing general disarray, leading the Thebans to victory. The Thebans and the Sacred Band continued to have success until they were ultimately steamrolled by Philip of Macedon and his son, Alexander the Great. Two mysteries continue to surround the Sacred Band of Thebes. The existence of the Sacred Band itself has been a subject of debate among historians, with some questioning whether it was a historical reality or a literary creation. The primary sources documenting the Sacred Band are works by Plutarch and other ancient historians. Plutarch, for instance, was writing about the Sacred Band centuries later and relying on earlier, but now lost sources. Modern scholarship largely supports the historicity of the Sacred Band, citing archaeological evidence and the consistent accounts from ancient sources. For instance, the discovery of the Lion of Chaeronea, a monument erected in honor of the fallen Theban soldiers, is often associated with the Sacred Band. This site reportedly contains the remains of 254 soldiers, which many historians believe to be members of the Sacred Band, who in their final battle with Philip and Alexander perished. On the basis of the historical literature and the archaeological evidence, I personally consider this, quote, mystery as likely resolved in favor of the existence of the Sacred Band. However, I did say there are two mysteries associated with the Sacred Band of Thebes. Some scholars argue that the idea of an elite unit composed of lovers might be a romanticized interpretation of Theban military practices. For instance, at least one historian has proposed that the group actually composed Macedonian mercenaries who were not necessarily male lovers. Also, if you're interested in more historical content, I've included a link to my history channel in the comments. On July 15, 1977, Donald Mackay, a furniture store owner and anti-drug campaigner, disappeared from the car park of the Griffith Hotel in New South Wales, Australia. Donald Mackay was known for his strong stance against the burgeoning drug trade in Griffith, particularly targeting the distribution of the devil's lettuce by crime syndicates. His anti-drug activities drew significant attention in 1975 when he tipped off the police about a massive pot crop, leading to one of the largest drug busts in Australian history. On the evening of his disappearance, Mackay had just left a meeting with friends at the Griffith Hotel. His blood-stained van, along with 3 spent .22 caliber cartridges, was found later that night in the hotel's car park. This discovery led to the assumption that he had been taken by force. The investigation into Donald's disappearance quickly implicated local mafia figures. The Woodward Royal Commission was established partly due to the disappearance. This commission pointed to a cell of Calabrian mafia members in Griffith as responsible for his abduction. This cell, deeply entrenched in the drug trade, viewed Donald as a significant threat to their operations. In 1984, a coroner's inquest concluded that he had died from gunshot wounds inflicted with intent to cause harm. In 1986, an individual named James Basley was convicted of his slaying, despite no body having ever been found. He was found to have conspired with underworld figures and acted as a professional to carry out their will. Despite all this, his body has never been found, making it difficult to bring definitive closure to the case. Also, as a quick aside, having one man convicted of conspiracy on his own seems a little bit unusual. Several individuals were connected to the conspiracy behind Mackay's disappearance. Various theories have emerged over the years regarding who was behind the conspiracy. Some suggest he was slain on orders from Robert Trimble, a notorious crime figure involved in drug trafficking. Others implicate Fred Cray, a former police officer turned criminal, as a key player in the plot. The disappearance of Donald Mackay has had a lasting impact on Australia. His legacy is remembered through memorials and the Donald Mackay Churchill Fellowship, which supports studies into methods of combating organized crime. Notably, in 2012, a $200K reward was put up in a further effort to gain any additional insight into the case. This reward has as yet gone unclaimed, and at this point appears to likely remain that way. The Dublin Whiskey Fire of 1875 occurred on June 18, 1875 in the Liberties, a historic district of Dublin known for its breweries and distilleries. The fire broke out at Malone's bonded warehouse, which stored over 5,000 barrels of whiskey and spirits. The exact cause of the fire remains unknown, but the consequences were immediate and devastating. As the flames engulfed the warehouse, barrels of high-proof whiskey exploded, sending torrents of burning liquid down the streets. The whiskey, undiluted and highly flammable, flowed out of the building, igniting everything in its path. The streets turned into fiery rivers, with burning whiskey seeping under doors and through cracks in buildings, setting them ablaze. The situation was described by contemporaries as extremely chaotic. Animals, including pigs and horses, fled in panic, some even catching fire themselves. The local fire brigade faced an unprecedented challenge. Traditional methods of using water to douse the flames were ineffective because the whiskey, being lighter than water, floated on top, spreading the fire further. The fire chief devised an unconventional solution. He ordered his men to use sand, gravel, and eventually horse manure to dam the flow of whiskey and extinguish the flames. This method proved effective, albeit with a significant toll on property and lives. Despite the intense flames, none of the 13 fatalities were caused by fire or smoke inhalation. Instead, all the deaths were due to alcohol poisoning. As the whiskey flowed freely through the streets, residents saw it as an opportunity for free booze. They scooped up the whiskey using various containers, including boots and hats, and drank it. The potent, undiluted liquor proved lethal, and many succumbed to its effects. Accounts from the time describe scenes of people passed out in the streets, having drunk themselves into a stupor from the flaming whiskey. The aftermath of the fire highlighted the need for improved fire safety standards and better emergency response protocols. The Dublin Whiskey Fire spurred changes in how distilleries stored their products and led to the establishment of more organized and equipped fire brigades. Regrettably, the incident was also used by individuals with an anti-Irish agenda, mainly in England. They used this incident to reinforce negative stereotypes about Irish drinking culture and Irish culture generally. These stereotypes were used to further the idea that Irish people were not capable of self-government, a commonly held stereotype amongst certain groups in England. The mysterious death of Don Kemp. Don Kemp was a former advertising executive from New York City who decided to leave his fast-paced life behind after a debilitating car accident. Seeking tranquility, he He aimed to start anew in Wyoming, where he planned to write a book about Abraham Lincoln's assassination. Kemp left New York in September 1982, and by November 15th, he was in Cheyenne, Wyoming. There he visited a museum, but left behind crucial items such as his briefcase, traveler's checks, diaries, and his driving glasses. The next day, his Chevrolet Blazer was found abandoned on a remote stretch of Interstate 80. The vehicle was running, and personal belongings were scattered around, yet Kemp was nowhere to be seen. Investigators discovered footprints leading away from the car into the wilderness. These tracks led them to a barn 6 miles away, where they found signs that Kemp had tried to start a fire and left behind some of his socks. Despite extensive searches, including aerial sweeps, Kemp was not found immediately, and a blizzard soon hampered further efforts. Months later, Judy Aiello, a close friend of Kemp, received a series of eerie phone calls. These calls, which were left on an answering machine, consisted of a panicked man reading out a series of numbers for an unknown reason. The man could be heard urging her to call him back. She was convinced the voice was Kemp's, although the caller never identified himself. These calls were traced to a trailer in Casper, Wyoming, rented by a man named Mark Dennis. Dennis denied knowing Kemp and passed a polygraph test, and was ruled out as a suspect. Despite this, Kemp's mother remained suspicious, believing Dennis was involved in her son's disappearance. Adding to the mystery, there were reported sightings of Kemp in Casper following his disappearance, the same place the calls came from. These sightings, combined with the phone calls, fueled speculation about what really happened. Kemp's decomposed remains were eventually found in October 1985, not far from where his car had been abandoned. The autopsy showed no signs of foul play, suggesting that he had perished in the harsh conditions soon after disappearing. However, this conclusion did not satisfy everyone, particularly his mother, who continued to suspect foul play. She remained convinced that her son was a victim of a more sinister plot, potentially involving a kidnapping for ransom. Some theorized that Kemp had fallen victim to foul play, while others suggested he may have been mentally unstable and wandered off, unable to survive the elements. The case of Don Kemp remains unsolved, with numerous unanswered questions and lingering doubts. Captain Kidd's booty. William Kidd, better known as Captain Kidd, was born around 1645 in Scotland. He initially gained prominence as a privateer, a kind of legalized pirate commissioned by governments to raid enemy ships during wartime. By 1695, Kidd had received a commission from the English government to hunt pirates and protect English interests. His ship, the Adventure Galley, was well equipped with 34 cannons and a crew of 150 men. Kidd's career took a notorious turn when he captured the Kara Merchant, an Armenian ship flying under a French flag, in January 1698. This ship was laden with valuable goods, including gold, silver, and silks, amongst other valuables. This act branded him as a pirate, as he didn't have a license to take French ships, leading to his arrest in 1699 upon returning to New York. From there, he was transported to England for the purposes of a trial. I can only imagine that upon arriving in England, he was greeted with, "Oi mate, do you have a license for that booty?" Kidd was tried in England and found guilty of piracy. He was executed in 1701, taking the secrets of his alleged treasure to the grave. The legend of Kidd's treasure began even before his trial. It was rumored that he had buried vast amounts of gold and silver at various locations along his voyages. One of the most notable places linked to his treasure is Gardiner's Island off the coast of Long Island, New York. It is said that Kidd buried a portion of his loot there, which was later recovered by Governor Bellamont, and sent to England as evidence against him. Over the years, various expeditions have sought to uncover Kidd's treasure. One significant discovery was made in 2015 when a marine archaeologist found a 121-pound bar of silver off the coast of Madagascar. Another popular theory involves Oak Island in Nova Scotia, where treasure hunters have excavated for centuries. The Money Pit on Oak Island is thought by some to be linked to Kidd, especially after a stone tablet was discovered with an inscription suggesting treasure buried deep underground. Despite numerous efforts, the pit remains a mystery, with various theories ranging from William Kidd's fat booty to the Ark of the Covenant. There are several other suggestions as to where Captain Kidd's big bountiful booty ended up. For example, some believe that Kidd hid additional treasures along the coasts of Connecticut, New Jersey, and even as far as Vietnam. The true nature and extent of Captain Kidd's booty remains unknown. But according to my research, theorists speculate that the only booty larger is Yo Mama's. Parigala is a mysterious archaeological site nestled in the foothills of the Caucasus Mountains in northwest Azerbaijan. Known locally as Fairy Castle, Parigala is a cliffside structure that is believed to date back to approximately between the 4th and 8th centuries AD. The structure comprises limestone bricks and features 3 main rooms with windows, situated 300 feet up a steep cliffside. The site's remote location and challenging access have kept it relatively unknown and preserved through the centuries. The ascent to Parigala is extremely daunting. A 130-foot stairway, reinforced with oak beams, leads up to the structure, but accessing it requires considerable mountaineering skills. The stairway begins at the base of a crevice in the limestone, and part of it has collapsed, possibly due to an earthquake, making the climb even more perilous. The castle's design indicates a strong defensive purpose. Its strategic location atop a cliff would have made any assault incredibly difficult to impossible with contemporaneous technology. The enclosed stairway, narrow passageways, and high vantage points suggest that the builders had security and seclusion in mind. One legend associated with the castle dates back to the time of Genghis Khan, who allegedly sought a local ruler's daughter for his harem. According to the tale, the ruler's daughter, Pari, had a castle built on the cliff to escape the Khan's advances. Faced with imminent capture, Pari is said to have leapt from the castle, preferring to evade capture through drastic means. Despite its rich folklore, concrete historical records about Parigala are scarce. The exact reasons for its construction, the identity of its builders, and the purposes it served remain speculative. Some theories suggest it might have been a religious site, given its small size and apparent lack of strategic resources like a water supply. Under this theory, the site may have been used as a Christian monastery. The last known person to successfully scale the castle was Mamad Daradov, a local wrestling champion. He made the climb in the 1970s and erected makeshift aids to assist future climbers. However, the difficulty of the ascent has deterred many, preserving the site's condition. The Grunch Road Monster, also known as the Grunch, is a creature said to haunt the swamps and marshes of southern Louisiana, particularly around New Orleans. This cryptid is described as a small bipedal creature, standing around 3 to 4 feet tall with a goat-like appearance. It is reported to have leathery or scaly black-gray skin, sharp spines, and long horns or quills running down its back. Its eyes are often described as glowing red or blue-green, and it is said to emit a strong, unpleasant odor. The legend of the Grunch Road Monster dates back to the early days of New Orleans. Some accounts link its origins to a notorious voodoo priestess who performed a disturbing ritual that created the monster. Another version tells of a group of deformed humans, ostracized due to their unusual appearances. According to this account, these individuals lived in the woods and gradually became associated with the Grunch legend. Throughout the 19th and early 20th centuries, sightings of the Grunch were sporadic but locally notable. A notable incident occurred in 1909 when a streetcar driver reported a terrifying encounter with a, quote, huge hairy beast. Over the years, numerous sightings of the Grunch have been reported. One common element in these encounters is the Grunch's ambush tactic, placing an injured animal, usually a goat, by the roadside to lure unsuspecting motorists. When they stop to help, the Grunch monster allegedly attacks. The most recent surge in sightings occurred after Hurricane Katrina in 2005. As the disaster displaced many people and animals, some believe it also drove the Grunch from its hiding places, leading to more frequent encounters with the creature. Renewed interest in the Grunch Road monster has inspired various theories regarding its origins and nature. Some believe it to be a type of chupacabra, a legendary creature known for attacking livestock in Latin America and the American Southwest. This theory is supported by the Grunch's reported habit of draining the blood of its victims, a behavior also attributed to the chupacabra. Others speculate that the Grunch could be a mutated animal, perhaps a result of exposure to toxic waste or radiation. This idea aligns with descriptions of its unusual appearance and the belief that it possesses unique, possibly supernatural abilities. Despite the numerous stories and sightings, there is no concrete evidence to prove the existence of the Grunch. Like, subscribe, join the Patreon or YouTube membership, join the Discord, and also follow my Spotify page for lo-fi beats. Shout out to my patrons Noah Schubert, Iced Mocha, Kurt the Squirt, Monoxide Wendigo, Jeffer Metcalf, Z Volts, France Tech, Unknown Delusions, Faye, Jack Russell, Boomslang, Spookiest Becky, Vespertine, Metanova, Will Roan, Crab Nebula, and Blasphemous.